Katowice! We are back! 3 years since we were here in this, what I think is the beating heart of all esports, and man, what name is going to be scratched on this by the time we get to Sunday? Well, that journey, my friends, starts now.
And James just looks locked in the quick scope into Hunter. A frag onto the feet of Nico. Modesty close proximity, but it's ended. 2v5 between Alexi and Modesty. Alexi alleviates a little bit of pressure from G2. A 2 versus 5 turned into the 2v2. Oh, no way! It's only Flip left over. Oh, what? That is ridiculous! It's G2 just going to the fight. They're gonna end it here and now. And G2 in Katowice defeat VP.
Everyone has been waiting for today, from quarantine to quarterfinals. It's FaZe Clan taking on Gambit. There's the shot. Robs has found 2. This is a 1-on-4. Oh no! And Robs might just knock them all down.
A 1v4, the Rops is looking to get over the line to take this map away from Gambit. Axel up through the window. Rops has heard something. Rops knows. Oh, there's the closer. Rops, what a way to lock in Dust 2. Rops ain't playing around. Gambit, this is very slow. This is very labored. This is wasting a lot of time. And Brokey's on for the ace. 4 out of 5 ain't bad. But there's the 5th. And they go hunting. They look to send a message. Everybody falls. Gambit, their journey ends here. But this FaZe squad, oh, it's just beginning.
It's been 3 years and we are back. Simple is synonymous with Spodek, but today he goes against a young talent that could shut him down.
Here we go, Simple. Run boost. Oh, baby, he wants to get aggressive. He's got it.
Absolutely what you'd expect to see from Simple on this stage. This is still dangerous. This is Navi again going toward a stack, and it's been completely removed. Absolutely obliterated.
How much does Modesty want to dedicate his life to this bomb site? On Catwalk, finds the timing. 8 seconds. If he can drop the bomb, it'd be everything. But it travels into the site. 1-on-2 for Modesty now.
It's sacrificial. Gives his position away. He wants Modesty's aim gone. What is man? Oh, the Shepherd staff takes down the GOAT. Boomage. 1 versus 2. Big man's got moves. Boomage has clutched one back already in this game. Starts it off well. Nico's the one that killed Simple. Surely he has to be aware that he was up toward the position, and he certainly is. Calm, composed, and Boomage will make it 12-12. Nico has to reload. Simple's got an AK pick. No! It's the headshot instead! And Navi removed, erased, and it's G2O has now find their way toward the final.
By the end of today, we'll be sending one of these teams to the grand finals. Whether you're a FaZe fan, a Heroic fan, we're all fans of the beautiful game that is Counter-Strike. He's already on the scene. This guy doesn't like to hang around. He wants to play into it here and now. And there's the first. Oh, swinging out. He's seen another. Brokey. This isn't even a clutch, but he's doing it all alone. Incredible.
Brokey needs to capitalize. He needs them all, and they're collapsing upon him. They don't clear the corner. Oh, Brokey lines up a double. And 5. This might be the end of the Danes on the big stage.
Another clutch to close it, and this time it sends them to the grand finals.
We bring out 2 teams
Two teams that have never won here. Two players leading them who have never won here. They've tasted disappointment on this stage. Today, that changes.
FaZe does just enough to stay alive. 7 more in a row for FaZe to force overtime. Fast pace towards Banana. The play has been called. Hunter's going to turn that corner. JKS has got him. Huddled behind. Another flashbang from Kerrigan. Utility starting to be impactful. JKS starting to be impactful. 1 round left.
Is in a huge amount of trouble. He's going to try and take matters into his own hands. But Jax, he drops in. Oh, talk about a custodian. Talk about a superstar. Talk about the elite. Rops is on a rope. It's over. As FaZe somehow turn this back.
G2, they're going to find a way to reset, and it's going to be the hardest reset of their careers.
Twist trying to use the gap to see through, spots him, sees him, easy find of the kill, looks down, Hunter, not looking the right way, Twist has both. Monacy comes right back into the picture, and it's Kerrigan that has to hold it, he can't. Monacy's got overtime, how are we doing this again? How are we going the distance once more?
Hunter and Monacy, it's them against the world.
Hunter flashes in his favor. He's got 3. Oh my, he's absolutely hunting all the prey today. And it rocks. Gets shut out by Monacy in the end. JKS. Could the stand-in win map 2 for them? Monacy back in the corner. And this is absolutely doable now. Quick tap, falls off, and he falls the wrong way, so as not to be spotted. Alexi Beaches waits it out, but JKS has it. Does he have the time, though? It's going to be so close. FaZe have won map 2, and they'll go up 2-0 in this series.
That is unbelievable. The stand-up. What can this man not do for FaZe? Catwalk, there's no other options for G2.
Oh, they lined up. That's going to drop them down. It's all on Hunter. FaZe, finally. Kerrigan gets redemption. They've lost twice on this stage, 2017, 2018. The king of Counter-Strike, the man who led FaZe. Chances taken by so many players, so many gambles on this team, but it's finally paid off. The Intel Extreme Masters, Katowice champions, FaZe Clan in 2022.
Welcome to another episode of What's the Util? I'm YNK and I'm here with Groove and Nafani from Cloud9. We're going to go over a round on Ancient between OG Esports and FaZe Clan.
I love that they use a lot of utility because usually versus 4, so pick rounds, a lot of teams didn't do it. They just trying to have duels, but they did. But to be honest, I didn't like that they do it. They did a lot of movements and spend a lot of utilities on the mid and at the B side at the same time. I don't think it's a good idea. I just love more the another strategy when just they waited on the mid side, and only after that, when they together split in the A side. Maybe they just make anti-strat or something like that. So it depends. If we don't know their communication at this time, to be honest, I can't be a judge in this situation, because maybe it was the idea just to make the effect of their usual tactic, and if FaZe will see some smokes or something like that, they just will stuck wrong place, and it will be easy way to win for OG.
So you'd say this is probably an example of not great use of utility in terms of they didn't really act on it.
Yes. So it's situation 5 versus 3. They have enough utility to go at A plant or B plant. I love this idea that two guys just use their utility and they just fake B plant. They use 2 smoke grenades, but after that, I think it will be good if Neofrag and Nexa, they just go here and 4 guys will go together. But instead of that, Flames and Dexter, they just make their decision to play by themselves. And instead of situations 5 versus 3, they play 2 versus 2. And their utility at B plan, they just spend for nothing. Yes, they go to B plant again, but I think they don't have to do it when you have such situation and you have enough utility.
And also
Zone
they
any
have
plan.
only pistols, so
Yeah.
it's not really.
You're overcomplicating.
Yeah, it's like
They just lost 2 guys with weapons for nothing, in my opinion. The idea was good, but after grenades, 2 guys, as I said, Nexo and Neofrag, I don't think that they have to go at B. It's easy to come together.
Yeah, utility is great. It can help you a lot.
Yeah, they made fake. It's good idea as well. So,
but you need to cover the basics and the fundamentals. If you're 5v3, you have the numbers advantage. Play the percentage.
Because I love the start of the round. They just zone guys in the middle. They control banana and ramp. They did everything good. In the end, when you have 5-on-3, I don't think that you have to make the miracle. You have to play easy.
All right, cool. Thanks, guys. That was another episode of What's the Util, this time with Cloud9. Thanks for watching, and make sure to join us for the next one.
Intel Extreme Masters Katowice is brought to you in part by Intel, Lenovo Legion, DHL, US Air Force, 1xBet, and Monster Energy.
Making history. Absolutely phenomenal.
And Ace is the champion of the Intel Extreme Masters World Finals.
Storm's still not quite done. MC is going to take this fight, though. 3 seconds left.
Last 2 rounds of passion's got to start it well for ESC.
And this is a massive move for Zez, but he's not content with just a Nexus kill. He wants to win.
And it's all done. And Trollocs win it. Unbelievable Rogue with a 4-0 victory over Classic. And they did it again in the grand finals. It's Norby! Give it up for your Intel Extreme Masters World Champion!
Here we go into the group stage, day one, and a lot of things to take in as we do get closer and closer and closer to this trophy. I am ecstatic. I am excited, even, perhaps I could say. My name is Trey Saranthus, and alongside of me here is Darth Mike, or Mike Winesh. Which would you prefer?
I'll take both. Either or.
Nice.
You take your pick. You take your pick. Winnick to some.
Yeah.
But happy to be here among so many faces staring down on us, and one face looking at me from across a trophy. It's very romantic lighting here.
Yeah, it is that. There's so many things that weren't romantic, though, up to this point within this tournament. There we're talking about Heartbreak Hotel for the NA side of things, and there's a lot of commiserations you can put out there, but I know that this one tickles your fancy, to say the least.
It certainly does. I mean, a little bit of celebration as well for NA. Complexity making it through, among others. We got some cause to celebrate. SA maybe a little bit less so, but we've got some surprise faces, some surprise players on in, some surprise teams to the next stage, and some that we would have expected won't be with us.
Yeah,
won't be joining.
That's absolutely correct. Out would be Ince Fury, MIBR, and the Evil Geniuses. I know there's someone somewhere looking around smiling on that, but, in would be OG, Big Cloud9, Nip. They decided to work things just a little bit easier, smarter rather than harder, perhaps.
Smarter rather than harder, indeed, but it'll take a whole lot more than just smarts or hard work to get to the next stage. It's going to take a healthy dose of luck, good fortune, and a whole lot of skill.
Yeah, it's going to take all of the above. Mike, I don't know that there's much else for us to do around here other than get the game started. So let's rock and roll.
Let's kick off the show.
Let's do it.
I find myself here with a lot of faces looking down on me. We've got some faces sitting at the setups here, previous winners, champions, returning veterans, stand-ins now with new teams with their own home. And all we have to do is let the games commence. I'm here on the desk, joined today by none other than Bleh and Yanko. How you doing today, boys?
Feeling great. Feeling absolutely great, Yanko.
You are? You know, you're not jet lagged still or something like that?
I play till like 4 a.m. my time every day. Just fix a jet lag right there.
I'm feeling amazing. Mike, it's great to be here. Great to kick off the groups, right? We got some banging games today on both streams. And yeah, just excited to kick the year off.
I'm really excited to do so. Yeah, many of these teams starting their campaign, some of them already wet the whistle a little bit, so we've got some sense of where they're coming from. And certainly we saw a lot of strong form coming out in the first stage, in the play-ins here. Any real surprises for you, Bleh?
I think the obvious one has to be IET, right? I'm just gonna
you're happy about that?
I'm just going to say that right now. I feel like a lot of teams who made it all the way through are where the expected team, so to speak. NIP, they look great. OG, I kind of expected to make it through as well. Fnatic, as usual, continuing to find good form in the past few months. Cloud9, I think everyone expected to make it through. Furia not being there was a big shocker, but the fact that we get IET, I'm not going to complain. I, for one, am willing to accept our Mongolian overlords.
I think it tells you how deep the playing field is. The fact that 3 teams that were in the playoffs of the major in Rio had to go through the play-ins just to get to the group stage, right? And I think there's definitely 2 clear names that have qualified and that didn't qualify, right? IHC and Complexity, the 2 teams that maybe you didn't expect to see in this phase. And Furia and ENCE, probably 2 names that you very much expected to see in the group stages, especially Furia after that top 4 finish in Rio.
What are you talking about? Complexity? Not expected? High variance team? Never. Never. Always dependable. But no, we do now have an escalation in the standard of competition, right? We had 8 teams waiting to meet them here in the group stage, ready to test them en route to the Spodek and to really up the ante in terms of the challenge that they're faced with. And I mean, it's only going to get more difficult from here on out.
I think, you look at the teams who are currently going to be playing today, and of course tomorrow as well, the ones who didn't have to really play the play-in stage, and you're talking about some of the names like FaZe and the G2s and all these guys. But I got to remember, look at the recent tournaments we've had, even during the major as well. No one is safe. No one can be like, hey, we're the big dogs over here. You know, you're going to be going up against the likes of a Spirit or even an IHC. You can't take it easy. So I think the upset potential is very much there. Also got to bear in mind, again, like every other tournament, the teams who come in playing for the play-in stage or whatever, they're going to be a little bit more warmed up. They're going to be a little bit more ready.
I think even the last couple of years, you look at this tournament and we've had, I believe, at least 2 teams from the play-ins make the playoffs.
Yeah.
Right? So that's not just these teams that come through the play-ins. They're not going to do anything more than that. They're just happy to be in the groups. No, there's very good teams there that can make a dent. But I think the story of yesterday, absolutely, IHC beating Furia. And also the manner in which they did it, right? They had a lead on the second map after being 1-0 up. Furia comes back into overtime, beats them, and you think that's where IHC is going to deflate and lose the series. But no, they come back, close it to 1. and here we have Blair. It's a bit, are you being censored here? What's going on?
I don't know. I don't
I
know.
fully love you, IHC. You fluffy legends.
That is exactly what I tweeted right there.
Such good vocabulary there, Blair.
Some legends here. Blair, obviously, nothing. A legendary NA player, Maniac, and we have your typical HLTV user who thinks IHC is going to win Katowice.
I really like the contrast between Blair's tweet and Jordan saying, so neat to see IHC winning. That's, he's moved into fatherhood, right?
He's a dad. He kind of tempered out a little bit. I'm not there yet, Mike.
He's always been a daddy, but now he's a father.
He's a father. There we go. But the thing with the HLTV user, Smooya Sia, shout out to him, Appreciate the delusion
wherever he
is, whoever he is,
You're here for the delusion. You're here. You're ready for it. But speaking about the excitement of IHC, it's tempered by the sorrow of an entire nation. Brazil. No Brazilian representation here into the groups. It was a brutal run. 3 teams, 3 possibilities. We're talking pain. We're talking MIBR. We're talking Furia. We're talking heartbreak for all 3.
I feel like, look, for MIBR Pain, I wasn't really sold on them really making it all the way to the to the group stage. But Furia, listen, questions have to be raised. Sure, they reached some of my founders' previous major. Great job over here. And you look at the results in this play-ins, right? K Serato was still playing at his inhuman level. I think it's like a 1.3 something rating is great, but something fundamentally needs to change with Furia if they want to be a consistent contender.
It's getting ridiculous at this point. I mean, the type of numbers that he's putting up, and Yuri has been consistent as well. It's not even a meme at this point. Just free them. Just change it. And I told you, I hated their top 4 run at Rio because that just bought them more time, right? And it masks some of their problems. I think they have deep underlying issues with the way they approach the game, and they need to figure out the roster. I don't think this is it. But of course, the problem being they had a month-long boot camp coming into this. The majors, now there's Pro League is around the corner. Then you have the RMR pretty close behind that at the majors. So can you really make a change now? I feel at some point you need to pull the trigger. Better just rip the Band-Aid off, figure it out, change it, and do something with this amazing player that you have. Like, just imagine that these are coldzera levels of performance that he's putting up, and coldzera was the #1 player in the world. The difference is coldzera had fallen, and Serato has art.
Well, now it's time to leave alone the teams that didn't make it to this point and focus on who we've got present. Time for a little field trip over to the Telestrator because we got a fresh batch of teams, and it's time to figure out who's going to be making their way into the Spodek. We're talking about our Hall of Heroes. We're talking about the stairs to it, and we're talking about our best chances to make it through. I don't know if I agree with that analysis.
This wasn't me. I'm just saying, right? I don't know who put it there.
All right, well, we can fix this.
We fix it.
We just do a little one of these
and
a
not
little one of these
here.
and get rid of that and full screen. There we go.
There we go.
All right, now, so I think there's some obvious ones here, just...
okay, just delete that. Delete that.
All right, let's leave this to the professional.
That's why I'm the host.
Right, so this is how we're going to do it. I got you, Blair. We're going to put these boys right here, and this is why.
I believe.
They made the first step.
Yeah.
Right? They made the first step. They managed to qualify for the group stages. That's more than an Asian team has done in
a
forever,
while.
Right?
Yeah. I don't know though. I think this is where things might get a little bit rough for these guys, right? Like you're going to be going up against. I think they're playing Liquid later on today. I think it's very possible, but can he really get... Sorry, Mike. I think it's possible.
Liquid took Blast as a boot camp, so this is their first tournament of the year. I think it's safe to say, so we'll see how that boot camp went and the practice they had before that. But I'm going to start top heavy, the team that we have in the first game.
Surprise.
This is my team. The #1 team for this tournament is the form in which G2 has been, right? And the momentum that they've carried from last year into this year. It feels like they've sort of figured it out mentally, like the approach and everything. Nico has been playing amazing, like the team has been playing amazing. Feels like this is the moment for them to keep that upward trend going.
Yanko, I don't know if this was like a Freudian slip or something, but I noticed you've just thrown the G2 logo right next to the trophy.
Well,
some expectations? Is that a prediction?
That was an accident.
Oh, yeah?
But listen,
accident.
If G2 is all the way up there, I'll put FaZe. Well, I was going to put them like
on top,
in between. I think like
we can do that. I don't think we have a step.
A FaZe G2 final? Is that what you're saying?
The way it would be basically for me, the way I look at it is kind of like this. I put G2 here, and then I put FaZe, right here.
The defending champions.
Right here.
The defending champions.
Yes, but here's the thing. Who was the part of that team when they won?
JKS.
And where is he now? He's in G2, right?
So you say JKS is a difference maker?
Yes, absolutely.
He's the X Factor.
Listen, of course you can never count out FaZe. And I'm not counting them out. I think if they meet, if that's the final, I think it's going to be an amazing one, like it was last year in Katowice, like the Navi FaZe one in Cologne, right? So that's definitely a close matchup. We might even see them play very early on in the groups. If they win their opening games, they're going to face in that Group A.
I'm going to throw in this one. I've been impressed very recently. Now, again, the problem with this team is they'll have a tournament where I'm like, okay, it looks like it's finally clicked. It looks like it's going to be happening, and then it capitulate coming in the next event. But what I liked earlier this year from Vitality is the fact that Spinks, it finally seems like they figured out how to activate him. I can see them making a deep run here.
Yeah, absolutely. And, always when you have Zyvo on your team, that's always a possibility. But we also can't forget about these guys, Heroic. I think they're also up there with Vitality. The problem is, you look at these three teams, and I'm going to add Navi as well, a little bit below. And that's because of their form and not because of their team. I'm never going to say Navi's not going to make the playoffs. Even in this stacked group, they're with G2 and FaZe, I think they're going to make the playoffs, right? But the difference is, look at these 5 teams that we picked out towards the top end as contenders, and Heroic, they're the ones that are lacking in terms of firepower. They compensate for that with their teamwork, with their team play, but when it comes to playoff, championship, Counter-Strike, the players, a lot of the times, are the ones who make the difference.
These guys, though.
They didn't inspire you.
Oh, come on, man.
Former champions.
Come on, when are people going to stop? When are people going to stop with this? Why? What makes you put Cloud9 there?
Shiro.
I think they just might find a groove right now. It's about time. You gotta have a little bit.
Now they're going to find their groove. Now they're going to find their groove.
They have a groove.
Now they're going to find their groove in the first tournament with a new player. Now they're going to win.
I don't think they're going to win. I don't think they're going to win. I think
they're going to make the playoffs.
I think they're going to make
in a group with Navi, FaZe.
All right, it's time to accelerate.
I think they can.
Here's my question. Major winners, outsiders, where are they going?
Right here. In front of Cloud9. Because listen, outsiders, people are going to look at the World Finals and say the Major was a fluke. I think they didn't play well at World Finals, obviously.
Yeah.
They also had, out of, I think, 8 halves or 10 halves, they had 1 that went their way. They either lost the pistols or they would win the pistol, lose the second round. So that obviously makes it difficult to play. They faced G2, who won the whole thing. They made a player change. It was an upgrade, I believe, without a doubt. So I'm excited to see them play. It was probably also a bit of a wake-up call.
No. Oh, God.
They're going right here, right next to Cloud9.
Well, we got to throw some others out there.
Right next to Cloud9.
Oh, we've done Maus.
Well, Maus isn't that poor. It's just that we haven't seen them play, right?
They've surprised us every single time.
We got to go quick here, boys. Throw in the playing teams. How are we feeling about this one?
We don't need to put all the teams in here.
I see Keto walking in. That guy absolutely dominated.
I don't know, man. Like, I could listen. I don't know.
Just go quick. Slap him in there.
I feel like Fnatic might do something.
Gut check.
Are we putting everyone?
There we go.
I don't want to.
What's wrong with you? Okay, this is gone to crap.
All right, we're done with this one. We're going to be moving on back over. But before we get ready to hop into the game, we've got Mr. James Banks standing by with an update from the teams.
I've jumped in with the guys from Big Clans. They're getting ready to face off against G2. Crimbo's in the middle of his little warm-up routine. How did you get started, mate? How do you feel to make sure you're all ready?
I think the most important part is to feel comfortable on your setup, not this has to be 5 centimeters and stuff like this. Just feel comfy, and then I just play some aimbots until I feel like I'm ready to go.
Okay, and you had music in as well before, so you get in the zone. Do you feel like you have an advantage over G2, considering they haven't played and you guys already played through the play-in? Do you feel like you'll be more ready?
I think it's maybe a few percentage. Okay. But I think in the end, they're a professional team. They're one of the best teams in the world right now. And I think in the end, it doesn't make us get us a higher win percentage or something like this.
Okay. We'll have to see how it goes in the server. Good luck, mate. Thank you very much. Gob, the man always in charge of it all. How you doing, my friend?
Very good.
Now, for you guys, right, you played them already at Spring Groups. You're coming in and facing my first game. Do you like that you've already played them, or would you prefer to play someone you hadn't already played?
To be honest, it feels like very, very long time since we played each other, even though it was not many days left before. So it feels like we've been through a lot since then, learned a lot from the loss, and hope that we can show a better big. I think till then we are stepping up our game, and let's hope it is how we feel.
Let's hope so as well. Gob, thank you very much. I'll let you get on with things. Big, getting ready. Got to go up against G2. It's a rematch, but Gob said they've made improvements. They're changing. So let's see how it goes. We'll see you after the break.
love it, you wear it.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Dallas, we're back. Counter-Strike is in our DNA. It always has been, and it always will be. And now we are once more returning to where it all began.
I can't explain. I can't explain it. I go insane when we get naked. Hold me down, never let me go. Take me in, I want you to show. Hold me down, never let me go. Take me in, I want you to show me love. Don't give up on us, don't give up on love. Don't give up on us, don't give up on love. Hold me down, never let me go. Take me in, I want you to show. Hold me down, never let me go. Take me in, I want you to show me love. Don't give up on us, don't give up on us, don't give up on love. Don't give up on us, don't give up on us, don't give up on love. Hold me down, never let me go. Take me in, I want you to show. Hold me down, never let me go. Take me in, I want you to show me love.
Welcome back to the Intel Extreme Masters Katowice, where we're ready to get underway with our first game of the group stage here on the B stream. We've got G2, we've got Big, and this promises to have some fireworks.
Yeah, most definitely. I think G2, right, as we talked about, coming in hot into this tournament, winning the last tournament of last year and being great in Blast groups. That's where these two teams also met. And Big, I think a little bit, they kicked off the Blast groups shaky, but they had some good showings, and particularly in this tournament, right, beating Furia as well to make it. into the group stage, and it feels like they put in a lot of work over the break, and they're trying to. I think they're just happy to have their standard 5 as well, right?
Yeah.
They had so many issues with people getting sick or being unavailable last year. It was very difficult to sort of gain some consistency.
Yeah, I have to agree with you on that. I think G2 right now are the best-looking team out of everyone who's going to be playing here in Katowice, at least based on recent form, right? They look fantastic. Nico is looking sublime at the moment. And I agree with Janko as well. For Big, the fact that they actually have the final 5 they're playing with is a great sign. At the same time, they haven't really put in too many reps yet, right? Sure, they played earlier on this year, but they haven't had too many games to feel super comfortable on. And also, I still don't know where they lie. I'm seeing some overperformances coming out from players I don't really expect to see. An interesting map pool as well. So I think they're a bit of a question mark, but I don't think they've really found a stride yet, but they are heading in the right direction.
Well, let's focus on G2, right? Because I know, based on what we just did in the tier list, you're very bullish on their 2023.
I'm bullish for different reasons, right? And we've talked about it before, but I think what's important to note is the way they played and the way games went for them in spring groups, that's not going to happen here. So G2, out of the 12 pistol rounds that they've had there, they won 10, and the 2 that they lost, they won the second round. So every single game, they have a good start to each half. And if you look at their games and how the round went, even the game against Big on Mirage, it ends 16-14, but you combine the 2 starts of the half, G2 is up like 11-1, right? So it's not that hard to play the game when you have that big leads in the beginning. So here, I think absolutely they're not going to be able to replicate that sort of starts. It's just, that's an outlier what happened. Look at this, they lost 1 map over the last 2 tournaments.
And look at the teams they've beaten as well, right? Like Na'Vi back-to-back. Sure, Na'Vi look a little flat right now, but still can't take it away from them. Took down Big as well. Liquid, FaZe, Outsiders, who were just coming off their major win. Of course, there's also the caveat of the fact that they have added a new player as well. This is such an impressive streak they're on right now. A 7-series win streak with just a 1-map loss against the Vitality, who are also playing good right now. This is the sort of start that G2 would be praying for, and they found it.
And I mean, one of those matches might be particularly informative, specifically the 2-0 over Big. We've got a little bit of a repeat here. I think it's going to go the same way.
Yeah, and the map loss against Vitality was an overtime loss even. On Vertigo, they're 0-3 on the map, so that's something
a great map for Vitality
that's something that people will be targeting in this tournament, and that's something that I'm sure they put in the work. They're aware that that's going to be something that people are going to probe them on. But yeah, I think G2 will be more tested in this tournament, and I'm curious to see how they will respond, in games where they're 5-0 down or they lose both pistols. Do they still have enough in the tank, right, to still win those games? And you need to be able to, because you can't count on just winning pistols all the time.
Now, one of the guys who's going to be key to their 2023 campaign is that young Opper we see before us. He was a rookie last year. He had to prove himself. He certainly did. Number 7 in the world at 17 years old. Is the sky the limit for Manassi?
It's kind of not fair from Manassi, the fact that he was absolutely the rookie of the year. Lights out performance throughout. Sure, he had a couple of tournaments where he dipped a little bit, but he has been standout, surprising a lot of people, myself included. I thought when he joined his team, yeah, this guy has a lot of potential, but I think it's going to take a while for him to really shine. He did that. Why it's not fair is because Zaiwu, in his debut year, best player of the year, right? He kind of ruined it for everyone.
Yeah, I think also, I just hope this trend doesn't continue. At 17, he's 7. I hope he's not 8 at 18. 9th and 19.
Well,
because it's 20, then he would be 20. I hope it's the opposite, right?
For the next 13 years, Janko, he's going to be in the top 20. I think that's not bad.
What if it's like a Benjamin Button situation? As he gets older, his rating gets lower?
You'd love to see
I think that's what the G2 army would prefer. But yeah, the kid has been outstanding. Absolutely the most fun player to watch last year, right? So enjoyable, so quick, mechanically, and of course, as with any young player, there takes some learning, some composure in certain situations, right? A little bit of calmness, but I think all things considered, you look at last year, you can be nothing but thrilled if you're G2 for the pickup.
Now, speaking about composure, it's time to find out how they might be feeling headed in. We've got an interview with Nico.
The journey begins for G2 now, and I'm talking to Nico because Katowice, you've been here many times before. It's a prestigious tournament, but the one you haven't lifted just yet. I want to see how it feels for you coming back here and what it feels like coming back with this G2.
Yeah, Katowice is obviously a very prestigious tournament, and my team has always kind of performed good at this event. As you said, we didn't manage to lift a trophy yet, but I went to the 3 finals already at this event, so you know what I say, 4 times the charms. No, hopefully this one is going to be as good as well. Obviously, final is a great result, but I really want to lift the trophy, and there's also a long way to get to the final now. So I feel like this event is like a real test for us to see how good we actually are. We had a couple of good months now as a team, but this is the real test, I would say.
Now, talking about a real test, I looked at its opening matchup. You already played big once this year, but did you just smile when you thought, okay, I've got these, I know these guys already?
I think, like, from the most opponents that came from play, I think Big is probably one of the teams that fits us the most, I would say. I wouldn't like to play a team like Sprout or something like some like crazy underdog team that just can, like, you know, with a lot of firepower just can, or not smash you, but, you know, it could be a tough game. So we played Big like a couple of times in the past season, and we played them just at the last tournament as well. I think we have the upper hand against them. I think it's a lot down to us, but it seems like they have been improving as well since the start of the season. So, yeah, I mean, we just need to do our job, and I think if we manage to do that, I think we are going to come at the top.
Now, when you've been preparing, you guys didn't play at Spring the Anubis map, but Big have started to play it. They started a little bit more confident with it. Do you think that's something they'll try against you?
Yeah, I think like that's the tricky part. I think the map veto is going to be tricky for this one because they started to play like all 7 maps. They started to play Nuke at the last event, so we don't really know, like, are they going to veto Inferno or Nuke? So we're not really sure about our pick either. Also not sure what they're going to pick since there's no dust, there's no, like, the maps they're really, you know, going for. But probably like Anubis or Ancient is going to go, like, for them. So I think it's also good for us to actually get those maps a bit under our belt because we haven't played them in a while now. So I think it's about time that someone actually gonna pick it against us and that we can actually show that we are good on them as well.
Well, I'm looking forward to it. Nico, thank you very much. Mike, back to you. Let's see how this opening game between G2 and Big goes.
Feeling confident? Throwback to that final last year. What a final that was, in no small part because of a guy who was once against them and is now on their side in JKS.
A defending champion, yeah, current defending champion of IEM Katowice on your team. That has to be a good feeling, right?
Yeah, absolutely. You know, he can give them a couple of secrets because Nico has had some heartbreaking losses in Katowice. I mean, last year was very close. Then there was the one against Fnatic in 2018. Yeah. If they won that, they would have had the Grand Slam, the first team to ever win it. Even his first tournament with FaZe in 2017 against Astralis, they lose 3-1, winning the first map, and the other 3 were close. So Nico always performed well, but always the bridesmaid, never the bride. So hopefully this time they can figure it out and lift the trophy.
Maybe time to put a ring on it. But let's talk about the other side of things, because Big was a delightful surprise in the play-in. An incredible match there against Furia, in no small part because of this guy right in the middle. I'm talking about Keto.
Yeah, here's the thing with Keto, right? Look, I got to give credit where it's due. He was almost unplayable, especially against Furia on an Ancient. It looked like he was just getting away with murder. But these numbers, here's the problem. These numbers are not something he can keep replicating time and time again. Like almost 37% T-side opening attempts. That's more than Art usually does as well. With a 61% success rate, and this is across all the games they played in the play-in stage, 4 maps, which is a decent sample size. It's not something you can replicate. I don't think almost any entry frag in the world can replicate that. And even his performance, he's dropping 30 bomb in that map in regulation. Last time Keto dropped a 30 bomb was in 2019, Yanko, in the regulation. So this is not something that can be replicated, I believe, especially against a team like G2 here today. And if that doesn't happen, what do Big do? That's my question.
Yeah, I think that's going to be more difficult, but hopefully for Big he can still put up good numbers, because it was always sort of, who is the second star? Who is the star rifler of that team, right? Searson on the op. We saw him perform really well at the major in the challenger stage, one of the top 5, I think, ranked rated players in that, so they will need him to do well. And we were mostly looking towards Tabson, right? Especially when it comes to LAN. But you know, he seems to haven't been putting up like amazing numbers like before. So whether it's going to be Keto or Faven or Crimbo, whoever, like someone needs to step up, because, you know, especially when you're going against a team like G2 with Nico, Monesi, Hunter, like there's so much firepower on their roster, you might just get run over if you don't hit the ground running.
Well, speaking about those firepower pieces, let's take a closer look at 2 of them. Let's look at our Colex players to watch.
When sea and sky collide, it's nice to watch them from the bank, just like our Colex players to watch. Nico has so far been on fire and absolutely dominated the first weeks of New Year, leading G2 to victory and once again sending a clear message regarding his raw power. Looking to not only maintain the momentum, but also to finally make his mark in Katowice, the Balkan Tempest surely won't give his opponent any space to breathe in their opening game. The German Storm Keto clearly doesn't want the events of 2022 to repeat themselves, as was displayed in his first phase of IEM Katowice. In the match against Furia, Keto washed over the Brazilians and swept them away from victory, in the process becoming Big's top performer and securing a spot in the group stage. But will he be able to keep this up? Which one of our players to watch will see the light and which one will sink to the dark depths? We'll find out soon.
Something tells me Keto's number might be slightly higher as this year goes on, but let's talk about the vetoes. Let's talk about the maps that we're going to get between these two teams. You've got something interesting here.
Yeah, they played it Blast, but I think Big has to absolutely change the veto if they want to have a chance here, right? We're not going to see Nuke, we're not going to see Overpass, but I don't think Big picks Mirage again. I feel like either you really prepped hard on Vertigo, which they don't love playing, or you go to Anubis, right? You have to go to one of the two.
Yep.
For G2 side of things, I don't think they switch anything. I think we're still going to see Inferno from them. And then the third map becomes interesting, right? Then you can maybe leave Mirage, but if I was Big, because G2 is going to ban Vertigo. G2 will ban Vertigo in the second phase. Then it's Ancient Mirage. I feel like if you're Big, go for Ancient, right? Like, you have to try to go for maps where G2 is uncomfortable, you're the underdog. If you play them on maps that they're feeling good on, they're playing with a lot of confidence, I don't think you're going to have a lot of success.
I mean, just play it out the way we both spoke about, right?
Talking about G2's confidence, they picked T-side on Anubis, so we see Big switch it up. I'm happy to see that, but G2 is just like, yeah, we're going to start on the T-side, no problem.
Did Big just ban
Mirage for the
Vertigo?
last?
That's curious. I don't know why Big would be afraid to try Vertigo there. I would have liked him to actually flex that as a deciding map right now. Anubis, no surprises right there. You know, it's the Dust 2 replacement coming in for Big. They need kind of a home map, and it's a map they're trying to work on. They've looked pretty decent. Sure, they lost to Fury in that one game, but apart from that, they've looked pretty solid in this map. And G2 have only had one game on this map, which is against Vitality. And I looked at that game, and they did have a few holes, which I'm sure Big would be looking to exploit here.
Well, without further ado, folks, it's time to hop on into the game, and two of our casters going to be bringing you through this. It's the Bard and the Hawkman.
Thank you, Mike. Big switching up the veto since last time they played G2, trying to throw a curveball with this Anubis. We'll see if it works out for them. They're starting on that CT side to get us underway into Katowice groups.
Every time I commentate a match with Nico in, he does great things with Desert Eagles. So let's see if that happens later today, but there'll be no Deagles in this pistol round. He's got a P250 though, and a lot of utility as well. Have a look at this burst from G2. How good will it go? How far will it go? Well, they'll make it into the bomb site with 2 frags and a bomb plants just around the corner. Looks like there'll be 2 players flanking towards Dark for Big. 3 versus 4 retake attempt. Crimbo has a defuse kit, 2 flashes as well, but there are many G2 players to find. See JKS now. Oh, that was... Oh, Tabson's going to rue that one. That leaves Crimbo in a 1 versus 4. Disaster early for Big on this retake attempt. Takes one in the face, and he might just go to save his...
Don't give him the ace.
Kit at this point. I don't know.
Oh, he gives him the ace.
Nasty. JKS with all 5 in the pistol round. Well, that's a great way to start things off.
Look at a smile on his face already. G2 looking very relaxed coming into this one. And with good reason. G2's recent form, as pointed out by the desk, has been incredible. 7 series wins, and they only lost 1 map in any of those recent series. So many 2-0s for this team, and I'm really glad to see it. I think this G2 squad have really found their own, found their footing. It's not an easy opening game for Big, but they themselves did pretty damn well in the play-in. Only lost 1 map against Furia, making it to this point. But G2 definitely solid favorites here. A team that you would be expecting to make it to playoffs. Oh, there's a stack round the corner. Big always with a trick up their sleeve. It's making this round a little interesting. Hooksy trying to clean up. It's back to a 1v1.
Tabson's got a bomb and a rifle. JKS is in a horrible position, but if you use that HE, it could all end early. Well, this is awkward indeed. Very awkward. JKS was on the shelf for such a long time, it felt like, considering his prowess as an individual. Saw glimpses of that in that pistol round. Definitely came into this one firing on all cylinders. Tabson will use the sound cue, but JKS is aware. Oh, I think he may have been seen by Tabson. Indeed, I'm pretty sure he has been.
Does Tabson flank or just try and hold the gap? I think he has to go for the flank.
Will the timing work out? I think it might do. Oh, JKS, the timing! He turns around. The 6th sense just in time. Wow. That was a very nervous round for G2. Very nervous indeed. I think that's the last time they didn't Molotov that position.
Yeah, I love that Big have something planned for this round. I didn't expect them to be able to run down these players so soon, and especially once these fights come through at range. That's when I thought we might see a cleanup from the rifles, but they did really well. And Tabson still got a smile on his face. I mean, when you're on a full USP round and you bring it that close, that's about as happy as you can be in a round loss.
Pure entertainment for Big in that round. Makes life a little easier on their first buy round here as well. You can see the favouring of the Silenced M4s. The Big clan. G2 the one difference maker. Got to be careful though as he deploys some grenades. Tries to hold on to Dark, but that's not going to happen. m0NESY and Tabson will be lost early as G2 are really harassing this bomb site. Bomb needs to be collected though, and they are losing players as they continue to poke and prod. G2 knows there are two, but he'll fall to the first one. HooXi and JKS combining to take the bomb site. Bomb's on the way as well.
Yeah, bomb will take a little bit of time, so Big might have the ability to get in position, maybe wait out these smokes. In fact, the bomb is taking a fair while to get planted. Searson will now investigate. It is being planted on the safe side of the obelisk, though. And a double swing about to come through. Well coordinated between JKS and HooXi. And Crimbo is a player who's normally very good in clutches, but I think this one might be too far gone. He might even get flanked here. HooXi's pushing around the backside. No easy escape path.
Yeah, not much for Crimbo to do here. Hiding in plain sight, essentially. Maybe waiting for something to come his way after the explosion. But G2 off to the races at the beginning of Anubis. And I think everybody agreed that Big had to try and do something with the map pool. You look at the history between these two squads and they're still trying to find a solution to G2. And perhaps Anubis is it. 3-0 for G2. See what Big choose to do here. 3,000 for most of their players, so this will be an awkward one.
These teams played so recently at Blast. You can understand the decision to switch things up for Big. They lost 2-0, but they had at least a somewhat competitive series against G2. I think Crimbo was trying to stick around to maybe do some damage there, considering G2 lost a lot of casualties against the Eco previously. I think we have a quick tech pause on our hands, so the players won't be able to talk to each other. Good start for G2 though. I think HooXi has been definitely heavily discussed. He's not a great fragger as an in-game leader, but he's been stepping up a bit recently. And he's also someone who's very happy to go in first, which is always a good sign. If you're not going to frag, at least allow your teammates to trade you.
Just before this game, we were cycling through various Molotov throws as well. But that was a lucky escape for G2. They can learn from it for next time without it causing too much pain. So I think Mirage is one of those maps where Big come closest to besting G2, and that might be seen later as a decider. Searson's definitely a great sniper to watch demos of, especially on Mirage. Got some really nice pop flashes off the wall towards Connector and such, but maybe we'll get there later on. For now, they're looking for their first round on Anubis. The 5-7s will be out, so they're buying some bits and bobs. They've got some smokes. They can try to delay G2 into making some errors, like the early grenades from G2. In case of a funky push fast from Big, they'll have the hero M4 in this round in the hands of Crimbo. Early smoke down from T-Spawn. Tito trying, he's waiting for the reload here to go for a push, or is he? No, chooses to fall back instead. There's action elsewhere around that B-bomb site. Maybe pulling him away.
Solid spray from Hunter towards mid. Looks he's actually alone down towards that sewer position, but will be doing a fine job with his MAC-10. Aggression will work out, but now we'll see if G2 decide to try and pounce on this B-bomb site. They're still playing patiently for now. Plenty of time left on the clock. Oh, Faven, very lucky to be alive there. A single point of health.
Plenty of time for G2, but Crimbo could be instrumental. Slowly making their way towards B, G2, but we do have a look at around that mid position.
Wow, the spawn flank is... It's a nice try, but m0NESY's actually watching.
That's the bomb lost for the time being. I don't know if his rotation can be heard by JKS. It looks like it might be the way he's facing with his crosshair.
But now Hunter's big flank in the B site. He's in CT spawn right now.
Now this time is getting kind of weird, but it also depends on Big's rotation. If they make their way towards Dark, then things could be very interesting indeed. And, well, there goes the rifle in the hands of Crimbo. That will change everything. And it looks like the clean sheet will remain for G2. Do not expect much of FaZe when he can hold on to his Kevlar. But he might try and fish for something anyway. A rifle, perhaps. I don't see him surviving that bomb blast if he's close, though. So, again, this was a half buy for Big. Managed to get 2 kills from it. And now comes their full buy.
I think you can see why Big have gone for Anubis as an attempted switch up in this series. You can see some of these low buys already getting a little wild. And that's really what Big need to make happen in this series. Make G2 uncomfortable with some of these awkward flanks and extremities of the map. That's looking good with his shades.
It's always the guy with the moustache, isn't it? That massive moustache. Gonna have nightmares about that. Let's see how this one is different then. Not sure if it was G2 or Big who threw a smoke there early in the round prior. Nothing doing on this occasion though. Many a grenade can be thrown from where JKS is. Of course, he can keep the CTs honest as well. Can molly the CT side of mid from there. Well, both teams holding on to a lot of their utility at present. So this may be a late round. Some double peeks coming in from Hooksy and Nico. FaZe needs to be very, very careful indeed. Oh, Kito's back showing as well. Might not be the sharpest Anubis just yet, but FaZe will get the initial kill. Here comes the swing now. Needs help from his teammate. There it is. The trade might be enough. Hunter's not making his way in just yet, but he has taken down Tabson.
They've also got JKS coming in from below. It's going to make it awkward, but FaZe isolates another fight. Now G2 need to find their way in, finally finding that opener. The smoke drop should allow that bomb plant to be attempted. And there's no nades for Big, but they're still going to try and push the site.
Great flick from Searson. Makes it a 2 versus 1. Hunter needs headshots. He is solo in the smoke, and Crimbo will find him first. Big find their first round on the board.
Tabson just making sure that they remain calm. These rounds are a little chaotic right now, but I think Big are happy with how that one played out. The initial B hold looked like it could have been dicey, but I think FaZe did a solid job at being able to isolate a couple of those fights. You can see that Kito seems to be the initial man taking contact, and I think FaZe will be set up as the star rifler on that site. And that's what Big need from FaZe. That's what he's really been brought into the team to be. They want him to turn into a star player, so nice to see some impact from him. As for G2, they still have plenty of money for the buy in this one. They've had a pretty good start on their T side. Even that round was clearly competitive.
I think G2 saw a lot of opportunity towards the B bomb site with the angles that were being held by the CTs, how they were rotating around. They were showing a lot of skin.
It's so cool.
I wouldn't be surprised if we see G2 head there later on.
Double nades chucked onto Monacy there. A common position for the AWP to hold down towards Canals, and they just bombarded him. He's down to 5 health without seeing anyone. Searson's definitely an AWPer who's willing to play alone. We're going to see that here. Alone at mid. Gets the opener, but he's trapped by the flames.
Oh, he's missed a second flick. He had another 1v1, but won't win it. Hooksy just jumping in for the cause. Now Tabson, things will get awkward for him, and soon that smoke will be gone. How do Big respond? This control is getting somewhat uncomfortable now. Things are starting to move pretty quick. Nico won't spot a second one just yet, but he can pull his gun out just in time, or can he? Tabson and Crimbo will collect the bomb now on their side of mid. Slight advantage, very tense action in round 6, but there's more to come.
Hooksy making noise. 34 seconds, and JKS is still flanking through A, so Hooksy tries to go alone, and now JKS will be traded. Good rotation from Big, and they're starting to get themselves in the mood here on Anubis. I think Searson there, solo holding mid, did enough on the 1-for-1, and then Big rotate a couple of riflers into that position. A really cool way to play this round. You have the advanced mid player, and then you have a couple of players who can rotate quickly. And that's the other thing about Big. You have to always be aware that this team are always coming up with new nades, always coming up with new ideas. They almost got the opener in that round, straight up from a couple of nades on towards m0NESY.
Lots of volume in the Hall of Heroes early today. Love to see it. I'm sure that will continue as these teams get the best of each other. Big opportunity for CSGO there. But his team are able to fight back. And that was huge once they dropped the bomb in that position. That forced the hand of G2 and put them in a position now where they find themselves on a force by 2 Galils and some pistols. Nico has a deagle, one must note. We will see if he's able to do anything with it. They seem to be focused towards the A-bomb site right now. Again, looking forward to seeing if they go fishing for some ill-placed CTs towards B later on. Seems Hootsie will be entertaining in that respect. 3 players heavily defending the B bomb site, so perhaps there's opportunity on A. Start to see 3 players closing in now as Nico will stop and throw grenades soon enough. JKS with the opening frag, and Tabson's going to have a lot of work to do. Crimbo and Keto lost. Well, this one's collapsed very quickly indeed. G2 didn't have much to fight with here, but look what they've done.
Oh, it's a switch up from G2. We haven't really seen them commit to that A site in these gun rounds. And I feel like Crimbo commits to a position there that's just so wide and so out in the open. It was always going to be hard for him to fall back and play for time. Once he loses that first fight, it puts Big in a really precarious position. Nice adaptation here from G2, trying something slightly different. Big not ready to deal with it. Missed shot from CSGO on the exit. That's a shame for Big because they were just starting to get into the mood. You could hear it after the previous round. And then the wind just gets taken out of your sails.
Started moving before firing the shot. I think the crosshair was on, but the accuracy was not. 3-round leads now for G2. What a way to come back. A few M4s stolen in that round. Now the awkwardness moves over to the big side, but their spread will be a little bit better than we saw from G2 in the last round. Question is, what can they do with it? They're very well equipped, in fact. The AWP coming out for Keto. Interested to see how he chooses to use that. Absent with some fast grenades. Fast grenades from both sides, actually. And Nico is Wing all the way. Great Molotovs from G2. Early issues in mid for Big. Now, how do they defend this area? Smokes are up. Look how fast it is for G2. They're going for a split of the A-bomb site immediately, and there's barely any response to be had by Big. They're in trouble. The MP9 not quite working out. Tabson will drop the bomb, but the trades are here. The numbers game being abused by G2 on the A-bomb site.
So much solid utility from G2 towards mid. Just gets them all that real estate. And it means that A site is incredibly vulnerable. If you can get that far up mid that quickly, it's not easy for the CTs to respond. And m0NESY's had a little bit of a quiet start to the game, but not really needed in this round. It was his teammates, it was the pack players that made the difference in this one. And m0NESY will happily take an exit kill on top. This was a round where CSGO was playing the B site with the AWP instead of mid. So maybe that has something to do with why that mid control was established so easily for G2. I think in future, CSGO will definitely be switching up his spots. Sometimes will be playing towards mid. So that's where maybe he could have a chance to get an opening pick before all that aggression comes in. But looking pretty solid right now from G2. They've only played one official on Anubis back in December. Looks like they've done their homework, done their prep work on this map.
I think we saw double mollies in mid in that round, which will be interesting if the AWP chooses to stand and fight. There will be no backing down, forcing them to die on their sword. Smoke goes up, m0NESY now. Be hoping not to receive some more grenades coming his way.
It's the same setup from Big, but this time we get some B long aggression.
Ooh, that is a big chunk of damage on not one but 2 players with that HE grenade. You might see some blood as well. Now, Nico lurking there, what does that mean for the rest of the map in the eyes of Big? They have to know that there are numbers that will be abused somewhere else. Tabson trying to stand and fight. He's seen the bomb. He's overperformed there. He's found 2 and he still has support. They have to rescue the bomb now. m0NESY's got so much to do. 3 players defending this bomb. He's looking for the first one. He did spot the second. I'm sure he saw a shoulder. How did he find more? Oh, he's going for a fast flick there, but down he goes. NiKo with some nice taps, but that bomb still needs to be rescued regardless. JKS making his way into the bomb site, but he's going to have to go for a flank. And this is going to take some time.
JKS can be very good in these lurking positions, but NiKo taken out on the other side. And that really limits JKS's opportunities here. Bomb firmly in Big's control. And I think JKS might realize this is too far gone. Massive round here from Tabson. He has been very involved early in this. You can see, actually, he's died in almost every round so far. But he is a really solid individual. And got to remember, he's the caller for Big. In-game leading for the team. Definitely a big benefit to have. That was just crispy aim, honestly. He even had Keto backing him up on mid, rotating from B, but he just didn't need it.
That was utterly crucial for Big. And with 2 men invested in the push on the B bomb site to get the information again, NiKo so far back tells you that, all right, we're expecting numbers elsewhere. But he basically has to do it alone to secure those 2 frags there. And that is huge. NiKo knows what opportunity they had. Definitely numbers to abuse there with that push that came in on B. Didn't work out for them, though. Individual performance holding the torch for Big in that round. We see a timeout from G2, which will soon elapse. Hard for these teams to secure their economy. G2 needs to figure out what they do now in round number 10.
Yeah, I think for G2, it's maybe been a bit of a quiet start from NiKo. I'm only saying that because he was so strong in the first tournament of the year. His impact was incredible. And I really think NiKo can be in the running for the best player of this tournament. Simple's not been in his best form. I want to see NiKo showing up here. A slightly quiet start from him, but here's Searson again switching up his position. HooXi aware of the angle, and that's a fantastic pre-fire. And this A site is now under pressure.
They are moving in 2 versus 1 as Tabson has to do it again. Lucky to stay alive for now, forced to reposition. But how do you avoid the trade frag here? Can he find 2 again? He can! That's the bomb spotted as well. Full rotation coming in. They need to get that planted fast. 3 versus 3, plenty of util for both sides as well. Crimbo's pretty close, as is Keto. How do they clear these positions though? NiKo is on the lurk. He needs his teammates to stay alive so he can play off of them. They need to be the bait so he can clutch the round here. Crimbo and Faven trying to move together, but look how awkward these angles are for all concerned. You can see the silencer barrel. Just buy time for NiKo. They're lining up for him. Take a ticket. Just 1 serve, but maybe m0NESY will do the rest. Faven alone now, running out of bullets. Down to the USP Hunter, disengaging, and so will he.
NiKo only gets 1 on the flank, but I think m0NESY deserves a lot of credit there. He is a player who really plays ahead of his years, and you see that in that round. He knows he doesn't need to fight. He knows if he can just survive and keep those big players in that choke point, NiKo's flank is going to be devastating. And even if NiKo only gets 1 kill, it's enough of a distraction to cause some chaos for Big, make it really difficult for them on the retake. And again, shout out to HooXi, man. That entry, fantastic. He's having more and more impact as an individual. Got God B chatting to the team. He's already on the Hall of Heroes from back in the day when he was a player.
So glad he came back to us. It wasn't the same without him.
Such a calming presence. But he knows when he's got to be serious with his team too.
4-round lead for G2. Very back and forth affair so far. But the lion's share of the rounds are with the T side. Searson will be back with the AWP. Just 2 kills for him so far. Definitely being oppressed by the likes of G2. Heading towards the A bomb site. So HooXi just about saw his arm as he was positioning in that round prior. Great peek with the Gilil afterwards. Hunter going to get some cheap information here as well. He knows tabseN's around a door somewhere. Favin having a look as well.
tabseN again positioned towards mid if this push were to come through. He's been Big's best player by far so far. It looks like G2 are keeping their options open, and they have switched it up recently. They've been starting to move towards this A site, and they've been finding that one entry that makes all the difference. And you can see CSGO here in a somewhat committed position. You may have the cover, but if you get mollied, you've got to be very careful here.
Now he can reposition, take a shot and fall back. Keep an eye on the shadows here. There we go. Slight warning for him. Makes things just a little easier. He knows one's gone past, chooses to stand his ground. Down he goes. Has he done enough? Has he bought enough time? Perhaps he has. We can see Crimbo's holding an off angle. Maybe he swings with his teammates. JKS considering his options with the weaponry on the floor around him. And Crimbo avoids the molly. Do they realize it did not spread as much as they were expecting? tabseN, a hard man to frag at the moment. m0NESY, the last one to fall now. Crimbo bided his time and was able to pull the last kill through. Big surviving with 4 players, much needed as well.
Yeah, much more solid A-site hold this time round. Even if CSGO only gets a couple of kills, he also buys a good bit of time to make sure his team are in a good position. CSGO is an AWPer who I feel like plays completely alone, almost more than any other AWPer I see. Big will sometimes just send him on T side, completely by himself. He's very comfortable playing solo, which I think is a nice asset to have for Big.
Watch his demos, guys. Great AWPer to watch demos of. tabseN really has the hardest job in the server at the moment, and he has delivered time after time. Again, G2 trying to make a fast play. We've got mollies flying in from all kinds of angles. Now, what is the next move for G2? They've taken mid control. Half of it smoked off, though, and again, tabseN will be baited by Nico. The traders here, and that gives the real estate away. Crimbo's got so much to do. They're coming in from 2 angles, and he's only good for 1. Favin's quite close. Hooksy's dropped. That's huge for the map control. The bomb's not planted just yet, so there are issues here for G2. JKS holding the high grounds now. Swinging. Favin entertaining, running out of bullets, though. The transfer. Oh, no, never mind. That's m0NESY. 1v1 now. JKS low versus CSGO with the AWP just jiggling, looking for the information. I think he's found it now. 20 HP, JKS. CSGO continues to move forward. JKS has fallen back completely. Oh, the molly might just be enough. What does JKS do? He's gone through it just in time. CSGO may have no idea. Now he knows the USP could be enough if he can find him. He's being so patient, but he's got to get back to the bomb in time. Oh, he's just about found it. He almost ran past it. Will he have the time, though? I think he will. There we go. Down to the last player.
So calm from CSGO there. I'd have definitely rushed that. But he just knows he's got enough time. He makes sure that he doesn't overextend, especially when JKS is desperately spamming that smoke. You can just sneak up on him and get that freebie. Again, not a bad call from G2. They're getting into decent post plants. But I think it was the rotate arriving from Big just in time that made an all-important difference in that round. G2 down to pistols again. Big have been pushed to the limit in a lot of these rounds, but they're just doing enough to hold on. And now they'll finally see the reward of that against this weakened buy from G2.
These fast plays up mid are really interesting. G2 definitely putting Big in a difficult situation.
Ooh.
tabseN is doing really well, all things considered in that regard. Desert Eagles for G2. See if they're able to do any damage or more. None of them have the bomb at present. But they'll be waiting around for a while now with these smokes up. Or will they? Okay, wow. Right, CSGO. Very good, very good. Just going for damage now, I think. Okay, the bomb has been collected, actually. And with all the action on B, maybe there is a timing to perhaps get a 1v1 on A.
Got to rely on JKS landing some stunning shots if they want that to happen.
Got to press QQ, keep the deagle fresh.
Saw JKS get the ace in the pistol. So he has been showing his form, but not this time. Ooh, Nico getting involved on the Deeg. Said earlier, he's definitely got a damn good Deeg on him. Ooh, almost another opportunity, but there's no time here. Really needs to make sure he dies so that he gets that losing bonus. And that will come through. Big recovering well right now on Anubis. Looks like this map pick has got some sauce behind it.
Just a few rounds left in this first half. We'll see who leads at halftime. The AKs are coming out for G2. All M4s for Big. We're enjoying the luxury of the AKs earlier on, but it really is a war of attrition from round to round here. Now, what kind of pace will G2 try to set with their utility? 4 smoke grenades for the 5 players. Searson getting very cheeky indeed in the mid position now. Have a go hero, you might say. Slight gap in the smoke as well, just inviting somebody to make a mistake. It'll be fun to see what he does in the T side as well.
Yeah, absolutely. The T side from Searson is wild sometimes with some of the solo plays he makes. Seeing this default from G2, Nico is very often playing towards B long. And I think in a lot of the recent rounds, he hasn't been able to get as involved because of that. But in this round, it looks like G2 are grouping up in the mid round. And in the recent rounds, G2 have been loving this A site. They're going back here again, and this time, it's Crimbo with the rifle on the site. And he did have a hard time holding this previously.
He could have help soon because there are 2 players in mid. He drops the first one. They're starting to shoulder peek now. A little jiggling from G2, stuck in the choke point. And now Searson will see 3 and take 1 down. Tabson's here as well. Keto for the last one. A nice cleanup from Big. Had 2 plays in mid at the right time for the faster rotation. Saved the day on A.
Yeah, Big are keeping this mid control much more effectively now. And the site anchors have got some good utility timings. You saw there, the smoke was up. And G2, they'd already used a lot of their utility into the site. They just didn't really have the flashes into the site that made the difference. You saw Crimbo was still able to get a kill while blind. And then all those rotating players come through. Last round of the half, Big with a great chance to take the lead here against the low buy. And Searson's already got the opener.
Oh, make it 2. Wow, this is collapsing very quickly indeed. Crimbo, that's an impressive smoke. When they really need some timing, well, they found a gap through the smoke now. They've got to commit to this. They have to gamble. They don't really have the choices left. Tabson's going to eat the flashbang big time. He has no idea where he is. But the cavalry is here already. Faven and Searson posted up, looking for the double pick. This time he misses, but Faven's here to clean up. And that will be a 1-round lead for Big. A recovery after losing some rounds early. Very close at halftime. We'll see if anybody pulls away after the break. it couldn't be closer at half-time. Big lead by 1. 8-7 over G2 in the first half pistol. JKS found himself an ace. I don't know what to expect of this half, let alone this pistol round as well.
Yeah, Big closing out the half with 5 rounds in a row to come in with the lead. And from G2, we haven't really seen their stars show up so far. Considering we haven't seen Nico and m0NESY hitting the level we know they can, it's not a bad half from G2, but I'd like to see more from their star players heading into this CT side.
Some grenades offered towards B.
This might have to be a retake setup on B. Hunter here alone, he has the kit. He might just play for a single frag.
Yeah, they have a smoke and 2 flashes. No defuse kit though on G2. They will have to disengage for now. Bomb planted. What is your play, G2? Does Hunter go for a smoke on the bomb? Surely not. Let's see what they do. m0NESY starting to move forward, clearing bit by bit. Edging ever closer to the site. When do the shots start rattling off, though? Haven't seen much just yet. Flashes are in, and m0NESY is out. JKS trying to swing, but tabseN has the angles. Seems like Big have got themselves a crossfire. What? They're both running out of bullets. Even the Glock CSGO trying to just hide his butt in the corner, and he'll be able to do that. Surviving with 2 HP, and Big make it to 9.
I love the reaction from God B, almost looking over, I assume at Nico, and saying, "What are you doing, mate? How do you not get that kill?" And G2 are feeling it right now. You can see it on their faces. 6 rounds in a row for Big. They are starting to believe that this Anubis pick could be the answer for them in this series.
And you can see what it means to them, because I couldn't tell you the last time they took a map off of G2, and they feel like they can do it here. Their body language tells you that. They've gone for a force buy though, G2. Nico Deagle alert. Hunter on CZ. Love to see me a CZ these days. Used to hate its guts, but there goes the scout in the hands of HooXi. Landed a headshot on tabseN though. And there is a rifle to be collected by CSGO, surely. Indeed, he will collect it, drop the MAC-10 on the floor. Hunter may be considering going a bit further forward as noise has been cut. Plenty of time for Big to wait, however. There's a quick look. His back is not covered, so he needs to consider his options here.
Kovac cousins together on the B-bomb site now. Nico arriving to help Hunter out. And he'll get that scout into his hands. I almost want him to stick with the Deeg, though.
Agree.
Yeah, he knows. He's feeling it.
He's found a second smoke grenade as well. Let's bear in mind the time on the clock here. As long as they can keep dark, he could put Big into a really bad situation. Very forward smoke as well, putting himself at maximum advantage. So they are slowly edging away, but there are still 2 players on A very forward, so they can get that early info potentially and really play the time. Big could be in trouble. I am very concerned with this clock. They're moving through mid, though. They could go anywhere at this point.
That'll be interesting to see where they end up in this one. 23 seconds. It's got to be a solid site take. m0NESY. Oh, so quick on the first shot. And now he's going to reposition. Where's the bomb going? 10 seconds. It's going nowhere.
There's no good option for them. I think they might be giving up on this one. What a disaster. That second smoke grenade from Nico, the presence of mind, the awareness, absolutely ruin the timing. And that will be a false step for Big. They'll try to not give up too many more rifles.
There we go. There we go.
Give it.
Where you at, Gob?
Yeah, he's hiding. He's trying to hide.
Hiding behind the admin.
He's waiting for the glass to go back up again.
Oh, man. m0NESY's so quick, man. That's the perfect angle to have m0NESY on because his reactions are very fast. He's always going to get a shot off at a minimum, even if he isn't always 100% accurate. And now for Big, FaZe's got an AK, the rest of the team not with a great deal to work with, and the utility is not great here for Big. That's a bit of a shame. That could be an issue for them on their mid-take. They've beaten the smoke, though. Nico.
Sound cues.
Oh, no.
I'd like to understand that they were on his left there. Now we have some problems. Opportunity for Big. As you can see, they're trying to swarm with these numbers. Slowed down somewhat. The utility will certainly help as well. How about that timing for a smoke? Separating the players through the smoke. They go into the waiting hands of JKS, who just adds to his tally. 17 kills for the man now. Just one shy of tabseN. Strong response for G2 there.
Savagery on the server from JKS, stopping them in their tracks. You can see the ability for these teams on CT side to have the quick response to mid. It is quite a dynamic position on the map. G2 had a nice response in that one. So looking good for G2 to get themselves back into the lead. I like to think that Big always have some sort of sneaky strat in mind. They are that kind of team that nerds out. But I don't know if they're practicing for 5 Glock rounds, to be honest. There you go, Nico.
Perfect warm-up for him. That's the man you want delivering those kind of kills. Exquisite with the M4A4. I pretty much stayed with that the entire time everybody was using the silencer, and now I've switched because I can't shoot anymore. So I need the quietness so I can try and fix stuff.
You're that guy.
I'm incompetent on the server these days. 10-9.
Wow. Big had enough money to get AKs here, but they wouldn't have had the full utility. So it looks like they're actually going with the Tech 9s instead. This allows good utility in this round and a great buy coming up. But we've also got to see what these pistols can do. I'll be surprised if their utility will allow them to get some fast plays off.
Tabson just did a marathon with that Molotov.
Yeah, it's a long lineup.
And let's not forget the plays we saw from G2 through that mid position on the T side. We're waiting to see what executes Big may have built since they were last on Anubis.
JKS has got to know this is coming. They've pushed all the way out through A. Needs to be ready on this B site. And now he's got Hunter here to help.
Still unknown about mid,
nice,
because Nika's had to go so far back, but they will start to stream in. Now the flashbang is perfect though, but JKS will avoid it. He will be traded, however. Hunter having to fall back now. Use that smoke as a wall, but Nico is here as well. That means bad news for Big. Bomb dropped, and now Searson is alone. No bomb plant coming his way. Instant trade. They've got 2 frags on their half-buy, but no bomb plants.
Solid round from G2. I think you see the value Hunter brings to the team there. He's just very reliable, and I think very happy to fill in and rotate around the map. Just gets the 1 kill and makes sure that he then comes into play once his teammates arrive. You see Nico getting activated. The smoke landing in the molly was a bit of a shame for Big. It gave that little gap that Nico was able to work with. But this is what Big saved for. They wanted the full buy for a reason. Oh, m0NESY almost getting that early pick. He's going to have to come back now because this boost is against him. Searson, a little lucky to get out of there alive.
I love the aggression this map encourages. Wild plays from both sides, full confidence. Minute 30 on the clock. Hooksy, if he continues, could find himself at a bad angle. Sound cues for the opponent as well, but no surprise to find a CT there. They don't know it's a sniper. They may soon find out. Indeed, they do. Down goes Keto, opening frag in around 1 minute 10 on the clock. Still Big around this bomb site, pushing through the smoke no less. Hold on a second. Can he find anything else, Favant? There are more CTs here, and he's gone even further. He's flanking them. They've got no idea. Hooksy's dropped as well. And m0NESY will trade. Somehow G2 have a man advantage. Bomb being collected, but Crimbo just about finds Nico in no man's land. There's action everywhere.
And there's still time for Big. They don't have to commit to that B site. If I were G2, I would be thinking that was a guaranteed B play with how deep Fathom was, with all the utility. But now Big have that opportunity to slow things down. They're not going to A, though. They're coming back to B. They're about to walk into both of these CTs.
The trades. Can he bait the shot from m0NESY, Crimbo? He has to bait the shot. The molly! The molly! The molly and the bullet, they'll combine and do enough damage. Rescues the AWP as well. These rounds are so unpredictable, and there's so many more to come.
That is such a weird 2v2. How often do you see that in a 2v2, where they both just end up running at each other as a tag team? Favon did a fantastic job here, sneaking all the way into the B site. He caused a lot of the chaos early.
These rounds are on a knife edge. Absolutely crazy stuff that we are seeing. G2 with a thin lead at present. They haven't bought anything just yet, but they've got plenty of money for now. Timeout has come and gone by Big. Now let's see what these guys have to offer. Big are going to have to spread their money carefully. They may be a little short here in terms of utility. They will go for Galils, so they're able to do their executes. They've always got the nerd smokes as well. I do wonder if there was something deliberate there for Favin to creep through into the bomb site. G2 will definitely wonder that themselves. So we'll find out, as there's plenty of action to come. Searson again heading towards that mid position.
Not going for the double AWP setup this time on G2. They decide that reinvestment would be too large. Now m0NESY's falls back on mid. Oh, and he looks away at just the wrong time. Searson with the confident wide swing. Here's some B long aggression from G2. This is something they like to do pretty often on their CT side. They'll get a bit of information, and they might use that to try and take a risk. See if they can stack elsewhere. See if that information will be wise for them, or if it will betray them. They're actually leaving the B site wide open. This is a big gamble from G2, but the info play might have paid off. They've got so many players ready in position towards A, but Big remain undecided. Ooh, Searson on a tight angle again. Not able to get the opener. Now G2, I think, are realizing they need to send some players back to B. It's a no-scope!
And he knows
way.
there's a second one there, which means the rest of his team are in a 4 versus 2 wherever they choose to go, if he can keep that guy in the mid position. Instant confidence now for Big as G2 try to defend. Down goes Hunter. The numbers are here. JKS have got so much to do. Overwhelming though, they just keep coming. And now the score is tied.
Oh, Nico must be so frustrated. Searson was taking so many pot shots at mid. You feel like you've got him. But Searson able to adjust, and then Big, despite running towards the stack, just win so many of those fights. They're so quick to trade off the back of each other. And again, this is Searson completely alone, kind of what I was talking about. It's so wild to me that they can just put him in those positions and he stays comfortable.
Man like Searson, using the AWP as a golf club at short range. Looks like it could be a fast one. And you can see on the radar that G2 are on somewhat of an expedition. But Big they should go into this with good timing, although the last man may get caught. Oh, be careful. There's the bomb carrier. You can't stand it. You've got to fall back, Searson. You've got the bomb. Keto can pick up the slack. Don't run out of bullets, though. 2 men to support now. Position is secure. So Big on the way to taking the lead over G2, but I don't think anything is guaranteed in this map of Anubis between these two teams. They would love to finally take a map off of G2.
And there is something to the fact that Big played in that play-in. I feel like G2 are not at their best right now at the start of this map. They don't look like they're fully warmed up. I would normally expect to see a couple of rounds where Nico just kind of wins around by himself. I would normally expect to see some crazy shots from m0NESY. Both of those players with a negative KD right now. It's actually JKS who's been topping the charts for G2. tabseN's had so much impact for Big. I mean, throughout that CT side, he was instrumental in mid. Big part of why they have a 12-1 lead here. Now, G2 will have a buy of sorts in this round. I'm definitely keeping an eye on Big's buy as well, though, because you can see Favin has decided to stick with that MAC-10, even though they have money for an AK. So maybe this is a round where we see something slightly faster.
Is it a faster play through mid, or is it a lurk play through a smoke somewhere?
They might even go for a just full-on site execute. I feel like they haven't really run those. The previous round they did, but in the gun rounds, maybe an early B-site play could be something that catches G2 off guard right now.
Well, they're all facing the same way, Big, and they're all running the same way as well. So you might be right in that respect. Heading straight towards the B bomb site. Flashbangs lined up already. m0NESY is going to say hello to Faven. That's an early warning system. m0NESY, what are you doing? He's surely done enough. Hunter taking angles now. Down goes Crimbo. The bomb's fully committed. They are getting utterly deleted. m0NESY, right play, right time, right player as well. Searson in a 1 versus 4. And Hunter's going to come through. Shotgun mode, not going to work this time. m0NESY, where does that second frag come from? That's the m0NESY space program for Big right there. They got launched into space. My God.
That's why people love to watch m0NESY, man. He's got some of the fastest flicks in the West. Oh. And it's a round where G2 actually start with 3 on B. They haven't had too many setups like that. But they get one at the right time, and look at what it means for Big. A half buy in this round. Just the 1 AK picked up. m0NESY's here again!
Missed the first one and the second one. This time it won't work out, but the lineup for HooXi and Hunter will certainly help. The Mac-10 running out of bullets, down to the clock now. Shotgun mode for HooXi, the flick for Searson. Another hold. That's a great confidence boost for G2 as well. We've seen the frustration that they've had in rounds prior. 2 rounds, 2 fast rounds like that, and suddenly they're in the lead.
HooXi takes a look at the m0NESY play from the previous round and says, you know what? I'm going to do that too, but I'm going to do it better. Quad kill on the AWP for HooXi. Love to see that. The secondary AWP having huge impact on the hold. It's so funny how you just get a repeat of the previous round, and this time, m0NESY can't hit either shot. But it's still good enough for G2, and now we get some early mid-aggression. That nade is on the money.
Smell you later, Keto. Great combo with the flash. G2 in the driving seat. Sending Big through the windshield in the last 2 rounds. Let's see what JKS's timing is like. There is a 2-man setup here, so he may not jiggle peek at all. Hello, says Crimbo. JKS not making a play just yet. His timing is absolutely perfect. Big are falling to pieces now. They are broke if they lose this round. 2 versus 5, they probably will. Is this the beginning of the end of the road? No answer to that. Can't really pick up the bomb either. That will give his position away. Late resurgence from G2 on Anubis, just when you thought it was safe for Big to take a map off of G2. Things are dramatically different now.
Yeah, you can see the comfort coming back for G2. NiKo happy to go for that mid-aggression off the back of the smoke. Maybe that's a play you don't make if you've been losing a few more rounds. And that B setup was lovely. I love that m0NESY rotates over in time to help JKS in that position. Because I feel like JKS, when you're playing that spot, he kind of wants someone else to take first contact. And then you see JKS's swing was timed with the molly of m0NESY. So if there is someone in that position, they're going to be running away from the molly, and JKS is going to have a field day. And Faven, uh-oh, they're hunting. Oh, it's after time. Faven with a little less money than everyone else, but honestly, it doesn't even make a massive difference. Everyone on Big is broke.
Timeout from Big. They have $2,500-ish. And G2 are 1 round away from game point on the pick that Big were expecting to win. Now, it felt like Big maybe were closer to the victory on for a fair amount of time. Let's not forget that run towards the end of the last half. The beginning of this one feels like an eon away with the rounds we've recently seen from G2.
You can't even invest much here for Big with your loss bonus if you want a full buy in what could be your last round when you're facing 15. I think we'll see a little investment into some nades and pistols, but not a great deal else.
This pick has felt slightly uncomfortable for G2. So if they win this, just like the sheer confidence for the rest of the series as well, doesn't bode well for Big.
I'm glad to see Big try and test G2's map pool on some of their slightly less comfortable maps, but G2 have just done enough right here. And they're starting to have some of their players show up when needed. Look at this from Hunter. Very far forward. Honesty is the man right now, though. Farming frags. Finally misses one opportunity. This is another, but I think he will be fine. He's got the assistance. And G2 have that 15th round. Big putting up a good fight, but they need to dig deep now. 3 in a row required for overtime. At least they saved enough money to have a good buy here, though. I think I heard Hooksy there suggesting something to the team.
One Galil out, one sacrifice for the grenades for Big. Well then, they need 3 in a row. Otherwise, the experiment has failed, and it's back to the drawing board versus G2. Double AWPs are out. Hooksy, he's had the flicks today. This will be a dangerous one. Nico lurking in the mid position. No sprays coming from Big just yet. They've got to be real careful now.
Yeah, I'm glad it's a slower start here from Big. You've got to get rid of Nico in this position, but the flash is fantastic. Keto able to trade one back. So not a bad start here for Big. They've still got to deal with JKS if they want to move into mid.
Keto on the rope, 22 HP with the bomb. Hasn't jumped off just yet, though. Now falls back to the rest of the team. Who knows what lies for him below. 1 minute on the clock. 2 CTs per site, more or less. Quick rotation to get a second one on A. And m0NESY has a very forward angle. Wherever Big go, the first man in's probably going to fall. Although, as we can see on the radar, a third player has headed towards the A bomb site. Hunter is alone, focusing on long B. But Hooksy's made his way back.
Hunter can now fully focus on Sewer. Incendiary well timed here, 23 seconds, and Big have just used some nades of their own. It's a 3B stack for G2 now.
That timing is absolutely impeccable. Mollies are up, but so are the angles for G2. The spread is here. There is a team kill. Keto is low, and that's going to be that. G2 survived the test, and they take a Nubis.
Solid stuff here from G2. They didn't look at their best, but they grind out a win on Big's map pick. And now they have an excellent opportunity to take this series 2-0. It's Inferno coming up next, but first, we'll get the thoughts of the desk.
He finds the perfect time to get into the action. Down the B ramp, 2 kills by himself, low HP at the end, but he'd already done his job by that point.
A back and forth affair on Anubis, but G2 proved to be too much for Big to handle. Now down a map, the Big clan have to be worried about this series, but for G2, the flags are flying high.
It's flying high, and look, listen, for the side of Big, them picking Anubis, I don't think it was a big surprise for us. It's a map that they're trying to kind of make it it's their core map, so to speak, with the removal of Dust 2 and whatnot. And the first half, I felt like they actually had G2's number, right? G2, they had some miraculous rounds. The first round, for example, once again, winning the pistol Yanko. JKS off to a blazing start there. But for G2, the one thing they struggled with against Vitality, it was basically very simple. Early Bs or slightly delayed A takes. And what they found out against Big, well, hey, they had that one round, they went fast mid, like there's a possible hole here which can exploit. And the final 5 or 6 rounds, they kept going for the same thing again and again. Good adaptation from Big on the CD side. You get 7-8 rounds on the CD side, you feel like you've done the job. But on the T side, that was a little lacking.
Yeah, we even saw in the first half, G2 win a gun round by that fast mid take that also, you know, Big tried to replicate in their own vein. But yeah, absolutely. Again, the good starts, it has to be said, you know, JKS kicked it off with an ace in the pistol. But I think even more importantly, the clutch in the second round, because that was a USP eco from Big that they went for the stack, and you feel like Tabson has great timing. And I don't know, man, JKS, like, he just has a sixth sense for these things. Like, he turns, I don't think Tabson even made a sound cue, but he sort of just reacted at a good moment. And I feel like that's one of the main reasons when you look at player performance or on the server why G2 is in, you know, championship level form, is the resurgence of JKS, so to speak, right? Like, not in a sense that he has 30 kills every map, but that in his role, he's really delivering like we were used to seeing from him, you know, when he was lighting it up in Renegades and Extremum after that, in terms of being a really good anchor on the CT side, good at clutching, and on the T side, just being a safe pair of hands. You look at that pistol ace, it's mostly just trading, right? And reacting and being very sharp, and, you know, a couple of clutches, as I already said. And yeah, I think if he continues to play on this level, it's going to be a very good year for G2.
It seems like it just might be the other side of the coin. You know, maybe some concerns here for Big. But one of the things that saw through, some star opping presence coming through from G2. I think we've got a round here really showing the prowess of the opping. No, it's not Monacy. It's not Monacy. It's one little Giga Chad.
This is such a strange round. Okay, let's not get you know what? Let Giga Chad die in 2022. Yeah, step away from that. That was a bit of a weird round. The previous round, Monacy had a great from the same position. He had a great round. He got 2 kills, combat opping towards the B entrance. And now you know the money's not that great for the side of Big. It's going to be mainly pistols and whatnot. And he still goes for that position towards jail, which is a very one and done.
It's a questionable decision.
Very questionable decision. Completely whiffs it. And Hooksy's like, well, you know, I'm going to op as well.
Well, also imagine the shock of Big seeing 2 ops on the same side to some extent as well. And Hooksy gets a collateral first and then a no-scope.
And then a flick shot.
So that's also pretty frustrating for Big. But, you know, Searson had one of those on Nico, I think, in the first half as well. So Hooksy just evened it out.
I think the good... I'm glad you touched on Searson as well. I think the one good thing is, like, we know that Searson has always been has his ups and downs. In the previous event as well, for the side of Big, he was pretty decent. And the fact that over here, he was able to have so much of playmaking ability, so to speak, seemingly single-handedly, I think does bode well for Big down the line.
It certainly does. And speaking of key factors for Big, theirs was a little bit missing. Their player to watch now features in our Air Force Aim High head-to-head. Keto didn't have his day here on Anubis. Nico, very solid on the other side of things.
Yeah, this is the worry we had, right? We picked on Keto saying, listen, his performance in the play-ins where he was completely lights out is not something he's going to be able to replicate. And unfortunately, it just wasn't good enough here. Maybe if he was able to perform at, I don't know, 70% of what we did in the play-ins, we might have seen potentially a different result here.
And Tabson did step up in his stead, but again, you look at G2, right? The lowest ADR was Hooksy at 69, highest was JKS with 79. So pretty evenly spread across the board, and that's what you want to see. You know, that's when a team is firing on all cylinders. Everyone's executing their role, everyone's doing their job, and it wasn't the same case for Big in this one.
Well, let's go down to the sidelines where we've got James Banks standing by to give us an update.
That's right. I was able to catch up with G2 Swanee after they won, and I want to just touch on the Anubis thing, because obviously they were going to be picked by Big here. What ended up happening, he was saying they've been practicing a hell of a lot every day, at least one practice game on it. They feel very ready for it. They knew it was something that had come up not just against Big, but many other teams. And he also said they just had to get used to the surroundings, get used to the event here to start off with, which obviously Big has already been used to. But he feels comfortable, he feels confident, and he said if God B is going to talk smack, well, he's going to talk it back. I like it. Darth, back to you.
If God B talks smack, he'll talk it right back.
Gobi might talk smack, but I know he's also extremely respectful of G2 and their players. During media day, I did this, what's the util thing with them, and actually with Big Gob and Crimbo. And actually the example was G2 was playing against, I don't remember who, on Inferno, which is the next map. And Gob was saying, he thinks Hunter is the best rotation player in the world on the map, that he's very good. So you can tell, he's been watching them play on the map, probably trying to, see some things for their own team. So I think they're pretty familiar with how G2 approaches this map. They obviously play them on it. I think they expected the pick too. So we'll see if they could have come up with something to, stop G2. But here is where you talk a little bit more about Nico, because in Banana, he's been tremendous on the T side, putting pressure, finding openings, and, you need to come up with an answer for that if you're big.
Oh, absolutely. And when it comes to, the maps you're going to be seeing G2 pick, right, it's either going to be Nuke or Inferno. Now, big, we know them down in Flex's 7 map pool. It's kind of like a poison chalice sort of affair where, okay, we're going to ban Nuke, they're going to pick Inferno. We're going to ban Inferno, they're going to pick Nuke. And Inferno, even though big have played, I think, but quite recently as well, quite a number of times, but they've lost it 4 times in a row. So no matter how much prep time you've put in on that, it is G2 are ridiculous on that map alongside Nuke as well. So I think, I don't know, man, it's going to require a bit of a miracle if you ask me.
I think we're starting to feel which way you guys are leaning, but I want to try and swing it back the other way. If there's a world where Big gets back into this, what's going to be the key? How do they make it a competition here on Inferno?
I think you heard Nico, he said he's comfortable playing against Big. Why? Because Big is a team that does things sort of by the book, right? And I feel like if you're an underdog, especially on this map, you need to think out of the box a little bit, right? So whether that's, overloading sites at the start of the round, you want to fight for the Banana, send 4 guys there, right? Spend all your nades, make Nico think if he's the Banana player that you used up all your nades and you have 2 players with full utility to defend against the execute. Something along those lines. You need to take risks, you need to make gambles, you need to make the game not make sense for G2, right? And confuse Hooksy as the caller and the team, so they're really not sure what's going on. Because I feel like if you still try to play by the book and, go step by step, G2 is just better than you on this particular map, where it's probably not going to work out.
I also feel like you could, I agree with you as well, but at the same time, you could also have a game plan, so to speak, where you kind of know, for example, let's say G2's T side, you know what Justin's going to be, you know what JK is going to be towards apartments. You can have a dedicated game plan to kind of remove him from the equation as well, right? So you can have multiple ways to approach it. It's not like G2 are flawless, so to speak. Individually, they looked a little shaky as well initially on that map. We didn't see players like Nico and Monacy as well, a couple of uncharacteristically missed shots as well. There is an avenue available. The thing is, do Big have that in their mind?
Well, they'll try and find whatever rust may still exist on this G2 team, but it's looking pretty dang lethal. We'll see if G2 can close it out into after this.
Man.
Yeehaw.
Hey, man.
You love it, you wear it.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
The bell tolls for Cologne. This cathedral, a cathedral that is stacked from the earth to the heavens with the greatest of all the fans, the most passionate.
All right, welcome to an episode of What's the Util. I'm YNK, and I'm here with guys from Big, Gob B, the coach, Crimbo, the player, and we're going to go through a round here on Inferno between G2 and Navi and look at some of the utility that they've used. So let's kick it off.
Who wins this round wins almost 2 rounds. No. It looks like they happened a lot in this game already. Now I think it's like the standard gameplay, exchange for banana fighting. Monesi sees something, rotates early. It's a little bit on his shoulder, I would say, because everyone else almost has MP9.
Towards A, it's just a normal thing. They
Mollied apps early. They smoked long now. CT smoked.
Yeah, they tried to block.
This time they went through the mid smoke. I think it's not that common. Do you feel that sometimes, you know, we see here at the start of the round as well the molly for boiler, right? I feel like that's something that was, it's there for a long time.
It's absolutely useless, yes.
But yes, exactly, right? Like how, do you think that's something that is, I don't know how to call them, legacy utility that people just are so used to throwing, but they don't really think, you know, that could be probably much more useful in a different scenario. How often do you see that peak happen anymore?
Anymore, not that much. And even in the time when they was a little bit popular to make this peak, also very rarely, of course, because how often should an AWP or an M4 peak there? So it's overused for sure.
Just, you know, show us the exactly like which ones we mean when it comes to the molly first.
You can see Bit throwing this Molotov. The thing is, so you can see he would have gotten it again for free, but it's like some players is very important for them to feel secure. Even if they know these things, they will not many people will catch me off guard or try to catch me off guard. And this is an important thing. Sometimes you need to let players kind of waste their equipment to at least feel secure, that they don't need to think about this.
To be more confident.
Yeah, exactly. To be more confident. But if you look like me from above, then it's a mistake, because 19 out of 20 rounds, there will no one peak. And if then still he doesn't need to kill you every time. So this is the first thing I would show. And the second thing is, it's like very, very common thing. And this is also shown that Hunters maybe like one of my favorite players. The reason is exactly like this. He understands right now that Monesi, as I said before, rotate, and Monesi rotates from CT. That if someone is close banana or getting control next, that they don't hear him. So he rotates from CT. That I would say a normal, not high-class equipment player would maybe smoke off now, because he's kind of afraid, but you need to see it from the point of view of Na'Vi. They don't know where Monesi is right now.
Great info from God B. Question is, how can he enable his team to abuse said information, as of course we find ourselves on Inferno? A question that will be answered as we go through this map. Big will be starting on the CT side as well. Now, they need to turn things around. There was some body language towards the end of that last game that said, well, we needed that map. Now they need to do it the hard way.
Yeah, I think so often in CS, if you're the best team in the world on Inferno, you can be in the running to be the best team in the world full stop, because everyone is willing to play this map, and it has been a real strength for G2 recently. They've won 6 Inferno maps in a row, including the previous time they played against Big, and G2 just have so many weapons that work together well on this map. Nico on Banana is definitely someone to watch. He can entry like crazy there and have incredible impact. But I think just everything falls into place on this map for them. As Godby was saying, Hunter is the rotator, loves to just fill in where he's needed. JKS gets to play over in the apartments. It's a well-structured map, and G2 are a well-structured team. So I think it suits them well. I think they're big favorites here. But as Ades said, maybe Big can try and make this game a little chaotic, and that's got to be their way into this one.
A map with many, many years of history. While Anubis was just starting, we are deep into Inferno. But for this vacuum of this series, we are just at the beginning. JKS running hot is something which Big will fear. With the prowess on the team overall, JKS at his peak as well, it is not going to be easy. Nico will have a P250 once again. No Julies in this pistol round. I've seen a lot of them in the last few days. I'll see if he's able to find any one-shots here, as he's going to be left to try and find out what might be happening towards the B bomb site. As we can see, Big are very expectant towards this A area. 3 players in the apartments for G2 looking to burst. Hunter's the man with the smoke and the flash. Nico still fishing for the time being. Serving a decoy. No response from Big beyond Keto just repositioning on B, though.
Single flash at the ready from Hunter to prepare this apartment's pop. They're already going to go out early, and Hooksy gets an initial entry. He gets 3 kills on the entry, flicking back and forth like a madman. And Big had the perfect read, but apparently Hooksy's just better.
Just rising now. What is the ceiling for Hooksy? Keto see Nico, so maybe get something out of this. Now, is he going for the 1 versus 5? Is he going all the way?
They've actually pushed 2 players up Banana, but I think they're fine. Keto doesn't think he can go for it, and he's probably not expecting this. Oh dear.
They're expecting him to save his Kevlar. They haven't seen much of him. Shot Nico in the back of the head. Great awareness from G2. That just shows how sharp they are coming into this second map of the series. Not allowing Big anything for free. Have a look at this from Hooksy. Initially avoiding the flashbangs. First one in, delivers almost all of the kills. m0NESY stealing that 4th one.
He can't quite believe it himself. That second kill was so quick. Got a rare UMP on the server from Hunter. Don't see that often nowadays. There was a time period where the UMP was so strong. I remember it was used so much. I think it was maybe 2016.
Since they adjusted the UMP so they increased the damage fall off at range, people just abandoned it. I don't know even know how much investigation was done into it. Might be the right tools for the job. Got to be careful about shooting your teammate in the back of the head. Not too useful. Keto with 1 USP now. Weapons will be protected as they spot the last one. Oh, hold on a second. All right, well, 3 players lost, but those bunches can be dangerous. Another round in the bag. Won't be too concerned with the players that were lost.
Yeah, again, Big proving they have a real knack for some of these low buy rounds. Still able to do reasonable damage. Has been so nice seeing the progression of Hooksy on this G2 team. When he first came in, there were so many questions about his individual level. Can he frag enough? Can he have enough impact? And he's still making sure to set up his teammates well, but we're just seeing more and more rounds where he gets 1 important kill at the right time. And if he can do that, there's so much firepower on the rest of the team. He's going to set them up well. Here's an early banana take, and B is very vulnerable right now for Big.
Yeah, they had 2 swing players who quickly went back towards A, maybe not having all the grenades coming their way that they were expecting. So indeed, Keto has to be real patient here. A test of nerves early as G2 are trying to bait a response from Big, but look at all the utility they have. And again, we saw Godby talking about G2 on Inferno earlier on. We know they do the research. These guys are massive nerds when it comes to Counter-Strike. So surely they've seen this before. They don't take the bait at all towards B. You have to respect that.
And G2 will just leave Nico over there while the rest of the team group into top mid. But look at the mollies! Hooksy can't get out alive. Excellent timing for the counter utility. But I wonder if that just forces G2 back to B. The bomb goes back to Banana. That might give them a chance to get a pretty easy bomb plant here.
Dry peaks coming through, but it's Nico. Galil AK doesn't really matter. It's still going to be dangerous. There's a lot happening along at the same time. Flash off the position, and there will be no challenge on the bomb site itself. HE towards that default position. That will be good for about 50 damage. Surely he's just waiting for the beeps, but they're not planting just yet. 20 seconds now. There comes the HE grenade. Oh, it's gone into the pool instead. It's done absolutely nothing. Pushing through the flashbang. Easily avoided by Hunter. The long spray as well will eventually be traded. So a 3 versus 2 situation for Big. These 3 players don't have kits, but they're basically on top of the sites already. m0NESY's got a nice angle for himself, but there are still flashes to be had here for Big. Forced to look away as a 2-man swing comes through. Make it 3 years. Bovin comes in from Banana. So far, so good, though. That HE's gone the wrong way. It's taken chunks off Searson. Nice headshot, but they've got to get on that bomb with no kit. I think it might be too late. Nico realizes it, and it's a 3rd round for G2.
Nico looking for exits, or, well, looking to exit.
Oh, no!
Come on, man. He didn't have his gun out. Oh, Nico makes it look so calm. Just fist bumps across to his team. I think you can already see that Big have done their homework, like you were saying. They were really ready for that lurk of JKS, but Hunter did an incredible job here. He realized, I've just got to make a play in this 3v5. I've got to get something going early. And the fact that he gets 2 kills sets up his stars for a much easier clutch. This was, oh man, this is just so sad.
This looks to be a fascinating game of Inferno that we have ahead of us. So, again, that's quite a big test early from G2. That big don't respond to. And again, Sissen's gone very forward.
I love it.
What is his timing going to be like, though? He can play off of his teammate. If Farvan peeks first, maybe something interesting could happen. Keto's got to stay alive again. Looks to be having a tough job towards B. Oh, Sissen just showed his back. Walk to his doom. JKS trying to clean up. That 5-7 up close is very dangerous. Flashbangs are here to swing. Will be safe. m0NESY holding down Hooksy. And the B-bomb site's been cleared up. Farvan is miles away. But again, wasn't much to expect from this round, but I expect a lot from this map in general from both squads.
Yeah, it was a cool idea from Sissen, running head down, trying to just get across into an unexpected position. And that's what Big are going to have to do, because Inferno is a map where if G2 are allowed to play their comfortable game, their structured play style, I don't think Big have got much of a chance. So I like that they're trying to make something happen in this sort of round. Also got to say, something that I think has been so nice to see on G2 is that with Hooksy on the team, I really feel like he's giving Nico a lot of freedom. Either for Nico to entry when he wants to, or for Hooksy to just go in first, and Nico to be that second man in, where he can be so valuable. I really feel like Hooksy is doing absolutely everything to set up his team well. And it's working well so far. 4-0 up. Hopefully Big can start to show up here.
This needs to be a big round for them. They've got all the tools that they need. This time they'll commit 3 players at the beginning of Banana. Then 2 grenades throwing down, but Nico has taken no damage and made his way to the half wall, catching Keto off guard. Down he goes. Nico proving to be a problem. Did he see Tabson in the smoke? I'm not sure. I also don't know if Big can really get a kill back from this. But there's more creeping and the smoke happening. In the meantime, Crimbo's been lost in the pit on the A bomb site. Farvan activating. This is crazy. There's action all over the map. Farvan trying to hold things down, but m0NESY's got the better angle. Tabson on the flank. That was the bomb carrier, but he can't quite get the frag.
And now m0NESY trades position, and Tabson only gets the dink on towards him. It's Sissen pulling out the pistol for the clutch, but Hooksy still has half health, and Hooksy is flanking through the apartments. Sissen has no clue. It's a big brain play from Hooksy that should just win them the round.
Well then, Hooksy, he's got all the information, and Sissen has no idea. Wild rounds on Inferno early, all going the way of G2. Action on B, action on A. Nico somehow dodging grenades from 3 players on Banana to come up with perfect health and catch Keto with his pants down. Very difficult for Big. 0 for 5 on their CT side of Inferno. Looking rough at the moment as far as the score's concerned.
This one is so frustrating. You almost feel like if you can't win rounds like that, you might be in trouble. See Tabson with a clear reaction to that round, because Big managed to get a flurry of frags at a key moment. But m0NESY still gets that entry onto A. And there is an AWP in this round for Big alongside the pistols. Sissen has put himself in the right position towards this B site. The nades are about to come in, and Keto will go down early.
Took one for the team, but Sissen's lost his angle.
That's how to get out of there.
Not much he can do now. Nico's already ready, though. Already ready. But this time, Sissen will land a kill. Still looking to escape, however. And he'll manage to do that. G2 very comfortable at present. Everybody delivering. Tabson with just the 1 kill right now. He's got to be, I mean, we know he's frustrated. We can see the body language. It tells all the story we need. G2 6 for 0 up on the T side of Inferno.
Does Tabson have 94 ADR and 1 kill? How's that even possible? Has he just been shooting everyone down to 1 health? That sucks.
That's got to be a frustrating existence. Landing all the bullets but the last one.
Always got to be wise to JKS in those apartments. I feel like he's been there so long, it's almost like a second home for him. Nice little holiday home on Inferno. I wouldn't mind it.
There is a coffee shop.
That's all James needs. Give him a coffee shop and he's happy.
As long as the triple macchiato is alive, I'm happy. The buy is out again for Big. Now, I don't know if these rounds are marginal wins for G2, but Big have to try and visualize them and come out on the other side. Farven, m0NESY's so fast. Just showing some arm and that's enough. Prosthesis for him. He leaves Crimbo alone on the A bomb site. Not much has happened on Banana just yet for Big. Trying to solve the early problems, but they're all over the map.
And Nico will just deny the info, deny the aggression, while G2 start to wrap up long. And tabseN's rotate is arriving on long, but as utility to cut him off. He's not going to be in an advanced angle, so Crimbo has got so much to do on the bomb site, and I doubt he's going to be able to do it. 1 kill found, but now they know where he is. They're not crunching on his position yet. tabseN's trying to fight through, fight with his team, but now he's been dealt with, and Crimbo is in a world of trouble. Now they know exactly where he is. He's surrounded. He's pinned down. They're not pushing him yet, though.
So awkward. They know Keto's on B, but where is CSGO? Maybe fearing the AWP. They've got to go eventually. m0NESY shotgun mode will do the job. The bomb carrier looking towards library now. Being very, very careful indeed. Going for a safe plant. See what Big choose to do with the remaining 2 players. A 2-on-3 with no kit and not much in terms of position. And it's another one they have to concede. You can always win a round of an AWP on the CT side, even if that's all you have. They'll have an AK in the hands of Keto as well, and some chunky loss bonus, but they'll still have 0 rounds to the 7 of G2.
Yeah, G2 have done a solid job at not allowing CSGO to get involved. You can see he's only died 4 times, he's saved a couple. I'll never understand how CSGO looks like Call of Duty for m0NESY. Like his movement, it just feels so fluid.
Arcade mode.
It's crazy. I'm jealous. I'm so jealous.
Timeout for Big. tabseN 1 for 7. Don't see that every day. What do they need to do? How do they take control of this? Because right now it doesn't feel like some of those rounds we saw action on B and A, and it feels like G2 just have them by the neck wherever they choose to go.
Yeah, it's really tough. It feels like G2 are just playing so loose right now that the early fights, whenever they're coming in, are favoring them. I wouldn't mind a heavy banana take. I think in a lot of rounds, G2 will try and get that banana control and then really limit the information from the CTs. You can see Nico's always just trying to hold on to it. Even if he doesn't get the full control, he's just making Big have to question it. So maybe that could be an option to get some info, to get some comfort early in the round. It's a fast play here from G2, out to A instantly.
Lightning round again from G2. Oh, CSGO, he could have had 2 there above their heads. A rare miss from him. Hooksy with the transfer. Who is this guy? 4-on-4 now as Nico is dropped. Trying to get on the box. Full rotation from Big. They are committed towards the A site. Crossfire on the site for now. Library and Arch, there's presence as well.
Last 2 smokes used by G2 to cut off these positions, so I think they have to commit here to getting some map control. If they get into CT spawn, that could be a fantastic way to split this B site, but Keto is the linchpin. Oh, he's gone off the angle, but he flicks back in time. Hooksy has to trade, but Keto cuts him down. And now, even though G2 want to go back to B, they have no smoke for CT. And that could be a real issue here.
Finally, something going the way of Big. m0NESY just going to go straight through. Battle sniper time. That's Does he get past the angle? He does. He's in the clutch. We know what that means. 1 versus 4. Does he go for the plant? Does he go for the frags? 30 seconds on the clock. Got to smoke up on Banana. He'll plant while he can. He knows there is some distance. There's an incendiary. He's got to be careful about that. He's got a great angle coming his way. But Searson's already waiting for him. A much-needed round for Big.
You never count m0NESY out of clutches like that when he's got the bomb down. Seen him do it before on that B-bomb site. But this time, Big get into good enough positions so that he can't make the proactive play he needed. Searson locked down the line. And definitely big credit to Keto in this round. Locking down CT was so important.
That
because
frag was nasty.
That was wild. Yeah, that's the round-winning moment right there from Keto. If there's a split into B through CT, that's when the lack of CT smoke doesn't matter. But G2 not quite able to get the spacing right on that trade. And now Big need to build off the back of that round win.
Got to be deep in the strat book for Big with their CT setups to try and deal with this G2 squad. Late timing on Banana to try and force G2 away. Smokes into the incendiaries. Keto alone for now. tabseN joining him now. Searson having a look. Sees one on the ramp. Probably reads he's collecting the bomb. Indeed, he sees the bomb on the radar now. That may tell him something about the B-bomb site.
I thought Hunter would have heard that scope from second mid. Maybe Hooksy didn't get the memo. Either way, Big being much more sticky on Banana here. Nico flashed in, still wants to fight. This is so aggressive. And Keto ready on the other side to meet him. It looked like G2 wanted to follow to B with the bomb. But now they decide we're just going to have to go back to A. They need some fantastic entries here to have a chance in this one.
One smoke in the hands of m0NESY. But Hunter is creeping around. So how will they make this one work? 25 seconds, almost 4 CTs on the site, and look where Keto is as well, but they're getting the kills here. m0NESY and Hunter with 3 unanswered frags so far. What in the blazes is happening? I don't think mentally Big can come back from this. Wow. Talk about a black hole. Keto. Does he go for the clutch now? No, he's just going to leave it. How did it happen? We didn't quite see the kills there, but the creep was coming around. Again, m0NESY, I don't know when he used that smoke. There's 4 smokes up on A at the moment, so I don't know what just happened. I'm not sure if Big do either.
Oh boy, is Hunter hunting? This feels like Jaws right now. Oh no. The shark about to come round the corner. Keto. Okay. Adjust nicely. Keto's aim's looking solid, but unfortunately in this round, it's not enough.
G2 too
like
strong.
Dominoes, man.
Too strong.
I think it was Hunter up A long that got a couple of massive kills. And m0NESY seemed to get a molly kill into pit, perhaps. There you go. That's the molly. Oh, it was a double molly. That's going to burn you so quick. Look at that util. And then Hunter just up long, cuts off those other players.
When you lose a round like that, you have to be dejected. Big could still get 7 rounds from this half.
Yeah.
They've got to focus on that. Like, Godby's got to rally the troops here. We can still be trailing by 1 round.
I mean, funnily enough, G2's money is really close. Like, if you win 1 round, you probably break them or get close to it.
Yeah, that can really open the floodgates, but G2 have been so ready with these pop flash swings for Big. So many pop flash swings we've seen from them. And look at it. That's the round. That is the round right there. Another one in the bag, and the bag's pretty full at the moment.
Let's get that bomb, JKS. I'm going to get caught out by some silly CT aggression. It's all good. It's all good. Yeah, we haven't even seen Nico activated. I would normally point him out as the main man for G2 on Inferno. He has a crazy good rating on this map in the last 6 months. 1.31 rating on Inferno. Highest rated player in the world on T-side Inferno as well, Nico. So he hasn't showed up so far here, but you see entries like that on Banana are what he can provide. Just that one entry is huge.
Even with those 4 kills, he has been a fair nuisance. Like, Banana's been quite a complex problem for Big to solve. He's been trying all kinds. Oh, man.
Okay.
You know what, I quite like to see a Nico frag from the other person's perspective, just for the sheer brutality of it, being on the receiving end.
There's some frag movies made like that, and they are terrifying.
Yeah.
Like, simple, but from the other player's POV, and you're just sitting there like, oh my god.
We need more of those. Like when Smuya faced Simple on Banana mid recently and got absolutely deleted.
I was watching Simple stream, I think it was yesterday actually, and Smuya made a really bad play in a 1v1, and Simple was instantly like, what the hell? The hell is this guy doing?
Yeah,
UKCS.
Those guys are griefing each other massively. It's quite entertaining though. But yeah, that would be something. Well then, a pause for Big. They have crap money. It could be worse. But the main thing here is that, again, they've got to set a goal for the remainder of the half. They are 1 for 9 on the CT side. It looks terminal, but it doesn't necessarily have to be. I don't know how they solve these pop flashes on Banana, but there is still a target here. Maybe 5 rounds, because 6 looks unlikely with the money they currently have. Aim for 5 rounds. Just find a way to solve the G2 problem.
Abson's got to get his head in the game here. He's someone who chose to stick with the German scene. He had international options aplenty. Tabson could have joined a lot of international teams in the past, but he loves the family on this big team. He loves trying to bring up the German scene. He feels like that's the most rewarding thing for him. And because of that, Big look to Tabson when they need someone to step up. And he's had a tough game so far. I think he needs to get his head back into it here. Needs to be the leader of the squad.
If Big are to lose this series, they'll be facing the loser of FaZe versus Spirit. It's not going to get much easier. That much is for sure. Got a technical pause at present. 1 to 9.
Reminds me of being in exams right now. Everyone has to sit in silence. It's always a bit weird, a bit awkward. Did you have like a lucky charm or anything you would bring with you to exams? I know some people had those.
No, you clearly went to more exams than I did.
Oh, damn.
No uni for me.
Alrighty. Must have had exams at school, no?
I did have exams in school, yeah. One exam, the teacher gave me some of the answers in the exam. Well, that was good. Well, she kind of helps everybody, nice. But my school was half school, half war zone, so...
Need all the help you can get.
Yeah.
Fair enough. Well, looks like Godby was back on the mic there, so unpause has come through nice and quick. Fortunately for Big, it's not into a position where they get the buy they would love. But sometimes these rounds are the one where you actually just go for something wild. You just loosen up and you somehow win the round. So I would love to see Big go for something like that.
They've got a plan. There's enough utility. Big always have a plan. Sometimes things don't go to plan. I'm sure they'll try to hang on to these smoke grenades for as long as they possibly can. I think that G2 want to try and thwart that. Hooksy's got the right tool for the job here with the Mac 10. Money towards CT to stop the swing. Nico will trade. He's so blind though, and there are more players to come. If he goes around this corner, surely he's there baiting. The flashes are here once more. Nico is strong today, dealing with the threat. Oh, hold on a second.
Whoa.
All right, they have to go for this one, surely. They'll have the money to buy in the next round. They won't have AKs, though, if they lose them. The race is on. They've got the 8... No, they don't. That's Monacy. They've got the 2 AK-47s. The bomb's not planted just yet. That flash. They could use their smoke to lurk ahead of that smoke. That would be interesting. They desperately need rounds as well. But it seems they'll choose to save.
Yeah, how do you get past that AWP with m0NESY? I think that's the scariest thing. You would have to use your flash effectively. A little surprised there that the G2 players got caught off guard over towards A. JKS is normally so reliable on those lucks. Fortunately, doesn't matter in the long run here, though. G2 up to 10. The Godfather will be looking for some answers right now.
All right, then. Target of 5 rounds. Let's go with that. The AKs could be the difference maker here. When it comes down to who shoots first, the AK over the M4 might prevail for them. I don't know how they deal with Nico, though, because he seems ready for anything right now. The support flashes are coming from his team every round. He's swinging, and he is winning his duels.
Yeah, and that time, he's not even first up Banana. That's around where he's happy to say, Hooksy, you lead the charge. I'll be ready to trade you. Don't you worry about it. m0NESY through the smoke. No one peeking top mid on the big side, though. Banana control never really established for Big. Here's G2 grouping up in the apartments. They've lost m0NESY, and Crimbo could go for the lineup here. Smoke plopped down. He could buy time. There's a flank coming from Searson.
Silently, he's moving his crosshair to the other end of the hall, and that gives JKS the advantage. They've got an information man in Nico towards Banana, biding his time, and they have time to cut noise and concentrate on one site. Could see some gambles being made now. Crimbo moving up short, because if G2 cut noise and Big do nothing, then there's a fair chance wherever they go, 3 versus 2 worst case. Crimbo towards top mid, though. Let's see how JKS approaches this. Hunter moving closer to him as well. Moving back for a more advantageous angle. Doesn't know about the situation around Boiler as well. Grenades going towards that B area. Starts to move forward. Hunter rips his face off. Everybody else is stuck to face Nico. Tabson so far away. No kit for him either. Another tough round for Big. Smoke on long. Is there a kit somewhere on the floor, somewhere in the area? The answer is yes. That'll certainly help. Running out of rounds to save in our Big. Kit collected. But these players could be anywhere. So many areas to cover. Clears the site, but they're both coming for him. There's no way, there's just no way he can do this. No info. 11 rounds to the 1 of Big. G2 are storming this T side.
Too many hidey holes and not enough time to clear them all. It has been a tough half here for Big. Again, Searson has been having a decent time when he's getting involved. Not in this round, because he got caught out on the flank. But you just see so many rounds where they're having to save. So many rounds where they're losing sites too soon. And Nico, despite having that slow start, has slowly but surely started to have more and more impact. Big have never been able to get deep banana control at any point. Those flashes have normally been good. This time, it lands in Hooksy's face, but it's fine.
Searson's got to find something. Big just... Oh, JKS has surely heard that. He's surely heard the scope and the rotation. Now, does he go fishing here, or do they continue with the plan? A 4th player making their way towards B. Look how fast this is from Hooksy. Eats a flashbang, but he continues to swing. That range is not going to favor him. Down he goes, but there are so many more players here. Nico jumping over. Instant trade from Keto. Barda Cavalry here in time. Still lurking towards the A bomb site, but a bomb's been lost on B. He's got to go and help his teammates out now. 49 seconds. Crimbo eliminated. Big just don't get anything for free.
Honestly, he just has to sit here with the AWP, though, and wait for his teammate to come help. JKS has a bit of utility that could be useful, but m0NESY, oh, he's been spotted and dinked. And now the USP comes out to finish the job. JKS looking into CT, but Searson swings and wins the fight. Big finally pick up their second round. I think they need a couple more here to have any chance, but it's a step in the right direction.
Well then, finally they're starting to move. 4 rounds is far from ideal, but let's see if they can get them. Let's see if we've got a game on our hands here. Look at this instant trade. Bam.
Oh, man.
Just 0.2 seconds too late to save his teammate. But they'll get the round anyway. And they've got a fall by Searson trying to make a play here. Didn't work out for him though. Falling back with the AWP. Still 3 towards B. And guess who's coming their way?
It's HooXi up first. Who's actually similar to Nico's fragging right now. This flash might work this time. Finally, a successful flash, but Nico was the man playing anti, and he arrives towards the bomb site. tabseN tries to swing, wins the first fight, but Hunter pushed into CT, completely locking Big out of this B bomb site.
The oppressive smoke grenade as well. Big need to be... Oh, no, it is just not fair at this point. That is cruelty. I was going to say they need to be given something, and they were given a headshot. Not quite what I was going for, but it only gets worse. Crimbo's close enough, though. Does he go for a ninja? He's biding his time. They don't quite have all the money in the world either, G2, but a ninja from this position would be very difficult indeed, and JKS is laser focused. He refuses to leave, refuses to lose. Crimbo, though, is their time? No, because m0NESY's here as well. They are non-believers, G2. They will give them nothing for free.
Yeah, got to make sure that you don't let something silly happen. I do feel bad for Big, that headshot through the smoke. You pray to God for something, and, well, you don't get what you wanted. It's like the worst Christmas present. Rather have just got socks. G2,
wow, happy.
Big, not so much.
Night and
that
day
sums
on
up
those
this
cameras.
game.
Night and day.
The Big are just struggling so hard on Banana. They've never felt comfortable here. They've never had a foothold. I mean, this round, the plan is to have this stack towards A and hope that the top mid hold is where the action goes down. Searson looking to get involved. Flash in. He'll spot no one.
Oh,
and
dear.
they're close. Oh, boy. This timing's crazy. HooXi sneaking past. Now they know.
Getting a bit carried away. They'll suddenly emerge here. The trades will continue. 2 on 2. Minutes on the clock. Bomb has to be rescued. Crimbo is in the sky for now. Surely gets a kill here. Indeed, he does. JKS lurking in the apartments. Crimbo expects a great angle, but he lands a headshot anyway. JKS in the clutch now. Wondering where Keto is. He's got the time to wait. He doesn't have to press on too fast. Making footsteps, postulating towards the site, but he wants to know where Keto is. He wants to find out. Keto playing it as safe as he can. It's a very deliberate lineup for that smoke grenade. Keto creeping through it. JKS makes no assumptions. He's fast, but not fast enough this time. A third round in the bag for Big. A very difficult half for them. A disastrous half. But maybe they have a chance. They will be so reliant on the pistol. We'll see how much they can do against a very strong-looking Big after this break.
The first map may have been close between these two, but Inferno has been anything but. It is 12-3 to G2 on their pick. Looking very good for them to start their group off with a 2-0 win. Maybe Big have something to say about that. They won a couple rounds towards the end there to keep it at least somewhat close, at least somewhat doable. But it is a long, long road ahead of them.
In terms of rounds, Big are absolutely famished.
Oh, G2 are playing with so much confidence, with Hunter making a play like this.
With 3 players on A as well. Lovely work.
They're not even rotating, they don't care.
I feel like the more stressful the situation is as well, the more you might want to think it out, but have
Massive
a look at
flank.
this. Oh man. Crimbo's in for a nasty surprise, or is he? He's man throwing the grenades. If they swing on him, he might not get the flashes in. Just the one. tabseN is like, oh dear. What do they do now? The bomb's been dropped as well. They are in a sandwich, and they are the meat. And the teeth of G2 are bearing down on their marks on the skin. They'll soon be piercing more bodies. tabseN, Searson, and Keto. Yeah, they've managed to rescue it and escape. So many people have died for the cause, though. tabseN will land another headshot. So do they rotate or do they stand their ground? JKS won't give them the options. 13 rounds for G2. That was a must-win round for Big, and they've failed.
Clean as hell from JKS at the end, tapping off a couple of heads. Had a really solid first map. Been a bit quieter here on Inferno, but he comes through on this CT side to start things off. Yeah, Nico also doing a really solid job at just getting one kill, right? He's the only player on the B site. He's able to just get one kill, fade away, make it a little more chaotic, make it difficult for Big to get that bomb down quickly. And now Big have another one of these full ecos. And it looks like G2 know it. They're hungry for eco frags. And who wouldn't be? They're not very filling eco frags. They're kind of like junk food.
Empty calories.
Yeah, for sure. But they taste so good. There we go. SMG's getting most of them. Nothing doing for Big with the Glocks, but at least they save for the rifles. I don't even know what you do if you're Big here, because I feel like G2 are going to make an aggressive play. Like, someone's just going to go aggressive and look for fights. But if you're Big, do you want to default? Because G2 are just winning so many of these duels. It's really hard to know what to do right now.
It is, because they can't allow G2 to, dictate the pace.
G2 aggressive up mid, 4 players.
Oh, they are absolutely going to send it, and you knew they were with that kind of weaponry. But what happens now? Do Big go for a fast play? 2 players moving up banana. Third carrying the bomb. m0NESY is waiting for them with big open arms, inviting them. He's got Hunter for support as well. Forced off of the angle. The HE will try to make them a bit juicy. m0NESY creates some space for himself. He's got the flicks as well. Fuzzy here, one coming to his right-hand side, looking for FaZe to peek. Starting to swing now, starting to wonder about the right, and he'll be taken down. There was a boost, but Nico's managed to escape for now. Got to be careful with the FAMAS. 3-on-3. JKS rotating with full grenades. Hunter moving through with the MP9 now, being careful. tabseN's holding the angle, but he also has the bomb. There's a minute on the clock though, but that utility's coming through now, forcing him into the open. Nico dropped in the pool. JKS with yet more grenades, and now it's only JKS. He's softened them up. 1 versus 3. They still need to plant the bomb. Just jiggling now. tabseN looks away at the wrong time. JKS 2/3 of the way there. Trying to thread the needle. Big just about holding on.
Clinical kills from JKS, but Big do enough. That's a play that G2 ran against Big the last time they met them, actually. It's m0NESY just solo holding B with the AWP. They rely on that to be solid, and they run with just this 4 players crazy aggressive on A. But this time, Big clearly knew how to handle it. They get back to B. They use their utility well enough. G2 still going to be buying. It's not perfect for them. They've got a couple of premium rifles in the mix, and Keto almost got burned alive there. I think it's time to get out of there, buddy. the stark contrast in Big struggling so much for banana control, and then G2 just waltzing their way onto banana and saying, yeah, we know what we're doing. Quite a cool setup as well with Hooksy and Nico just on 2 different angles of elevation. See if a flash comes in here for Big. It has, but it doesn't seem to be all that effective. Actually, it forces Nico back. So he's able to trade once, but now he's an important player here, and he's trapped on banana, only able to get 1. And Big will try and pounce on the B bomb site.
They might just do it, but they are crossing their T's and dotting their I's, and that buys time for m0NESY to make his way from the well to the coffins. So things get a lot more dangerous because Big are being very, very careful indeed. That's the hard balance when you've got so few rounds. The elevated bomb plant, they'll just about survive it. m0NESY's done good damage though, but down he goes. JKS and Hunter remain. Crimbo has to deliver, he will. JKS in a 1 versus 3 now with a bad angle. So this one may be over in that respect. Really hard life for Big here. Such a small margin for error. They'll keep G2 off 15 for now. They've broken their money as well, so they can get some momentum out of this T side, although we know G2 are capable of hyper-aggressive rounds. I don't expect them to give Big any respect in this one.
Yeah, you get that 1, rifle saved. Not sure if G2 will want to invest too much here, actually, with how the economy has shaped up. If you save heavily, you might be in a better position, but scratch that. It looks like they're actually just full-on force buying into this one. See here on your screen, plenty of pistols picked up. I guess when you've got this big of a lead, you feel like you can afford to get away with going for this a few times. But that peak is something you can't really get away with.
Yeah.
Citizen Holden with the AWP.
Psychological warfare, just trying to step on their opponent, trip them up, kick them in the legs, kick them in the shins. Just be a pain in the arse. Bother them, put them off their game. See what JKS can possibly do in this scenario. Trying to reposition the rifle. Big with plenty of time, moving together for trade fragging purposes. JKS alone versus the entire Big team around the A-bomb site. But Hunter's on the way with the CZ. Big being very meticulous. Faven surely hears that rotation. Oh, sharp as well.
Unfortunate timing for Hunter. Pulled an aid, went back, saw Crimbo already established in that position. And now JKS would need a monster hold. Rap is coming in from long. He's not looking that way. Now looks back as he hears the steps. 1 frag found, but they swarm the bomb site. And Hooksy makes the noise, so Crimbo will look back for him. I think we might see a timeout ahead of the next gun round from G2. Looks like they are playing very loose. I feel like they could get away with just starting to rein it in a little. I don't think they've got money for this one.
I wonder if this super careful pacing from Big will continue when G2 are back on the bye. Because I feel like G2 won't be shy to try and abuse that again once they're on the full bye round. There's not much to be expected in this round, but there is a HE grenade, and that could be fun.
If you're not having fun, what are you doing? Oh, well, it was fun for Big's HE, actually. Ooh, Ito. Wow, not bad from Hunter. How does he get 2 kills there?
Nico not concerned with the rifle, just trying to find anything he can. In case they're on the rotation. They are protecting the rifles, though. Crimbo, the rifle disposal service. So, Big will soon have half the score of G2. And again, they've got it in them. We can see in these early rounds on this T side that they've been super careful, try to really limit risk, but if you're predictable with your slow pacing, that is something that G2 may try to abuse as well.
Ooh. Bit awkward as they spot each other. I think they know Nico has nothing. Nico just showing off some movement.
It's impossible to pull out a butterfly knife without pressing inspect. I'm convinced.
Yeah, I think so. Sounds like one of those random YouTube challenges. Try not to spin the butterfly knife.
Yeah, it's like a prerequisite. Spin it or die. Spin to win.
Does he clear the right side? Yes. Crimbo's still coming at it. Yeah.
That's just rude, man. It is just rude. Indeed, that pause you were looking for does come out. Just to refocus G2. Having some circus rounds of late, but now it's time to get serious. Back to the business end of the shotgun.
Yeah, no need to let Big back into this one. It's been a really solid map from G2. And nice to see, honestly, because they should be a team contending for the trophy here. Especially with the landscape of Counter-Strike right now, it doesn't feel like there's a clear #1 team. And G2 have been together long enough that they should be starting to peak and starting to try and contend for that #1 spot. So this is exactly what you want to see as a G2 fan heading into Katowice. But you would want to see them close it out pretty soon here. Big starting to win a couple of rounds. Let's see if that pace is still as slow as it was for Big. Good spawn for Searson, so he goes on to Banana, hoping for an early pick. He got a brief opportunity, but that was an incredibly tight window to try and get that shot to land. A bit of damage onto these Banana players. G2 still trying to stay sticky here with Nico, but look at this, Big regrouping faster than usual.
Don't have those aggressive flashes for Keto to swing as we did from Nico. And he goes back to see that there's nobody on Banana. He's just gone to the car, he just dry peeked it. So a fourth man will be rotating. m0NESY will miss his first flick, but he's got JKS for support. Indeed, they move into the sandwich, but they come out on top. Man advantage for Big as HooXi makes his way over, but Searson is ready. m0NESY spotted the elbow, down goes Crimbo. Two behind the smoke, going for the 180, but so much to do. Bomb site taken by Big, and only Nico remains now. Despite that information, seems he didn't get it quite in time on Banana.
It still felt like a good setup for G2. I don't think they'll be disappointed with the read they had. But they were fighting really aggressively into top mid, and it is an all-in setup. You either are going to shut it down and get into a massively advantageous position, or you're going to be traded, and the round might end up like this. I feel like JKS will be a little frustrated. He couldn't get a double kill from his elevated angle on Porch. They weren't really looking at him whatsoever. Nico will just hold on to his rifle. Always got to be careful when Nico saves. But another round for Big, and quite a nice pace change, in all honesty. As soon as they realize G2 are going to start to take it seriously, they go ahead and go for this faster round. Again, you just see Searson having to run up long, going in first, and still successful in winning that fight. Not easy to do. He made it look easy.
Do what needs to be done. A weak round for G2, but still a dangerous round. They've tried the reckless shenanigans in rounds such as this. They may have a little more form to them on this occasion. Saw those dry peaks from top mid early on. Perhaps we'll see something different here. Nico trying to hold control of top Banana. Quite the problem in this area is Nico. There'll be a boost. Did he spot Keto by the tree? Perhaps he didn't. Going all the way up and delivering the kill. No respect whatsoever. And that's Banana secured. Considering the weaponry, HooXi's picked up an AK-47 as well. This is huge. HooXi has a smoke. He can be left in situ, and they can put 4 people on the A bomb site. Hunter, oh, the crossfire. This spells disaster. No one's checking it. He's found 2, Hunter. They could lose this round. It's a 4 versus 2 for G2.
Oh, Searson gets one, but look at JKS. Such a good position for him. They're behind each other. Oh, Fathom spots him. JKS, he was in such a strong spot, but he didn't realize it. And now it is back to a 2v2, and it's m0NESY's Deeg trying to play from the mini-pit. He won't be cleared. 1D glance. What can Searson do?
He's busy throwing weapons away. Oh, what is happening? They just gave up on a round towards the end there. Wow, that is a shell shock of a round for Big, and they have to be resigned to defeat after that. I don't see any way around something like this. 2 with the CZ.
I feel like they could have brought this
back. Look at this grab
but...
with the AK as well. Yeah, he just gave up.
Yeah, Faven just runs out alone. You'd have thought they'd just make sure to play together in the 2v2. Try and gang up on those isolated G2 players, but not meant to be. G2 up to 15. Searson searching for that pick on Banana, but G2 too wise to give that to him.
Oh my
That's wild.
God.
He jumps back, and that's what costs him.
He got hit by a cannon.
That was over the half wall, I guess. That's wild.
m0NESY, aka Megatron.
Oh.
Well then, it's match point for G2, and Big haven't had answers in many rounds, and I don't think they've got one in this round either. Crimbo in the 1 versus 4. He's got a bomb and an AK. What he doesn't have is much hope. This has been a lopsided affair.
I think Crimbo figures they'll probably push him, so he's hoping for that, because that's the only chance you get in a 1-on-4. But they've pushed Banana, so as he comes to A, G2 will know he's coming. And that means he has no real chance.
22 seconds on the clock.
I mean, he's not clearing this.
He's not going to make it. Well, that will be that. A strong, monstrously strong showing from G2. They send a message to everybody here in Katowice that they are not messing around. They are not to be trifled with. A painful lesson for G2 as they head to the lower bracket.
Yeah, we clearly see G2 there working on that Anubis as the first map, and we see why Inferno is so strong for them. Everything coming together on that map. Big never really had a chance on Inferno, and I think as soon as they lost the first map, they kind of knew that might seal their fate. Good to see G2 hitting this level of 4.
Seems they may have had the toughest draw in the tournament by the day's end. We'll see if that's true or not, but I don't see how it can get any easier, any harder rather, than the performances from the NiKo and the likes. But that's enough from us. Over to the desk for their thoughts on that series.
Well now, that was a little bit one-sided. Bit of fight from Big there at the end, but that was G2's map from start to finish, wasn't it, Bled?
A little too late there coming in from the side of Big, right? But I have to agree right there. The map pick coming in from G2, we knew it was going to be either Nuke or Inferno, depending on which map was being banned there. And once again, showing why this is one of their home maps, one of the best maps right now. Yanko alluded to the fact that, you know, when it came to towards that B bomb set, towards Banana, for example, Nico is going to be a problem, and he was hoping Big had an answer. But that CD side just was flat from the German side.
Very flat. I mean, we saw multiple man advantages drop, just an unacceptable number of rounds where you should have had a chance into it, just given up. And against a team like G2, against a team that looks to be very much in tip-top shape, you're just never going to be able to hang. I mean, G2 right now is looking like a team that's going to be in contention for that piece of silverware behind us.
I mean, they have right now a member of the defending champion, so to speak.
They do?
JK. Yeah, so they're going for the win, and they're looking really, really good right now. Even on Anubis, right, a map we only saw them play just the one time against Vitality. They're able to take Big down, when Big have shown they are very, very competent on that map. And the good thing is when it comes to their home ground, their home turf, they look very, very formidable right now.
Well, to hear from the victors here, we've got Banks standing by with m0NESY to let us know how that map went.
Thank you very much, Mike. m0NESY, a good first game to start off with here, but I just want to talk about Anubis because it was a bit of back and forth in there. But how's it for you as an AWPer? Is this a map you enjoy? Because Swanee was telling me you guys were playing it a lot in practice.
Yeah, we played a lot of this map on practice. Just I enjoy this map, but sometimes it's tough. Like it was slow start for us, and we just did the comeback. You know, like, but I don't know. For an AWPer, it's a good map. just need to know where to find kills and support the teammates.
Is it still a lot of like working your way around what angles and stuff to look at?
Yeah, it's. I mean, it's, we've been playing this map for I don't know for 1 month already, like, and I still need to play this map more. For example, on packs and practice to just feel the textures, you know, like angles, other shit. Sometimes I can miss something, you know, like pick, not like how to say, like pick the different angle, you know, like, and you'll get killed by another guy. You know what I mean?
Well, I know you play a lot, mate, so I'm not really worried about that. Now coming on to Inferno, your pick going into it, you guys confidently took him down last time. In the first half, it just seemed like you guys were smelling blood. It just like anything that Hooksy was calling, you guys could run and just take him out. Was it as easy as it looked?
It was easy as it looked, yeah. You saw it was 11-1 or something. I just Rasmus is insane caller as usual, and good calling stuff and just good performance by us. And we just finished this map quickly, but I saw the score 14-7. It was going for the comeback maybe again, but yeah, we finished this map quickly. We didn't think about to finish this map easy. I mean, after 12-3, just very quick after 4 rounds, we just said like, let's finish this game.
That's a good mentality.
Play every round, yeah.
I like it. That's a good mentality. Now, Katowice, a very special event, and the first event you had your grand final performance in, right? Second place last time around. How motivated are you this time, especially as G2 are coming in as one of the favorites?
Me or my team? Motivated. Me, I'm motivated so much. Like I want to come back on that stage and just to show people again that we are back and I'm back as well. So and we're here to lift the trophy.
You're here to lift the trophy. That's what I want to hear. m0NESY, thank you very much. Congratulations on the opening win. Now we're going to go check in with Janko and Nico as they've got a round for us to look at the telestrator.
Yes, indeed, James. We're going to kick it off here. We talked about Big and how they might need to switch things up in the pre-game. We're going to dive into the first gun round here with Nico because Big did do exactly that. They did something a little bit outside of the box. You can see at the start of the round, they're opening 3B. That's only to drop utility for Keto, right? And he's going to stay by himself, have a couple of nades. But G2 here, you guys are just doing basically standard banana take. I imagine you were doing a little bit more of the calling here as the banana guy.
Yeah, usually when I'm up front, it's usually me saying like how I want to go in. If Rasmus is in front of me, he's the one saying I want to do that, you need to do that. So we're just like whoever is first, whoever's in control over there, like he's just calling what he wants to do. But it's mostly me since I'm the main guy.
And we can see here you're pretty close up. This is really fast. So this is because you didn't see any utility from Big, and you're probably is that the thought process there?
Yeah, I mean, first of all, it was very suspicious that they didn't try anything. So first thing that came to my mind is actually they're stacking B and not A, because if you are stacking A, you want to buy enough time with util on B, but yeah, so that's why I just thought it's like probably some stack on B, but it was just the other way around. It was like very weird they didn't reply anything.
Yeah, it's a great call because that Big is right at this point with that call, right? Because they're thinking, trying to outgame you, right? One step ahead. We can see here that there's 4 players towards A, 2 towards long, 2 towards pit, which is a bit strange. They're not playing here, you know, they're not playing fully for mid. Otherwise, there would be 2 more players here. I guess they're trying to play against like a mid and apps pop at the same time. It feels like, so here the call is, you know, to retake mid because of what you said, to try and do it. We're going to see here Tabson is going to have a reaction with the utility. He's going to do some damage to Hooksy. Unfortunately, he can't run away from the flames. So this is going to become a 5v4 situation for Big. And is this the point where you start communicating again? Because people already start coming back towards B.
Yeah, first of all, like I was in very good position the whole round. But what gave it away just Tabson getting a kill with Molly on A, which is he's a B player. So I was like immediately, like, guys, come back to B. It's maximum 1. And that's why I just rushed in as a first, and if there was Kaito, I think we would get a trade, and then even if it's 3v4 after plan, I think we would still be in a good situation to win the round.
And here also we have Hunter, right? He's just going to throw this smoke to basically try and buy a little bit of time, you know, keep those players on A. JKS is on the lurk as the rest of the team comes, and we can already see you searching. So is this now your understanding that it's probably just, as you said, you saw Tabson, so now you're just trying to search until you find contact?
Yeah, it was just very obvious that they're playing to buy time on B. But I just don't understand like why they didn't do anything afterwards. They got a kill or like whatsoever. They didn't push anywhere. They didn't have any info. So it was, the round looked messy at the start, but it was honestly very easy towards the end.
Yeah, they still have 4 players kept on A, and they are going to find this kill on JKS too, just in a second, right? But you guys here understand. I think this is also good, right? At this point, there's a flash. I don't know if you saw him. Did you see him there?
Yeah, I saw this guy.
Okay,
I saw this guy. So that's why I took a lot of space in the ruins.
All right, JKS dies. You guys have position. This was weird for me. Okay, so Kito is like using all the HEs, and now Hunter, I think this was a really good play for him. He gets on top of this because it's a 3v5. If you just hide and try to play the pole, you need to try something. That's why I don't really understand what you're going to see from Kito, right? He's going to push with a flash play. I think this might not have even been him calling it. Might be someone saying, I'm going to flash for you. Feel like he just died for nothing. Hunter gets another kill. Now it's a 2v3. There's still time, but they don't have a kit, right? So here, they're taking it a little bit slow. From this point on, you know, just m0NESY is going to get a kill. You're going to buy enough time. So I think for Big, in the end, a mistake to not wait for everyone and try to play the 5v3. I think they would have had a better chance for winning that round.
Yeah, I think their thought process was probably to not give us the best positions. So I think they just want to try to kill us as fast as possible, which can work out, but probably in the 5v3, you should not be doing that. But overall, like, you can see how hard it is, like, to give up just B-side completely. Like, no matter the situation, like, even 2v4, 2v5, you can still win the round if you play it correctly and if you have this much space. So I think, like, Kaito made a mistake giving us so much space, for example. At least if he was fighting for Ruins, it would be harder for us to stay around side. But since I had that much space, like, m0NESY and Hunter could just, like, have crossfire on CET and they could just focus on CET, and it's very easy to kill them once they're coming through smoke. So yeah.
All right, well, this was fun. We'll do it again. We're going to head back to the desk so we can see, you know, the other guys, if they have some questions they want to break down as we go over the kills from this round. I mean, you guys were really sharp as well just throughout this game.
Yeah, I mean, we want to talk to you too, right? We don't
Yeah,
want to let Yanko just monopolize it the whole way
everything.
through. That was dominant. I mean, frankly, that was dominant right now. A lot of people have been talking about your form headed into this event. Looked great so far to start the year. Looked great here in your opening matchup. What's the expectation for G2?
I mean, yeah, as you said, we are in a very good shape. We are very confident, but we all know that this is the real test for our team right now. We have done good at previous two Blast events. They are good events, but, you know, this is the real deal. So we are all aware that this is the real test for us, and we are confident going into every game. I would say I think we are in a probably better shape than most of the teams this event, and if we can manage to just build on top of it, I think we could have a deep run here.
I mean, you guys had put in a lot of hours, a lot of practice as well, right? During, you know, just during the player break, just before the player break as well. My question is, like, going back to the end of last year, you guys won the, you know, the Blast Worlds Finals and everything. I haven't had a chance to speak to you about this, but I just want to ask you, was there like did it feel to you guys like something got unlocked? That, you know, maybe a curse was broken or whatever? Was that a real? I know a lot of people talk about, oh yeah, the curse is finally broken, they're going to be winning again. But was that an actual feeling that you guys had?
I think what like unlocked us is like after we lost the RMR, like even though we failed at Blastful Finals, like before the Blastful Finals, we had a very good bootcamp, and that's where it all clicked. We didn't show the best result at Blastful Finals. I think that's because of too much pressure. Like we had to, you know, at least do good at this event. So like we already started building something very good after the RMR, and I think it all started from there. And the Blast World Finals, like we just kept building all the time, and our map pool it has never been better. I would say it has never been wider either. So that's definitely a super important thing nowadays in CS. So I think, as I said, we just kept building up on our game from the RMR, and here we are. We're getting better and better.
Cool. I think also at World Finals, right? People didn't really consider you a contender. Maybe you guys played really well, won the tournament. You were good at Blast. I think here a lot of people are considering you one of the favorites, right? Did you have any talks, discussions, how to, you know, the change in approach because of it?
No, not really. Like, we are very aware that, as I said, like, this is the most important tournament. This is the real test for us. You could argue that maybe there's more pressure on this event as well because it's more prestige, but we are here just to do what we practice. And if we actually get off to a good start like we did, I think it's going to get easier for us. If we would have lost first game, I think then we could be a bit shaky, but this definitely helps.
Looking at your captain, right? Your in-game leader. His individual form has at times been a bit of a lightning rod for criticism. This series, banging, right? I mean, I'm thinking about that op clip. Secondary opping on Anubis, pulling off a 4K with a collat, a no-scope, and a flick. What's going on with Hooksy? What's in the water for him?
Yeah, I would say the same. Like, he's just been improving. Like, even when he joined the team on practice, he was good. But then when we went to, what was it, the Pro League at the start and then RMR, like, he was just, like, kind of sacrificing too much. He wants to do everything for the team, runs in like crazy, you know, he just wants to create as much space as he can. But he like is actually delivering on practice when it comes to killing as well. So I think now more and more like you could see him like he's not always going to run in first. It's going to be me, sometimes him, sometimes Hunter. So like it's not always him just going in and dying. So I think he's just more comfortable individually as well. I think he's very comfortable like in pistol rounds, for example, and Anubis as an upper, he's been practicing a lot. I think
see that
it's probably like the meta right now since people are like committing more kind of towards B, searching more, so it's you can abuse the up more. But yeah, he's been stepping up individually.
Okay, my final question for me, right? Let's say you find yourself in the grand finals here again, like last year, right? Who do you think you might be seeing there? Because right now we don't know who's going to be beating whom, right? Who do you think is the other team who might maybe reach the finals alongside you guys?
I think, I mean, the obvious answer would be FaZe, seeing in the final, but I think like one team that we're not going to see in the final would be like Cloud9, I think, and maybe Navi. So I think I would say FaZe, maybe Heroic.
I think that's fair enough. Aj sad pozdrav kući, gleda majka, gledaju svi, javi se tamo.
Na engleskom ili na?
Srpskom, šta?
Hvala vam svima što gledate, majka, čale, devojka, porodica, hvala vam puno, volim vas.
Well,
that was it.
I don't know what that was, but it was a heck of a send-off.
It was just nice things. Don't have to worry about it.
There we go. Congratulations. Great first match. Great opener here. I'm sure we'll get to talk to you again.
Thank you, guys.
Thanks.
There you go.
There we go. Good job, Bianca.
Yeah, man.
Send him off.
We got
Send
it all,
him off.
We got it all sorted out in the end.
We did indeed. I mean, what an opener there for G2, right?
Yeah.
Absolute domination in their first matchup. Really, Anubis contested. Inferno,
look, here's the thing. Like for the side of G2, it wasn't really the toughest of opponents. Let's be very real about it. Even the map pool we alluded to earlier on as well. The fact that G2 should have the edge, right? But the fact that they're feeling super comfortable and it's not requiring Nico to drop another 1.4 rating. Everyone's having a pretty good time. Hooksy's looking good as well, as Janko brought up, you know, and you mentioned it yourself as well. The fact that he is hitting the shots he needs to hit. I think the sort of start G2 were looking for to continue that momentum they built up last year.
And I think it has to be pointed out again, like Big had a good plan coming into Inferno on their CT side, right? Like, as you heard Nico say himself, like they were one step ahead, for example, in that round. But it's just when, you know, G2 is in that zone right now and players individually, they're just very good at reacting to things and adjusting really quickly. So even if they're a step behind in a round, they can catch up. And you could see one small mistake from the big players once it comes down to situational Counter-Strike and the round falls apart. I mean, that was a 5v3 they lost. There was another one later on in the half that they failed at too.
I think we have the round, right? Round
no,
we
don't. We are going to move on. Let's talk about Big Clan a little bit here, right? Obviously not how they were hoping to start off this stage after some strong performances there in the play-in. But what are we looking for from Big, right? That second map, not so encouraging. Anubis a little bit more to work with.
I think for Big, it's just realizing that you played probably the best team in the tournament, right? Yeah. So you can't be too hard on yourself. Obviously, there's missed opportunities, especially on Anubis, right? The second round, Tabsen was a bit unfortunate, you know, also losing the second round in the second half. So if they had a better start in one of the two halves, they could have very realistically taken at least that map, right? So just sort of try to fight your way as much as you can through the lower bracket.
Now, I actually do have a surprise for you. I thought we'd lost it. Turns out we found it. We've got round 9 here, Bless.
Yeah, screw you,
Go away.
Shout out to my
man. Just to do a little switcheroo.
This is such a just obnoxious round from the side of G2, right? It's a 3v5, by the way. It's a 3v5 and Big, they turtle up. Poor Crimbo gets absolutely annihilated. 2 mollies and a nuke, and then it just falls apart. Hunter finding 2 kills on the Favon, and it taps in, Susan surrounded all by his lonesome. And then the final player, Monty doesn't even have to take the duel. He spots him out. And these are rounds you cannot capitulate on. A 5 versus 3 in the CT side, you're barely taking any damage. And then what happens is, because it's so turtled up on the bomb sites, allowing G2 the freedom to wrap around from short, come in from everywhere, and it just completely crumbles.
And you know what's the reason for the turtling? It's the fact that they lost the round previously, a 5v3, because they were a little bit too aggressive. So now they're like, okay, let's just not throw this away. Now you're like playing too scared, right, to an extent. And listen, they probably still win that round four times out of 5, but not against G2 that's in this form, because you see how much space they take, how far Hunter goes. Like, he's the joker in that round. You know, they're just drawing attention to themselves, so he could play. He delivers with 2 kills, and it looks flawless. It looks beautiful, right? And I don't want to like talk too much about G2, man. They're looking
I'll
the
give you
best
one
they
more.
have in a long time. I don't want to jinx it.
I just love the fact that even in that round, it felt like Hooksy or whoever was calling that particular round, you know, they seemed to have the right read. They're like, they're going to be total up, they're going to be playing very passively, and they didn't have any information where Crimbo was, but they're like, they made a very nice guesstimation. He's going to be in pit, and they expended 2 Molotovs and a nade. That's a lot of investment for a bit of a guess right there, and it destroyed him right there. Good
and
read.
to touch on Big, you know, some more positives. It feels like their Anubis is pretty solid, right? So going through that lower bracket, that could be something where they could have an advantage with the other teams. I guess a lot of teams have still practiced it, but don't have as many official reps on the map and maybe aren't comfortable to the same level that Big is. And I think so far in this tournament, starting from the play-in, they've been a little bit above expectation in terms of how they played, like their style. They're looking a little bit more solid, so hopefully they won't get too disheartened by this loss and can keep doing some damage.
I think they're one of the very few teams right now whose CD side is just fun to watch in a noob. As a T side, a few question marks overall, but they're able to adapt very, very well on the fly. We saw the way they were able to kind of bounce back in the first half against G2, even though G2 had a massive lead initially. So yeah, Big, they seem to know what they're doing in Anubis. I just wish they expanded a little bit into the other maps as well.
Well, we'll see if they can continue that expansion. We'll see if they can find another bounce back, because Big, they're not out just yet. They'll have more opportunities, but for now it's G2 that advance, and we advance into our break.
The bell tolls for Cologne. This cathedral, a cathedral that is stacked from the earth to the heavens with the greatest of all the fans, the most passionate.
Dallas, we're back. Counter-Strike is in our DNA. It always has been, and it always will be. And now we are once more returning to where it all began.
I can't explain. I can't explain.
Anubis was added to the active duty map pool in November 2022, and thus we've seen it creeping into top tier competitive play. Everyone's starting fresh, but throughout the handful of matches so far, there have been a couple of key tendencies and other takeaways that we should look at. So let's jump into the basics with spawn timings. Earliest contact towards B ruins will see the CTs meet the attack head on at 147. Fighting mid from top left or right will see fights commencing at roughly 148. Playing for info at B with a canals peak will glean info at 145, but the best spawns may have already crossed and or be set up waiting for the pick. And lastly, a quick A rush would see contact exchanged in main at 143. On top of these spawn timings and common fights, the meta starts to form. Layering your choice of supplemental utility to make fights easier or zoning out areas, we start to see trends emerge. Mid-door smoke molly combos deny vision and force back the defense from house and doors. Controlling mid is huge real estate. If you can push back the CTs into a passive stance, rotations to help the other side become constricted, and you must take the long way round through beach, unless you want to take the fight and risk unfavorable duels in the mid corridor. If the mid defense isn't kept in check and is allowed to posture forward, they could become a nuisance, taking timing fights top mid as well as through the window into canals. It also acts as a quick rotation point, which enables flanks on either side. Spawn smoke to deny vision and allow scaling for B splits through canal are very popular, with some variations even allowing one-ways. The CTs are looking to mess up these early timings with crowd control utility to either chip away at health or set up for an aggressive push. As like any site execute, there are plenty of variations, but over at the A site, the repeat offenders can include a heaven smoke, a a Bricks molly, and some well-placed flashes. B, it's more of the same, with even more choice of utility combinations. However, the Temple Smoke is very powerful, as it denies the fastest rotation for players coming to support the side. 2-2-1 or 3-1-1 CT setups seem to be the standard deviation of Labor, but there are plenty of different variations throughout a single match. The meta on Anubis will continue to chop and change from match to match, so make sure you're paying attention to the details. It'll get your pheromones flowing. Get it? Pheromones?
Guys, we can drop rush on CT.
Oh, actually. Yeah.
But let's wait 2 seconds. It guys, it's a B rush, okay?
Yeah.
They're gonna full
Yeah,
buy now.
Molotov balcony, okay?
Yeah, you have
I'll transport the Molotov, okay? Let's play passive.
Anything? We can smoke. Gonna do the HE, do the HE, I did one. Bring a flash. I'm close. Bring a flash. I can flash, Nathan. No, it's fine.
You can play it.
You can hold on, Matthew.
Yeah, I'm just keeping the
I'm anti-flash, Matthew. MVP banana. Can you flash? Yeah, flashing. Go. LOT B, in. 3 banana, 1 car already. Start pushing.
Let's go,
I'm
Fanny.
gonna smoke. Let's freaking live.
Look at the rotation immediately. They just evacuated B. This is a massive gamble call from Apex here late.
What a godlike call. If this works out, that is genius.
Let's settle mid maybe just. Come mid?
Yeah, that's it. They did smoke city, but nothing pushing yet.
You need to get close then, okay?
Bring a retake. It's okay.
You have first
Play
contact.
yourself,
You need first contact. Walking now, mid.
Flashing.
Everyone's
Only
one. 1 apps.
Full ups. Flashing out bomb, and the middle one. Nice in mid.
I have it.
One out, one middle. Nice. One more mid and ups.
Apps and mid.
Down. Shot. Bomb is ups.
Break in, mid off, I think.
Shot, nothing. Default.
Let's go! Fucking Joker! Nice, guys!
Katowice! We are back! 3 years since we were here in this, what I think is the beating heart of all esports, and man, what name is going to be scratched on this by the time we get to Sunday? Well, that journey, my friends, starts now.
And James just looks locked in the quick scope into Hunter. A frag onto the feet of Nico. Modesty close proximity, but it's ended. 2v5 between Alexi and Modesty. Alexi alleviates a little bit of pressure from G2. A 2 versus 5 turned into the 2v2. No way! It's only Flip left over. Oh, what? That is ridiculous! It's G2 just going to the fight. They're going to end it here and now. And G2 in Katowice defeat VP.
Everyone has been waiting for today, from quarantine to quarterfinals. It's FaZe Clan taking on Gambit. There's the shot. Robs has found 2. This is a 1-on-4. Oh no! And Robs might just knock them all down.
A 1v4, the Robs is looking to get over the line to take this map away from Gambit. Axel up through the window. Robs has heard something. Robs knows. Oh, there's the closer. Robs, what a way to knock in dust too. Robs ain't playing around. Gambit, this is very slow. This is very labored. This is wasting a lot of time. And Brokey's on for the ace. 4 out of 5 ain't bad. But there's the fifth. and they go hunting. They look to send a message. Everybody falls. Gambit, their journey ends here, but this FaZe squad, oh, it's just beginning. It's been 3 years and we are back. Simple is synonymous with Spodek, but today he goes against a young talent that could shut him down.
Here we go, Simple. Run boost. Oh, baby, he wants to get aggressive. He's got it.
Absolutely what you'd expect to see from Simple on this stage. This is still dangerous. This is Navi again going toward a stack, and it's been completely removed. Absolutely obliterated.
How much does Modesty want to dedicate his life to this bomb site? On Catwalk, finds the timing. 8 seconds. If he can drop the bomb, it'd be everything. But it travels into the site. 1-on-2 for Modesty now.
It's sacrificial. Gives his position away. He wants Modesty's aim gone. What this man? Oh, the shepherd step takes down the goat. It's all on to Boomich. 1 versus 2. Big man's got moves. Boomich has clutched one back already in this game. Starts it off well. Nico's the one that killed Simple. Surely he has to be aware that he was up toward the position, and he certainly is. Calm, composed, and Boomich will make it 12-12. Nico has to reload. Simple's got an AK pick. No! It's the headshot instead! And Navi removed, erased, and it's G2O has now find their way toward the final. By the end of today, we'll be sending one of these teams to the grand finals. Whether you're a FaZe fan, a Heroic fan, we're all fans of the beautiful game that is Counter-Strike. He's already on the scene. This guy doesn't like to hang around. He wants to play into it here and now. And there's the first. Oh, swinging out. He's seen another. Brokey. This isn't even a clutch, but he's doing it all alone. Incredible.
Brokey needs to capitalize. He needs them all, and they're collapsing upon him. They don't clear the corner. Oh! Brokey lines up a double. Oh! And 5. This might be the end of the Danes on the big stage.
Another clutch to close it, and this time it sends them to the grand finals. We bring out 2 teams. 2 teams that have never won here. 2 players leading them who have never won here. They've tasted disappointment on this stage. Today, that changes.
FaZe does just enough to stay alive. 7 more in a row for FaZe to force overtime. Fast pace towards Banana. The play has been called. Hunter's going to turn that corner. JKS has got him. Huddled behind. Another flashbang from Kerrigan. Utility starting to be impactful. JKS starting to be impactful. 1 round left.
Is in a huge amount of trouble. He's going to try and take matters into his own hands. But Jax, he drops in. Oh, talk about a custodian. Oh, talk about a superstar. Talk about the elite. Rops is on a rope. It's over. As FaZe somehow turned this back.
G2, they better find a way to reset, and it's going to be the hardest reset of their careers.
Twist trying to use the gap to see through spot them. Sees him. Easy find of the kill. Looks down. Hunter not looking the right way. Twist has both. Modesty comes straight back into the picture, and it's Kerrigan that has to hold it. He can't. Modesty's got overtime. How are we doing this again? How are we going the distance once more?
Hunter and Modesty. It's them against the world.
Hunter flashes in his favor. He's got 3. Oh my, he's absolutely hunting all the prey today. And it rocks. Gets shut out by Modesty in the end. JKS. Could the stand-in win map 2 for them? Modesty back in the corner. And this is absolutely doable now. Quick tap, falls off, and he falls the wrong way, so as not to be spotted. Alexi B just waits it out, but JKS has it. Does he have the time, though? It's going to be so close. FaZe have won map 2, and they'll go up 2-0 in this series.
That is unbelievable. The stand-up. What can this man not do for FaZe? There's no other options for G2.
Oh, they lined up. That's going to drop them down. It's all on Hunter. FaZe, finally. Kerrigan gets redemption. They've lost twice on this stage, 2017, 2018. The king of Counter-Strike, the man who led FaZe. Chances taken by so many players, so many gambles on this team, but it finally paid off. The Intel Extreme Masters, Katowice champions, FaZe Clan in 2022.
play from Ross. And up a mid, he's knocking him down like bowling pins. He gets 4. Is he on for the 8th? Tough kill and run. He's back to spawn. Robs, will he find this? Oh, he locks it up. Robs.
looking fresh with your new fade. I saw you getting that sorted out. What's good, home dog? What's good, home slice? I mean, I wanted to ask a little bit about coming into the new year. You know, like Rio was not fun, I'd imagine, but necessary maybe. Where's the headspace at? New year, new you. Get back on the grind, or is it just shaking Rio off and getting back to the real stuff?
I mean, we're starting like last year, right? We had Standard and Blast. Yeah. So this time we are the full lineup for Katowice. That's a good start. I mean, I think we ended the year on a good note. In that sense, we went top 4 in the last 2 tournaments, right? So went to the final. So yeah, Rio was rough, but I think we learned a lot from that, and hopefully we show a good face here.
Yeah, I mean, you already showed a good face at the start of the year. It's just a question of maintaining. Katowice has got a rather large list of teams I can imagine lifting the trophy. Can you visualize FaZe being one of them?
Yeah, I think so. I think we're in a good spot. We are not ranked #1 in the world. And I think right now we might go under some people's radar maybe. In that sense, we feel prepared. We didn't have the best preparation, but I think we have been a team that even not with the best preparation, we can still hit peak performance. But I'm going to say our group is very, very tough. When I look at that, it's going to be a bloodbath, and some big names are going out early. And hopefully we can remain strong. And I think it just comes down to mentality, and I think the mood is so good in our camp right now. We're just happy to have Robin and Rain back, so it creates a little honeymoon, and that's good here during the winter here in Katowice.
Would you say, though, that what you're talking about, this like intangible mentality vibe, we use lots of words for it, do you think that plays one of the biggest parts when all the teams can and are so close and so competitive? It is down to atmosphere, vibe, all these floaty bullshit words?
Yeah, I think our team has mentioned many interviews with the vibes, and our team is so good. Everybody's just living inside the break room. Yeah, so I think vibes is very important for us, and I think that's when we play the best. And having the whole team from beginning creates a good, sustainable vibe. So I think having the great mindset and a good mindset before the game and during the game is the most important thing right now, because everybody's shooting so hard. They was playing perfect CS. Yeah. So it just comes down to that one last percentage.
He's a cutie, right?
That's running by.
Yeah. It's absolute chaos here today, but I'm sure I'll let you get on with your day. Thank you for your time. Appreciate it.
Enjoy the window.
Yeah.
The defending champions return for their Katowice debut as FaZe ready to grace the Hall of Heroes. Hoisting the trophy this time last year to begin off their Intel Grand Slam run, today marks the start of what could potentially be the completion of that legendary feat. That run towards the trophy and toward those beautiful gold bars on our screen begins off today versus Spirit. And joining myself, Freya Spears, we've got Maui and Yanko down here on the desk. Man, I know you had a game this morning, Yanko, but starting off the groups here, that's going to be epic.
Oh yeah, of course, and also one of the defending champions of Katowice won his game. That was Jackie S. Last year he was a stand-in for FaZe for 2 different players, by the way. Rops initially, then Rain in the playoffs. But yeah, FaZe had a great tournament last year, great first half of the year. That's where they got some of those notches towards the Intel Grand Slam, right? And they have 4 more opportunities, this and 3 tournaments more, to win 1, and that would basically crown them as the Intel Grand Slam champions. Mark of an era, so to speak, in Counter-Strike.
Yeah, it's kind of poetic that it started here and could potentially end here for FaZe with that Intel Grand Slam.
And for FaZe, obviously they had a handful of opportunities that they missed out on. That's why you only see the 4 events remaining to win it. They lost out in Dallas, they lost out in Pro League, obviously not doing well in Rio. And FaZe are using that as motivation here. Obviously everybody wants to win every Kato they can, but the fact that there's $1 million prize pool on top of already what they could be winning, that's legendary stuff, Freya.
And we know for Karrigan, for Rain as well, they have been tantalizingly close already to actually getting an Intel Grand Slam with another roster too. So they're going to be fully set eyes on the prize.
And those have been some heartbreaking losses. The thing is, it's not like once they got to 3 that they couldn't find the 4th. It was their first one should have happened earlier, right? Like they had Oakland in 2017 where they lose to NIP. Oh, yeah. NIP's first tournament re-res. That's NIP with still Forest and Get Right, by the way, and Exist. Then they had that grand final in Katowice 5 years ago in 2018 against Fnatic, where Flusha, Train game, right? His clutches, his movements, like that sort of just slipped through FaZe's fingers. So those have been some heartbreaking losses. Cologne that same year, losing to Big in the semifinal, right? When it seemed like the tournament was theirs for the taking. So a lot of disappointment. Karrigan and Rain were there throughout that whole thing. So I'm sure they're very eager to sort of not let it slip through their fingers yet again.
So, Maui, can you give me a temperature check maybe on how you've seen FaZe, obviously, starting off the year? We saw them in Copenhagen, albeit not the hardest of opposition, but I feel like they look good. It didn't look like any painful maps coming through there.
It looked great because the core players were playing very well. They were using Esatag as a stand-in for that event. He had one coming out map that was excellent on Overpass, but then after that, it was basically the usual suspects that were getting it done for FaZe. And that's a great sign because you wouldn't expect that FaZe or that anybody on the team, Brokey, Rops, Twist, would fall off, and they didn't. They proved to everybody that they are still a championship contender, and they pretty much breezed through that groups.
It's a bit strange with FaZe. You know, first half of the year was so dominant. They won 4 tournaments. Major included Katowice, Cologne, and then there was no trophies in the second half. But there were a couple of finals, a couple of good games, right? And Brokey, I think, you know, lately you see in those 3 biggest tournaments that they won, he played extremely well, right? Was the MVP of Katowice. So I think he is the catalyst, so to speak, for those championship runs. I feel like when he is playing on the top of his game, that's when FaZe goes on and wins the whole tournament. If he's like averaging, that's when they're sort of like, because you have Twist, Robs, they're pretty consistent, right? And they deliver. Brokey a little bit up and down. He's a bit of a wild card. So when he's feeling it, when he's having a good tournament, that's what pushes FaZe over that finish line.
And I would label it as such that if we got 2021 Brokey in the last year, this wouldn't be the same FaZe era that we're kind of saying is possible. That it's still the fact that they can still win a Grand Slam, because 2022 Brokey was a completely different beast. Showed so much development in terms of his individual ability, consistency, decision-making, clutch factor. I mean, this guy became one of the best operators in the world from a guy that was sort of a fringe top 20 contestant. Like, you wouldn't even... Some people would have said, I might have said Frozen had a better 2021 than him. I might have not even had him in my top 20. And yet, he showed everybody that it was no mistake that he was on that list and that the progress was linear.
And I mean, he started off looking great in Copenhagen as well, the highest rated player for FaZe coming off of things. Somebody that was absent there, though, obviously Rain. Congratulations to him. He's just had a child. So he missed out on that event. Didn't really look, you know, like it left too many holes. As you said, Esatag was looking really solid. But Rain, always a player you can rely on in these big games to be showing up.
And Rain's having a little bit of a renaissance for himself. He's actually been playing very well in 2022. It's actually been since 2018 where he's really had any positive impact statistically for a team. It's some of the years since then, he's actually been a sub 1.0 rating player. He just hasn't actually been too sharp. And yet for him to actually come back to this form that we haven't seen for so many years has given FaZe another weapon, another tool. And because of that, Kerrigan has been able to make so much magic happen with this roster.
Yeah, it's been some, you know, tough years for FaZe where things had to be figured out during the time I was there as well. But his skill was never in doubt, right? I mean, the Miami Blast tournament we won in the grand final against Liquid, there you could see when he is on point, like when he gets the space, that he's still perfectly capable of carrying and having tremendous games. And you don't have to go back more than Antwerp last year, right? The MVP of a major. So I think absolutely it benefited them having stability with the roster, and of course Kerrigan being back, right? And knowing exactly how to use them, and just having it. The thing with FaZe is everyone is in their perfect role. Everyone is perfectly comfortable in their position, and that's why we're able to get the most out of each individual player.
Yeah, very excited for him to be making his 2023 debut coming into things. So let's get a few words courtesy of him and James Banks.
Daddy Rain is back in the building and back on FaZe, and he's got a smile on his face, and I'm sure. Well, I want to start by asking, how's the mum, how's baby?
They're both healthy and good, so everything went smooth, and I'm happy to be here now.
Now, be honest with me though, how hard was it leaving for the first time?
It was a little bit difficult, but I knew I had to get back to Counter-Strike, and we had a good talk before the birth and everything, so I was ready to come back, and she's also ready to get me back here as well.
Okay, you got to go earn them paychecks now, right? That's how it's got to work. You get some tournament wins for sure. With Kerrigan, though, he told me when it was talking to interviews in the past that not much into the gameplay strategy has changed for you guys. It's more getting percentage out of the players. Has this made it easier for you to come back into the team?
I mean, Kerrigan makes a new playbook every season, so there's always changes. But at the same time, it's still Kerrigan and the way he calls. So it's still pretty easy to get into his system, and as you can see by stand-ins as well. They all can integrate pretty fast in his system, and I think it's going to be the same now.
Now, talking about stand-ins, Katowice last time. You were there for a little bit of it, but you didn't get to lift the trophy. This time, title defense, you want to lift that trophy? You extra motivated?
Yeah, for sure. I just want to get on the stage in Katowice. It's been a while since I was there, and last time I got dropped from it because of COVID. So I'm looking forward to be there again.
Definitely, man. Now, Spirit, quite an interesting team. Some up and downs, but quite a hard team to predict. What do you guys look at with them?
I think shutting down certain players in their team is going to be very important. I think Patsy and also Wonderful as well. They have a pretty high impact in their games, so we got to figure out a way to work around them.
But you guys got the more firepower, right? The bigger young guns to do damage?
Yeah, for sure. We have the trio, you know. Not a lot of people can go head-to-head against them.
No, definitely not. Rain, thank you very much.
Thank you.
We'll go and send...
Yeah, I think when we're talking about individual firepower, FaZe heavily outweigh Spirit in that department. But tell me what you've seen so far from Spirit, obviously in the play-in stage, making it through versus Sprout just yesterday.
Well, I think that Spirit have one guy that Rain has already mentioned that has a case to become one of the best entry fraggers in the world if he's not already there, and that's Patsy. The way that this guy takes entry duels is so precise, he's so cautious, he's always making sure that he's peeking the angle just perfectly, jiggling in, crouch swing, whatever it needs to be. He's finding ways that when the strat that Chopper calls doesn't actually get him where he needs to be, he makes an opportunity for himself.
I wouldn't really say he's cautious. I say he maybe, you know, throws caution to the wind sometimes. Like, he's very aggressive, right? And I think the word that describes him best is fearless, right? Like, he doesn't care. You go back to that semifinal against FaZe at the major, and he's just aggressive all the time. You know, it's crunch time, it's 14-14. He's going for plays, and you want to see that from a young player, right? He's not affected by the moment. The moment is not too big for him. And to be honest, I don't think they're lagging too far behind FaZe in terms of firepower. I think FaZe just has bigger names, right? But I think Team Spirit, if something that they need to work on is more of, you know, widening their playbook, knowing how to slow it down a little bit sometimes and play standard, so to speak. And when they're running around, is you feel like when they're at their best.
We also want to take a look at Wonderful because he's a guy that's been really shocking the world because even though he uses the exact same sensitivity as Simple, I would say that his the way that he plays is completely different than Simple.
I hope he didn't do this to his players,
that was like a Dexter slap.
Savage.
Someone has to do it when he's gone.
I did like 5 rounds to, you know, I don't feel my mouse.
Does he want to do that to me?
No.
I hope he doesn't want to do that to me. Dexter wouldn't do it to me. Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much. Oh, wait, you can actually do it? Let's do it. Oh, well, I was expecting a little bit more than that.
Freya, if he did like this, you would end up in that corner.
My arm would be gone. Anyway, back on track. I mean, maybe that was celebrating Chopper's birthday, right? Chopper's birthday today.
That's true.
Happy birthday, Chopper.
Happy birthday to Chopper, but it's not what FaZe are going to be saying to him in the server.
Nope.
They're going to be saying happy birthday with every bullet they lodge into his body. Because I think that it's pretty easy if you want to characterize this game.
Good old American happy birthday.
Oh my goodness! All right.
Jesus.
FaZe don't care that it's his birthday though, Yanko.
Yeah, they absolutely don't care.
They don't give one F.
If that was ever in question, they don't care that it's birthday. I think FaZe are in a great position as Na'Vi in a sense of they're not actually the main talking points of this tournament. It feels like everyone's looking at G2 because they're so in form, right? And people are maybe a little bit sleeping on FaZe in that sense. I think they're really fired up for this tournament to play with their full lineup, right? They had some time to change things up, like Rain said in the interview, for Kerrigan to innovate the playbook a little bit. So we already saw Na'Vi in the first game as well. It's looking different than they did at Blast Group. So I'm very much looking forward to just this group. Like, this group is a mini tournament in itself. You know, it's going to be some awesome games.
Well, let's pivot the vision back over to the side of Spirit because we do have a few words in courtesy of the entire squad with Banks earlier today.
So I managed to grab Patsy on his way to go get set up and ready. I'll let you go first, man. You're definitely a lot more important than me. But Patsy, we always see this with Spirit, that your team come together and we hear you scream and shout. I heard it was like a Spirit mantra. So can you explain it to me and everyone at home?
About our mentality? Or?
Yeah, like when you all come together and huddle.
It's like pushing our mentality up. Okay. And because of we are young, we are trying to get up our mentality, our emotions, to play with it on match, you know? Yeah.
Okay. And it's like, you know, a lot of these teams, we see them swear and get angry and aggressive. What's yours is like? We hear it so loud, but what is it? Is it more positive? Talk to me about it.
Sure, it's positive. We are not aggressing on the other teams. We are getting respect to all of them. And it's more for us. It's not for the bullying something or, it's just for us.
I like it. Okay, that's some good info. Thank you very much, man. Good luck and stay positive.
Okay, so confirmation that those slaps are actually positive vibes from the camp. They love receiving those slaps pre-game. Anyway,
tough love. Tough love.
Yeah, we love a bit of that.
Typical for Eastern Europe.
We can see the map videos coming in. You guys were a bit, perplexed as to where you see Spirit going with this.
Confused, because Spirit in their last 2 BO3s actually picked losing maps for themselves, and so they go for another map, because Ancient, all right.
This is where they're undefeated in the last 3 months.
Yeah.
That's true. Okay.
5 in a row.
And
That's
then
pretty good.
FaZe going for Nuke. This is a map that Spirit have also been playing lately, and they have not been winning on, so maybe a little bit of a punish on the side of FaZe, but obviously we know that they're an excellent Nuke team on top of that.
I think this is a really good veto for FaZe in general. I think also if Spirit doesn't have much anywhere to go except for Ancient, and I like that. They've been winning on the map, go for it, go for something that suits you. I just want to say thank you to Kerrigan and FaZe that they've learned from Rio and they banned Vertigo.
Yes.
Yeah.
They didn't try something fishy like that again, right? Like maybe it's that 7-map pool. Let's not go the liquid route, let's just be real for a second here.
But yeah, also the fact that the reason they banned Vertigo is because they wanted to stop playing Ancient. Or the reason, the reason they let Vertigo through, that is. But so that's a little bit concerning. But I think that they went back to the drawing board. They looked pretty good even when they were playing with Esatag on Ancient. So I'm not too worried about FaZe in this one. And Freya, you didn't ask for it, but I'm just going to say FaZe 2-0.
Echoing the same thoughts, Shanko?
FaZe is going to win, but we'll see how Ancient goes.
Okay, well, it was all on the cards with Ancient. Obviously, Spirit's pick coming into things, but we know this has been a very good ground for FaZe. We've got Nuke coming up after that, Mirage, if we do so need it, and we're going to jump into the action with Chad and Alex.
Yes, Chopper, 26 today. He's getting Ancient, as are we. Hey, Chad, what do you feel? What are you feeling?
Look, I'm excited for this. Traditionally, we get some close matches between Team Spirit and FaZe Clan. However, as exhilarating as the games are, yet to draw blood of Spirit, right? They can get close. They can make it entertaining.
I mean, Antwerp, one of the best games of the year?
Yeah, for sure. So if we get even half of that here today, should be an exciting matchup.
So mid, obviously, spawns have changed. Pace is different. Teams with an advantage there, but not now for CTs. Fighting here on the ledge. It's going to be Patsy first to draw and a second from him. Keeps them level. And heading on into that second stage of Cave. Kerrigan hanging out the back of Long.
Basically a retake setup here. Bomb should go down for Spirit.
It'll be confirmed as they cross. That's the jiggle out a chopper. Bomb spotted on the mini-map, and that's another for Patsy. He's on for the ace right now as he's getting every single frag. 4 denied now by Kerrigan, looking to clutch up. 1 versus 1. And it's an opportunity given to him. Slips by the wayside. 6 more opportunities in the clip. Dancing with Chopper. Looking for momentum. Looking for the start. Sees his toes. Still running out of bullets. 3 left in the chamber as Kerrigan denies the Patsy 4K. It's FaZe with the pistol.
Beautiful stuff. In-game leader on in-game leader action right there. The birthday boy denied on round number 1, and the smiles on the faces. And yeah, Kerrigan,
yes,
he can see ya.
Yes, please.
Look, he was deathmatching this morning. I was having a little bit myself, and in jumped Dupree, and then Kerrigan's in there as well, and everyone's shooting some heads. So Kerrigan's definitely got the reps in today and looking sharp.
The atmosphere between these two teams already is fun. I like it. Nice to see Siren smiling. He's having a laugh. And I mean, to be fair, Patsy, you'd think he'd be laughing after a round like that, but Kerrigan, a 1 versus 3, just laughing at him. You can see Rain happy for him. He is Kerrigan's most loyal soldier. And so we go into a Galil force buy. With that bomb down, lots of funds. We're down to a 1v1 as well, so rather level. Into this one. Twist flashed in. Good one. Hidden by the smoke is Chopper.
See the extra details there, having to layer this flash. You didn't need to do that on the old Ancient. The spawn's definitely favoring the CTs to take those jewels. But now as we walk out in towards A, the man to deal with is Brokey, silenced M4. And Rops here jumping up on the sign. This could be too little too late.
It's an angle and a very profitable one. Rops takes the head off a Siren now. Set up for success is Brokey. Taking down 2 of the young guns and the sharpest shooters. Of course, not to forget about Magix, taking this fight with Rain. Rain comfortable in this position. The wallbang from Magix, significant damage. Don't want to brave the smoke, though. Chopper slips through into Red Room. This is where you do have to see some CT acknowledgement. Brokey considering it. And eliminating it.
Yeah, maybe more than considering it. Nice shot there from Brokey on the silenced M4. Now just 2 to find. So this is very limp on the force from Spirit. If they could salvage a plant somehow. Heading towards B with the util they have in the back pocket are wonderful right now. They would get a 2-on-2. If they're able to trade efficiently, they can get a plant down, but the rotation's already here. This is looking dreadful.
Yeah, Kerrigan should be set for this one. Wonderful. One of the names that we heard from Rain. We want to contain. It was Patsy and Wonderful. As those players, you do have to be able to keep tabs on and keep a lid on.
Oh, they might be keeping this one just a complete clean sheet. Yeah, Brokey just peeks on out, takes down Magix, and all 5 staying alive. So the pistol round was close. The force, not so much. The bigger guns not really helping Spirit. They will have to go down to a full eco now, unable to find any success. Good to see Rob Arm behind the team as well, and the return of Rain. You heard from Banks in that interview, asking about how mum and baby are going. You know, we're bang on. You know, Chopper, it might be his birthday. He's getting a bit older, but so is everybody around us.
Yeah, isn't it?
Baby's left, right, and center at the moment.
No doubt about it. Reminder as well, this is, of course, the upper bracket opening game for Group A. FaZe Spirit, winner of which will meet G2. That could be a banging affair. We are a long way from getting there. Brokey, actually quite aggressive, knows it's going to be just some pistols to contend with, and so just glancing over the flame and actually throwing quite an aggressive smoke to contain what was wonderful.
It'd be a bit of a problem here if Brokey starts to get on a heater early. Wait till that AWP comes out. But Rain, he's going to be the man to step into the paint. Shot onto Chopper. Easy. And second as well. The Famas doing work here. Just a few more to find. And they took the fight to them, right? They didn't sit back, didn't wait for Spirit to milk off too much time of this clock. And now with the smoke starting to subside, I'm sure more kills will be coming.
Yeah, Patsy's good to punish on that PT-50. A little bit of extra armor pen. Felt, but only the one casualty.
So Carrigan's name today in Deathmatch was Milkman. Do you think that has any significance to anything?
I cannot fathom or come up with a single reason.
No, me either.
Okay.
I should have asked him when I saw him. He saw me having to go outside in my my Ugg boot slides and my shorts.
Look at that. You just see the toggle of the Mega crosshair all over the screen on Siren there for his lineups.
I thought you were talking about the glass.
You know,
I was
way
too...
the
Oh,
bobbling,
yeah. On the mouse, getting ready to line up.
Milkman.
Yeah.
The kids at school said I was the milkman.
Ha, ha, ha. That's a joke most of you won't get, but you can ask your mums. Anyway, this new cave fight is...
important, is it, Chad?
It's going to be a beefy dynamic. It was important before, but now the CTs...
Oh, I like that. I like the confidence. You got the smoke. It would be brazen of Chopper to disrespect it. And on the reload, he has help. Carrigan takes a glance and catches a bullet straight to the dome from Siren. Rain for the trade. Aggressive on the spray. And Patsy will seize the advantage for Team Spirit.
Right now, A is completely open. You can see how many resources FaZe were putting into fighting. Oh, and now Brokey with this AWP, traditionally in Temple.
It's a strong angle, but on the reclear, he's going to have a very quick shot. Doesn't hit it. New space for Chopper to stretch his legs. You can see the T utility is exchanged with the CTs and holding ramp aggressively. Oh, and Brokey, 2 misses. Still has to hold on to this site. Looks like Spirit might be rejigging the setup.
Plenty of time to evacuate here. They don't have to commit to this, but they have put down an awful lot of utility. Blocked at the ramp as well as cave for now.
Concerned about A after the cut of noise, but Spirit, you can just, you know, play musical statues, just chill. And as the dust settles, yeah, it's just going to be Robs playing for that retake, even considering a full rotation off. They leave the site open, bare, barren.
Now this might be spelling a bit of a save here. They're going to be completely out of position. Nobody in the backtracks. Ready to get a cheeky kill. Great utility and great use of the clock here from Spirit just to put this one in. The bomb should be going down any second now, and there it is. And the jig's up. FaZe condemned to the save round here.
And there is a science to it, isn't it? It's not necessarily outlined. No one's written the dissertation on it, but there is definitely a science into these saves and the decision-making, especially early as the battle for economic supremacy takes place.
Yeah, for sure. And I think here, if you want to gamble, as they did, right, they thought they were calling the bluff. They thought, okay, well, we've done enough to block you B, you're going to head over towards A, and then you gamble stack on this site. If they don't hit your bomb site, you just hold onto your guns and carry them forward. You don't want to bottom out your economy too early in the piece here. So, understandable with the decision-making. Some teams trying to do it by the percentages, some doing it by feel, and some are better than others. I think outsiders have refined this to an absolute T. It's not everybody's cup of tea, right? Seeing James saving, but there's a reason for it.
Well, winning feels better than losing.
Precisely.
Believe it or not.
Who would have thunk it? But there's some stubbornness here from FaZe to fight from Cave. Now, that looked like a traditional ancient round, but ever since the map has been widened, I guess that's probably the best way to discuss some of the changes, and the spawns for the CTs being dropped back. Cave, the Ts can fight it quite, I don't want to say easily, but much more potently. Now, this is an important round here. Seeing shallower mollies come into play here from the CTs as well. No instant deep smoke, they're waiting. And then it's deployed, a follow-up molly. Patsy through the smoke, and well, Twist, he gets one for free.
Good, yeah, looks like they actually got the refund. Siren admittedly losing a lot of his health in the process. He leaves us in a 4-on-4 as he elopes through the smoke. Rops will immediately fill the void.
Very
now
aggressive.
Threatening. Yeah, I think FaZe have definitely had a conversation about the style of play they want to bring into this defense.
Yeah, they've just changed the layering of the utility as well as a bit of the timing here. But up to bat next is going to be Carrigan forward in the cave position. Now, Thought Rops was starting to push towards mid
Brave.
here.
Very brave and timed to perfection off the flash of Rain. A safe fight and an advantage seized.
Yeah, they're emboldened by Rops having so much territory here. That allows Karrigan to go for these peaks. Currently 7 kills to the in-game leader's name.
149 ADR. We are 4 rounds in, but another opening, or rather frag from Karrigan. Magic's flirting with this ramp smoke and actually going straight through. Okay, now can call it clear on the cubby. Rain and Karrigan, the power of friendship. How far will it get them? Karrigan baits, draws attention. And spotted and plucked from their shoulders. It's Rain with the double spray for FaZe's 4th.
And might have to be Siren here for a bit of a save. 25 seconds left, completely removed from the play. There is the fight coming his way. Rain already aggressing now down towards T-spawn. Siren, if you go down after time, this is going to be absolutely miserable. And it doesn't look like he heard that. Hasn't acknowledged the water noise just there from Rain. 10 seconds. Bit of issue here for poor Siren.
Oh, it actually looks like he might be cleared after time. 3, 2, he's
Oh,
going to
he
wait.
can wait.
He's going to wait.
No,
he didn't want to.
He definitely could have waited.
He didn't want to.
Okay, that's kind of Rain. He's being generous to start off the day here.
It's fatherhood. It's softened him up.
A 4-1 lead for FaZe early, and the conversation to be had. You can see the coach, Hallie, already starting to chip on in, and you've got some experience with Hallie recently, don't you?
Yeah, he was my coach
The general.
for a show match, and definitely the general. Just hearing him call the shots, I don't understand a word he's saying, but the tone and the delivery, my God. Yeah, I was talking about it with Chopper, and he was just chuckling as I described it.
Yeah, he's used to the... I want to say the dulcet tones, but I don't know. I don't know how his voice sounds.
Very deep voice.
It looked
very
like
commanding.
It looked like it there. Okay, well, they've discussed the finances. AWP out for wonderful. The only real sacrifice in the buy department is poor Patsy. It's down to a Tech 9, but he can work with this, and especially very aggressive like Patsy. If he can find a position to get stuck in, there you see that last kill again, and yeah, poor Siren. Oh, it could have been worse. Actually, I think he got quite lucky in that exchange. Early cave flash to chop up. This molly as well have become commonplace here to jostle for control. Be great to get a kill on the board for Wonderful here. We know the impact this kid can have on the big green.
Three-man B setup and Twist bolsters the setup for FaZe, now knowing mid likely clear. Clears out Patsy, and yeah, Magic's just slaps an Azazel into the fight. Rain good for it. Siren 1 back. Smoked off, sprayed down, just repelled for now, and Twist's actually activating into middle. Now that's a hard clear. If you do round or start heading towards middle from that ledge, Twist's unlikely to be looked at.
They are clearly wanting to be a nuisance in middle here within the mid to late rounds, just hanging around, making sure that the Ts don't have full control. But that is going to be key for Spirit. They need to make sure that they can retain this mid control. You can see Rop starting to close the door as well. He's pushed into A main, so removing a whole lot of territory. Karrigan and Brokey should know the fight is coming their way.
So Twist is just going to be a very quick arrival, third prong.
Oh, and a re-smoke towards Cave. 30 seconds. That's going to start to fade.
Karrigan just on the edge of that visible line, drawn it in the sand, or rather the smoke. 20 seconds. Now Twist is moving. He's not so sure what's going on here, and Wonderful. Hard fight for Twist to win. Has managed to level the odds. 15 as the smoke will fade. Has to be a plant. Karrigan can try and disrupt the flames. Oh, it's a bit of a spread. He has an angle momentarily.
Not enough. They can't plant. They can't plant. They're way too late to this.
It's over. Yeah, I mean, utility, I suppose, is the reason it looks so futile for Team Spirit.
Yeah, they're just a little bit scared to get out of that cave position. So you can see Karrigan overstaying his welcome in the flames was more than enough to ward them off from the plant. They didn't want to brave that fight. There's not enough time, and they lose another round. And, well, another timeout very quickly here from Team Spirit. So clearly not liking how things are operating early on this T side of Ancient. The reigning champs, they're here to play.
So one thing that I'm sure Hallie has said by this point is Harosh Boris.
Okay.
Most of the timeouts ended with Harosh Boris.
All right. Is that because you think he had in your show match team a lot of faith in Magic's compared to everybody else? Responsibility.
Yes,
okay.
Yes,
All right. So it could be Harosh Chopper.
It could be.
It
could be as well. Yeah. Not to be confused with Harosh Hellscream. That's one for the WoW nerds out there.
Okay. Multi-gamers.
Ooh, I mean, Patsy is going to have to activate. This is T-side, and this is where he's so notorious for making space and plays, and that is a big gun on the back of Wonderful.
And a good spawn, but not wanting to use it mid here to take the fight. With that, you can beat the CTs on the timing, but wants to take it over towards A and might be head on here.
How diligent is Robs? Yeah, tried to go for an extinguish, I thought. Was that maybe a flash instead? But yeah, warded off. Deep molly. Rain makes it clear he's going to be fighting for this, and nade right down the gullet of Magic's. Yet to frag as well. Harosh Boris.
Well, here's a boost for Wonderful to take a dual top mid, and can understand why. Twist was very brazen in the previous round, plucking away Patsy, just taking that fight. This time nobody home as... Well, he's on the tower, but can't see a whole lot.
Rain concedes or not, actually. Chooses to take down Magic's. Finishes what he started on that HE. Make that look very easy.
Yeah, and the reaggresses from FaZe have been perfect here. It's being considered again once more towards this red house. Smoked off Twists. And a blind spam. Can't see a whole lot, but Chopper chunked down to 14 points of health. Nothing seems to be working here for Spirit in the early stages. They are teeing themselves up for a bit of an A split. No Molly to clear out this donut position. Means they need to be very, very careful of behind the totem. And if they do make their way, there is an AWP and an AK in the hands of Rops here available to lock this one down.
FaZe again with a, a correct lean. With Twists ready to respond. Third prong. Rops on to Chopper. Patsy out and into the site now. Brokey's attention is drawn. Split. Still connects. Wonderful down on the AWP. Leaves Patsy low as well. The spray from Twists onto Siren. And now Patsy does not really have the health to have fun here. 10 seconds as well. Brokey's not going to allow. And neither will Rain. Okay, so FaZe, this is really a CT lockout. If you take a look at the scoreboard, it is bleak. There is 2 players that have got more than 1 frag.
Yeah, that's really rough. Sure, Patsy with 8 kills. You've got Siren there with 3. Had a great performance on the T side yesterday of Overpass, I believe it was. But right now, they need a little bit more help. And we know that Ancient can be somewhat difficult for the Ts, but these more recent changes have meant to make things a little bit more easy.
Oh, that was a good one.
But just imagine if Karrigan didn't clutch out that pistol round, we could be looking at a different complexion in these first 7. So have to give big thumbs up to Karrigan here for his impact and a fast play straight up through the flames.
Watch
and
this one work.
Into his jaws.
Or not. Karrigan doesn't need vision to destroy Patsy, and the whole squad just gets sprayed on down. More from Karrigan. Brokey with the cherry on top, and that will be 4 for the leader. Karrigan has got himself up to 11.
All right, well, running away with things now, aren't they? 7-1, you really want to be changing this scoreline. It's great to have Rain back in the server as well. We know that he was not present over there during the spring groups for Blast. And he wasn't present with them on the stage last year. That was JKS lifting the trophy alongside of FaZe Clan.
Just out of morbid curiosity, not only double AWPs for FaZe, but Wonderful, he's tried 2 things that haven't worked. The A main fight, and of course we saw him take that setup and boost on the B box. So how do you try and facilitate an opener? They need one. Let's find out together. 2 towards the cave for FaZe. They will once again see, Brokey this time with the opening. Magic's has been having no fun on Banana.
Ever since this has been widened, it's even easier for the AWP. And swinging into the fight, Patsy gets one and done. Karrigan continuing to frag here. He's
necessary.
Once.
Necessary from Karrigan. Could have been a very different round, and I feel like we've said that a little bit too much about Karrigan in these openings.
But again, the advantage. And you mentioned the double AWP setup here from FaZe. The fact that Rops is AWPing over towards A, it frees up Brokey, right? He doesn't have to play towards this A side of the map. He can actually float towards mid, B, as we saw with that opening pick. And now Spirit are going to take their time clearing out all of these corridors. They're chasing ghosts here. There's nobody from FaZe even close. They took the aggressive fights early. They've won the duels, and now they've relinquished so much control. Look at the passive stance across the map.
But it's very diligent. I mean, everything's covered. It's just with a lot of space for them to wander around. There's one onto Chopper. Bit of an overextension leads to Wonderful's trade. Leading towards A. Brokey the same. Don't forget those double AWPs. They may catch him off guard here. Brokey's got a powerful angle. And just in time finds Siren. Bomb on the floor, and Wonderful scratching his head. Taken away Brokey. Now onto the AK in a 1 versus 2. Karrigan hesitant, and Rops delivers. Posted the whole round, but worth it for that 1-8. That's a 1-out half already for FaZe Clan.
Wow, I'm not writing this map off by any means, but if this is the form of FaZe that we get with G2, who we just saw take down big in 2 maps, that's a matchup for the playoffs already. That's a matchup that was the grand final of last year. And if both of these teams are in this type of form, I would love to see them clash, going toe-to-toe.
Yeah, they are definitely centered right now. It feels like FaZe are all definitely singing from that same hymn sheet.
This is going to be an A play here, so identifying the double AWPs. Now, only one of them was brought through into the next round of play. It's in Brokey's hands. Rops is back to the rifle. So if they want to execute A and think they can get past the scopes, could be a bit of a nopes.
Look at this setup. The bait and switch. You're going to be screaming big box as Brokey fires that shot, and then Rops will be there to put the cream cheese on the cracker, as no one has ever said. Nice. Brokey. Big, and that's enough. It should have been more. Oh dear, they're in. And now an AWP has fallen into Patsy's hands. Twist could be caught, but he's ready for it now. Things will start to lose its pace. Locked in limbo. Wonderful finds himself an M4 and a smoke, which doesn't got him too far. A wild spray from Twist straight into that. Leads to Magix. All alone, without any health or hope. 9. We just keep on farming.
Well, at least the Butcher's on the board now, so a kill for Magix. He's joined the rest of his team, but still quite limp. No real traction to speak of here. And if you were to take a look, sure, there's a couple of rounds in consecutive fashion where only 2 players from FaZe are staying alive, so they are grinding them down here, but Spirit do need to start finding some success.
Patsy gave it all he could.
Remember, this is their map choice, so it's getting away from them quite quickly here.
Well, and imagine Nuke is going to be feeling equally as stressful.
I don't think Spirit have done a good enough job right now of demanding mid control. So you need to make sure you get that deep Molotov in towards Donut to flush anybody out. You want to apply pressure towards Red House, because how many rounds has Twist just gone after the smokes fade? Hello, I'm going to pick you. You're walking through mid. You have no smoke here. You want him to be scared. You want him in CT spawn. You don't want him happy to go for these fights.
You can give him mid. You'll just take A main. So now they can channel them all through.
Looks like they identified this at least, Spirit. They've changed their path of attack.
Yeah. Brokey, though. No slouch on the AWP. That smoke on A main Rops has been throwing is going to lead to a lot of time just rotting off of the clock. And now, you go one way, they'll take the other.
And they have all the info. The whole map is just going to change right now. You can see the rotation starting to slowly, well, actually noisily make its way. That'll be communicated from Patsy here that he's heard someone rotate back over towards A. But Carrigan, he might clear out top mid. I don't think Siren's looking.
Yeah, this could get awkward very quickly for Spirit.
Oh, sees the barrel.
He's got it. Oh, lined up. Siren, good angle and good shot onto Rain. Double from that mid-hold. Rops, spotted out. Siren, he's done a lot of the work required with 29 seconds. All they need to do is get into the site. Maybe not necessary as Patsy catches Brokey in transition. Only one remains. Twists could have Siren if he's too brave. That bomb is loose, though. That bomb is loose.
Time.
Really
Boys,
awkward.
time.
Really, really awkward. I think Wonderful can scoop it up, and yeah, he'll do so with the AWP. Really did get a little uncomfortable there, but Siren, good to be saying his name. Another individual that joined with Patsy and, well, continues to be a thorn in many a team's side.
I thought Carrigan to the barrel there. Maybe X-Ray fooling me a little bit in all of that fight, but now that they've been actually able to post a second round on the board here, Spirit are just one more away from breaking FaZe. So this is the double up here from Siren. Fantastic onto the second there of Rain, expecting that. And then Patsy had the rotation. There was no way back towards B. And that one's going to feel good. Make this 3, and there's a chance to get a 9-6 half.
Big round then for FaZe Clan if they want to keep this domination in their opponent's map pick. It's definitely something you want to hold on to if you can. Brave. Carrigan actually just knocking on the door of Wonderful for a moment. Twist, forward, flash, and Patsy not able to find it. Damn, he's quick with that double dink.
Now, this is where they've had issues, Spirit. You know, they lose the opening exchange. They don't have any territory.
There is no more... Ooh, one smoke, I lied. Carrigan has still got it. But there's almost a guarantee that Spirit, if they want to walk in, are not going to be staring at smokes and Molotovs this time.
Well, there's a positive, so at least not going to be blocked. Now, an extra smoke drop to Magix here. He can smoke short and long from this position. Maybe 2... Oh, don't do me like that, Magix. I was just setting it up, mate. Come on now. So Molly first. That's to the second stage of Cave. Help to isolate Rain, who is now pinned, and here comes the smokes.
Yeah. Let's see how he handles business here. Rain onto Chopper. Siren with the bomb. Needed that. Still, Carrigan unfound at the top of the ramp. And a surprise frag onto Magix. Brokey good for one as well. Awkward bomb in cave. Wonderful. It feels like a save. Not to be. Rops will deny. Rob unhappy with that one. Up to 10. And as we discussed, that was the potential tipping point. Evaded now by FaZe.
Yeah, and then questions again for Spirit. So they weren't able to get that mid control. I feel that they need to be stubborn in that approach. That's where they found, well, some success as far as the guns are concerned. So definitely need to make sure that they're sending more than enough resources there, because FaZe are not respecting what utility is being thrown. And that's going to feel good. You can see Carrigan, they're happy with that one. Another timeout taken, the third here for Spirit within this first half of play. Halley will not have an awful lot to work with once they flick over, but if they don't get any rounds, that'll be the same conversation regardless. So really, really strong showing here from FaZe. We all know that this is their third crack at securing that Intel Grand Slam, and this is the type of form you want to see them in if you're a FaZe fan.
Third time's the charm, they say. We'll see. Group stage in the group of death, no less. Team Spirit, though, feel like the ones condemned at this point.
This is good team Counter-Strike from FaZe, though. Everybody's been contributing here. Sure, Carrigan.
He just burned from 100 to 0.
I just say his name, and then he's in the kill feed.
First the nade down his nose, and now we've got a full Molotov kill. There he is. Magic's not going to be happy with that one.
It was Boris the Butcher. Now it's Boris the Butchered.
Yeah, or Boris the Burnt.
Oh.
That does sound like a pretty tough nickname, to be honest.
A bit chewy.
Jesus. Let's see what we got here. Walking on in to that line of fire. Brokey was posted. I say was, as he seems a little indecisive, but the whole squad, all four of them are about to round that corner. Brokey hoping we seize this timing. He's going to go again, isn't he? No. Down to the nade, and a shot into Patsy. Clips the wings of the highest flyer. This is the angle Rops has been really enjoying on the clear. No one ever checking. It's perfect. At least for one. Twists again. No smokes for him. Puts the bomb on the ground again and hoping to disrupt that plant. Patsy hoping to find a safe spot up against the wall. No. Ooh, twists. He's got it all worked out. Takes time to adjust his quiff.
Yeah, this is rough, isn't it? Just how well FaZe are playing. A lot of us wanted to start the narrative about how good they're looking as a team here.
Can you hear that subwoofer voice?
Is that Halley?
That's Halley.
Oh, okay. Rain has a very deep voice as well, doesn't he?
He does. But I'm pretty sure he can bench 250 pounds as well. I think that's part and parcel of the Viking bloodline.
I see. Right, well, what we don't see is an awful lot of rounds here. Spirit, something's got to give. Bit of a half buy here. They're going to get the full guns out into the last round of play and back towards B, this time with pace towards Cave.
See what you got. Rain didn't have the spawn or the field. We'll just acknowledge the first tier of that cave is taken. Carrigan, he's not scared at all. And it's led to his demise. Rain still, though, eyes on the prize, gets two and away.
Carrigan, though, is playing this perfectly ever since the few changes, right? It's the give or take, right? If they want to pressure Cave, take the ramp. If they want to pressure ramp, take Cave, right? So you can take one or the other as a B defender here, and you're taking everybody if your name's Twists. Again, just continuously rotating around this map, proactive, looking for frags and finding them. Just two members remaining. Wonderful. Oh, like a few more points of health here, as well as a rifle. Siren, the man with the silenced M4 that's been scooped up, looking to do some damage, and, well, damage done. Wonderful down, and still 55 seconds.
These changes were supposed to help the deep side. I don't think FaZe got the memo.
Yeah, I just think that... Oh, that's a nice shot. I think that Spirit really have just been lacking this mid-presence. Decent attempt. Good damage done. And one more round here within this first half. But this is a good way for Carrigan to be starting the campaign. Look, I think last year in the first half, we all know FaZe was the, well, they were team of the year, but most of that hard work was done in the first half of the year. And there's the conversation starting to creep in. Well, this is a classic Carrigan story. He comes in, takes the team to the top of the pops, and then they start to drop off, right? They won the major, great. He's ticked that one off the laundry list. Katowice to Cologne, a major. That one feels pretty good too. The Intel Grand Slam, it's eluded him and Rain before, as well as getting rid of this stigma that I was just discussing. So
A couple more mountains to climb here for Carrigan.
Well, $1 million certainly doesn't sound like a bit of, not a bad amount of extra.
It's not chump change.
Change, yeah. And diapers are expensive. Ops, that's a forward position. Reveals his secondary AWP, and they can't seem to run him down. He's managed to reposition comfortably. Forces out the smoke of Patsy, and still playing around that smoke. Got Twist and support, and perfect. Every time you are on Twist's screen, half a second, you will be deleted. Tries to transfer, Chopper posts his second, and Team Spirit would love a third. Last opportunity to post a T round here. Oh. And that's not too shabby. Magic's onto Brokey, clears a very aggressive push.
What are you doing with that AWP there, Boris?
Good question.
Low on HP, thinks he wants to wield with a secondary big green, but he won't be as mobile here. There's a lot of time, so if the fights keep coming, wonderful. Could pluck another.
Bomb A main.
Look at the push on the other side of the map right now coming in from Rain. So he could even just stay in this position. He doesn't need to push forward because likely expecting them to be watching the extremities. They've smoked towards CT. Sounds like they're coming A.
You've got to get through Carrigan. He's playing retake at this point, just going to be holding for that big box swing. Wonderful, lovely. Takes him down. Twist this time around, not able to find that shot on the plant.
Only one piece of utility here for this. It's a flash. Does Twist want to wait or does he want to fight? Yep, fight's the answer.
He's so good. Pushing through now. They know Wonderful likely slipped on into the temple.
Hard crossfire to break here.
Yeah, Nade reveals Donut. Rain's managed to get into this duel, but it's an Orb's paradise. Loud announced. Rain caught by the 50 cal. 5 bullets. No time. And there you have a third. We'll see how much of an impact that third will have. FaZe certainly have set quite the high bar if Spirit want to take their map pick. 12-3 as we take our halftime break. historically close affair. Here in 2023, we find Spirit and FaZe with a little bit of a different flavor. Right now, it's spicy, but only for FaZe. Spirit, rather bland.
Yeah, look, we say close affair. The matches have been close in scoreline, double digits, overtimes at the major, in the playoffs. Very, very exciting Counter-Strike. So far, that is not the conversation here today. As Spirit, I'm sure they were hoping to draw blood, and I mean, just grab a map. That could be the confidence unlock, as Carrigan has a bit of a yawn. So that's how easy things are going right now for FaZe Clan, who are on this campaign to regain their title here as Katowice champs. They would be the first team to do so since Fnatic back in 2015, who did it back-to-back, 2015, 2016. No one else has ever done it.
It's a rather exclusive club.
Yeah, and it'd be something nice to join. Another little, well, I guess it's just a nugget in a Hall of Fame to have, right? I don't think you get any, I don't think Carmack comes out and gives you a special award or anything.
No, but when in the Hall of Fame discussion, when you start talking about, teams to have done the impossible, the Astralis, we talk about 4 majors, we talk about Fnatic and the back-to-back in Katowice. Well, FaZe, it's still an opportunity. Defending champions, reigning champions, I should say, are here.
Now, we like to keep everybody at home up to date. Brokey just decided he wanted to restart Counter-Strike, and that's all good, because he's back in already. We're just going to quickly match medic, and we'll get this one underway. So don't you worry about that. We're not trying to talk for any longer than we need to.
And I think a pistol certainly would go a long way. Get to see FaZe Clan's take onto the T side, and we'll also immediately have to get to see, well, maybe not immediately, but into the guns, if FaZe's approach to middle contrasts that of Spirits. You had some criticisms of that. We'll get to see if maybe their approach leaves a bit more on the table.
I thought it was key before, but I think it's even more key in this newer, updated version, the widened Ancient. Ancient the Wide, I think, is its official name. But the double dual Beretta seems to be quite popular on the CT pistols, and it appears that Spirit are opting for exactly that, as the 1x bet odds have already blown out quite far here. Wonderful top of the B ramp, ready to unload. Magic's forward in the cave position. Well, here they come. Wonderful. Oh, he spams away for one, and, well, gets the second blind. Chopper here to contribute as well. I think they might have done enough.
I think so, too. Sideways bomb. Nice random proc on that one. And it's Robson Brokey just going to have a go. 5v2, and he has the presence of mind to take the fight onto Robs. Gets it with the Glock. A whole lot more required. Brokey and Robs are getting every shot. They might even get a plan out of this. They're going to run him down. Ooh, forward of the plant. It's Siren's double that gets the sweat off the brow.
That could have gone very wrong. That could have been the mental in the bin for the follow-up map of play here, and that is not where Spirit wanted to find themselves by any means. But you're right. They do just get across the line here. And remember, we do have Nuka Mirage, and this is how it started. Wonderful blind, gets the double up. You think, oh, this is good. Chopper even finds the third onto Twist, but Brokey and Rob's almost making a round out of this. The individuals on FaZe, they're not messing about. They're going to get underway with a force regardless of the lack of plant here. Won't be as potent as that of Spirits.
Had the chance. Could have won the round, though, on that run down. Carrigan. Run on down by the UMP. Chopper maintains cave, which makes the potency of this walk questionable.
Yeah, I think that little duel within the flames is going to be key here between Carrigan and Chopper throughout this second half of play. Siren up and over.
One done. Has to be ahead of this. He wants the info. Flash will force him back into Donuts. A good use of utility.
They should be able to plant this time round.
Really hard to deny that. They do lose Brokey in the process, though. So it is Rops. It's Twists. It's not impossible. Kit on Patsy. We'll keep track of that.
Rops needs to be the danger man here. He's got the rifle. Twist only has the MP9. And he's also isolated an A main with a smoke in play.
At least Rops can use this angle for an element of surprise onto Temple and Patsy. Very quick to the draw. A Cajun B sticker. You don't see those every day.
Bit of a classic, aren't they?
The cleaner, they used to call him.
Getting a bit of shout out here. So if Cajun B, if you're watching, hope you're doing well.
Yeah.
He was always a nice
he
lad.
Was a very charming fellow.
Yeah.
Ex-teammate of Mr. Carrigan.
Yeah, back in the very early days, right? This is back when the Danes didn't have Device as the primary AWP. Cajun used to do a bit. Device did a little bit. You know, whoever wanted to shake it about got to AWP. Nice one here from Patsy. MP9 Could stay very, very mobile here. You see that there? The leap. Everyone loves a good leap with an MP9. But, okay. Let's see how this goes, shall we?
Yeah, let's go. Interesting. You can see the finances. They haven't... How is this so threatening with that plant? Twister's even got an AK in the mix. And Robs, whoa, I thought he was going to hard commit to that. Does get chipped down to 44 on that cave fight.
But this type of setup forces the CT to be more likely in a retake setup on B, unless they want to double up in the site. Well, that's apparently the case into Magix.
Lovely. Twist has revealed the AK onto Chopper and Magix. 3 of the 5 required. Still Brokey in play with that AK. Reigns, Deagle, Deadly. And now a plant as well. FaZe just perpetually keeping Team Spirit on their toes. Good nade down to 38. You got to wait for those smokes, no doubt.
Oh, if they drop all the way back and double up ramp, there's a smoke and a molly in play. They can use one towards cave and the other towards the ramp position as they rejig the weapons once more. The flash of rain, that could enable Brokey for a fight, and I think this could be essential here if FaZe want to pick this one up.
Yeah, timing of this is going to be important. Now, there goes the molly. It is, of course, that kitten smoke situation. Flash has to be pretty damn good. Smoke is going up. That's the fight, and it loses it all. Thanks to Siren's handiwork onto the bomb. Very close.
Very close.
Very. Oh, dear. Oh, no, oh, no.
Yeah, I think that's maybe the closest it could be.
Oh, well, you talked about tilters before.
Guys.
Like that pistol.
Yeah, that feels unforgivable as part of this comeback, right? You haven't given yourself too much margin of error, and then you lose a round like this. Sure, it was a very threatening-looking third round of play, and FaZe hit some bangers of shots, but we've seen this several times of teams just taking way too long on the retakes here, the time getting away from them.
Where does that come from?
Yeah.
It seems almost brand new. Teams just miscalculating.
Normally so good at those type of margins there. And the threat it didn't even exist, so...
They just walked out of the site, planted the bomb and walked away.
Okay, well, Spirit, you've really dropped the ball on that one. And this is your last chance to try and course correct here.
Yeah, this is a really favorable fight for Brokey. See how wide Chopper can go. Oh, a boost! I do like that. Tell a lie about the favor. When handled like that, Magix with a good opening for Spirit. They do need to get their heads screwed right back on ASAP. 13 already in the bank for FaZe. And still a threatening round.
Patsy's acknowledging this.
Yeah, just missed out on the recoil though. And Carrigan good on the headshot. That's a big duel to win. Patsy gone. A scalp taken out of the Spirit 5-man stack.
But they know he's not the A defender, so Siren has to be around here somewhere.
Carrigan uses low HP to go for that clear. Siren knocks away. Finally, Carrigan is silenced, but damage is done. A double from the Dane, and now Rops just brings the pain. Temple clear, he says. Chopper down, and yeah, 14 looms.
Sinking feeling.
What are you sinking about?
Spirit are drowning right now, Alex. They're not sinking. Or thinking, because I'd be having my attention glued to the next map of play here. Nuke coming up next. FaZe are looking sharp. Everybody hitting shots. I think I just jinxed that one. Is wonderful. Does scoop up an AK for his troubles, but that is 14 on the board. Going into the next round of play, FaZe have all the advantages in the world, and I think Spirit, you may as well just keep force buying from this juncture forward, going forward.
Yeah.
Too many forwards.
Yeah, good forward.
Backwards,
Forward.
forwards, left, right.
So the loser of this plays Big Clan? Yes, Big Clan. Okay, in the lower bracket.
Very cutthroat Group A. I know a lot of people can make a case for Group B as well. Heroic, winning the fall finals.
Major champions.
Outsiders, yeah. Vitality, Spinks playing well alongside of course, Zywoo. You can never forget about him. So there's a couple of names to throw into that conversation. Mouse, I think they're feeling confident. You heard from Dexter before in a couple of interviews with Banks, I think, that things are going well to start the year. Yet to play an official. But look at this. They haven't decided to force his Spirit. Just with the 1 AK. That means more likely they're happy to try and go on a 10-round streak to take this to overtime.
No one is looking at this gap right now. Chopper might have a timing on it, yeah.
What gap?
This one. He's already in CT spawn. 1 minute 28. He's taken the fight on the site player. Siren, good dink. Best he could muster. Patsy going to go unchecked. This criminally undercleared corner. Twist, yeah, finishes what a teammate started. Wonderful with that preserved. AK has managed to make it 1 versus 3. 15, guarantee.
What do you think the odds would be, and you and I aren't maths guys, on a 10-round straight comeback from Team Spirit to take this to overtime?
I think...
Like, we can say anything now.
Yeah, but what do you think, the probability?
Yeah, the percentage.
Sub 10.
I'd say like 3%.
Yeah, like generous 5.
Just, and that's not just based off of like 10 rounds on the CT side of Ancient. I think it's doable. But just the way that FaZe have looked compared to how Spirit have looked, everybody on FaZe has been sharp and led by this man right here, Carrigan back again. And when he has these type of games, you know, FaZe feel unbeatable because it's not just the Carrigan, with a couple of multi-kills and everybody else being a bit of a slouch. It's everybody contributing and Carrigan owning you as well. Top of the scoreboard, 18 kills for him. But then you've quickly got Twist, who's been great. He's always great. I love watching Mr. Van Dolken in the server. 16 for Brokey, 14 for Rain, 13 for Rops. Everybody contributing. A team effort.
Yeah, consistency is certainly one of the many components that make a great player, and Twist has got oodles of consistency. Nice Molotov to clear through. Enables you to just focus on the one corner as opposed to the two. And that is the penultimate smoke of Team Spirit's defense. Already deployed. Red room smoked, no info mid, just wonderful posted donut on the cross. It's a slither. He's actually pre-aiming the ledge, interestingly enough. Can he hit the flick? Of course a flash for good measure. Saves himself. Do you dare brave the repeat? By mollying the back of Donut, you can almost operate under the assumption this is the first fight. Carrigan flashed in, and a miss from Wonderful, forcing his aim away. Siren in the open for nothing. And yeah, 16 are just 2 clicks away. It is Patsy and Magic's forced to try and follow their pride into the A site.
Even flashing in a 2-on-5,
that's what
right?
I'm saying.
The devil is in the details, and there's plenty of damn details here for FaZe today. This has been a beautiful showing.
So every individual's online, including Carrigan. They're playing like beautiful team Counter-Strike, and they just take Spirit's Ancient and put it in the bin. You want to pick that in the veto? Fair play to you. FaZe are here, and an immediate announcement of their presence in their first showing here in Katowice.
FaZe large and in charge on their CT side. Unfortunately for Spirit, leaving them completely starved upon their chosen ground. Sadly for Chopper, no birthday cake on this one, just a sour taste Maui as once again Spirit fail to take home their own map pick.
You know, Freya, like in Serbia, we have this joke when, you know, you're a kid and you ask your mom, can I have something sweet? Is there something sweet in the house? And she says, yeah, there's an apple in the fridge. That's what if he was expecting a cake, he got an apple.
Yeah, and a moldy apple.
A Granny Smith.
Because that wasn't... Granny Smith is your worst apple?
I don't know, I guess. I mean, I like them. They're a bit sour, right?
Yeah,
I like them,
I guess that goes with the sour taste. Anyway.
I was going to go for the line that, you know, you're never supposed to tell people your birthday wish when you make it. You know, you blow the candle out, and then if you say your wish, it doesn't come true. And I think Chopper said, let's get this dub today, and that spoils it.
And he got a big fat L. And yeah, they were looking flustered at points in that one too. I mean, FaZe, there was literally no holes. They've come into Katowice saying, you know what, we are one of the favorites here. We could potentially take this trophy home.
If you're not flashing FaZe players off of angles, if you're not using Molotovs to take space away from them, smoking something off so you don't have to check all these different sight lines, you're going to be punished by a team like FaZe. The player quality is too high. Even if you're throwing a really good strategy, it's still not always going to work versus a team like FaZe. And so Spirit in this game showed they were tactically behind FaZe in a couple different ways.
And also something just feels off with Spirit. You know, like they've looked better in previous tournaments, in tournaments last year, in the major, in Rio so, but even more so in Antwerp, like they looked really good and they seemed like they could quietly be this dark horse team, right, that can make upsets here and there, get a couple of good wins. And at this tournament, they've been really flat. I mean, you know, they got 2-0'd by NIP super comfortably. Then the game against Proud goes into 3 maps, so they've been not convincing. I don't know if it's just the start of the season for them, if that's the problem, or maybe they try to change some things within the team that haven't really worked out as they would hope.
I mean, let's bring up our Aim High, rather. Air Force Aim High, that's a mouthful. Let's bring up that head-to-head because, of course, we were with
Just
Patsy.
bring up the graphic.
Yeah, bring the graphic
Bring up the damn graphic.
Karrigan, looking hot. Patsy, not so much. I mean, he started off kind of being the only shining light on the side of Spirit, but then, man, he just couldn't get anything going towards the tail end.
Things were looking pretty well for Patsy in the beginning of this. At one point, he was 11-10 on the T side, and then I asked for a replay package of Patsy. I wanted to get everything that he was doing so well, and he really fell off a cliff. And Karrigan, on the other hand, taunting his opponents and also just getting it done, really locking down his position so consistently. If Karrigan's going to have this kind of individual form, we don't really get to talk about it very often, but it's because he's got so many stars on his team. But if he can just take down a team like Spirit, in some of these being 50-50 duels, by the way, then everybody's got to look out for FaZe because they're showing up as championship contenders.
And the important number, the stat on that graphic was the opening kills for Patsy. Opening duels, it was 1 and 5 or 1 and 4, right? And Spirit counts on him to find those openings to make the mid rounds, late rounds easier for themselves. And yeah, Karrigan, I feel like every now and then he has one of those games where he top frags and just pops off. And as a player, he's always been that sort of a, you know, annoying, like he's gonna walk through a smoke and do something a bit, you know, crazy or something unexpected, right? And sometimes it works, and when it works, it's like it's very annoying for the opponent. Sometimes it fails miserably, right? But this time around, it was mostly on the CT side. He was just playing super solid and doing a great job, and he was the highest performer for FaZe in this win.
Where did you see him having that particular impact then on this ground, Maui? Where was, you know, Karrigan really being large and in charge?
Well, they were throwing a lot of flashes to get that forward lane space. Him and Rain were both battling for that kind of control. And when Karrigan's being set up, again, he's not usually the guy that's set up, but I think FaZe just made it they made such a point to take that forward lane space away from Spirit, aggressing in the mid round especially. And you could see that when he's just set up like that, he's not missing. And also, it was just sometimes he's on the bomb site and he's just killing them as they're running in because they didn't smoke or flash him.
And sometimes they would smoke or flash themselves as well, Maui. You know, like there were a couple of really miscues from Spirit in this game that were strange to watch, right? We saw one in the first half, but this in the second half, this one was early on in the first half.
Look at this flash. Look at so Siren throws a flash right there that lands at the corner. He gets blind. He doesn't come out of cave right away, and then they run out of time. This is a huge error from Spirit because they had a man advantage in this situation. They had some space on the site, and yet he just blinded himself, and they lost the round because of that. And I think that's kind of what we're talking about with Spirit
they were in cave at like 30-35 seconds. They got blocked off by the smoke, so they're waiting for that, but they're just taking too long. And then there was that retake in the in the second half, right, towards the end, where they have a smoke molly and a flash. Their 2v2 Broken Ring have fallen back towards lane, right? And in the end, it's just they were too late to get on the bomb. Like you were thinking it's the flash. It's like, no, they just were too scared around that someone would play around the smoke or not, right? They're jumping in and it just ran out of time. And it looks a little bit silly, to be honest, from the outside. And this is not what you're used to seeing from Team Spirit.
Yeah, certainly not the start that Spirits were hoping for. But I'm curious as to what has been going down on the A streamers. There's been plenty of Counter-Strike over there. So Heku, have you got an update for us?
Yes, I do have an update. We started the day with Cloud9 against Na'Vi, and Na'Vi had no problems closing the series with a 2-0. Right now, we have NIP against Vitality. It is Mirage. It is the map pick of NIP. They started pretty good, but then somehow Vitality found a way to actually stop them. But now in the second half, NIP is kind of making a comeback, so who knows who will take this map?
Thank you very much for that one, Heku. Moving on to the second round, which will be actually FaZe's pick coming into things. We've got a bit of Nuke. How are you feeling about that one, gents?
Spirit looked pretty discombobulated on Nuke the last time I saw them play it against NIP. It was a game where Alexi was just out mid-rounding them very easily, and that's something I'm a little bit worried about when they play against Kerrigan and FaZe, because they like to, sometimes throw a spanner in the works. They like to have a guy walk through a smoke if they throw the cross smokes outside, sneak people down towards the lower. I mean, FaZe just have a lot of tricks in their bag, and Spirit had a very hard time containing NIP doing that. And now they're playing a team that has maybe just as many tricks and more firepower on top of it. Yeah,
a bit problematic from Spirit. I mean, they'll start on the CT side, so they have to react. Their communication needs to be on point. I'm not sure if they're, at a phase where that's possible for them. I think FaZe is going to have a very strong T side. But for Spirit, at least when they switch over to the T side, Nuke is a map where you can have some things set. Even a default can be set. You can say, okay, we're going to throw delayed smokes yard. We're going to fake that we're going in. We're going to go out ramp. And that eliminates players having to maybe think too much or, have to take initiative on their own. And for an in-game leader, makes it easier to eliminate that sort of doubt, right? Makes it easier to play the T side. So potentially, if they're still struggling, maybe call a little bit more set things like that, because you're just too uncoordinated to play like a super default and go step by step and, communicate and try to take map control.
Well, we will be jumping into Nuke very shortly, but not before we head to a quick break. When we are back, it's FaZe's map pick coming into things, already looking hot to trot on their opponent's map pick, and Spirit needs to bounce back.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Dallas, we're back. Counter-Strike is in our DNA. It always has been, and it always will be. And now we are once more returning to where it all began.
Team Spirit in need of nuke. Otherwise, FaZe Clan will sail through to the upper bracket after taking Spirit's pick away. Ancient, and it was a quick tour of Ancient. We didn't spend long in the jungle before we find ourselves here at Cedarwood Creek. Oh, it's just Cedar Creek. Where did I get Cedar Wood? Because that's a type of wood.
Yeah, and it kind of makes sense as well.
It does.
It does roll off the tongue.
Yeah, Robsy's got a nice spawn, and we're ready to get this pistol started. Map 2. FaZe looking hot to trot, typically a competitive affair between these two.
Yeah, and you mentioned Spirit, right? They need to find something. They need some gusto. They need something going right now because this team, right, when they play as the underdog, they play this type of Counter-Strike. It's been out of the box. It's in your face. It's aggressive. And right now, I feel like they've lost a bit of their identity here. The 1x bet odds blowing out even further as we move into map number 2. But that's a great shot from Wonderful to open the account.
Yeah, FaZe told them to have fun, and it seems Wonderful is. Start this pistol off. Chev and J-Raz providing us with all that observing goodness to catch all of the moving pieces here. The ever-changing puzzle. Trying to find a frag back. It's going to be easy, but still, Rain, how are you not dead? Okay, Wonderful down and out, but still takes one more with him. And that's a fight Chopper needs to win. Brokey straights away, twists. Will keep it level. Siren reveals it. What?
He's very low.
Hello? Magix, bulletproof, gets away.
Okay. Somehow.
I think, yeah, it was just the gun spotted and he was hoping he could hit a finger or two. Oh. Twist. One bullet would find him, but hopefully baiting for Siren. Yeah, Carrigan not ready. Oh, clean as can be with 3. Siren gets Spirit a pistol.
For one of those more anchor supportive type members, I think Siren, right, he's very, very crispy as far as the aim department goes. I remember we commentated a couple of his matches last year. Definitely impressive in patches. But that is the way that Spirit definitely hoped to go on here. A pistol round with hopefully a conversion. This is where you're looking to really change the dialogue from map number 1. It was one-way traffic. FaZe just running away with Ancient. This is going to be the force buy from FaZe, though. No plant. Ooh, and a bit of a flub nade. There was hoping to bounce that off the window.
There was someone there as well.
The silo. Yeah, could have done significant damage. Rain pops a bit of flak as well, down to 76. Now, there are smokes in play. If they want to wait for the early protocol utility that has been thrown from Spirit, now would be the perfect time to set up a bit of a smoke wall, and you can hear them.
A bit of a smoke wall.
With a bit of a gap. Oh, there it is.
Yeah.
Plugged.
No jokes to be made. Patsy onto Brokey. And surprisingly, the perfect weapon for the job in this instance. The MP9 gets it done. We can reposition. Chopper's there as well with one of his own. But Carrigan, with an M4 no less, and already in hell, has really stretched his legs in the yard. The gap has now been revealed. Bomb is on secret, and Rain, okay, had to hit that shot. Not only does he find himself a weapon, but the bomb now is still in FaZe's hands. And Spirit, after Siren's heroics, he may have to do it again. UMP, yeah, good work from Chopper. Rain again on that deagle, despite the low HP, puts Siren once again in the driving seat. Can you clutch up? Ooh, whoa, the pre-aim and the tag. Rain lucky to be alive, and more than a scraped knee, a full lost knee cap. 10 HP. Carrigan pre-aiming and deleted. Siren's going to do it again. Rain with that low HP, cowering, dancing around the site. Just one bullet. Siren clutches up. 2 rounds back to back. The Immortal. 6 frags, 2 rounds, 0 deaths.
No, they've needed him, and they've definitely sent the signal out. Siren showing up in back-to-back and bailing them out in 2 big occasions here. So Spirit, they do survive, but a plant, an awful lot of kills. And Mr. Anderson, it's seeming like he's in the Matrix right now. He's found some gaps and found some kills, and we'll cop those in the highlight here. It's great to see Carrigan in this form and playing some heads-up CS. He's just feeling it. Should see another purchase coming through from FaZe. If you're going to push the CTs down to just 1 rifle staying alive and the plant, well, you know you can buy again with that loss bonus ticking on up. 3 Galils, 2 AKs, and a very light smattering of utility. But the buy on the other side, not a lot to boast about either.
Carrigan just swings open the door and says, "Fight me!" And Chopper deleted. Siren still feel like I'm going to be saying his name a lot. Wonderful for the yard of grass. Takes down the Norwegian. Cool your jets, FaZe. Carrigan giving it a go. Rob's actually lurking on that smoke. I'm going to try and play the fade here. Now, Magix is usually wise to many a game. There's 3 of them coming here. I'll opt to recede. That's more than he bargained for. Gets away on 10 HP. Wonderful prepares himself for a potential wrap. FaZe shoulder to shoulder. with a single smoke. You need a frag before they can really implement it. You could smoke Patsy off. It's Magic's the first contact here. Trying to play those headshot angles. Chance, and it's squandered now. A hard clear and a good spray. Patsy, not one to underestimate with a double. It's Rops's turn to come up clutch. Seems to be the word of the day here on Nuke. So far, the numbers disadvantage has converted both times. Will Rops continue the trend? Oh, info. Siren's backpack betrays him, and oh, loud up the vents. Okay, how does Wonderful react? It was towards that ramp side. Rops playing weird games, and he's going to win a weird prize. Siren down, now Wonderful. Orp on his back. Plan. Awkward plan if he goes for the fight. Oh, Wonderful. Spots him out. Robs gets the bomb down. Can reposition now. 3 frags. Looking for 4. Robs! Clutch is up for FaZe Clan. The trend continues.
Classic stuff for Mr. Cool right there. That is Rops personified. You want to see those type of plays. And you can see he's getting tricky with it. Well, big brain.
Oh.
Those type of plays with the crisp aim is what we come to see from this kid. Carrigan with another aggressive maneuver into an opener. Siren attempts to hold them at the door once more, but once they trade efficiently in towards the site, you think this double up from Patsy, it's more than enough, but the 1-on-3 from Rops. Sure, the last 2, he makes it look a little bit more specky, but had to get through Patsy first, who was on a heater, and we're back into the buys, back in towards a bit of peppering of this top side.
Into the smoke, that was a smart adjustment from Siren. Didn't get him anywhere. In fact, the round has already collapsed. Just like that, Pack's broken. You invested everything you had into it, and they just charged topside.
Well, that's the thing. Spirit was definitely holding on by their fingertips because of the performance of Siren in the first couple. There's one
That's
back.
fair.
We'll just hold on to that. But now they've been knocked over, right? You just had to deal with the last man stalling them out, and now, well, Spirit looked like they'll be condemned to a lighter purchase in the next round of play as well. So the Force by Wars have already been won, and Brokey gets himself an AWP quite early here. Thank you very much, he says to Wonderful. Or maybe Rops, the one clutching out the previous. But some action-packed Counter-Strike here to start off Nuke. I don't think you can say the same for Ancient other than the pistol.
The Glove Deagle combo from Patsy there is not one I've seen before like that. Very much.
FaZe can really start to settle into this half now.
Yeah, 2-2. And I'm not talking about ballet. Round 5 with just that saved AK. You might have a smattering of a pistol of choice, those that can afford it. Wonderful's got himself the 5.7. From the previous round, it is basically just the nade. Magic's armored with an AK. Let's see what you got, mate.
Wonderful's been dropped across that 5.7 thanks to Magic. So at least he gets something out of this. I was just admiring his knife. It's called No Tilt Please.
Oh.
I don't know if that's to remind himself or his teammates.
Or he's manifesting, yeah. The please. Ooh, please. Rops beheads the rifle as the opener, and already, yeah, the downward spiral continues.
Coming in looking cleaner, the FaZe boys, as far as the aim department goes. Everybody looking crispy.
Good timing, and Carrigan really just taking a couple of liberties on that ramp side. He knows that buy is less than ideal. He just wanders in, catches a perfect glimpse, just rounding the corner. Poor Chopper. Tagged and now being hunted.
Again, just try and save this AK, right? If you can get another kill and scoop up another weapon for the follow-up, sure, but less than ideal would be an understatement here for Team Spirit in the early stages of this one.
Just going to let those SMGs search, both of them healthy. Carrigan and Rain just going to be scouting around. And giving Rops on the AWP for that low HP. Makes it a 3rd frag from the Estonian.
I'll take that. Thank you very much, says Rain. An AK for him to upgrade to as soon as he's done having a little bit of a look. But hold up, Wonderful. He's chasing the tail here. He's been able to find a bit of a gap. And I think he was thinking about that AWP, but Brokey will cut him off at the pass. And it will just be Carrigan retaining a MAC-10 into round 6. Now, just want to have a look at Carrigan's spawn here to see if that is going to assist in the call. He's back of the pack. I think if Carrigan had a good spawn with the MAC-10, he might call something fast again, maybe a bit of a vent dive. This might change the modus operandi of round 6, but Spirit will be able to get the buys out again. Wonderful is going to be Glass Cannon, shouldn't cause too many issues, but I think it lets you know more about the state of the nation, right? You've got Kevlar, no head armor. You only have one incendiary here to stop the hut or squeaky rush.
Ancient already kind of rattling around in your skull, not forgetting that they kind of struggled on the CT side.
Oof, 3 smokes left to HE and 2 flashes for the next minute and 35 seconds. Best of luck.
And we're off. Magix. Concedes ramp. Brokey with the bomb there. Twist already established full control. Sound cues given. Rain gets across as per usual. And the implementation of FaZe is just slow crawl. It's really well considered. Brave from Rain. Brings the fight to Chopper, who wins the duel on the FAMAS alone. That will change the game plan.
He dinked him there. Must have been through the corner of the wall.
Yeah, good point. Leaves us with 3. Oh, what? Huh? No helmet. Felt that. Definitely punched by the MAC-10 mid-range. Getting that bomb down, going to be hard to do now. Brokey runs him down, misses the shot towards the center of mass. And now flying up that ladder. Oh, he was trying to get tricky with it. Yeah, leads to his demise. We will see 3-3. Team Spirit back on the horse.
Yeah, and a good team effort this time round. Not Siren bailing them out with a multi-kill and a clutch. This is a few more members contributing to scoop up that round, but plenty of cash for FaZe. And, well, they don't want to operate with this T-side AWP. Can be somewhat limiting.
Wow, yeah.
Yeah, lucky to be alive is Chopper.
37 HP with a lesser weapon. That's a big duel to win.
Fair enough. Well, away we go.
You're looking a bit aggressive, Mr. Carrigan, and made nice procedures out of Chopper. He is being run on, though. Wonderful this time, providing some overwatch. Some
Down
support down the vent, but distraction leads to Brokey. Falling early. Magic should have one at the minimum. Carrigan looking to inject some funds back into the bank account of FaZe with that plant. Anything more feeling like a bonus at this point. Rock's perhaps going to go unchecked given the timing of his descent. Nice find onto Siren. Still, though, low. Carrigan knows one more to be found. They are looking a little threatening in a 1 versus 3, though. Spirit cannot concede. Carrigan, his brain swelling. And Magic's the one to pluck it from his shoulders. Okay, Spirit, that's 2 in a row. Up to 4. And already worth noting that kill distribution, it was completely out of whack on our first map, but it does seem like the CT starts enabling everyone, as well as, of course, that break, just to get themselves into a more competitive field.
Yeah, we saw everybody gathered around Hallie there just throughout the break, just having a discussion before they got back in the server here for map number 2. Just want to make sure they can refocus, because the series is far from done. I know that the desk was discussing the lack of Spirit showing up against NIP on Nuke just the other day. But if FaZe want to play at this type of a pace, I think that heads-up Counter-Strike will suit the Spirit players quite well. As Wonderful, aggressive here, has the support of Patsy as he looks for this up-close and personal fight, but nobody to oblige just yet. Topside Util also at the ready. So we have a backside as well as a top hut molly to be lobbed on now. Oh, and Rain just takes down Patsy. Easy as you like.
Yeah, AK singing in the hands of Mr. Nygaard.
Wonderful's dropped into top here. I want to start scaling towards hut. Once you've lost your support towards yard, you need to search elsewhere. Chopper, you need to be careful on this angle because there are bodies coming. Smoke's in the air. Vision denied.
Yeah, options over the top or bust. Chopper reconsiders it, tries to put bullets down range. Loses half of his health in the process. And FaZe with this man advantage. Wonderful to change things with a missed shot though. Hut, AWP, call made.
Makes the ramp push a little bit easier here. I know there's 2 bodies, but now that you know there's no AWP there, once the pressure is felt from lower, from Rain right now crawling with Carrigan, they've got the rotation, they just need to get the fight.
Here comes Magic's opportunity to contribute. But with 3 bodies, clearing him from 3 different elevations. Yeah, he just gets caught out. Nice try from Chopper as he does push the smoke. Disrespect onto Rops. Bomb should go down. Astralis plant, uncontested.
Has to be a save here. You can't consider going for this one. That opening kill Very, very easy stuff from Rain onto Patsy. Sounded like a juicy shot. And then from there, it opened up so many avenues. It looked like they wanted to set up for a top piece, and then you saw them go back to Yard, do the set smokes, cross towards Secret, identify where the AWP is due to Wonderful missing that shot, and then just pounce with a ramp split to take that lower site. Color by numbers Counter-Strike for FaZe here to get themselves up to 4-4 and keep things level.
You ever do any like color by numbers stuff as a kid?
Not that I remember, and I don't know. I remember speaking to some people about this in recent times, like earliest memories. I think I must have blocked everything out.
Yeah.
I don't remember a whole lot, and I don't even remember what I did when I was 18.
It's weird, that one. I feel like it's you do remember, but all it takes is like one cue.
I need something to ignite
exactly.
the memory. Oh, here's the shot. Yeah, okay. It made it sound easy. Didn't look easy, so a tidy one there from Rain. Yeah, and Patsy with the frustrations. He will tend to be in the fights first, but that's one where he probably didn't even feel like he had a shot. So again, somewhat early timeouts from Spirit. Really to no avail on map number 1 of Ancient. Halley took 3 within the first half of play, and they still got absolutely blown out as there's Raban. Just checking the notes, giving the nice nod of approval. But on this quest here for the Intel Grand Slam are FaZe. And coming into event after event and falling short and knowing that every time you take a swing and a miss, that maybe the Intel Grand Slam might disappear from you again, especially for the likes of Rain and Carrigan. We also have to talk about Twist, who could be the only person to do it twice, and with 2 different teams. So, you know, I know we're very early in the tournament here, but it's the form of Counter-Strike we're seeing. It's the tasty prospect of a FaZe versus G2 in the next round of play.
And an international team with the Intel Grand Slam.
Problems here.
Yeah, upon the fade, he just leaps in. It got caught out. Just the timing not favored. Patsy with a nice collection and a first blood. You talked about him taking those first fights. Rain, just a consistent presence after the cross back. Oh, he's actually working this one out. Now, Chopper has his cross. Rain doesn't consider it. Well handled again on that FAMAS.
Good team Counter-Strike there. Understanding the gaps. That's great stuff from Spirit. Communication looking a little bit better on Nuke already.
Gets worse for Chopper, though. Molotov naded into oblivion. Wonderful, just looking for the no-scope on that bed drop. It's the top side, not hit. Siren, good for it onto Twist, and there you have it. Straight to the crotch. Roki feels the wrath of Wonderful. As Spirit, yeah, definitely going to start building and erecting this defensive wall. 5-round haul.
Oh, again, Spirit with another timeout. So either Halley didn't see something, whether Halley saw something he didn't like or wants to make sure they're adjusted here, knowing that it should be another buy from FaZe. Coming into round number 10, they have just enough money to get out 3 AKs. Make it 4 with Rops scooping one up late here. This also allows Carrigan and co to have a conversation as well. Plenty of time to talk through whatever they were hoping the attack to be. The pace feels like it was stalled out in a few previous rounds, so I'd be surprised if we see them go aggressive with that again. But towards the front of the pack here is Twists, right? And Carrigan has had success one time coming out squeaky with a flash pop into the top. Twist, on the other hand, got taken down when he attempted it. This might just be more direct to straight down Secret because Yard smokes are being deployed very early to set up Rain here.
And so far, 100% success rate in getting there. Unscathed. Starts his campaign.
He'll be too late. I don't think he's going to try and cross. I think he's going to park and try and come late in main or swivel to heaven.
Yeah, well, Twist with that Tech 9 certainly does seem like the pointy end of the spear. If they want to hit that top site, he can move and shoot. Very accurate while moving. Takes the shot. Lovely work from Rops there. Just protocols out of the individuals there.
But does that change the call here now that they know the AWP is over towards ramp? Wonderful hasn't started to rotate too far away just yet, just taking a new angle. Carrigan and Twist still towards Squeaky Door, so once these smokes subside, which they will, the last one has been deployed, they're just going to walk out and try and aim map here.
Yeah. Is this Patsy Rain head-to-head is going to be interesting, and Magic's in good position to handle the hut. It's been 2, if not 3 smokes, now an incendiary, but still 30 seconds upon the Molotov. Patsy wins all of the fights on the door. Still Rain arrives into the site. Need this fight. Magix, though, has support from Siren. That's one. That's enough, perhaps, to take the round. 20 seconds. Rain's gone, and so is Brokey. Spirit, that's a round that will feel very good.
Yeah, I agree. I think the fact that they were well ahead of that play, they just stalled them out with utility. They're able to pick the rounds up relatively easily. Patsy gets away with 2 before Rain gets there to deal with him. So that was sturdy stuff. Don't tell me this is another timeout from Team Spirit. It is. That's 3 timeouts in the last, what, 4 or 5 rounds?
Huh?
Okay, well, they're in winning ways. I guess Hallie wants to keep them there, but I assume this will be the last time he calls one in this half, right? It'd be crazy to burn all 4 within the first half of play here. Wanting to avoid how things went down on Ancient, understandably so. It's already looking much more cohesive as a unit. There's contributions from everybody so far. Big shout out to Siren for the early game. And now everyone else getting a chance to activate here. It cannot be a buy from FaZe. Not enough cash available. Rain's actually opted to buy a pair of dual Berettas here, while the rest of his team is going to sail in with just blocks.
Yeah. On Ancient, of course, we saw a 12-3 first half, FaZe with 12 CT rounds. And Team Spirit build a similarly intimidating lead. It does certainly reek of a 7th, given FaZe's equipment. 5 pistols. 4 bodies. Running on down, wonderful. Could get overwhelmed, but quite the opposite of that. And the first. Rain does run him over, but the rotation's in, and Chopper makes it a little less interesting for FaZe fans here.
I can't believe he got something out of the Julies. The investment definitely worth it now. 1 kill onto the AWPer, even if that just adds a bit of frustration. What more can Rain get done here? Because Rop should be gone. Yep. And now it's just Rain. They know where he is, or at least where he was.
Rain the AWPer.
They know what he has. Or had. English lessons with Chad Birchall.
That's something I would pay for.
Would you?
Yeah.
I can barely spell my name.
All right, guys. Today we're going to learn Gurgler. Gurgler. Say it with me now. Sorry, I don't know why you sound like a bogan.
Am I that high pitch?
No, you're not.
Right.
No,
if I am, I would have to work on it.
Let's see. Let's
the
see.
wall.
Yes, indeed.
A mythical creature enters the server.
The unicorn of Counter-Strike. And it's already a bit of a change-up. Look at Patsy. Aggressive into the red fight. FaZe caught off guard. Brokey down to just 4 HP in that exchange. Nearly the double from Patsy. Happy to take that first fight. Chopper readies himself for the cross. He didn't actively contest it, though. He's actually hoping for an element of surprise, and Brokey at the tail end with a low HP. Lucky to be alive as Rain bails him out of trouble from the descent of the vent. They park Rops as well to stop that option. So it's really only Magix. His teammates cannot help him quickly. It's just Magix, and Rob's parked there. Maybe into the smoke if he's brave enough. Frag onto Twist. That'll get the alarm bells ringing. The kits are not on Magix. 13 bullets left for him, and Rops, yeah, patience rewarded. Now he can start his own return to the site. Magix and Wonderful. Do you really want to go for this now? Time of the essence. Smoke on the bomb. It's a start. Still not fun. Fake. Molly gets the frag, as does another. Magic's doing everything for the squad. Rops can clutch up in the defuse. Doesn't know where it is. And that's another CT round. 8 for Team Spirit and Magic from Boris.
Okay, well handled there. Kept his cool, didn't he? Right, there were so many targets if he wanted to take the fight early, but he just bided his time, waited for Twist to come through the smoke, got an absolute freebie on the planter after the bomb had already gone down. And you felt once Rops had taken Siren out, trying to rotate to send down that vent, that was left, right, good night. But the molly in towards the double doors, Brokey burns away.
Like after this, I thought it was curtains. You saw how little help Magix was going to receive, and he just doesn't need it. Doesn't need it. Hold on.
Bit of frustration from Russell there.
Well, yeah, especially when you kind of told yourself, lads, we just took Ancient. Let's go. Let's go. And now your expectations aren't being met. How much of that is my fault? Am I blaming myself? Charging in. Very quick from Carrigan, the pre-fire and the headshot. Siren flattened. As pace, perhaps the remedy to the woes. Oh yes, Twist. Comfortable onto Patsy.
Looking to break this streak here. It's been 4 on the trot. This one is going to sting with Wonderful, the only individual staying alive in the... Oh, toe spotted, Chopper. Yeah, you're gone. I thought you were in trouble. You're just dead. If they take away all these rifles, which apparently that has been the message, Carrigan making it loud and clear, take away these guns. We can still get back into this half. 8, sure, for Team Spirit already, but we can make things 7.
That's one way to hold the angle.
Well, he's not at headshot height, is he?
For sure, unless they're pre-aiming Goliath himself. Do you think giants existed at some point, Chad?
I don't know. People talk about these beds in Malta, these big stone beds that exist in Gozo.
Oh.
For giants.
Well, I know where I'm going when I'm home.
Yeah, maybe we can take some players when we're out there for Pro League. Take
Awesome.
them out. We can adventure. We can maybe put on some archaeology hats.
Yeah, and we can ask them if they believe in giants too.
Maybe a monocle.
Ooh.
But that came so quick, didn't it? Yeah. Attempted the... Yeah, I was going to see if I could get away with it without saying it. Yeah, but it's not as easy. Now, this is actually going to be a FaZe timeout here. So, Hallie counting his lucky stars. Oh, I get another opportunity to grab 30 seconds and have a bit of a chit-chat. Yeah, sign me the hell up. Plenty of money for Patsy and Chopper to get something sizable into their hands. It looks like Patsy's actually been gifted the org thanks to Boris.
Yeah, I mean, something I was interested in was whether or not Spirit's additional play here in Katowice was going to help them come in a little warmer. But obviously FaZe were not too long ago in Copenhagen themselves and have been practicing heavily in preparation for this one. And from Carrigan's mouth itself, the atmosphere in the team is at an all-time high with the return of Rain.
No, that's beautiful to hear. I was listening to the interview with HLTV yesterday with Patsy, and it was similar to what he was saying with Banks. A lot of the stuff at the moment is mental, right? Trying to whir back into action. And when you hear that, he was talking a lot about being young players, and so I guess it's being acclimatized with the environment, but then also the conversation of, well, previously you were just seen as these underdogs who were able to push big teams, but now there's a whole lot more expectation on the shoulders for you to perform at a consistent level. And that's why we love Patsy, because he felt like he would never wince at anything, just take constant aggressive fights in your face. Well, that still seems to be the playstyle, but not working as well.
Siren was frustrated in the previous. This time he draws first blood. Carrigan's coming though. Typically has Siren's number. This time Siren repels the invaders admirably. 2.5 frags. Rops down and out. Patsy's nade to finish what Siren had started. Now though, Brokey perhaps in the blind spot if there's a one-way down on Heaven already, so wonderful. Not going to investigate over the top of it. Doesn't need to.
Yeah, and if he was, I think Brokey would get the better of him. That one-way more to help towards the Tetris box and over towards the squeaky door here. So Brokey can take his time. If he can get the bomb down, there's about 20 seconds left here. Turn that into 40 and try and set himself up for a 1-on-3 attempt. Now, they have relinquished full control of this top site. Magix is on B. Wonderful now coming back up the ladder to address. He has the flash and the HE to try and initiate this, but Brokey will upgrade into an AK.
And he gets just back towards that Heaven fight. Turns the flash. Wonderful. He's starting his investigations as the crawl comes in. Info on the jump. Wonderful. Down and 2 to find Brokey. He's aware they're going to be in stack. It's the spray! And a clutch from Brokey. Spirit, that is going to get right into the cerebellum.
Oh, I didn't think he had that. I thought the top hub player had him dead to rights there, but I think he got stuck. If you're just on the hinge of that door frame, you're actually just floating and you're not very accurate. I don't know if we can catch this again. It looks so awkward there for that final fight. It felt like he had an eternity to course correct with the crosshair.
Sure, they give him the top side and he punishes them.
So
doesn't
check
even
this
leave.
out, right? So one on top heart, and then, yeah, had to drop off the door to take it, right? To try and get that angle.
Wow, that's a big clutch up from Brokey. This was supposed to be a 9th now. 8-6, even 8-7. More than feasible, perhaps likely. Well, that's definitely going to leave Spirit rattled.
Yeah, and if the mental, is easy to pull apart here, that's one round to help, and that's a great shot. Carrigan just ripping him apart. The aim on point today from the in-game leader, the old boy. Got a few new tricks in 2023.
I think Carrigan and Twist have swapped names.
He's been sharp today.
Yeah, real sharp.
I like the way Maui and Yanko were talking about, there was some 50-50s. Well, that's another 50-50, right? That he didn't use a smoke, he didn't use a flash, he just took the jewel and absolutely bopped him. Sit down.
And now the game plan is being outlined. We have a man advantage. They likely have rubbish guns and no nades. What do we do to be as risk-averse as possible? Using all that yard space, which is now looking to be relinquished by Magix. Good frag on the M4. Siren uncleared, and nearly 2. Brokey keeps it interesting for FaZe Clan. Magix unable to adjust as he arrived from heaven. And they are low. Can Patsy clutch back? Back-to-back clutches, or clutch in response perhaps. Brokey using that smoke smart to evade the clear. And this is reminiscent of that ancient round. Plant the bomb. Leave it. Now the hunt rewarded. Patsy 1 needs another. Not planted for Rops. He's gonna get nervous or not. Patsy handles business. Clutch right back. A remedy to the previous round. A full 10-second defuse, but a 1v2 we do see at a 9.
This world is slowing down. How can I fight it? How can I listen when there's no sound? Oh, the wolves are out. Yes, the wolves are out. Hold on to what you found. Days are deceiving. My head is spinning round. Oh, I hear you now. Yes, the wolves are out. Inside of our reality, satellites singing serenade. Send our signal, please remember me.
Team Spirit with 9 rounds on their CT performance here on Nuke. Now, it is a must-win if they want to stay in the upper bracket. The group stage, day 1 kicking off of it. We are excited to be bringing you all of the action. My name's Machine. This guy's Chad.
I can introduce myself if you want. I saw your point. I was a little bit too late.
I thought we were going to do that whole thing. Like,
yeah.
My name's Machine. My name's Tid. I don't know why you're that high-pitched mouse again.
No, that's all right. I'll take it.
I'm
I'll
working
take
on it. I'm working on it.
Let's see if it can be both pistols here. Now, the siren song sounded for the first half. Let's see if he can find some more impact here for the boys in the second, as the odds getting a little bit closer. Rain. Oh. Well, speaking of close, they're up close and personal. He's going to go down any second.
He's had no trouble. Calls for aid. Twists arrives on horseback.
How did he get away with that?
I don't really know how he's still alive. It felt like he had 3 fights from 3 different angles. Brokey could say the same thing. Rock hard place. Chopper, the one with the Glock, gets the head shot.
All right, well, they should get the bomb down here.
Yeah, no doubt about that.
There's no kit.
A little bit messy when that bomb goes down, but still yet to plant, and it's allowed time for them. Oh, they can really mix it up now. Carrigan could be run on down. The Glocks are coming. Carrigan brings the fight. Magix is doing everything. This advantage now flipped. And Rain taking, an over-exchange, an over-zealous exchange. Magix can win this round by planting on that top side. Twist still investigating into the lower. Oh, Chopper looks like he's got this one dead to rights. Good read, and one good click. Wonderful provides, and that does feel good. Both pistols here on FaZe's pick.
Yeah, that's going to feel like some good energy in the squad right there. So a good job from Spirit. Right, the fact that they were able to get that clutch from Patsy towards the tail end of the half, the early start from Siren to set themselves up with a nice bed of rounds to work with. I know it was only 2, but could have been catastrophic otherwise. And then this one here, Boris with some impact, starting to take the fights. And of course, FaZe aren't expecting that. They're thinking, oh, they'll just get that bomb down. You can see Patsy there with the yell, made sure to give the glare across through the glass. But FaZe are going to try a force of their own. Scout from Rain. Okay.
I'm sorry.
Well, apparently he's starting to like the scopes a little bit more.
I love it. Going for what most would consider the Hail Mary. No scope spam into those smokes. He's not far off. That one just trimming the nose hair of Patsy.
It's crazy how much like a tag through the smoke could make a difference into a round like this. So fortunate our Spirit here just to not cop a pot shot, and they do have a lot of space. So rotating down to the lower deck, you've got 2 members, Twist alongside of Brokey, the man here on your screen, but they need to hit some zingers.
Counter smoke. How does that go? Not well. Seems as I lie, I told a real porky pie, because Brokey takes down Patsy. Weapon could be recovered. Carrigan in a forward stance to stop it. Oh, look at this.
Saw the leg.
Yeah, I don't... Oh, Magic second guessed it. Robs misses his chance. Now 3 to find and will go down with that 5-7. Carrigan tried to profit upon the damage. They are all running on into the meat grinder. Siren 12. Good for at least 1 before he meets Brokey and that Galil.
But no another player was down secret. Brokey has to be aware of this.
No info for Chopper. Opts for the Deagle on more chance of finding that lethality. Such low HP. The one-shot headshot smoke just dribbled out and down the vent.
Brokey's here though.
Uh-oh. Yeah. Uh-oh, knife out! And now he's got another one-shot headshot. This is very sketchy with the HP he's working with. Magic's
time. They've won the round.
Oh, no.
The round's over.
Oh, no,
the clock again.
That's not the first time, and it should be the last. I can't believe that's happened. I just assume. I run under this assumption that the team has got their finger on the pulse.
This happened on Ancient as well, but on the CT side retake, and now on the T side, it feels like they're operating with so much more time because it doesn't feel like there's any need. There's no rush. They don't feel anxious about it.
50 seconds at this point, right? You've got essentially a 1 round.
Feels like so much time, and then running with 12 seconds left with your knife out, and that's the exact same reaction we saw from Patsy last time.
And that reposition from Brokey does deserve a firm pat on the back.
It's just, boys, the clock's like, we know how long it takes to plant, and if you're not in the sight, and that clock is getting lower and lower and lower, you can't assume everything is clear.
Makes sense. Wonderful's got his knife out, though. I mean, he's just like 10 seconds, he's screaming, okay, we've got to get into that bomb site. Really, a severe, unforced error from Team Spirit. And just as we were starting to get excited about a double pistol win, maybe Magic can ignite Team Spirit again. Carrigan could be the next victim as he charges straight into Siren's Deeg. This is a quick response from Team Spirit.
Okay, well, they could draw things back now, but please, don't flub another one to the clock. If you're going to lose, at least lose to bullets.
Yeah, you know, I thought it was going to be a frying pan into the fire type beat, but it seems instead Team Spirit are frying the egg that was on their face.
Okay, well, that's one way to draw it back. That at least is something to hold your head up high about. And they've taken a decent lead here. I know it is going to be the T half of Nuke. Ooh, won't be easy to be able to close. But this is 11. The next round, FaZe. If they do hold on to this M4, great. If Twist can get an upgrade, even better. But it's going to be difficult for FaZe Clan now to try and close things out in 2.
Something that's really cool as well, worth noting, is that, you know, they didn't call a timeout. They only have one left. And after a round loss like that, you'd think, hey, lads, maybe we do need a 30-second cooldown. No, actually, we're going to win the round off the back of Magic's. Morris the Butcher.
18 kills for him, so having a bit of a resurgence. We saw how slow things started for him over there on Ancient. And it's actually been Rabana who takes the timeout here, so Karrigan will oblige. And this is just to get the finances in the right places here. And, oh, they're going to supplement this saved M4 with a whole lot of pesky MP9s. A Deagle for Brokey, sure. There'll be a light smattering of utility here, but I'm positive Hallie knows what's going to be on the other side. This is the type of round with FaZe shoving the chips all in with another force, where if Spirit pick this up, obliterate everybody on the international side of the server, they can run this one home and take us to the third and deciding map of this series.
Mirage.
And that's where anything can happen.
Would be the tagline, wouldn't it? If you had to come up with a tagline for each map, Mirage.
We're going to the cinemas. We're going to go see Mirage tonight, guys. Where anything can happen.
Oh, it is. It's like the movie trailer plot line. I like that. All right, well, this is going to be an interesting one. FaZe certainly throwing their chips into the center of the table. They want to see absolutely no Mirage. Rain with a mix-up, not holding yard. In fact, just counting on Brokey. A Deagle jiggling from heaven. Oh, significant damage onto the most healthy or most exciting weapon of the lot. Might want to juggle that around. Rain with a scrap of health, and the smokes are up. A variation.
Tempted fate there, didn't he, by trying to spam back? I know he doesn't have the traces on the silenced M4, but still a risk to take. They are going to cross here with 4 players.
How much of a risk does he want to take on that 9 HP?
Well, he at least can communicate a whole bunch of steps. They heard at least 2 players crossing. So that's at least info for Karrigan to work with here. But one's not going to be enough, I don't think.
Yeah, it's an angle. Brokey unable to help. The door open, perhaps. Not going to be the most diligent of clears. Wonderful. It does go down. 1.5 as Brokey finishes it off. Now Twist will activate 1.5 of his own. These MP9s starting to sing. Rain will wrap. Magic's ready for it. Good pause from him there. He knows he doesn't need to do much more. The bomb is under CT control. The way back in would have been a frag like that. 19 HP. Magic's to descend the vent. How are you supposed to get this bomb back? Yeah, good timing on the molly. Rain will come through, and Siren, he's been considering it this whole time, gets a Deagle bullet to the back of the head.
Time again.
Yeah.
Round's over. Magic's not going to find 3 kills in 7 seconds, so we'll continue to have this back and forth nature to open up the second half. And I said one probably not enough there from Karrigan, but he had so much support just coming and pivoting with him towards that lower site for the fights. But that's been the theme for FaZe on these CT rounds throughout. But most often, they get punished. You've seen it. They've gone towards ramp. They win the duel against Rops. They come back towards lobby. All of FaZe push. They win those fights. I know that some of the rounds have definitely gone off kilter, but it feels like the mob of Spirit have been able to repel FaZe, who seem to be like a moth to the flame for the fight. Where are they? Oh, let's just go and biff. Yeah. Instead of letting them play and take the space, they just want to chase and try and get the duels, try and get the jump. But we are into the guns, so we don't have to take any ecos on either side here.
Smoke wall. Rain tucks in and got a lovely gap just to behead Chopper on the silo. Very swift to the exchange. He knew what was up. Oh, and Patsy's so lucky to be alive. What is that? 1 HP, now 0. Courtesy of Brokey.
Okay, well, yeah, just the bullets. So many different angles that Patsy has to worry about. A Squeaky gets redeployed a smoke, and with this 3-on-5 situation quite early here, we already know that Spirit have enough issues with the clock, let alone with a 2-man disadvantage.
Yeah, one of their greatest adversaries right now. Actually, one of the greatest adversaries of all humans. Time.
Sad, man.
That was sad. Waits for no man.
Well, you better make the most of what you have.
Yeah, let's see. 50 seconds. They don't need to rush. I'm saying that with bated breath, though, as they do try and dig themselves out of trouble. Beautifully handled. Rops now has support, and Magic needs another double to make a round out of this. 2 from the AK-47 as he ascends to 20 frag haul in just 19 rounds of play. We are here in the 20th.
Carrigan's alone here. If he goes down, topside is open for business.
Is the word, and Karras was ready for one. Doesn't handle wonderful. A 1v2. Rain locked off by the flame. And Twist will fly up the ladder as well, so how do you play this one out? Wonderful. Needs a quick headshot just like that, as Rain will stop him in his tracks. My God, the first was nice. Rain, though, immediate knee-jerk reaction for the trade. Just another day in the office for the Norwegian.
A couple of really nice clutches and clutch attempts so far in this map alone. So we are getting that excitement we promised at the start of the series. Sure, Ancient didn't deliver, but Nuke definitely is. We've drawn this to a 2-round game, but it's a very, very close affair. And guess what? We spoke about the fact there was only one timeout remaining for Spirit to use within this second half. Very liberal on their CT side. 3 used within what felt like a patch of 5 rounds, but now the final expended here. And to have a big discussion. The money, 3.7 on the high end, 2.7 on the low. They know that only one player survived. They can still break FaZe. So this is a big conversation to have right now. Boris has been doing an awful lot of damage, and Wonderful here with this plant has given them something a little extra to work with if they do want to push all in. Your other option is just take it a little bit more reserved, a couple of upgrades. You know the loss bonus into the next is going to be about that 2,400 mark. So if you leave yourself roughly 2K, you'll be sitting pretty. And that looks like the option that has been discussed. It's all right, boys. We'll let them get to 10, but we'll hold them there.
Yeah, we saw that nuke in the most recent affair, but that was so long ago, nearly 9 months since that IEM Cologne affair. Wonderful had only been in the roster for a single month, so a lot of evolution you'd expect from
a lot of
both
experience
teams.
as well.
Yeah, that too.
You had Wonderful and Patsy named as Rookies of the Year. Well, they were in the conversation. It was actually Monacy who won Rookie of the Year last year. Makes sense.
Shocked Pikachu face.
I think he was number 7 in the top 20. But Patsy and Wonderful definitely made more than a name for themselves in 2022. And let's see if he can do it with the Deagle. He's already hit a couple of big boppers.
That'll be all for now. Some info, definitely flowing though. Spirit aware, 2 towards this yard position, keeping them at arm's length, understandably so. Brokey just forgoes that line on ramp, and yeah, second guessing it now, realizes that is a gap and a very viable one for Spirit. Bait a shot, but needs help, and Rain, the one to spray. 2 down on ramp, a missed shot from Brokey, but channels them back to lobby all the same. This constant moving amoeba of defense.
And they understand that if they can just get another kill, right, a little bit of damage, it doesn't have to be the round win. I say that, it all starts to fall apart. The House of Cards tumble, and it will just be one casualty that FaZe drops in the previous round of play. That's one of the better scenarios for FaZe, right? If you want to put the shoe on the other foot and talk about things from their perspective, they need to start having more clean rounds if they want to build a strong CT economy here to help them close this map out, or at least bring it back into winning ways.
Loved that adjustment. He kind of did a significant damage trying to track Chopper, and then realized the other dude's been setting his crosshair on me for the entirety, and actually managed to get them both. Lovely work from Rain. We're into the gate, the AKs, and an AWP actually from Brokey early for that ramp fight. Doesn't get it. Smoke will do its job.
Interesting, they've left, yeah, these 2 smokes. Thank you, Jay. Jay and Chev doing a fantastic job here today. So these smokes, they left them behind, and now they've come to scoop them back up to try and set themselves up a bit of territory towards yard, seeing what they can zone out. You can see the smoke wall deployed. 1, 2, and 3, and 2 players deep within the warehouse here.
How often do you see that, Chad?
Yeah, it's something that you might pull out once a half max, right? Because we do know that Rain likes to play this back of warehouse position, and the classic L block with the flash through can be very susceptible.
Does it give him a license to be a bit more nimble and aggressive? So
precisely, especially because it's Rops. It's not like Carrigan or somebody in warehouse that you can leave Rops around as Rain catches the tail of Patsy, who has made the cross.
I always feel like this is quite a risky duel to be looking for, but Carrigan gets info when he takes a glance towards the lobby. Brokey hears him coming. Safe from the initial flash.
He knows there's no pressure.
Yeah, that's brave from Carrigan. Just wants to confirm his suspicions that they return to lobby in 30 seconds. Everyone's worst enemy. Time will become a problem. Maybe not, as Magix bails them out, especially partnered up with Siren. Both out the hut, both with a headshot. And FaZe shaken now.
If Rops could find Patsy, and soon, there could be a conversation to try and have a look here. But you could see Rain, he was flirting with the idea of making the way in towards the top site through the vent. I think Carrigan said, no, we need to retain these rifles. And with Rops being in such a forward position, there is still a chance that he loses this. Brokey's backed off towards CT, so he's safe and sound for now. And Patsy extremely reserved here. So Spirit, they will get back into things with what may potentially be all 5 staying alive. And this time, a much better management of the clock. Right? It was Twist there. I was about to say all the pressure's on him because Carrigan is low, but he swings out, and Magix is not missing a beat so far on Nuke. 21 kills. He's been towards the top of the scoreboard throughout this map. The next closest in the server is on his side of Siren with 17 and Patsy with 16. So those 3 names are at the top of the totem pole of those frag charts. It's 15 apiece for Brokey, Rain, and Rops. But at the moment, it's not really the kill distribution that is the differentiating factor here. Spirit did a good job just holding FaZe at bay in their positions. And that little risky maneuver, that stack of Rops in the back of Warehouse completely removed him from the round. And Topside was much more susceptible to a hit like that.
Yeah, that worked out wonderfully. And speaking of wonderful, continuously trying to take early ramp presence. The smoke, though, persistent.
Started Rops towards lower here immediately. Rain, inquisitive. Now, this will be cheeky, right? He won't be cleared from the lower deck. If somebody jumps up on Silo late, he should have the jump. And if they do set up a smoke wall, he'll also have positional advantage over the top. So that could catch Patsy off guard here.
This is exciting for Rain. He adjusts himself in his chair and readies to pluck Patsy from the server. That should be enough. Now repositions onto top blue. Still has vision on you, Chopper, if you try. He will. Rain, 2 frags on the yard, an expert in that position.
Yeah, we've seen him doing this before in a major grand final,
MVP
right?
performance
yeah,
on that map.
And he's commanding in yard. It hasn't been the same aggression, but he's definitely really dealing with a lot of these outside plays. Just round after round, innovating where he wants to stand, where he wants to hold. And sure, some of these positions are a little bit riskier than others, but it always seems measured. And this is where we have this standoff between the 2 teams, understanding the scenario both are in. We should be seeing Team Spirit now, the ones opting for the save. And this might be back and forth, a rally of saves here until we get closer and closer to that magic number of 16 for one of these 2. We're starting to see the matchup that we all wanted to see here when we kicked off the day. A bit more spice on Nuke.
I love the little detail there, just of Rain leaving his rifle to retrieve the AK. Just in case things had been bolstered. And we're holding that rifle. So yeah, they come in with MP9s and a bit of a higgledy-piggledy mix, and they'll not only have 5 alive, but 5 solid rifles for the next round. Round 24 up next. And yeah, this is what we were hoping for. When we saw these 2 names in the for opening affair, expected a banger. Map 1 did not deliver, but finding ourselves really towards the tail end of a full 30-round game.
Yeah, one of the keys right now is, remember, Spirit have used all of their timeouts. So if FaZe want to be generous, they can take a timeout and allow Halley to have that chance. Otherwise, he just has to sit there and squirm.
Can't be too fun watching those POVs. Feeling helpless when it goes wrong. Rops. Oh, flash is good.
Didn't clear his corners.
Didn't. Still gets 1. Could have been so much more. Magix. He's like, sorry about that. Yeah, got a bit confused. A little lost in the moment. And the flash.
The Dorman letting a couple of strays in.
Rops does well to find the 1. Damage as well onto Wonderful.
They might need a reaggress here.
And that's exactly what the AWP tries to provide. Brokey unable to put it down. Range, Magix does a whole lot better.
Where's the reaction? AWP and Rain, usually 2 of the yard defenders spotted. Patsy needs to take this space.
And that's exactly what Rain's looking for. A punishment as he posts his 19th. Definitely feeling like their sails have been a little tattered here. far from smooth sailing.
Happy to give up the room here is Brokey. Twister's already down towards the lower deck. You can see him getting in position towards the window side. Should be able to stop this.
Should, but it's Magic.
Oh!
Ooh, excuse me, it's Chopper. And Wonderful. Definitely need to get my eyes tested. I mean, Carrigan, he is susceptible to this fight. They're going to fight together, and only one will remain. Manageable, though. Chopper piecing it together. Low side plant is only option, and Brain is right here. Will you clear? I don't think so. Neither does Rain. Just positionally brilliant. Mechanics a guarantee with a player like him. And that will launch FaZe up to 12. We all tied up.
And as we said, no timeout, right? And this is a position where you'd really let the coach, or maybe just 30 seconds to take a look at the purchases. Now, this was Drops almost finding a double. Magic's make sure that doesn't get too out of control. But crispy shots from either side. Another closely fought affair, but that was the one that mattered the most. And they will buy. They will go all in here. Wonderful with the AWP. Pistols for Chopper and Patsy, and rifles for the other two of Magic's and Siren here. They got to make this one count.
Yeah, well, Wonderful's got the biggest gun on the squad. Let's see if he can make it work. Nothing particularly aggressive yard. Instead, the alternative. Rops dispatched towards the secret stairs. He'll be able to control anything behind a wall of smokes. It seems Chopper is starting to deploy.
Wonderful's begging for somebody to stick their head up here through Secret, and that smoke will make it a little bit more difficult to see.
Ooh, he's again been cut down to size early. 20 HP for the AWPer. FaZe poised to hold this top hit. Using Magic's as the pointy end of the spear. We've got Siren alongside for the ride as they swing through. This is a dual twist. Wins. Magic's gone. Tux turns tail. Siren steps up. Good for the first. They need this frag onto Carrigan. The back of the site needs a response. Patsy going wide. The Tech-9 does nothing, and so do Team Spirit. Just dissolving upon entry. FaZe will take the lead, and the money is not pretty for Team Spirit.
Yeah, the biggest positive is max loss bonus is in play. So if they can get the bomb down, well, they don't even need to get the bomb down. Next round, they'll be guaranteed a buy, but FaZe, if they can withstand what should be a bit of a half investment here from Team Spirit, should be pretty good for 14. And it felt like Carrigan was going to overstep the mark here for a moment or two, but stays reserved. Rops gets there in time and getting fired up about that one. Be great to get through this with a 2-0. Set himself up for the grand final rematch of last year against a new-look G2 with JKS, the man who helped them in the time of need to pick up the trophy in 2022. Now he's on the other side of the server, and that match will lock one of the two in for the playoffs.
Well, that should be a whole lot of fun.
Well, with both teams in good form, looking sharp, it could be anybody's game.
Have to get there first. Certainly the 14th, not too unlikely. Rain ensures it as yard is clear. Chopper felled. And options limited. Here they come into Brokey. He's been holding his own. Continues to do so.
One by one they fall.
Is Rain a knifer?
No. He is a
winner.
Yeah, I was going to say warrior, right? He's not going to mess around. He's going to make sure you don't get any chance to strike back as this man. To be fair, we did see Brolin pull out the knife the other day, and that surprised us. I mean, oh, he's growing up.
Out of character, definitely. I think that's all it takes is having config on your team. Start knifing people.
The residual JW just needed a config to get the knife out. Okay, well, Spirit. Here you go. Something's got to change. FaZe with a spree of rounds now, 4 consecutive of their own on this CT side. 2 more to close here. And Rob's getting aggressive.
Should be safe from the flame spread. Magic's just on the very edge, but no sound cue, no warning for FaZe of this very close AK-47. The forward postured AWP, though. Brokey is spotted out. The information will flow rather rapidly.
Calls just changed. The smoke wall was being lined up, so I think Chopper has decided on something a little bit different here. You can see Patsy's mouth moving. He's made it to red without too many dramas. Magic's, as we've already highlighted here, very forward. And yeah, Patsy, the smoke's hadn't plumed yet, mate. Rain will just get a freebie.
He's going to be mad about that one.
Yeah, that's an unforced error there. Didn't need to take that fight.
This is such an important round as well. It will have to be one of the other names. Rops! Easy click, back of the head. Magic's as well, sent to the Frustration Shadow Realm. Karrigan calling lobby clear.
This is
He's
naughty.
got to go behind him here. And oh no, Team Spirit humiliated in such an important round. The bomb in Karrigan's grasp. Chopper with it all to do and a chance onto Karrigan. First of 3. Brokey makes it clear where he is. That's a nade. It actually does significant damage wide. And Rops will find 15 for FaZe. Happy with that. No doubt about it. And Patsy and Magix with some rather bitter pills to swallow in that round.
Yeah, Patsy just overstepping the mark there. You know, you understand he wants to start to get a bit of a move on, but just gives that one away. And you should never be walking around the corner with a nade in your hand. That's a bit of an in-game leader situation right there. And Karrigan with a messy spray. It could have been 2, but Twist will gladly profit from that. And Chopper, well, trying to make his birthday wish come true. He goes down in another clutch attempt, but this is it. Last chance saloon for Team Spirit here. Otherwise, FaZe. They'll start off strong here in Katowice for 2023. Ancient, that was a strong showing. Nuke, it's been a bit more of a test. And Brokey with another miss over at ramp. He's under a bit of pressure here, but the step back out does take down Siren. Does have issues around. Rops trying to alleviate a bit of that. Magix with the Mac 10 continues to farm up frags. 23 now, but fights keep coming all over the shop.
Just doesn't seem to care of that lobby defense. Chopper's going to be there now. And I mean, Karrigan has done the impossible with the low HP. With the Org V AK, he still thrives. Delivers a frag that seizes the advantage. Bomb in lobby. Wonderful detached on ramp. And Karrigan, I'm off to the smoke. He's going to get another. He is securing it for the team. A triple kill to take it in 2. Only wonderful with it all to do. And Karrigan does not wait for anyone. Flash is great. Here's it. Karrigan finishing with the knife. Okay. No scope. Wonderful punishes. Just need the finish. He's down the vent. No one can address it. Imagine.
They've given him a chance now, haven't they?
Imagine.
You try to knife me in a 1-on-3. You had the game right there. What does Wonderful have to say about this?
Oh, yeah. He was feeling himself for a second, Karrigan. Now his palms get a little sweaty. Surely no mum's spaghetti. Oh, no. This could be a round. Twist wants to forgetty. 2 HP. Wonderful down. And FaZe have the round. Karrigan, a sigh of relief. As FaZe will take it in 2. Smiles. It's all smiles now. It could have not been. Yeah. Could have been something quite different. My goodness.
Well, FaZe, they make this one look a little bit more difficult here on Nuke, but when you take Ancient into consideration, this is the form you want to see. The grand finalists, the trophy winners of last year's Katowice. Great form. And the return, looking for the quest of the Intel Grand Slam. This campaign, it's well underway.
Oh, no doubt about it. And, you know, set your sights, set your watches and calendars for FaZe G2. The Group A upper bracket continues to look as stacked and packed full of talent.
A bit of disappointed faces over on the Spirit side of the server. I think Ancient, yeah, sure, they might want to forget that one, but Nuke was a much better showing. They looked more like themselves. Some great performances from Siren in the early stages. Patsy with a clutch or 2. Definitely Magix. His aim was looking extremely sharp.
Yeah.
And this is the team that I think we were expecting to see. Sure, they still haven't taken a map off of FaZe in their bounce just yet. But Nuke, that's the Spirit that we all know and love, or at least a little bit more so.
I do think my takeaway as well is that FaZe's Ancient has morphed, has grown in potential and strength. One to watch out for, definitely making a solid statement of their map pool.
Yeah, fantastic work from FaZe in this one. Obviously a closer affair than that on Ancient, but they managed to close out in 2. We saw some great stuff coming out of Rain, Rops looking hot to trot, and some heroics coming through from Brokey. I'm sure that 1v3 will live in our memory for a long time, Maui.
Yes, for sure. I mean, Rain just had a kid, but I think he might have 5 more now. 5 sons. there on the Spirit side for him.
Yeah, feels bad for Chopper. Not the birthday treat that he wanted, but they did look, they'd grown a little bit coming into Nuke. It wasn't the same Spirit that we saw in Ancient, but unfortunately FaZe just a superior team in this one.
The NIP loss probably taught them a couple things. They put up a better fight there against FaZe, almost actually bringing back a 1v3 in that last round too. So Spirit, they got to go back to the drawing board because they're in the losers bracket. It's going to be a really tough road for them to make playoffs.
Yeah, I believe they're going to be facing up against Big Clan, I think, in that losers bracket matchup. So yeah, not an easy road for them going ahead. But for FaZe, any particular highlights from you coming out of that particular map?
I think that the obvious standout was Rain fighting on the CT side towards outside. Also, I thought that the conversions late round from FaZe were pretty nice. I will give Spirit a little bit of credit, though. I think they were able to handle a couple kind of various situations. The one that they were in the blender for when Alexi B was calling against them against NIP. It felt like the comms were much better for Spirit, but it just wasn't quite enough. And FaZe were able to bring back a couple rounds that I don't think they had any business winning.
Well, FaZe taking a small step closer to that very trophy behind us. But let's check in with Yanko, because I believe he does have Robin down in the booth.
Yes, Freya, thank you very much. I'm here with Robin, the coach of FaZe. I wanted to ask you, right, because people were talking about last year, you guys won the major, you won Katowice, Cologne, right? You didn't win coach of the year. So I was wondering, did you play CS before? Are you a motivational speaker? What's your background here? Do you know anything about Counter-Strike?
All I have to say is these awards are tough to win, man. This is tough.
No, but, a little bit, Robin, you've been playing here for 15 years. We have some of the banners from IEM. You won a couple in 1.6, in-game leader of SK Gaming, right? Played with Forrest and Get Right back in the day. How much have things changed with this sort of a setup?
Man, you're doing a good job hyping me up, that's for sure. No, it feels good, It's a good experience to be here now compared to what it was like 2007, 2008. It's, how esports has been growing overall. I think it's amazing to be a part of the whole journey.
Yeah, that's great. We heard from Rain in the interview that he did beforehand that, you guys have been doing good preparation for this, switch some things up. Also at Blast, you were just practicing with him as well. How are you feeling coming into, the start of 2023?
It feels good. I think we ended the year pretty good as well. We had a tough period of, a couple of months, but we grinded it out. We played good. We didn't go all the way in the last tournament, but we still played good Counter-Strike. It was important for us, and now we have been practicing with Rain at Blast as well. We played the officials with Mr. Patrick Ezetag, and then we just been preparing for this with Rain all the time.
I also have to ask you real quick for the end. Right now you set up for the clash with G2 the next game. You guys have faced off a couple of times towards the end of last year. I know, you've been coaching Nico for a long time in FaZe. You've been through some battles together. How difficult is that game tomorrow going to be?
G2 is a tough team. They're playing really good CS right now, and we have to be on point if we want to beat them for sure. It's always good to play all friends, and it's always good to play against Nico. So, yeah, it's going to be entertaining for sure.
All right, thank you, Robin. We're going to send it to James Bank, who was talking to the Spirits coach during the game before attendance. So let's see what he has in store for us.
I'm joined by Alexander, who is the mental coach of Team Spirit, and I first saw you when it comes to Rio, and we looked at you on the stage and the crowd, and you were kind of like taking the energy is how I viewed it. You were trying to take their energy, but explain to me just your method of being a mental coach and how you help Team Spirit.
Well, what you see here is only a small part of what I'm trying to do. I'm trying just to give some energy to my guys because, they're kind of silent. So I'm trying to fire them up to fight and so on. But I think... Nice one. But you have to understand that the major job is what nobody sees. It's when we practice, when we talk, when we are trying to build the skills to keep our performance as high as possible. So here is just to fire some my guys up and to create some show actually.
And for you, right, it's less important seeing the game right now, more seeing how they're reacting. So what do you look at?
Mostly how my guys are reacting, because result of the game for me is just a coincidence of what they are doing, of how they treat the game, of how they communicate to each other. So main thing is how they play, and the result is just the secondly.
And where does your experience come from?
Well, I was working in classical sports, in Olympic sports. Yeah, I was in Brazil. I was second time because in 2016 I worked with Olympic team. So I have rather big experience with classical sports and in esports. So I think I can tell I know a lot because I was working with Dota team who won the international. So I'm trying my best.
You definitely seem to be doing a good job. Now, I spoke to Patsy about this mantra before, because a lot of teams I was talking to them say they swear, they get angry and stuff, but you focus on more the positives. Is that something you try to build into them?
I think it's supposed to be balanced, because you can be positive when the game itself kind of aggressive. You know, you have to fight, you have to beat your opponent. So it's supposed to be positive throughout your team, like positive communication, like helping each other, helping your teammates. But to the opponent, you have to be aggressive. You have to try to like literally kill them, but only in the game. I mean, there is no like bad aggressive, no. I don't know, like some things that we saw on Rio. We don't want our guys to talk and to treat their opponents like that.
And Patsy said the same to me. I like it very much. We seem to be doing a great job. Thank you very much for your insight. Nice to meet you, man.
Me too.
Although bringing the slaps in real life, not enough to slap this man out of the server today, because Karagrin joins us after what was an incredible performance to kick off your Katowice. Man, how does it feel to be back where it all began in 2022 for FaZe?
I feel it's great, honestly. I mean, Katowice has, for many years, been one of the most important tournaments. And I think it's so great to be here. And the way we have now this group stage area, it's just awesome. You can feel it's different than other tournaments. So just happy to be here, and then obviously happy with the win today.
And you're starting off with your full roster this time as well. So that's a good sign for FaZe.
Yeah, I mean, we used to stand in buff beginning of the year to boost the confidence of the guys, and now Daddy Rain is back and doing a great job. So yeah, happy to have the whole team. When we arrived the other day, you just feel like it's been a month since everybody was together, so the vibes are good as always.
That's great to hear. I wanted to know about your guys' Ancient, because obviously kind of what happened at Rio, where you guys tried switching up your map pool to get away from Ancient. How are you guys feeling about it now?
I think we became really good. I mean, the thing about Rio was we would want to play certain maps. We had prepared Ancient, and obviously mistakes were made. Not playing Ancient back then when you see our results since Rio. But it's always easy to look in hindsight. But for me, the problem was that after we became really good in Ancient, like 1-4 wins, they changed the spawns, and we were in Abu Dhabi when that happened. So when we came back in January, everything was changed. And
Right.
but I think the learning process in Blast was good for us against OG. We adapted really quick for the second game against OG.
I think last year, obviously, you guys had the best year, Team of the Year, Katowice, Cologne, Major, Pro League. In addition to that, no trophies in the second part of the year, but some finals, some close games, some good placings. What was it that you think were you missing, that little bit, that last 5% that prevented you from maybe lifting another trophy?
To be honest, I think other teams raised the level. I think we have always had issues with Cloud9. That was the first loss we had in Pro League playoffs, and they played really good against us, and they didn't finish
Only
together.
against you?
Yeah,
Of course.
XI with 1.5 rating against us. But coming to Rio, I don't know, we slept. It was 24 hours travel, play 6 hours, go home again. Basically, that was what it was. But I think when we came in the end of the year, I was proud of what we did. We faced Heroic, who played really great, 1 round away from winning Blast Copenhagen. Yeah. And then we played G2 in Abu Dhabi. So that's 2 good teams who are ranked 1 and 2 or something like that. Yeah. So I think we're getting there. But I think we lack 5% of new ideas, maybe following the meta a little bit more. But I think we have good prep for this tournament. Taking consideration, we only had like 6 days with Rain.
I guess when you talk about the meta, is there any one team you think is at the forefront of that you have to be looking at?
I think ours have a good idea how to play Heroic. I think they have very unique style. But some of the things that people are doing now, they're mixing Heroic and Outsiders. That was happened after Rio. And I think that fits us good in that sense of the meta. I think we're really good at defaulting, reacting really fast. And we can abuse that against that kind of style. So I think we are, if that's the meta forward, I feel comfortable us reaching a high level. But I mean, there's so many good teams. Look at the group we're in. We're facing G2 now, and I mean, it's gonna be rough because Cloud9 is in a lower bracket if you lose against G2, right? So we're just doing our best, and I just want to see good CS because then you see progression from last year.
Yeah, give me a few thoughts on that G2 matchup. We just heard from Robban. He's really looking forward to it. How are you feeling about it?
I feel really good. I mean, the funny thing about G2, we share the same map pool. I also think we play the same way. We have the same philosophy, giving space to individually playing really good. So I think the key thing is the trio from both teams performing good. I think tactic-wise, we are going to be very equal and very brawly game. So yeah, the clutch factor is a key against G2, and last time they won an important round in Abu Dhabi, which cost us the game. So I'm just looking forward to how the Vs is going to turn out this time.
Speaking of rounds, I want to bring up a particular moment from this game of Nuka. This is the Brokey 1v3 clutch. Absolutely beautiful stuff from him. Can you give us some insight into the comms, what was happening in the TeamSpeak at this moment?
Yeah, actually, I think we played some good rounds, but somehow in the 3-on-3s we didn't connect. But that's good. We have one guy to connect the 1-on-3 then, right? I think he played around really good. He isolated the duel there, and then he'd make a good spray transfer. But I also think the last guy should have had him 9 or 8 out of 10 times, but he control the AK spray and run the rounds. So, and that's our Opa, by the way, clutching 1-on-3 with rifle.
Well, at least his mouse didn't jump. Like one of your other guys.
Yeah, that was a G2 game in
yeah, that
Abu
was
Dhabi as well, no?
rain after against JKS.
Don't give me those mouse jumps.
I told him just get the guy a new mouse. It happened 2 times in 4 rounds.
Well, Karrigan, thank you so much for your time. We'll let you go off and celebrate with your team. Prepare for that game versus G2. That's me going down very shortly.
Thank you very much. Have a great day, guys.
Thank you. You too, man.
Thank you so much. I mean, wholesome energy to start off the series here. Great stuff from FaZe. I mean, any highlights from you, Yanka? I already asked Maui Snake what his favorite moment was. What about you?
Yeah, I think it was just seeing them play solid, right? Like players playing well individually, right? I didn't want to ask Karrigan, you know, he's always a nice guy. I didn't want to ask him if he's going to be paying Twist's dinners until the end of this tournament, right? Going for that knife at the very end. But yeah, nothing in particular that I would point out. It's just a very standard game from them all around. Had a couple of clutches drops in the first half, or actually earlier in the first half, Brokey as well, and that's what you are used to seeing from FaZe when they're firing on all cylinders, right? There's good team play, there's good teamwork, there's good strategies, but there's also, in some rounds that they're not supposed to win, is when players step up and win them those games, and that's championship-level Counter-Strike, and I'm excited to see them face off against G2 tomorrow, and I'm hoping that's not going to be the only time they play in this tournament, because those two teams are really on point at the moment.
Another thing I just loved about FaZe in this one against Spirit is that every time Spirit had an advantage, like even in that very last round, it was a 5 versus 3 for Spirit, and yet FaZe were able to claw it all the way back. They never gave them an easy round, and that's that kind of championship caliber that we want to see from FaZe, where, you know, you lose the first 2 picks, and most teams, they just kind of lay down their guns, and they just kind of almost even just try to save sometimes. But FaZe is a team that they know they can keep fighting back in the rounds, and that's why the G2 game tomorrow is going to be something special.
Speaking of caliber, how do you feel then Spirit are going to be facing up against Big? Because I feel like maybe I was expecting a bit more from Big versus G2 earlier, but then actually thinking about that, no, they didn't really deliver too much in Copenhagen. Do you think Spirit have a chance versus them?
I think Maui has to absolutely be on this game tomorrow because Big was team of the year for him last year. This year it's Spirit, so it's old versus new for Maui. It's like the Maui Classic.
The Maui El Clasico. This is your match.
I was trying to get on the Spirit hype train before it even like took off.
Left the station.
I got the pre-sale tickets for it and everything, but
the tracks are frozen.
Yeah, it's been tough to watch this team, but I think what's going to be cool about the Big Spirit matchup is that we have been seeing Big look a little bit better than I think many people would have expected to kick this year off. But I also think that the game versus G2 showed a lot of their holes or flaws. And so for Spirit in this one, I actually would think that the firepower would lie on Spirit's side, but Big's just a team that's always going to have so much tactical prowess that they're going to make sure if Spirit kind of mess up today, like they did today versus FaZe on Ancient, where they're not throwing all the flashes they need, they're messing up on flashes, smokes are missing, whatever, then Big is always going to punish you.
Well, of course, that will be coming up tomorrow, but plenty more CS on the cards today. The final match here over on the B stream, and it's going to be Liquids taking on the underdogs of IHC. You don't want to miss it.
You love it, you wear it.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
The bell tolls for Cologne. This cathedral, a cathedral that is stacked from the earth to the heavens with the greatest of all the fans, the most passionate,
build a home. I feel this world coming over me. The pressure makes me fall. If I stay locked in the half-life, what
What have you done to your hand, mate? What's going on here?
I fight it with config, 1v1.
Did you win? We're rocking and rolling here in Katowice. And, well, one team that we do have to talk about is Na'Vi, continuing to set some records. Simple, the best player in the world, is back here, but the roster, MPL, new kid on the block. They got to bring him up to speed real quick. Last groups didn't look great. Let's see how they're going. Let's check in with Na'Vi.
First things first, bro. Back in Katowice, bit of a special one for all of us. Yeah. Feeling confident, feeling good to show your best selves?
We will try to show our best selves, but we are not feeling confident at the moment. I think we realize that we are not in the best shape, but still we always have a chance to surprise.
What do you think about the hairband the Simple's wearing, this new kind of like David Beckham hairband?
I think it started like with SDY.
SDY started?
No, I mean the thing with hairstyles, like there was a lot of memes. And then he changed, I think, in Lisbon, he changed his hairstyle. Yeah. Looks like Ackerman. Or I don't know, maybe not. Yeah. And then I think Perfecto did something like with his
hair game is. Like, yeah. They're leveling up. Okay, here's the deal. You don't drop a map if you don't lose a single map, and you lift the trophy undefeated. Black and yellow hair. What do you think?
Black and yellow?
Like half, like the Na'Vi, you know? You got the black.
I like to do blue and yellow for Ukraine.
Yes. Okay, blue and yellow. If you don't drop a map, what do you say?
Yeah, it's fine because I think I will do something like temporary, you know? Like
okay.
Not permanent, but temporary is fine.
We have a deal. All right, Blade's going to be dyeing his hair. Much love. Thank you very much. Valerie, can I talk to you? I could try. Yes. Okay, great. Just one question. That's all it is. Yes. You can play one Counter-Strike map for the rest of your life. You're living there. You know, like I'm thinking Anubis. You could kind of. It's sunny. There's some water.
It's not Anubis. It's not Anubis for sure. It's maybe
Overpass.
Ancient. Maybe ancient. Yeah, because it's
jungle.
Yes.
Okay. Right. Well, we're going to go hang out on Ancient, and that was my best interview to date. Thank you very much. NPL, I've got NPL with me. How was your travel, dude? You feeling rested and ready for the games ahead?
I guess, yeah. Because we flight yesterday. We arrived here at 3 p.m.
Okay.
Yeah, so it's been a long time.
Yeah. But are you feeling like the team is in a good space, both mentally and with practice, for a good performance in a hard group?
We'll see. We still have a lot of work, but yeah, we'll try our best.
Okay, trying your best. It's the only thing you can do.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Who can I scratch? Oh, you! I see you running away. You think you can get away from me? Perfect. No, I don't speak English. I know speak. Yeah, he's lying to all of us. No, but real talk. I mean, you know, how are you guys? What's the general vibe? You know, it looked like in Copenhagen the vibe wasn't at its peak. Yep. Is it possible to just, shake it off and come in with good energy this week?
We just want to be chill and relax, and after we want to focus and destroy this tournament. Yeah.
Look, I like the head. You style this yourself, or you get some help?
I can just change my styles. It's my second style. Yeah. I have just this one.
Like a Lego man. You just.
I have another head, so I just can swap and. Yeah.
Yeah, I fuck with it. It looks good, man. No, well, they messed mine up. Look at this. I got clown hair on the side. I don't know what I'm doing. Yeah, but anyway, I'm stealing your time. Last question. I just want to know, when you look at the groups, do you feel like one is a bit stacked or harder than the other?
You mean strong team in the group? Yeah, but it's cool. We can prepare for a good team and have a good training. So,
if you could choose, would you play against top teams that you know how they play, or the up and coming new boys who are a bit different?
It's 100%. It's top team because it's every time it's very interesting to play against them.
Yeah. Thank you very much, bro. My worst habit is I ask you a question and you're talking. I'm so engrossed in your answer that I'm just still holding the microphone in front of my face.
It's good because I'm about to get a lav mic, so I don't have to hold it. So.
What are you up to today?
I'm gonna do some fun little interviews with G2 Na'Vi and Heroic, which you will see on broadcast, of course. Talking about IGLs, AI stuff. I don't really know, so let's see.
A mixed bag, AI, and a little bit of strategy as well. Okay, well, I wish you the best of luck, and of course, we'll be catching up with G2 if I can find them.
Good morning. So you're making content, but we're making content of you making content. So if you just want to look directly into this camera and stare down everybody at home, let them know how you're feeling this lovely morning.
I feel great. I got 6 hours of sleep because our plane was fucked, so that was great.
Now look, G2, last year, you weren't here with the boys, but they're in the final. This year, you've got a group of death. It's kind of rough.
No, it's fine. I'm just happy to be in the main tournament this time. Last time I only got to play in. So, yeah, I don't complain.
Okay, always look on the bright side. Big smile on the face. Let's head on in here and see if we can find something. Who should we harass? Justin looks cranky this morning.
Ask Justin some questions. He is definitely in a good mood today, yeah.
Okay, all right, let's see. Can we, excuse me, gentlemen. Hello.
Hello.
How you doing, the gentleman of G2?
I'm doing really well so far. Just start of the media day, never is, you know, but yeah, this is how it is. We need to do it, and yeah, all good. And for you?
Yeah, man, I heard Justin's in a great mood, so I'm excited to ask him some questions.
He's never in a great mood, so watch out. Be careful. Be careful.
Here he is. Here he is, Mr. Happy himself. Justin, hi. How are you feeling? How are you feeling this morning?
I'm tired.
Yeah?
Yep.
Is that it?
Yep.
You don't the king of Katowice, you don't want to talk to me?
No.
You're the reigning champ.
I'm tired.
Back to back. Well, okay. Swanee, mate, you're coaching these lads.
Yeah.
Is it out of control?
No. Never.
It's fun.
It's always fun.
All right, let's see what Adela's up. Oh, it's my favorite. You've got Juzzy Bear. Look at him. Look how happy he is to be here.
Like, he looks very talkative and he looks very happy, and he looks like a person who's very happy to like come back to Katowice Spodek and like, you know, defend his trophy. Like, this is the face of a man who's ready to do all that.
I'm glad we agree on that. Who's your favorite player to take photos of?
To take photos of? That's a very difficult question. I know who's my favorite to edit. It's everyone who has bleached hair. I would like to give shoutouts to Nico from G2 because he changed his hairstyle recently and it makes it very easy to edit. So thank you, Nico.
Here he is, the man himself. Well, yeah, we can talk to them too, mate. How you doing?
I'm good. I'm happy to be back here in Katowice. How are you?
Yeah, not too bad. Does it feel weird? You know, you got Justin on your team this time, and last time he kind of ruined things.
Let's not mention those things. No, I'm kidding. Yeah, it's nice to have him. Hopefully, he will help us now to lift the trophy here.
Good start to the year, though. Last groups was pretty nice. Are you riding the high, or is that like, things are going too well? What's going to go wrong here?
Yeah, I mean, definitely last events has been pretty good, but I think we all know this is the real test, and we all know that if we manage to do good here, then obviously we are on a very good path. But yeah, we are very focused on ourselves right now, and we are confident. But yeah, it's the first real big tournament for us in a while, so we'll see how it goes. But we are definitely aiming for a trophy.
Okay, were you on the late flight as well? You just got here, like, it was a bit delayed. I heard there was a few travel issues.
Yeah, myself and Hunter, we didn't have issues, but Huxi and Justin, they had some issues with the plane, but they arrived safe here. They're happy to do media, as you could have seen on their faces. But yeah, it's all good so far.
A few sunny dispositions right there. Look, Huxie's smiling. Justin, of course, you know, keeping the. Yeah, look, I thought he should be happy. Like, he won here last year. You'd think, yeah, I'm back. I get the chance to defend the title.
Well, maybe that's why he won it, so he doesn't care.
Yeah, fair enough. He's done already.
I'm happy I never won it.
Oh, okay. Well, look, I never won anything, and I try to be happy all the time, mate. So, all right, I'll leave you boys to it. Thank you for your time, and good luck in the tournament.
Thank you, Chad.
How's the hair going this morning, mate? How you looking? How you feeling?
Looks good, feeling good. Everything's Gucci.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Just Gucci?
Just Gucci. First morning of the Katowice feels amazing.
So, first time round, you're in the grand final. Second time round, fill in the blank.
Lift the trophy.
Lift the trophy.
Yeah.
Speak up.
Okay, you got to go now. You have to go now. But any words to the people at home?
Love you.
All right. Goodbye, mate. Have fun. All right, international team that can, Mouse. They've been turning heads in, well, the last 6 months. We haven't seen them play yet in 2023. My favorite, Dexter, in-game leading the squad. Exertion, Torgi on the AWP. You've got JDC and, of course, Frozen in the mix, all led by Cycron. And I've actually put out a nice piece of artwork here. Mouse, let's see what they have to say today.
You seen you got free haircuts over there?
Yeah.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah, it is very cool, yeah.
Frozen, you actually have less hair than I was expecting. Normally you got a ton of hair. What's going on here?
I just got a fresh cut before I left, so.
Oh, okay. You came prepared. Came prepared.
There's gonna be such options here, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair.
Luxury.
Yeah, it is. It did feel like a treat. I got my beard all shaped up. I feel like a new man. But you guys feeling like a new team, or are you feeling like a good vibes for coming into Kato? A lot of big names here and a lot of stacked groups.
Yeah, I mean, I even talked to David about this. It's my second event, like major event, I would say, because I had the major, but I would say like the major has a lot of teams and some are like the top tier. And then also there is also like people who obviously deserve to be there, but are not the absolute best, right? So I feel like in an event like Katowice, there is only the best teams here. So it's my first time and I'm very excited. I think every match will be difficult. And yeah, I think we're well prepared. I think we had a good bootcamp coming into it. Good mood, good vibes in the team. And I'm just excited.
So this dude turns up to his first LAN, body bags Rio. Now he's doing interviews like a professional as well. I don't understand. Frozen, I just want to hear from you because you've done a Kato before.
Yeah. But
How are you kind of helping the others that haven't, be equipped and ready for an event like this?
I mean, I think they already showed it in Rio and other tournaments. They are ready, you know. So I think from now on, it's only up to us how far we can go in these tournaments, you know, because I don't think there is such a thing as inexperience at the moment. And yeah, I mean, we're just hungry to play, and yeah, we're gonna show it.
It's crazy how quickly you've gone from being the new kid on the block to now, oh yeah, no, he's the most experienced member of the team. You know, like does it feel as quick for you? Does it feel like it's just you've speed run through the steps?
I mean, it definitely feels quick. I feel like the other day I was just 15, 16 coming to the scene, and yeah, as you say, now I'm probably the most experienced in the team, and it is shocking in a way, but I'm getting used to it, you know, and I'm also at the state where I'm still learning a lot, you know. It's not like I cannot learn anything no more. I'm always hungry to learn, and even though I'm maybe most experienced, I'm still getting experience.
Sorry, the Frenchies are interrupting the interview. Good to speak to you boys and best of luck.
Thank you.
Cheers. Well, better tidy this up, huh?
Dexter.
Oh. Goated iced tea. It was.
Why is that iced tea good?
I know I never actually in my country you can never find a Lipton can iced tea. It just hits different from a can. And last time I was here, it was here, and I was hoping I might find it here again. And I come and it is here again.
You got what you wanted, Frozen. How's the start to the year been for you?
It's been pretty good.
Straight to the light.
More light. Pretty good. We've just been getting back into practice.
Yep.
Been having a pretty chill start for the first month. And other than that, yeah, we're ready to go. Everyone's taking the energy from the end of last year into now, and I think everyone's in a good state.
That's what I want to hear. And did you get to go home at all? Or did you stay out in Germany?
No, I went back to Australia for like 7 weeks. So finally saw my whole family, everything like that. It's been like years and years.
So now I think you're going to be more dangerous, right? Because you've been home, you've got to properly rest, and now you're coming back to just dominate.
Yeah, let's hope so. Yeah, I feel confident at least. Yeah.
And how's the young dudes doing?
Everyone's good. Everyone's taking a more healthy approach this year. We've had a lot of talks at the end of last year because of a lot of traveling and whatnot, now everyone's kind of embraced their health life now, and I'm glad I've had me and at least the staff behind me. I just have like a little bit of a responsibility with that, and we've done well.
So is this like better food, bit more gym and stuff, or what is it? Because I always see Psycho in the gym, to be fair.
Yeah, more gym, better food with just on the water grind at least, and always eating healthy, try not to eating too much and not snacking too badly.
Yeah.
Sometimes you can enjoy yourself, but yeah, just right now, just making sure that everyone's kind of more focused.
Everything's a balance, that's for sure. Let's have a look at FaZe Clan.
Looking fresh with your new fade. I saw you getting that sorted out. What's good, home dog? What's good, home slice? I mean, I wanted to ask a little bit about coming into the new year. You know, like Rio was not fun, I'd imagine, but necessary maybe. Where's the headspace at? New year, new you. Get back on the grind, or is it just shaking Rio off and getting back to the real stuff?
I mean, we're starting like last year, right? We had Standard and Blast. Yeah. So this time we are the full lineup for Katowice. That's a good start. I mean, I think we ended the year on a good note. In that sense, we went top 4 in the last 2 tournaments, right? So we went to the final. So yeah. Rio was rough, but I think we learned a lot from that, and hopefully we show good face here.
Yeah, I mean, you already showed a good face at the start of the year. It's just a question of maintaining. Katowice has got a rather large list of teams I can imagine lifting the trophy. Can you visualize FaZe being one of them?
Yeah, I think so. I think we're in a good spot. We are not ranked number 1 in the world. And I think right now we might go under some people's radar maybe. In that sense, we feel prepared. We didn't have the best preparation, but I think we have been a team that even not with the best preparation, we can still hit peak performance. But I'm going to say our group is very, very tough. When I look at that, it's going to be a bloodbath and some big names are going out early. And hopefully we can remain strong. And I think it just comes down to mentality and I think the mood is so good in our camp right now. We're just happy to have Robin and Rain back, so it creates a little honeymoon, and that's good here during the winter here in Katowice.
Would you say though that what you're talking about, this like intangible mentality vibe, we use lots of words for it. Do you think that plays one of the biggest parts when all the teams can and are so close and so competitive? It is down to atmosphere, vibe, all these floaty bullshit words.
Yeah, I think our team has mentioned many interviews with the vibes, and our team is so good. Everybody's just living inside the break room. Yeah, so I think vibes is very important for us, and I think that's when we play the best. And having the whole team from beginning creates a good, sustainable vibe. So I think having the great mindset and a good mindset before the game and during the game is the most important thing right now, because everybody's shooting so hard. They was playing perfect CS. Yeah. So it just comes down to that one last percentage.
He's a cutie, right?
That's running by.
Yeah. It's absolute chaos here today, but I'm sure I'll let you get on with your day. Thank you for your time. Appreciate it.
Enjoy the window.
Yeah. So I'm inside here at the hotel. The players are rocking up for their media day. We've got the main event teams pulling up today. I've already seen a lot of the big faces that are going to be on your screens. But why don't we step outside? I heard Chad got his layers on and is looking for the outsiders outside while I'm inside. So let's go outside. I'm going to hide. Sorry.
I think it's outsiders are back in action. We got Dustin here. We got Dustin. How are we going? What have you done to your hand, mate? What's going on here?
I fight it with Config 1v1.
Did you win?
No, he's very muscle.
Okay.
He more trainer.
More trainer.
Yes.
All right, let's get you out of the snow, mate. Let's get under here. All right, well, hold up. I'll come back to you. James, I need you, mate. Do you want to promote your YouTube channel for everybody?
No, thank you.
Yeah, but it's really good content.
Yes.
Kyron, we haven't met before. How are you?
I'm fine.
How's your English?
I'm pretty decent, but yeah, I would say pretty decent.
So that means we can come do the interviews with you?
Maybe post-match, but Dustin doesn't want to put a lot of pressure on me. So not a lot of interviews, maybe just one.
Okay, so you shoot heads, and then if you win, maybe an interview.
Yeah, that's it, I guess. That's
okay.
the fair deal.
All right, I'll let you get out of the snow. I want to take Dustin here, all right, mate? I want to talk to the big man himself. Oh, all right. You want to go inside?
Yeah,
Let's go inside. The double F combo. You got these two, right?
Yes.
Which one of them F's a bit harder, mate?
I don't know. It's both very strong. Yes. F team.
How's things been going?
All good.
Yeah.
We take new guy to be more strong, and it's like new energy. If you know what I saw your podcast and you said good things about our change. I can't say everything about why we changed and so on, but actually it's new energy, new cycle, and new for everything. Yeah. And I think you feel, but it's experience.
Feels like even more firepower though.
Mm-hmm. Yes, to be more consistent, to be more to be more strong generally, to be close to contender of title.
Gives you more options.
Yes. He's new. We can teach him for any role. New young Kinder.
Okay. Oh, new young Kinder. All right, exciting. Now let me get in the middle of you two here. One second. Boys, you've already won a major. Why are you still playing? You beat the game.
We need money for living.
Is that why you're playing for the money?
Because we love winning people at some tournaments and we love to play CS.
Okay.
Hey, Kicker.
Hello, man.
You look tired. You cool?
Yeah, I'm cool. We woke up at 8 a.m.
For what? Media?
Yeah, media.
Bruh.
I'm so excited. You can see it on my face.
Well, major champion Kicker, right? I mean, do you wake up with a little bit more of a smile on your face now, even when you are having to get up at 8 a.m.?
When I realized that it's 8 a.m., I wasn't happy. I was like, oh, I want to sleep 2 more hours.
Yeah, okay, I don't blame you. Are you on those gamer, like the gamer sleep schedule? Like, do you, when you're at home, are you getting up at like 12, 1 p.m. or are you a good boy?
Usually we are trying to set our schedule like for tournaments, so we kind of waiting to our game to be announced. Like if it's gonna be 12, it's gonna be right that we are waking up at 8 a.m. But if it's gonna be a late game, like it's wrong. We have to wake up. Yeah, we have to sleep 6 more hours later.
One Counter-Strike question, because I was looking at your group. Looks like a good group. You know, is there a team that you're particularly focusing on before you get into the match?
Not really like focusing, but I would like to play against Cloud9, against my bro Buster.
Oh, that is exciting. Yeah. Were you happy for him to see him get the spot?
Sure, I'm really happy because he wasn't playing like 8 or 9 months. Like he was without a team, and I really was happy when Cloud9 announced him signing, so it made me happy.
It's he's got a tough job to play that like support glue man. You played a lot with him. Does it make sense? Do you think Buster can play that role well and just make sure everyone else is set up?
In my opinion, he can do any role like in a good way, even if it's support role, like even if it's some decision-making role. So I think he'll be fine.
Now we're just deciding who our final teams are. They're going to be making through to the Katowice groups, and Vitality is going to be one of the teams that's already there. Now we're starting to put higher expectations on him. ZywOo playing well, but they need to perform at Katowice, especially with a major coming up soon.
Salutations. Oh là là.
Hurry up! Ah, Pierre!
ZywOo needs to come back. Dupree 14 points ahead. Oh!
No! Hey, speaking to I kept hitting my... Last year the record was like 240.
But I swear I've seen you like in the facility. You've got that in the Vitality facility, no? Like the...
Yeah, back in the days on the Stade de France was nice for ZywOo. Liked it before the game, so it seems like the same thing. So yeah, but maybe we need to bring it to the venue for the warm up. ESL.
So we get like, you know, aimbots, reaction speed, maybe some deathmatch. Perfect.
Yeah, and sometime with the tennis ball. I don't know if you saw that sometime.
Is like the Formula One?
Yeah.
What does that do? I always see them doing that before a race. That's just for like reaction.
Yes, there's some warm up of the reactions. Yeah, sounds good. But ZywOo is the most accurate guys on the team for this. So.
But I mean, you work in performance as well, right? So.
Kind of. I'm more the manager, and I have a background of like a sportsman, and yeah, I can bring them some tools if they want to use it. I'm not. Some tournaments they use it, sometimes not, and at home obviously not. So yeah, but like Dupree, look this guy. You want to train? Eh?
Yeah. Okay. Can I have a game? Okay. Okay.
I think ZywOo got like 198. Okay, so
you stand higher than Dupree, no?
That's true. I wasn't as low to the. Okay. Yeah. Okay.
And you're hitting the live.
Were you using fingertips?
Yeah. Dupree using that, but I don't know.
Okay. Wow, I actually quite like that. How's the vibes with Peter Rasmussen? Where are you at, bro?
I'm really good. I'm gonna have a kid in 1 month. So yeah.
Daddy Dupree. Oh man, congratulations! I mean, it's kind of on my mind that, you know, I'm thinking about all these people I've seen grow up with me. Like I've been growing up, you've been growing up, everyone's growing up. Daddy Dupree. Yes. Has reality sunk in? Your last month is where you're the priority.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's kind of crazy. I mean, I think I'm as prepared as I can be, but I don't think I will ever be that prepared. I mean, that's at least what we talked about at home with my girlfriend. Is that we've done all the practical stuff. We've bought all the things as much as we can, and we've studied the things we could study. And right now, it's all about just getting into it and then realizing that we will probably make mistakes and we will need to learn. But you know, it's the first, like, we're just rookies, so we're just gonna go with the flow.
You could literally do the same interview for a Counter-Strike match. Like, well, we've prepared as much as we thought we could. You know, we're gonna make some mistakes. It's all. I mean, it sounds like it's a universal truth. Yeah. Man, I mean, that is exciting. Do you know? And yeah, you got an expectation date, so it's just Katowice, and then we lose you for a bit.
She's due to on March 2nd. So that's in like a month? Just a little bit.
Yeah, so like Pro League after Pro League or during Pro League. Honestly, great to speak to you, man, and congratulations. Good luck in the tournament.
Thank you.
All right, in before comments about the cable management. We don't care about the cable management, guys. We care about having an efficient casting setup. And what we've had before, definitely not the case. This time round, made a couple suggestions. The good guys at ESL have hooked us up here. Now I'll take you through a couple of the elements. So first and foremost, that big screen over there with the camera above it, that's the PGM. That's what everyone at home see, and that's what we're going to capture all of the action off of. Camera obviously recording us at all times, and if we ever end up on air. Now, next to, the setup, we've obviously got the real important stuff here, standing mats. Now, if any of you have worked in a supermarket before, you know how important this is. Some stools if we want to take the weight off, but this is where we get into the good stuff. We have a standing desk, adjustable, right? We can bring it up, we can bring it down, whatever we need. On top of that, we've got gaming PCs to run Counter-Strike off onto these dual monitors. And one of the cool details here is being able to, while standing and casting, adjust the screen to the preferred height to be able to get, we usually have in-game here, and then we have some stats or some other information going on these side screens. Both casters have their own setups respectively. We got the headsets going on, the talkback boxes, all that good stuff. And it makes doing our job a whole lot easier. What's going on today, mate? Can you, look, instead of me telling everybody what we're here for, it's Friday.
You always try, don't you, Chad? You notice in the lobby that it never gets in. It never gets in, just cut it in the end. Just a little skit in here, G2. They're doing a real-life kind of mission after their recent success, and we're going to put them to the test. Harry, more specifically.
I've seen the script. Looks like it has a couple of nice little nuggets in there. Yeah. But overall for the day, you know, so what is today? You know, not just about the skit, not just what you got your hands on. What for the people at home? What's today all about?
Everything going on. That's what people want, you know.
All right, well, Oscar, if you can make sure you use this clip this time around, so Frank actually does end up as part of the lobby and can't avoid it. If he says take it out, don't do it. Put it in.
We'll see.
Put it in. All right, Frank, thank you.
Thank you so much. Cheers. Take care.
Bye.
Harry Russell, a big hero with a big heart. What do you call this, man?
This?
Yeah.
This is my armor, dude. Yeah, no, but it's kind of cool, isn't it? Like we've never. I don't know how it looks.
Bro, me and you, we like to experiment.
Yeah.
It's fashion with fashion.
Yeah.
You know, tech wear. This could be your era. You know, you start wearing harnesses, Kevlar vests, maybe helmets.
Yeah, the Kevlar vest one's going to be interesting because I travel a lot. I don't know how they're going to feel about about that, but yeah, no, I would be down to wear this. I feel confident in it. I gotta say, I feel confident.
You look great. That's all I'm saying, yeah. Anyway, that's one hero. Let's focus on another. How about Heroic? You see the segue there? Yeah, Heroic. Let's check on them.
I'm getting in your face testers before makeup even starts, mate. Good morning. How you doing? Welcome to Katowice.
I'm good.
How was travel?
It was good. No issues, no delays, no anything, so it went smoothly.
We're kicking media off real early here. This is like a behind-the-scenes, bit more candid situation going on, mate. So you got any fun? I heard Cadian's not feeling too well. How's he doing?
Yeah, he's feeling a bit rough, but you know him. He's a beast, and he's gonna step up when it's needed, and he's gonna save all his energy for the match tomorrow. So I have no doubts in him, even though he's feeling bad, and yeah, I know he will come back.
Okay, now look, I'm going to be like player management here. Look, they're taking you this way. They want you to go to makeup. So come with me. All right, we'll take you around. The rest of your team popping in. Casper, do we need to keep like a zone away from you, mate?
It's not COVID. It's not COVID, guys. I promise.
All right, so you just a little bit slow out the gates in Canada.
Yeah, like dizzy, muscles, little tins. I have a good team behind me, so they can do it without me as well.
Okay, well, hopefully you feel better because we love that energy. We love seeing. We got the star of what was it? Game and Glory. Was that the name? I don't know, but mate, what did you think of that? What light do you think that painted you in?
Well, it was really awesome. To be honest, I've received a lot of positive feedback from the documentary. People who didn't know too much about my leadership and how things were approached and thought it was really cool. And I mean, when I started talking to them at Rio, I didn't expect to play that big of a role in the documentary. But yeah, I mean, it was cool, it was fun. And I think the production is also a level above what we've seen in esports in the past.
Okay, well, he's still very professional in interviews. He doesn't seem that sick right here, but all right. Hopefully you feel better, mate. I'm going to jump around and harass some of your teammates. Cadian's not feeling well, right? We don't want to stick on this for too long, but are you going to step up? Are you going to get yelling? Are you going to do your best Cadian cosplay? Can you think you've got that energy?
I don't know about yelling, though. I can do some positive things in-game. I can give some good vibes and give some good comments about his calling, even though he's not feeling 100%. Okay. But I mean, we're not playing today. So he will probably get better.
Yeah.
Well, that's a good point. You raise a good point. So I guess we could dive into the group situation. Now, your group compared to Group A. Now, the people at home, I know what they think. What do you think about the groups? Which group's harder?
I mean, definitely Group A. I mean, we talked a little about it yesterday, and there's a huge difference. I feel like all the insane teams in Group A, so it's going to be an interesting group.
In Group B, however, who do you think is going to be or who traditionally has been your toughest opponent out of those names?
I don't know, actually. I feel like we can beat all of them. But I mean, we lost to Vitality last week, but we also played really awful CS as well. So that definitely won't happen again. So I don't know. I think it's hard. OG is in our group as well, aren't they? Yeah. We usually have a hard time against them as well. But I think with time as well, we learned how they play in game as well. So I feel like we have an easier time now.
You get taller every time I see you. Are you going to stop growing anytime soon?
You think I am? Yeah, maybe I am. Maybe I am. I don't know.
You just make me feel shorter and older. Like, I think I'm shrinking at this point. How's the year started for you, mate? You know, we had the Christmas holidays. We had all that good stuff. Then you're back in a Counter-Strike. Did you enjoy your break?
Yeah, I would say I enjoyed my break, and I feel really motivated to be back. And I'm just really happy to be back.
Where are you coming in the top 20 players this year? You put a goal? You got like a vision board?
No, I'll just keep focusing on improving individual and with the team.
Come on, man, give me some of this shit. It's like, nah, you know what? I don't care about the trophies. I want to be number one. Right? Where's all that? You know, where's that attitude?
Oh, you know, I'm Danish. I'll keep it like this.
All right, fair enough. All right, well, good luck, and yeah, we'll see you guys playing tomorrow.
Yes, thank you.
This is the talent area. We have an empty green room on the left, an empty green room over here on the right. As we continue forward, yet another empty green room. Here on the left, however, we do have Trace Donasaranthus doing the most important thing, ironing his shirt, making sure that there are no creases, being very adult about it, an expert in the field. As we move forward, yet another empty green room. And then finally, if we are very quiet, everybody decided to just all poke into one room here. So you can see Kassad, we have a bit of Hawker, a bit of Mike, Heku, Peacemaker, and Amit, our producer. They're having a bit of a chit-chat. They weren't meant to acknowledge me, but they are, so let's keep on moving. If we move on out here, take a bit of a look around. We've got catering area. There's a bunch of snacks, savory, sweet, all that good stuff, some coffee, tea. We got Mr. James Bartoff himself right here. He's hanging out. He gave you a bit of a wave. There he is. James, we're doing some behind-the-scenes content, mate. Do you have anything you want to say to the people at home?
I love the food. It's really good. Yeah, it's great. Yeah. I'm eating wafers. I have tea, and there's bananas for scale, so I'm pleased.
All right, well, we're going to go to my favorite, my absolute favorite. He's actually not, I don't know what he's doing right now. He's not in the observing station. Rushley Ranger 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and of course 6. Thank you for joining us here today. This is a prestigious interview. Wearing your favorite shirt, I see.
Yes, this is the second day I've worn this shirt. It's pretty, it's okay though. It smells all right.
Now let me get down on your level. I don't want to look down on you like such a benevolent dictator by any means. Are you prepped and ready for another day?
I think so, yes. I'm ready to go for the game today, which is MIBR versus Fnatic. You know, a bit of British pride. You know, we don't really have a team to cheer for, so I'm rooting for my boys on the team. Mezzi, I hope he's going to do some good stuff. You know, he's a good lad, and I think he's got a good shot as well.
A good lad with a good shot. Can you show us some of your hand stretches here for the 1s to 0s?
Yeah, normally I like to do a little bit of this. I don't know if you can get close up on that, a little bit of that. I also like to do this a little bit. Yep. Just like a little massage. Nothing crazy or anything like that, but I feel like it does loosen up the fingers, so I'm nice and fast, you know, on the keys, you know? Okay.
Look, guys, I don't know. Some of you enjoy this weather. I particularly don't. I really don't have a whole lot to say about this one. We're going with puns. That's a bit of a theme here today. Well, snow, when it melts, it turns into liquid. I think Machine was talking to liquid. Let's see what he has to say.
But yeah, like Shikenda's cool, I guess. He's kind of cool. Sometimes he's cool. Sometimes he's not. Sometimes he doesn't want to speak to me. That's good. You all right?
How are you?
Yeah, you feeling okay?
I'm a bit sick, so be careful.
Oh, okay. Maybe we'll interview someone else. But I'll stand over here. So you're feeling a bit under the weather. You've got a very warm jacket, so it's definitely not the snow. But How are the vibes arriving in Katowice? It's a special place.
Yeah, I mean, Katowice, I'm here for second year. I've been here on the minor, and I've been here last year for the LAN event. Obviously, I played the online event as well, but it's not the same, right? Same hotel, same people. What can be better? What can be better? And especially like the snowy weather. This is the first time I see the snow in this year, so it's pretty.
Yeah, it's gamer weather for sure. I'm gonna go and bother your teammates. I'll be right back. Thank you. You got used to this makeup thing yet, or is it still kind of weird?
I'm used to it.
Yeah. So when they ask you to look up, you can do that consistently.
I'm basically an expert now.
And are you an expert in getting out of a scary group in Katowice?
Historically, no, but we're gonna have to change that.
Okay, nice, good answer. And for you guys coming into this, what was your what was the lead in like? Do you feel like you kind of been bouncing all over the place, or have you had time to kind of get centered and prepared?
I think since we came back, we've been progressing a lot, and we finally started playing a lot better towards the later end of coming back. So I think we're playing a lot better than we were at Blast.
Okay, well, that is something I cannot wait to see more of. Now I'm going to bother Joker Steve. Actually, OC's looking a bit... He's like, he genuine deer in the headlights as we made eye contact, and he's like, no, please, Steve, come back. Oh, sorry. Greetings, Mr. OC. My first question is, what's the vibe?
We're feeling pretty good, I think. The vibes are good. I don't know. We'll see how it goes, but I'm pretty sure that we're going to show have a better showing than we did in Blast earlier this year.
Yeah, I think I can imagine that kind of...
Can't get worse.
Can't get what? Did you say it can't get worse?
It can't get much worse. We just got to make sure we're doing the fundamentals right. I mean, I think in the beginning of this year, or like the first tournament, we showed a lot of rustiness and we weren't really into it too much. So I think the practice has been going pretty well. And as long as, we're not messing up the small little things, then we should be all right.
Isn't that the hard part though? Like, we say fundamentals, and in my head I think, that's the easy stuff. But like fundamentals at tier 1, highest level, any slight misjudgment and miscalculation is immediately punished. Does it feel that way?
Yeah, definitely. Like one small mistake could lose you a round.
Yeah. And it could be the round.
Yeah, it could spiral into 3 rounds lost because of economy. So, making sure that, that we don't mess up those small little things is super important, even though it seems pretty basic. I think it's super important. That's what we need in order to have these consistent results. So, yeah, just, making sure we're not messing up any of those things, and then we'll see.
Can I ask some just like genuine questions?
Go ahead.
Okay, because I don't see you talking as much as other coaches during the games. Like, okay. I hope that might just be the eye test, okay. But I see like sometimes, in the tactical timeouts, you'll kind of remain stalwart. You will obviously be sometimes much more active on the mic. But my question is like, do you find that you're still working out when and where you're required?
It just depends on like what the pause is for. Like, is it a pause to just stop momentum? Is it a pause to just give, Yukinder and Nick more time to talk? Because to be honest, most of our prep and planning is done before the game, and it's very rare that the team is going to be like completely stumped of what to do because we plan and prepare ahead. So there's times where, I'll have an idea and I see that we're not doing it, so I'll say it. And then there's like the odd time last year where I had to be like, let's just calm down and focus because we were getting a little in our heads. But we've been pretty good at like controlling like the mentality, especially lately. So, and during, you said during tech pauses, I'm not allowed to talk technically.
Did I say tech? Sorry, tech. Yeah, my fault.
Some coaches like to talk during tech pauses, but...
Well, look, that's an interview for another time, perhaps. Yeah,
maybe.
But that is insightful in terms of everything's. You can be hands off to an extent because it's not like your team needs you to go spell it out for them. All right, guys.
There's only so much you can say in a 30-second pause. Like, I can say an idea of what I think might work, but I can't like call the micro like I was when I was playing because I don't have time in 30 seconds to call like all the micro and all the little changes and intricacies that I would if I was playing.
And in the contrast from playing to coaching, I imagine it would be kind of frustrating half the time, in terms of not being able to have such an influence on the game. Or are there pros and cons to both, this in the contrast of being a player and being a coach?
Obviously the IGL has more impact. That's just obvious, especially during the game. A coach is a more supportive element during the game, especially. Like, I'd say a coach's biggest impact is before and after the game, when you're reviewing, doing practice, all that. During the game, I mean, 4 30-second pauses, like, there are things you can do with them, but it's not compared to the IGL, can talk 24/7. It's completely different.
But in terms of impact, I don't think it would be fair to characterize impact in the server as the only way you can make impact. Like you're saying, there's all of the stuff you're doing in the lead up. But I was just wondering, do you get, are you getting similar kind of rewards when things go well? And, when the team wins, are you feeling that win? Do you feel the losses as badly? Does a loss still hurt like as a loss used to?
I'd say it's different. Like, I still feel the wins and the losses and the pain of it, but obviously if we lose and I go like -25, then I'm going to feel a lot worse than if I lose and I'm a coach.
You've got the HLTV page up in your prac room and you just kind of...
No, there's no rating for me. So.
Yeah, it's sick. It's sick,
actually, yeah.
Thank you very much for your time, bro. Yeah. Cheers. Appreciate it.
Ollie, stop pretending you're working. Come here.
Yes.
Oh, you actually were working. I'm sorry. Ollie is our stage manager / fixer of everything, removing Kassad from the venue when he's being out of line. What is your favorite part of your job?
Audience interviews with you.
My man, there we go. That's what I like. No, really, what is the best part of your job?
Yeah, setting up interviews. It's actually true. So, and if we come to the arena, we have audience. That's a good fun part to see all the good fans and yeah.
Now, one thing to say about Ollie, the great thing about him is not only do players really like him and they get on with him, you see a lot of them, but also now fans, they start to recognize you from event to event, right? You have some crazy stories, some fun stuff you get to do with fans?
Nothing that can be shared on camera. No, there's a lot of stories. I mean, Rio, for example, where I met the fan cam fans in the arena. These I already knew from the online tournaments, and it was great to see them in the arena in live. That was cool.
The one I'm going to remember most is back when we were in Denmark, Udance, and you are not as tall as some of these huge Danish guys we were dealing with. And the crowd was crazy. Astralis had just won. We were about to go give them their gold bars for winning the Intel Grand Slam. And Ollie is keeping everyone away from me and back to work. That was pretty impressive from you. There's some strength in these arms, mate.
Yeah, more or less. Yeah.
More or less.
Also, I'm not that tiny. It's just James Bank is that huge.
Why does everyone say it's no? I'll come down to your level. We'll stay like this.
All right, so we're in the Hall of Heroes, as it's been dubbed. This is the stream area for Stream A. We're going to take a look and see what we can find, see what's going on before the matches kick off today. This is the final day of the play-ins, so the last 4 teams need to be locked in for the group stage. But we've got some SSD setups going on right here. So let's jump in with Liquid. Here's a step. Let's make sure we mind it. All right, Joker Steve.
Oh, no.
The big man on campus. Now, look, what's going on here? Explain it for the viewers at home. What are your boys up to?
So this is when you see who forgot what and, how many mistakes we're going to make and, the different mice and keyboards and drivers and configs all get set up and you yell at the players that lost their luggage and everything else.
Any problems so far?
We just got here. The coast is clear so far, but I don't want to jinx anything.
Okay. Yakinda yet to sit down. Now, I've already seen how this kid sets up. Actually, you've got 2 quite interesting individuals with the setups. You've got Mr. Elige and Mr. Yakinda. But who has your favorite setup out of the bunch?
Well, when I go back to my famous coaching days here, almost undefeated Dust 2 coach, by the way, I used to like watching John because you could see everything. Where like Merrick's fat head is in front of the monitor, and you can't see shit. He can't even see shit when he plays. So, yeah.
He's locked in. What was that? What did you have to say for yourself?
Dabs was saying the same. He says that he can't watch me, so he watches everyone else because he can't see what I'm like. What can I see?
But I agree with Steve here, mate. You got to look at the radar. Like you physically, we see you move your eyes to look at the radar. Don't your eyes get a bit sore?
It used to get even more worse when I had bad posture, but now I'm sitting really close. Like my monitor is just closer, and my back is straight now. But eyes, yeah, sometimes they feel a bit dry.
All right, a bit dry. Now, if you have to sit next to this madman, did you choose the seating arrangement, or was this thrust upon you?
I don't know. I always sit over here on the sides, I don't know. I'm lurking in game and out of game. I'm just on the side of the table, just chilling.
All right, as indifferent as always. Well, let's see who else we got to have a bit of a poke at here. Now, honestly, Elige, this guy right here, we did a whole setup. He told me about commands I didn't even know existed, mate. Do you have any new ones for me? It was probably about, well, I don't know, 6 to 8 months ago when we last spoke.
Yeah, no, nothing new. It's just the same config, just changing crosshairs every now and then. But other than that, it's the same.
All right, nothing new. Is he memeing with the desk that high?
He just does that to set up. It's easier to get under there, I guess.
Okay, that makes sense. All right. It's smart. It is smart. We'll give him that. All right, boys. Well, enjoy the setup, and we'll look forward to watching you play. See ya. Who did you talk to today who you enjoyed?
I actually had a really good chat with Kicker.
Kicker?
We spoke about Buster and what he brings to Cloud9. We talked about Cloud9. We kind of did like a little analyst segment with Kicker, which I've never done before.
Yeah, I also like talking to Dustin. He's one of my favorite coaches.
He's a good lad, yeah.
He's always smiling, Dustin. He doesn't get enough praise. He's definitely killing it. And James as stoic as ever.
You see that jacket? You see James' jacket? He looks like the anime protagonist that he's been slowly becoming.
No, I have to go pay attention to that. I think you're onto something right there. Anyway, Jane time. It might just be, I know that we're all still looking for his YouTube stuff from the major. So nonetheless, I will find it eventually. And this has been The Lobby, or just the van of the shuttle.
Bye.
Liquid have faced some tumultuous tides to kick off this new season. Now a chance for them to weather the storm coming into IEM Katowice 2023. But their first challenge, Maui, that is going to be at the hands of IHC. We've already seen them absolutely tear down South America. Now their sights firmly set north.
Yeah, we've actually seen that IHC have become the heartthrobs in the scene right now. Everybody wants to root for this team, seeing that they're actually putting Asian CS in a place that they've seemingly not been in for 4 or 5 years. But we have to temper expectations. Liquid is a world-class team. Despite the fact that the beginning of the season was rocky, this should be a bounce back for them.
Now, Maui, I know they are right here, so we have to keep our voices down. But Copenhagen, that didn't worry you at all for Liquid?
I think that if they just fix their vetoes, honestly, I think Liquid will be fine and just drop the 7-map pool for me. I mean, they're right there. Maybe they even hear me saying this, but just drop the 7-map pool, guys.
We can see Elige, cheeky smile there. Not going to be seeing nuke in this one, Elige? No?
No,
no
he
nuke.
said,
Okay.
no nuke.
Spoilers
He said no nuke.
to the veto already. We're hyped to be getting into this one, but I know a man who is very hyped. That is Blair down in the IHC booth.
Thank you for that, Freya. And I'm very hyped indeed because this is the first time I get to talk about Asian CS in a Tier 1 tournament in years. So I have Techno over here from the side of IHC, and Techno first, congratulations, making it all the way over here. Now you're going to be going up against Liquid, who's going to be pretty tough opposition. But I wanted to ask you about your expectations coming into IEM Katowice. And now that you've managed to make it to the group stage, taking down Furia, have your expectations kind of changed a little bit now?
Yeah, it's changed. Our goal was for make it to an main event. Then our goal is now every other team's goal is win this tournament. Or is like the others.
Okay,
yeah, that's it.
And going up against Liquid, how are we feeling?
We're confident.
You're confident. All right, they're looking confident right there, Maui. So back to you, Freya.
Well, yeah, certainly the Battle of NA going up against Asia. Obviously, our North American representative up here. Any words you want to say back to IHC? Obviously, the underdogs in this one.
Well, they can feel confident. I'm glad that they do. You shouldn't be going into any match feeling like you have no chance to win it, Freya. And I think that for IHC, there's reason to believe because what they showed yesterday against Furia was a great sign that they could play good enough CS. They could punish poor play from even top-tier opposition. Even if they are outmatched in terms of what you would consider skill in the server, the teamwork can work for them. And IHC are breathing life into a space because they're starting to play the way I think we kind of just say you should play CS. And that's something that has been so rare for Asian CS Blah.
And I love to see the fact that, sure, there were a lot of mistakes being made, small little mistakes being made overall, but I had seen the 2 games they had against 3 games against Cloud9 as well. But what I like is the fundamental, strat book they have when it comes to the way they're approaching Counter-Strike. I love that. I love what I'm seeing from them. And the small little mistakes we've seen, these are things that are just so quickly, easily fixable, easily taken care of. And that makes me feel like, believing in Asian CS again, which is a terrifying prospect, Freya.
I don't want to crush your dreams, but I do want to put a pin in the IHC conversation and bring Team Liquid into the fray, because of course we did see them making their 2023 debut back at the Spring Groups for Blast, and it wasn't looking too great for them. Some opposition that I thought they'd be able to handle quite well, considering what we saw at the tail end of 22. They struggled, didn't they, Maui?
You would consider Liquid the favorites in all 4 of these matchups at the Blast Premier Spring Groups. OG twice having a second crack at them and still not defeating them. Big, which is a team that I think some people are still trying to get a beat on. But when you look at Liquid, when you look at what they achieved in the previous year, grand final appearances in 2 separate tournaments, in the Blast World Finals, in ESL Pro League, you would think that they're a team that's supposed to just walk like a cakewalk through those spring groups, and yet they had so much trouble. And I would just really refer to the fact that trying new things might not be the best idea for Liquid.
Yeah, we were alluding to the idea just there with a cheeky little bit of insight from Elige, but the fact that they were trying this 7-map pool, we didn't see, too much diversity in terms of maps they did play back at Blast Groups, and I hope they've learned from that now.
Right. And I think that that's something where, you look at the Blast Spring Groups and you think of it like we kind of have a second chance because maybe they believe in themselves for the showdown. But I think that it was a nice time to try to do something new, like do it right after a player break, see if you can catch somebody off guard, get a cheeky win, maybe just boost your map stats so people then have to pick differently against you. But we obviously, that really blew up in their faces, especially if we look at the numbers there.
And things kind of rough as well, considering the fact that Katowice just starts so very early in the year. They don't have a little bit more breathing space. We're like, all right, that didn't quite pan out in the group stage, maybe in the spring group stage, maybe you can try it on a couple more events. No, IEM Katowice is a big deal. So now they're going to have to go back to kind of their the default, so to speak, which we saw in the World Finals, which is pretty solid overall.
Yeah, in terms of some of the individuals that we're putting under the spotlight, I mean, nobody really had a dazzling performance back at Copenhagen, but I feel like a trend that we've always been talking about is OC stepping up and showing his star potential as an AWPer.
Yeah, this is the most disappointing thing for me because OC, when he got picked up at Liquid, it was a right call, right? He was the best NA AWPer, still is, if you ask me. Again, I'm not sure how much that's saying, honestly, considering the lack of good AWPers right now in North America. But the fact that he has continued to be middling is a worrying prospect. When you have players like Nap, when you have Yakinder getting picked up over there, and Elige as well alongside you. And look, we had our criticisms for OC during Pro League, for example, the fact that Liquid weren't really setting him up properly for success, and he was struggling because of that. But they switched it up. And even despite that, his results have been very mediocre, which is troubling for me.
OC, to put it frank, OC is the worst AWPer in the top 10. That's just what it is. That's what Liquid have been having to deal with. And so we need to see, for Liquid, a huge boost out of OC. We need to see that the player break reinvigorated him. We didn't get that at Blast, but I will give them some slack because of those weird map choices. So he was in a bit of an uncomfortable position, as was the whole team. This is a tournament where he needs to just put his stamp on it. He needs to actually show that he's just a cut above everybody on IHC.
Yeah, certainly a slow start for the individuals of Liquid coming into Copenhagen. Yakinder included in that mix as well. So let's get a few words from him, courtesy of James Banks.
Liquid have arrived and they're going into their first Katowice game. But I want to start with looking at one thing you guys were telling me back at Spring Groups. It was saying you were using this as practice, but how was that practice for you? Was it really practice?
I mean, it happened so that we didn't have enough time to practice before Spring Groups, so we knew that Spring Groups is going to be like a pretty long tournament. It was almost like 2 weeks or something, and we got really valuable information from experience from the games we lost and from the game we won. So it's good. We had like 3 days in between Kato and Blast that we spent in Utrecht in a Liquid facility in Netherlands. So it's going fine. We're better now. I feel that we're playing better. Maybe not still a bit sleepy still, but it is what it is.
So hopefully woken up and ready for these games. I want to touch on one thing you guys were also saying in terms of this 7-map pool. Is that realistic? Because we don't see you as a team like that. Was it just testing?
That's the thing. It's like start of the year is the best time to test, especially because like the major is coming up in May, and we need to understand what are our stronger sides and test new things. We felt that we had our old foundation from last year, but we need to improve even more if we want to contend for titles. So we needed to test new things, and a lot of people hate us for losing on Nuke 2 games and whatever. But yeah, it's like new map, new roles, new things. It's a lot of the things that you need to adapt on, and we're trying to do that now.
So are you coming into this as a 7-map pool team?
Oh, we'll see.
All right, you're not letting me get away with that one, but IHC today, okay, they took down Furia. definitely an upset. But does it mean you need to take them more seriously?
We would take them seriously even if they didn't beat Furia. If they're in the group stage of the main event, they're here for deserved reasons, and we understand that. We are fully prepared, and we're ready to play them.
Have you looked at their games much? Have you looked into the team? What do you make of them?
They actually have really good foundations on their CD sides. D sides, I feel like they don't necessarily have a lot of things, but obviously because they're like quite a young team and whatever. But their CT sides, you can see that they understand how the game works, and they have really talented players. I believe you probably saw the clutches and almost clutches from Annihilation, right? So there are good players there and great minds.
Well, let's see if you can get the win, mate. You confident?
I'm sick, so I'm not really confident in myself, but I'm confident in my team.
That's what it's all about. Well, hopefully you feel better, mate. Thank you very much. We'll have to see how it goes. Liquid versus IHC.
Yeah, certainly no underestimating IHC coming into this one. And Blair, why is that? Why should we be keeping our eyes on this Asian squad?
Well, it's primarily because when it comes to the individuals, right? The core of Score, Techno, and Annihilation are these youngsters who've been playing around since like 2019, 2022. I saw it in the Asian RMRs in the online era. They were playing a lot of CS, and you could see last year when Score came in, he was feeling a little nervous. He started ramping towards the end of the year. Annihilation really disappointed when he played during in Rio, for example. Right? Again, the nerves coming into play. What I'm enjoying right now from this team, at least in Katowice, is they kind of seem to have found their groove, so to speak. They seem pretty confident. The nerves don't seem to be a problem anymore. And also their IGL Blitz, he's not exactly slacking in the fragging department either. And even more impressive, their sixth man, Bartak, he isn't kind of like a wild card here. He's kind of like a sixth man who comes in as a stand-in for Cabal. And the fact that they're able to take down the likes of Furia, even with a stand-in situation, you should not take these guys that easy.
Right, it shows that they have a really impressive core, and I like that Yakinder identified that their CT sides have really good foundations, just understanding the push and the pull of the map, when you should actually be aggressing, when you should be retracting, and I think that when he was even praising some of the individuals, everybody's been swept away by Annihilation and some of the rounds that he had, because he was instrumental in the defeat over Furia.
The fact that you mentioned the nerves, I think, is so apt when we look at that Furia game as well, because IHC was so close to actually closing that in 2 maps.
Yep.
Furia did come back on that second map. It would have been totally fair to see them absolutely crumble on that third.
And that's exactly what I thought as well. But we just jump into the video right now. And IHC not going to waste any time. They're going to ban Vertigo. The new ban from Liquid. We all expected that. That's the IHC's best map. The Inferno pick, Maui, you and I both agree. If you're IHC, just going to play to your strengths. Inferno's map they like to play apart from Nuke. And Overpass pick from Liquid, that's interesting. I thought it might be Mirage.
I'm a little bit surprised too that it's Overpass for Liquid. And then so for the next ban, IHC take out Ancient, which is also a map I thought Liquid could have gone. And so this is a very favorable veto now for Liquid. The fact they got Mirage, given that I think Bleh and I thought that could be their first pick, and then they actually kind of threw in this curveball, this slight curveball in Overpass, that to me speaks that Liquid are prepared better, and they have basically just put 2 maps there that they could win. They could win it on Inferno too.
And Inferno's a map that they're very comfortable on as well, right?
Exactly.
So, and for IHC, unfortunately, they don't have the depth in the map pool for them to kind of flex some of the map over there. So no Anubis, unfortunately. I like watching Anubis, but yeah, heavily favoring Liquid.
That could have been the one for IHC if they really thought that Furia win was good.
Well, unfortunately it isn't, because they did pick Inferno into this one as the first map in this series. Overpass and then Mirage if we do so need it, and we're going to dive into all the action with Chaz and Alex.
Yep, got my goggles on, ready to dive into Inferno. Team Liquid IHC on the menu. And hot favourites, no doubt, from the North American region. The desk sets the scene. IHC on, well, a trajectory of sorts. We're going to see if they can handle a top dog. I mean, getting this far is one thing. You said, leave your mark. Well, they did on Furia's face. Now Liquid, next opposition.
Yeah, during Survival Day against Pain, we were highlighting the fact that their default heavy style might just work against a Furia, and it did. Upset of the tournament thus far. Maybe Ents have something to say about that. Fast towards the apartments here. It's a 4-man stack. OC and Elige will deal with this. You can hear them just trundling through the boiler room. Util, that's going to be a Moto smoke and flashes galore.
4 in mid and already 2 on the floor. Techno, Bartak forced to watch.
Oh, they're going B. B's open.
Yeah, I mean, you only had to lose 2 of your players to sell it.
I'll take the plant. That's a trade of some variety.
Of sorts. If you can get pushed up CT, I'd get excited. Blitz has opted for Ruins. It makes sense. Annihilation hasn't got confirmation.
Oh, it's all clear, boys. It's very, very clear.
Well, Score might have a flank of sorts. Oh, no. Yeah, no. Elige denies with a great click of the mouse, leaving only 2. Score with nothing to report after his Boilers lurk. Finds himself
watching Blitz and Annihilation get run at by 5 rather healthy Liquid members. They don't have to rush. Smoke kit on Nitro. Keep track of that coming in from Banana. He's actually used it for the coffin position. Blitz will take contact. Smoke to actually buy him survival, but not anymore. He's lost his teammate, lost his compatriot, and Blitz loses his head. Flawless.
Yeah, I think that there's an air of hope for IHC, and I think everybody's excited to see an Asian team progress from the play-ins to the group stage. That's great. Some of the Counter-Strike, obviously Maui highlighting Annihilation, getting a lot of props for his more clutch or flary rounds in play. But realistically, this one here should be a quick affair, a quick day at the office. Liquid should be whirring into action here if they want to have any hope of going through Group A in towards the playoffs over there in the Spodek Arena. But let's see. We know IHC is sharp. We're more than happy to build the story that these guys definitely aren't like everybody else from the region. But this is a whole different opponent here. A 4 Spite. Let's see a few Deagles, a MAC-10, and a couple of Galils dotted across the purchases. And the super sub. Bartak definitely with some impact on the jiggle. We'll confirm the position of OC up on the porch balcony. And back towards Banana. So keeping the CTs moving and grooving. You can see in float right now will be Elige. A CT smoke deployed.
Begin waiting for his own.
Yeah, calling the bluff.
And perfectly timed with his own deployment.
They can actually worm into this and have a pop flash and explode through it here with a redeploy of the CT smoke. That looks like what's happening.
Nitro could get caught off by this, but faffing around with his nades. The flash for their swing. Your Kinder's going to put them in flames, so if you lose your vision as you stray through the flames, it could get awkward. Nice coverage as they do attempt to cross through pool. Nitro good on the FAMAS. Damage inflicted, and another bomb plant courtesy of Blitz. Gets it in. 5 versus 4, and they're already so low. Significant damage has been done to that Galil on Bartak.
Only one kid. We've been caught off time. Off time, yeah, out of time. Time has been a big issue in a lot of the matches we've been casting here.
Yeah, Liquid going to have to start getting their chickens in a row on their way. And still worried about that clock. You do want to see these frags rather soon. They're going to all come in quick succession. 2 out of Annihilation. 1 more needed. And Elige is gone. They'll take it. The second round force into Liquid, and bang. IHC immediately get Liquid down a peg.
Yeah, that's going to be frustrating very early for the North Americans. It looks good. They get that opening exchange on towards the B site. Here it is again. You think, okay, number advantage, plenty of time. They've got the kit, they've got the smoke, and then just getting stripped apart here. Annihilation with a double score with 1 and getting fired up early here. Going to bring Liquid down into the mud of the 4 Spy Wars. They're going to equip whatever they can here, and it's just going to be pistols aplenty. But this is a foundation possible for IHC now. Very comfortable on Inferno. There was no doubt in my mind that they would have been picking this map today. The other day, just before the matchup against Pain, I believe it was, I said to Techno, I said, what map are you picking today? He went, Inferno, I think, and laughed. So I went, oh, okay, well, that seems quite confident to me.
Certainly, I like the approach IHC have on this map. It seems like it's the most in tune with what the very premium teams here at Katowice can lay down. AKs, Galils, and a conversation has been had. Why not? When you're all there. Yeah, and I think Liquid have got a little second to rotate through. They have an inkling it's coming towards the second letter.
No point braving this here. Yeah, take your time, boys. Don't risk it against the pesky pistols. Take your time, but there's 4 players here regardless, but it doesn't matter if they do hit the shots. It will be chaotic. Lots of angles to clear. Oh, and there's one. Nice boost.
Yeah, but they're going to go on this. There is still a little bit of grounds to be concerned as Yakinda reveals his tight corner. Backs are turned as OC gets another. And just like that, Liquid with 3. Yakinda down on Nubox should facilitate a plant. Ruins and Deep CT. Naf Speedway on his way. Smoke on Naf. No kit. It was threatening. More casualties than they'd have liked, but IHC just need to put it in. Annihilation with quick headshots left and a right. Good night, Liquid. Give it a good go, good shake of the stick, but it's IHC with 2.
That's going to be frustrating if you're Liquid because you stacked the correct bomb site. You made it expensive. You had a number advantage. Then sure, the rifles, they have bigger firepower, but they just went bang, 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 and it was all over in a blink of an eye right there. So great shooting from IHC. Blitz even had a residual smoke here. They didn't opt to use it. They were just happy to take the fights towards CT and the Coffin's position and just hit all those shots. But you can see this 2-on-4 situation.
Yeah. Beautiful recovery. I mean, both of those rounds from IHC were in the disadvantaged position.
And now they're going to be emboldened knowing that they can get away with those type of executes throughout this game on towards the B bomb site. So Liquid might need to be a little bit riskier with their A plays, maybe more aggressive in Boiler and Halls, trying to deal with this default of Blitz and Bartak, who is about to get a bit of a rude shock. Hey guys, there's 4 of them in the apartments.
Four. Yep, Blitz licks his lips as they charge into his domain. Speed of a 4. The 5th eludes him. Elige with a scavenged AK for a moment and a nice spray onto score.
Gentlemen, the B bomb site, there's nobody home, and you would love another bomb plant. So they lose another body in all of this, and eventually they will send Annihilation off to plant. But now seeing if they can remove this AK. Techno, so many positions that Elige could have gotten off to during this. Look where Blitz is. He just doesn't want to die. He's over towards Graveyard right now, just holding on to this AK, and Elige trying to do the same in the chicken pit. So it will be the 3rd round for IHC here. A very, very solid start. I don't think there'll be too many worries about the expensive nature of 2 of those deaths because they've gotten the bomb down in round after round, which is fantastic for the finances.
Yeah, and that's fantastic for Blitz's stats as well, getting the 4 on the eco.
Now, we're on the Go TV here, Alex. Who's Crosshair? I guess we can wait until the next round does really, truly kick off to see. But what do we got? We've got a nice yellow one on Annihilation. Him and Techno seem to be sharing.
Yeah,
the dot on Elige.
A bit of a fan of the dot. Certainly, if you can make it work for you, I think that looks pretty damn gangster.
Some thin boys on OC and Nitro. They've got some...
I like a bit more thickness.
Yeah, I agree. I think Blitz's is quite nice. It's small, but it's a bit chubbier. That could be like out of context caster lines.
Crosshairs, by the way.
Yeah, we're talking about crosshairs, guys. But if somebody wanted to make a funny little, TikTok, I think that's what the kids are doing these days. That might be good.
Or hopscotch.
Is that a new platform?
No, that was just our version of TikTok back in the day. You just drew some chalk on the ground and entertained yourself for an hour.
We have a small tech issue here. Just a small one, not a large one.
How did you gauge the scale of?
Well, the producer said we have a small tech issue here.
Oh, good.
So I stole his line.
Yeah, you did.
Word for word.
But if anything, it just makes me more curious. I want to know how it was perceived.
I don't know. Maybe we can get a camera on the small tech issue.
Yeah,
it was called by NAF_fly. So I would assume that he is the gentleman with the tech_issue of the small variety.
You think that's a protein shake, or do you think he's just using the shaker for aesthetics?
I think they just do the shakers because it looks a bit nicer.
It does look nice.
Yeah. But these new hand warmers, I see some people on the interwebs who are asking questions. Do you know much about the electronic hand warmers?
I was unbelievably targeted with ads for them for the last week and the lead up to Katowice.
Okay.
So much so that I grew familiar with them. You can rip them apart. There's 3 or 4 different heat settings.
Wow.
Yeah, it can go very hot. And it also functions as a portable battery if you wanted to charge your phone.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Right. And
Look
you
at
can
that.
split them in half for one in each hand, or go for the double whammy as you see them opting for.
The double whammy. Yeah, because you could have them in your pockets.
Yeah, one in each pocket, one in each glove. That's probably not wise, actually.
I don't know. We should read the instructions.
Yeah, we should. Yeah.
But as you can see here in our lovely little ticker, send us all your love using the hashtag IEM. If you want to tag myself or Machini GTV.
That's what they call me.
Yeah, we like to see what you have to say. But
I'd like people's pictures, Chad. Pitch us.
Pictures?
Pictures, maybe. Or pitches.
For
like a Counter-Strike version of a show. Do you want to see the Counter-Strike Bachelorette? Do you want to see Counter-Strike
reality TV?
Yeah, Love Island.
Survivor.
Oh, that would be a show.
Well, we might have a Survivor here today between OG and Mouse, also kicking things off on Inferno, and this is the A-Stream game. This might be a tightly contested affair. Some young guns in the server from either squad, some heavy hitters, that's for sure, and a beautiful painting being illustrated here.
My textures are never that high. I don't think I've ever been able to appreciate the
now,
art.
It is a not live scenario here, everybody.
Attack into attack.
Yeah, so things were not sorted. Hopefully we can get it sorted. There you go. It's all right. We get a little bit baited into that one. We can continue rambling here, something we're pretty good at. But I did want to say something about League Ops. I would like to hear from League Ops or player management. So maybe if they either or are listening right now, they could let production know. Are the hand warmers per player? And do the players get to take those hand warmers with them? Or are we sharing hand warmers?
Great question. One we need answered as soon as possible.
So if we could get that through the pipeline, in whichever way the information comes to us, I would like to know really quickly.
I'm calling
please.
it right now, Chad. Annihilation's about to win the round for IHC. I've seen it.
Production is seriously asking.
I'm in the future. And Annihilation will be winning this round. It looks like Yukinda's going to be exciting. And obviously, I don't blame the Observer team for watching him. But, you know, I've been to the year 3000.
All right, Andre.
Not much has changed. Yeah, I really shouldn't be doing busted lyrics. Flashes us up. And mid is theirs. Liquid. A 4-man defense if Yukinda can get over to Arch in time. Elige smoked off and actually throwing a smoke of his own design. As Blitz and Score connect nicely onto Long. Now, good flash. Look at that. OC didn't get anything done. I tell a lie. Found one just before the flash did pop, but the site is lost. And only Nitro, as the smoke does fade, advancing into a near impossible retake.
I'd say this is the ill-advised decision here to go for this, but getting an upgrade would be very, very nice. And Nitro thinking exactly that. Scoops up the AK-47, makes it sound cute while doing so, but should be able to back off here without too many dramas. And we have to note the quickness in the reaction of IHC. They saw Yukinda being hyper-aggressive down Banana with that MP9. They realized that there was likely 3 players on that side of the map, which means the Arch side is very susceptible. The rotating player needs to come back. Smoke to Library, smoke to Arch. A quick play through. Elige trying his luck. And both him and Yukinda got dealt a dud hand right there. And quite a well put together round from IHC there. So turning heads early here on Inferno. I gave my history lessons about IHC the other day, but I suppose I can repeat some of the stuff. But we'll wait till the game simmers in a little bit more,
Yeah,
I think.
for sure. There's plenty of time for that, especially with IHC 4 rounds up. I mean, this is T-Side Inferno. It is their map pick, and if ever the conversation was going to get any more spicy about IHC here in the groups, already making it through the play-ins, you're already playing against, you know, more games than some in Katowice, which is going to do wonders for the experience. Never mind experience for Bartak, who's come in as a sub and is now like getting not only European Counter-Strike, gets to play some North American Counter-Strike as well.
Yeah, Cabal's at home wondering if his spot is safe anymore. So, boys, it's good you made it to the group.
I am.
I would like to play the next event, please. So, this is going to be quite an early timeout taken here from Liquid. So, an opportunity for the Brain Trust, which would mainly consist of Daps, the coach, Nitro, the in-game leader, and I'm sure Yukinda has an awful lot to say in situations like this. But with that saved rifle of Nitro, they do cobble together a bit of a buy. Light on in some key pieces of utility, and well, namely diffuse kits here are non-existent unless OC invests on the way out spawn, and he will not. So we all know Kit Watch high on my agenda. A nice default spread to kick things off again here. Not too much of a lean or pressure towards second mid. It will just be babysat by Bartak with 4 towards T-Stairs. And they are jostling for control right now.
Yeah, both teams just puffing up their chest. Incendiary forces out and extinguish. Nade was there as well for some damage. Not too much to report. Score low, but Yukinda, 6 feet low. Big Techno with the finds. And oh my god, he gets another. How is the man still alive? He was brought low in the first engagement, still has the capacity for a second, and now Liquid. Yeah, this is a little alarming. They actually call upon Elige for the hero maneuver. Score is staring at this. He is not! Oh! No problem for Elige. Straight round the smoke. Will find both. And immediately returns Liquid to a competitive round.
Some issues here. Everybody from Liquid's rotated over, so there is a gap towards A, but right now IHC aren't moving. About 45 seconds left on the clock, and well, if aggression kept coming, Annihilation was the most forward with the bomb. Now they've chopped and changed their avenue of assault here. They can execute in towards A for free, but for some reason, Liquid seems to be banking on the fact that they'll be finishing towards the second letter of their alphabet after that early exchange.
Yeah, and hear that smoke. You're already going to start getting a bit inquisitive on B. That's suspicious. Smoke Moto, redundant, but bomb should be going down soon. You can see that they are still a bit hesitant. IHC, it is a little too quiet. Liquid are on their way now. Still have yet to see the plant as they are starting to feel that this site is open. 8 seconds, 7. as Annihilation tucks himself in for a safe plant. OC long side, Leash through the apartment on the low HP, going to try and catch the timing. It is OC on the kit.
Now, they did have a kit.
Where did that come from? Well, now he's only got $200. He did buy one.
Okay, I guess I took my eye off the prize there. Liquid didn't.
Well, it's necessary, it's relevant, and it's gone. Bartak, clean headshot. Slows down Liquid's crawl. This gets uncomfortable now. Naf is staring at a smoke. Alicia's thinking better of it, and yeah, that was enough. Give this one up. You don't want to be losing it all.
IHC, the everyman hero right now. The fact that these guys, right, they get to this stage of the tournament, they beat a big scalp like Furia, who, look, I'm sure the conversation could be had about the roster, the sum of its parts. Lots to be said, but all in all, Furia were in the semifinals of the last major, and they get pipped at the post here by the Mongolian side. And just the way they've started this game here, it feels like, Counter-Strike is the same like we play back at home. We just need to start believing, have this confidence, especially with shots like this from Techno. Fantastic work from him. The double up in Banana is great. Alige tried a two-piece feed of his own right here, but too little too late. Well maneuvered from that of IHC. Some good calling early from Blitz.
Yeah, no doubt about that. Yeah, I think it's the way in which they beat Furia as well. I thought, and I think many did, fell into the category of watching that Mirage, was it 15-11 into OT and then a flawless OT, and I was like, oh.
The mental collapse, yeah.
God, I mean, in terms of age, in terms of experience, it was just, it was impressive to see the way in which they came into that third map, and I think it gave me a little bit of ground to expect something here up against Team Liquid. No doubt it is still David versus Goliath, but if Liquid have a bad day in the office, first one back, little wobbly, perhaps out of the gates, it could very well be IHC's chance just to get that shank into the rather wobbly horse.
And we did hear from Yakinda, he's not feeling too well, right?
Yeah,
so
true.
What ramifications is that going to have on his level of play? He said he was confident in his team. Well, so far, Alicia's been playing well, but knocked down to 62 points of health by Blitz's inquisitive glance through the chicken pit. Now, it was a second timeout burnt there from Liquid, and we did see Spirit just before burning timeout after timeout to really no avail in their matchup against FaZe. So clearly flustered here, North American side, and Nitro down the back pocket, 45 points of damage with that HE. That is going to soften him up for...
Look at this, Apps walking out. And Bartak just given a freebie.
Take another. He can't. Good shooting from Naf there to draw one back. Still the low HP of Nitro and Alige. They're very susceptible here.
Yeah, these preserved rifles. Showing up now, one towards the A side, the only one on A. Can Naf really do anything more? Annihilation, good for it. Nice clear onto Naf, leaves it really wide open for that bomb plant, and an unlikely retake. No kit, little armor on Nitro, and I guess just going to try and catch some members of IHC on the way out the door. Look at that. Info given, bodies dropped. Nearly a sixth, just a leash, and he's on his way back out to save that M4.
Yeah, but these have been relatively clean, right? Sure, there's been a couple of extra casualties in some of these rounds. You take a look at the round timeline. 1 surviving, 2 surviving, everybody going down with the bomb, 3 alive, 2 alive. It seems kind of close, but in just the fashion in which IHC have been able to draw these rounds back and how sharp some of the shots have felt, it's never felt desperate, right? It's felt very, very clinical once they are set up in the correct positions here. 6 rounds already on Inferno. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, something I'm hoping to be not seeing much of, Chad, but something I am still hesitant that may crop up is IHC's tendency to be close and do brilliant and then have a couple of those classic Counter-Strike egg on the face moments. If they can just avoid that, even if it's a close game, just in order to avoid the gimmies. I would like to see all of the gimmies converted. I think that would be a huge, development for a team of this caliber.
Sure, right. The sure things being converted is a necessity if you want to be able to keep at this level.
You don't have to give them much.
Precisely. Well, Score looks like he's going to push through this smoke. This is a premeditated maneuver. So the molly and the smoke, a gap to work with here to maintain some top banana control. So a lot of pressure already applied to Liquid. And if you look at the radar on the top left-hand side of your screen, you can see the very little information for them top mid. Elijah just flashed himself forward to get something back, knowing that they needed an info play. So right now, the glances towards A are giving them a little bit of a reward. But Techno, through the flames, through the fire, takes down Yakinda, and they're into B.
Just like that. A force.
Save. You're saving. You're not coming for this one, Liquid. 7-1.
Techno, given the Molotov, given the choice of burn your tootsies and leave or take the fight, he opts for the latter and deletes. That's a round-winning fight taken by Techno.
They're running away with this first half here. You've got multiple members bearing down on that 10K mark already. This is way too easy. And you consider what this means for a region, right? Not just Mongolia, but Asia. It's been a region where maybe we have a good performance from Tyloo, you know? Maybe.
Travel issues for the Mongols.
Maybe the Mongols beat Renegades once upon a time. Occasionally, things start to come together. But if a team could beat a team like Liquid, Furia, whoever comes next, right? We start to have a real conversation. And that could unlock a region which we know has a big bunch of players, but we never really get to see them competing on this top level.
I didn't think Counter-Strike could get cooler, but if Asia becomes a viable region at the top of Counter-Strike, I don't even know.
Yeah, I'm really trying to will this into existence because with part of that, they can drag Australia along for the ride because it's been...
Your practice would get better.
Exactly. It's been many a years. Oh, dear.
3.
It is hot in there. 3 timeouts in 8 rounds of play.
We get the AC a little hotter for Liquid. My goodness.
Boys, go outside, cool off. It's about, what, -1, -2 out there. You might need it.
Okay. And look how much cash they've got as well. Like, they've created a lovely silk cushion for them to sit their bottom upon.
What a start this is.
13 grand on Annihilation. That's Orps for days. Should he desire. Speaking of Orps, we'll get to see OC equipped with one for our next round of play. Round 9, IHC's pick and flying out of the gates with 7 Liquid Amiga pistol round to boast. The only round in which they managed to have 5 alive.
I'm curious to see how things will unfold on Overpass regardless of the result in this map, because for IHC, being from a region like Mongolia, playing within Asia, a map like Overpass definitely not played to anywhere near the highest levels. Inferno's a bit easier to replicate with the demos that you watch. The understandings on a map like Overpass, a bit different. And check this out, knowing that Liquid will likely fight for Banana, a triple HE stack towards Car will not net any damage, but the idea quite nice. OC with the big green starting to prop himself up.
It's funny. Sorry.
No, you're
the
right.
triple nade, and immediately Yakinda starts rotating off. I don't know why that's a cue for him, but he's like, well, probably not going to be here. Would rather bolster on towards A long, and he's got himself there in time. They can boost this AWP. Makes sense when you've got OC equipped with that.
See, their missed smoke, Liquid's missed smoke actually caused a couple of issues here for OC getting full control.
Interesting AWP duel, maybe.
Should be a flash.
A tight line.
Barrel,
but that's going to lull him into it. Oh, the flash. You nailed it. So did Techno. Sets up score, and they might just charge. You know, they don't tend to respect all the smokes thrown out by Nitro. This time he will. For now, setting up and establishing a different boost.
No one's rotating. He's on his own.
Why?
There's a lot of pressure here. Noise, sound cues now as well. Nitro's going to be screaming.
Yeah, NAF's considering a rotation and lining up for a resmoke. They can go for the full util. Nitro is going to get very hot and bothered. Actually, second oranges. Yeah. Oh, options minimal. He's in the only place they have to clear. Flash to support, flash to delay, and they're on their way. Elise from behind. We'll check in on that later.
Time here, 20 seconds.
Annihilation's caught him. Nitro falls. It's all into that spray. It should be enough to get the bomb down. I don't think Naf's going to be in a position to deny unless he hits a perfect bang. Techno. Some speculative bullets. Don't find the mark. Naf unannounced for now. Upon the fade, though. And after the nade, Techno's been heard towards that dark position, playing the gap, and yeah, Annihilation makes it 2.
They've won the half in 9 rounds of play. This is crazy. This is actually insane. Liquid won the pistol and the scoreline's 8-1.
Yeah, I need a reality check. Hang on.
I know that we had a break. Did you take a nap? Are we in a dreamscape right now?
I think so, yeah. No, I think it's fully simulated. This isn't real.
Liquid, you're in a bit of trouble here. I know there's cash to spread around and get out another, well, something that resembles a buy, but...
I think Annihilation could buy the entire Team Liquid buy right now, if he wanted to.
They'd be very happy with that. Well, we have the ult for OC again, and maybe has to find a fight exactly like that. Lovely. So Annihilation in the dirt, an opening pick for Liquid, a good start into round 10. But they need to throw together a streak of rounds. One's not going to be enough here. Thanks, Captain Obvious.
Appreciate it. And in they trudge. Techno has no issues. He is on a heater today, as that's a double headshot entry into the B site. Liquid, they started with an opening as well, and it's already just come crumbling down around them. Elige, with only a FAMAS, tries to be the hero. He's going around ruins. He's going to see what he can find, see if he can incite his team and excite his team. OC with another contribution. That might will them forwards. Might will them forwards. Hit on NAF. Bomb is half gone. 20 seconds, lads. You want to get a wiggle on here.
This one's over. This one's over. You're going to lose everything.
It all.
They're losing all the bomb radius. It doesn't matter. Run, hide, try and get out of there. You're going to go down with the bomb here. You better skedaddle, boys. Oh, okay. Just got out of dodge and just retain that AWP. But the reaction, they lose the opening pick. They go up banana. They pop flash in. They pressure. They hit some bangers. That late flash, you saw them reposition. I forget the individual who was in banana, but he went back to logs through the entry flash, flashed every single player on the retake for Liquid here.
Jeez Louise. So 10 rounds of play, and the opening duels boil down to a 6-4 spread in favor of IHC. OC, of course, with that opening.
That's all 4 timeouts for Liquid gone within 10 rounds.
Well, understandable when you're staring down the barrel of what could be a destructive half, both mentally and, well, physically. Here in the server, there's really not much more Liquid can do than cross their fingers and toes and step up their game. IHC making a statement here on their map.
Look how cool Mara is about this. I don't think they've ever been up against a team of Liquid's caliber like this ever before.
In a $1 million tournament in Europe.
It's going quite well, isn't it?
It's not going badly, Chad. I think that's safe to say. Ooh, Yakinda trying his fancy pants aggressive maneuver. Last time we saw an E-jerk reaction into the A site. Ouch. Annihilation's going to be a little bit softened up by that one. Down to 29, a good HE.
Well, how do they deal with this, right? You're right. Before they did just snap in towards a bit of an A play. This time, taking their breath and stock, as it seems, because they haven't rushed into this.
Yeah, it's enabled the Nitro rotation. Lead ready for the extinguish. Ooh, blind. Will they find that frag on quad, looking for another opening.
Techno didn't see him. It was just speculative right there.
Yeah, and he's got a nice gap on this. Perfect. A manufactured frag from Elige. Give Liquid back-to-back openings. They have to be able to convert this one, though.
I would be very worried if they don't. They fought for mid and banana, right?
And what have they got left? 2 smokes? Okay.
Yeah, it's not going to be a potent execute by any means. And coming up short here, this is very hard fights. Exactly like that. Blitz's flash takes barn attack. Naf gets the kill. Blitz gets one back, however. Mid to B? Mid to B is not a bad call.
Around the world. Uh-oh. OC looking like a bit of a Daft Punk now as he's lost his chance, lost his window. Does connect onto Techno, but the time has passed and the cross is through. He has to surely bide time now for his teammates. Nitro and Elige coming to join him from Banana. Score catches a little flack from the nade. They can't let this one slip. No, no, no. Naf, not ready.
Blitz has a molly. Throw it now.
Now it's perfect. Oh my God. It is actually perfect. A little bit of a gap on that. Elige's already swung through. Going to catch him by surprise. Score just committing to the spray, and it falls all onto Blitz. One. Oh, and the spray is good. One-on-one. OC saves Liquid from what would have been destruction of Mental.
Oh, it's hard. This is definitely an uphill battle. No matter how Liquid are getting close in these rounds, they're having to fight tooth and nail for this one, and immediately they lose a round. It looks like a signal for a timeout there from Mara. Probably just get on the boys. This is going great. Don't worry about it. We could have won that one too. Blitz almost controls this for the third. He could have even dipped away, right? He didn't need to commit to that fight right there, but he was feeling himself. And well, when the game has gone this fast in your favor, you're a bit more emboldened to take those type of fights. He could have toyed with the AWP right there.
Dip.
Exactly,
Awkward.
right? But this is the thing. In these type of moments, to have that peace of mind.
And it also, you probably haven't, at that exact moment, been able to process if you've killed the AWP or not. You don't know whether or not it is going to be that kind of duel. If it was a rifle, he's probably immediately coming into that spray, and you can see why you'd make that decision.
Well, this is where there can be a bit of an uppercut to Liquid here, and I think Mara, the coach of IHC, knows this by taking that timeout. Sure, they won that round, but guess what? Only one player stayed alive. We win this one. We got 10 rounds, likely 11. 12 would be great. Hey, why not get all 13 if we can?
Let's find out. Starting with that 3-man lead, Liquid towards B.
This is a good call here. They might go for something a bit more apartments poppy immediately. So Naf, he'll have to be dealing with the play from either Graveyard or Pit. You've got Elige up on the balcony on the porch side, while the other three are still dealing with Banana, but IHC are already crawling towards A with some indication of the hit.
They've got good territory.
It's on Naf, Alex.
It's all on Naf. And, oh, so much damage. 3 from Naf, straight into the apartments, and that cancels all hopes and dreams of a 10th here in our 12th.
Couldn't ask for more there, could you?
I mean, perfect timing as well. Just as the leader of the pack has jumped, completely inaccurate, and the rest unable to spot him out. Nice move on the MP9.
Yeah, a bit unfortunate timing there for Blitzy. Swooped past with the mouse on that trash clear, but now just Annihilation. Looked tidy in some clutch attempts yesterday, but this one, I think this is a whole different story. Some damage would be nice, but a good round from Liquid nonetheless.
Yeah, he's hoping he catches one of these hunters. Elige, Annihilation being pulled down. Nice handling by Liquid. There you go. That's their second flawless round from Liquid in the 3 rounds they've managed to find.
A smile creeping onto Elige's face right there, so they could still salvage this.
Yeah, absolutely.
6 rounds for Liquid, a pistol round on the T-half. Getting back into action. But this is great from Naf, right? And a very good position to play peekaboo from against the Flash. The Flash was actually a signal to step up. Now, if there was 2 flashes, that may be a different round altogether, but that was not the case. I feel like Naf read that play very well. Good job from the anchor.
OC. Oh, meets Annihilation. Head on. Orp v Orp, and the Mongolian reigns supreme. Gap on that. Score. This time his trick does not get rewarded. Yakinda will keep Liquid level.
Got to get up pretty early in the morning to be able to pull off a trick like that against Yakinda. Bartak only with 2 kills, so you can see that IHC, even though they have been scooping up a lot of rounds here, Bartak, the super sub, hasn't had too many contributions as far as the frag charts are concerned. It is the other 4 here, all hovering around the double digits. A 3-man lean towards the B side, so Team Liquid trying to stay ahead of the play. Ah, the dry swing, everyone's favorite.
Sometimes you're just feeling it.
Well, if they do commit towards this A site, it is just Naf. He was the hero in the previous. Can he do it again? Help is on the way.
Yeah, buying
7
time.
seconds.
And they have managed to borrow Yakinda back into the site in time. Oh, good flash. Yakinda's good for it, though. Techno, is he ready for Graveyard? So many things to clear, and good frag out of Naf. Around win. Liquid are closing the gap. This is damage control now. These are compulsory, if they want to stay competitive on their opponent's pick.
Yeah, this is one way for the favorites of this series here just to shrug it off. Yeah, okay, they got off to a good start. They were more warmed up in these conditions. They were feeling themselves. They were feeling confident, but now we pushed them back down into the dirt, and now they will doubt themselves. As you reflect that blitz round again, the 1-on-3, where on reflection, maybe you're still thinking, if I just backed off, we could still be in winning ways, but that's in the past.
Tough.
Oh, another timeout here. 6 timeouts.
I think we could definitely make a montage of the close but no cigar clutches of Katowice. I feel like
we had so many day one with the 1v3s.
Yeah.
I think we had like 5 or 6 1v3s on our day one, and that was only 4 best of ones.
Yeah, Annihilation's definitely going to be on that list as well. Not forgetting his Mirage Deagles, giving me a little Zywoo vibe.
Tech 9, Mac 10, maybe something a little bit quicker here out of IHC.
I wonder if that NAF triple's kind of going to perhaps have taken a little bit of the wind out of their sails for the charge.
It's going to be a fast day.
It's very quick.
A very fast day.
Yeah, and Yakinda confirms it, but loses his life in the process, so the rotation will be on, but so is the charge. Full flash, run down, Molly will slow, as Annihilation shows no sign of slowing. Forced to now. By Elige's nade, more to come. Bartak swings off the flash, a perfect frag. Need another. Hidden on the site is Elige. OC in support, and Elige handing out haircuts. 3 on the AK-47. Dab's happy with that one. A big smile on his face. It's definitely a good sign of Liquid's life if Elige and Naf are at the top of the scoreboard.
Oh, for sure. And IHC letting the scrim flow through them right there with that toe maneuver, really taking it out of the box, rolling us back to the 2015 times of just the whole W. You see just the flames, the nades, everything just slowing down IHC. Sure, the opening was great, but Elige playing a bit of crossfire here in the site, promoting his own product, and loving that one. Yakinda trying to fire the boys up. Really does have to play that role for this team, regardless of being under the weather.
True, Yakinda as well puts his name in the feed. His 8th frag. An early control of Banana. Techno just pushes! That will get the desk a little bit slammed. Yakinda just gets run at.
Kind of getting a taste of his own medicine in some of these occasions. Like, yeah, dude, we watched you play. It seems to work. We thought we were going to give it a crack. And again, they've just forced such a heavy response here from Liquid. Three players.
Now is that Bartek's a bit more forward. Typically, he was holding it from the back. He's actually receding.
There's a fight here.
Have action on Banana. Nitro just goes looking off the flash, and OC good.
They know there's two here. Flash assist and OC with a kill. Do they really want to commit?
They don't. Annihilation starts to back up.
Naf's been such a thorn in the side of this A defense, though.
He's opted for Moto. It's an interesting one. Might want to consider getting himself into the site, or he's playing a little more passive.
Again, the same bottleneck. Forced the rotation back, though. Job done.
Yeah, it's mission accomplished. Naf sweeps through. Doesn't know if he's missed them. Didn't miss that one. OC. His second frag and a big one. Onto the forward position of Techno. Back to B. OC. With a good shot onto Bartek. Annihilation low as well. Runs him down. Gets the headshot to at least perhaps get the bomb down. Naf, he's going to be there in time. Just like that. Okay, what a half. What a recovery from Team Liquid. It was looking bleak at times, but a run at the end of the half. We do see what was 5 in quick succession from Liquid to make a half out of it. We'll see how they recover and how the second half starts when we get back from our break. Grab a drink. Let's see if IHC can start as strong on the second as they did the first. It was an absolute blitz out of the gates, and I'm talking about the player. He is, however, doing solid on 12 frags. I'm struggling to count how many rounds it was.
It was 9-1.
Yeah, well, obviously it was 9 because they didn't win a single round after.
Yeah.
Alex?
9-1.
Yeah.
9 in a row.
So, can we start again?
Yeah, give us the intro again.
It was 9-1 before Liquid woke up, and they are certainly here now. Got the sleep out of their eyes, and we'll see if they can rise to the occasion. It is an important one, of course, the opening game, the opening affair, and one I expect still favors Liquid. Let's see if those Julies from Techno, the bait and switch setup, is going to be implemented. You can see Elysian, Yakinda, two of the sharpest tools in Liquid shed.
I feel they need to wait.
Oh, it's so baity.
They should wait for OC here for the half-wall flash. You can't...
Oh, that's solid. That is destruction. Techno unloads. Bartak in tow. There's nades, there's flashes, and a dual Beretta. Only Naf can have anything to say about this one. But, okay, he's saying more than I imagined. Actually, a couple more than I was ready for. There's the smoke. Really ensure Bartak's used his full belt of utility.
Well, push your way down, Banana Boys. There's going to be a little bit more to scoop one up. OC had some nades of his own. Been able to get a flash off the floor. But Naf's the type of guy, it doesn't matter the opponent, especially if it's someone that he knows he is better than, right? He's the type of guy who would just destroy a team like this, and that's likely why we see him at 17 kills so far. So this round, I wouldn't rule him out just yet. I know it seems like a tall task.
If he's allowed to clear logs, I get nervous. And they are bringing in that fight. USP range, okay. Bartak will close. But a destructive start, and a pistol goes their way. We will split pistols down the middle.
It is actually important if Liquid now do decide to go for like a drop to AK, because Naf has 2.9. Otherwise, he wouldn't have had enough to drop an AK here. So if that is a choice that is going to get made by Nitro and Co here, great. But if not, it will just be the full eco. But I was saying they need to wait for OC for the half-wall flash. There was no waiting. IHC, they got a little bit impatient right there, so snapped into action. And yeah, that's a bit more frustration. That wasn't the same smiles creeping onto the face of Elige as it was in the tail end of that first half.
And he gave someone, what we used to call at school, evils.
The side-eye also.
The side-eye.
Yeah.
Hello. Naf's not done. The Glock, just the start. The Deagle continues to find heads, as that's pretty much the only investment made. Liquid did not for that rifle you mentioned, but he has treated himself. And so does Techno, as he takes a slice of Liquid. 2 down on their advance. Naf will be cut to size, and Bartak starting to better his score already.
Ooh, it could be a plant here. Yakinda has the opportunity to get the bomb down, so the next round of play will be even better for Liquid. The plant all but guaranteed as he bounds in towards B. Bomb down, and now an MP9 for a 1-on-3. All right, Mr. Siki, what do you got?
Oh, you can't really lose or take a single bullet of no armor. The punch might be too much. Let's see how long he can avoid a head-to-head duel. As they're already into the site, Blitz is already on the bomb, and there's the info they needed. That's the end of that, says Techno. God, he's sharp, isn't he? Every time I see someone die to Techno from their POV, he just seems deadly. He's quick to the draw.
Yeah, he's been having a good showing here. 17 years of age, 16 kills to his name. And has just been obliterating when given the opportunity. This man right here on your screen, hopefully we get to see a whole lot more of him. Now, a few casualties. Naf, yeah.
It's hot. It's hot.
He doesn't care, right? I know that people, he doesn't, you know, but he's just everything. He's just focused, ready to rip heads.
He rarely gets kind of, lost in the moment for a succinct summary. Just stays eyes on the prize and on that crosshair. Look at the slight deviation from the norm. We are going to be seeing Naf and Nitro maneuver the bomb towards the A site early.
Yeah, check out the radar as well. You can see IHC donating a whole lot of util to their B defenders. That's on your radar, that little grenade and smoke icon. So available for the likes of Score alongside of Techno to pick up if they do need it, or when they do need it.
Yeah, seems like a likelihood now, but Yakinda's going to go on a little project up towards Banana, losing half of his health in the process.
IHC just looked more put together today, right? Because we got to cover off on one of their earlier series, and then obviously against Furia, it was a bit all over the shop. But okay. Ooh, didn't see that one coming. Flash forward, takes the fight, gets a bucket load of info. Nade not bad either. Chunks away at 3.
Yeah, very well placed.
Or
He's got another where that came
towards
from.
B. Yeah, we did see that the other day, but they didn't get the chance to use it because the fight came too fast. They are heading back towards B right now, and still 2 players yet to rotate away here from IHC.
Blitz is second guessing his rotation.
I think Liquid are second guessing an awful lot here as well. I don't know if that's where Score wanted that nade to go.
I can have a go with a flash instead. Techno donates.
It's going to be either a lurk, or yeah, a fake from OC here, and it's just going to be the one man of Bartak on A to defend against 4. Time, though, starting to become IHC's best friend.
This is a great call. Nitro pulling the strings. Bartek maybe wants to lie in wait. No, reveals himself, which makes it awkward. Ready for this fight onto a Liege. Hard shot to hit. Does deliver it. Needs another. Unable to provide as the bomb will go down, and now a decision to be made. A couple of seconds to spare there. Liquid do end up making the right call.
Yeah, made the most of that Bartak as he could, but there was just way too many bodies to deal with. As soon as they leak out the apartment's position, they're here, there, and everywhere over towards Pit. And now IHC looking for the save. So a good round back here on the T side for Liquid. That'll be their first on the attack. Should be another buy coming out here from IHC with 3 M4s staying alive. Bartak as the apartment's anchor could operate with an MP9, maybe. Oh, actually, he should be able to buy a silenced M4 as well here. It is just Annihilation, who might want to get a scout, right? We know he's the AWPer for the team. If he can be quick and soften up, that means these M4s should be able to finish them off relatively easily. Well, that was the flash forward, and yeah, it looks a bit silly, but was hoping to get some information. You know, 1-for-1 would have been fantastic. He has actually gone with a scout here, so a very strong buy still. The biggest issue is 2 players without a whole lot of utility. Liquid's chance now to get back into things.
Yeah, he does catch just a slight glimpse of the arm of OC, actually crossing back as well. He lines up some nades for Yakinda upon the fade.
A Legion to Boiler here very early.
Yakinda starting his adventure towards the top of Banana. Now Techno happy to actively contest this. Score will set him up with a flash, and yeah, Yakinda read that perfectly.
Good call from Techno. If he hung around too long, he could have been zoned out here. So the fact that he drops that, gets away, it means now that Liquid will probably still try and punish towards this sandbag position just in case. And hold up, I actually brought a 3rd man over here.
They might go for this reclear. Here's them coming. Techno gonna have to tuck in. Let's to line up some util as well. They want to re-aggress? They're not so sure. Oh, Yakinda. Catches Score just on the jiggle. Techno for the trade, but Yakinda will take 2 for the price of 1.
They should go A now. They'll likely have a 4v2 here, right? So still slow on this, 30 seconds.
So yeah, Blitz is already scarpering over. Poor Bartak on that side with only Annihilation to provide support. Still, I say that as the scout hits. Snaf limping.
IHC can win this.
See how they go. 18 seconds, Liquid. You have to get a bit of a wiggle on here. Bartek still safe. Annihilation desperate to bait. Hit those no scopes. Yeah, it's looking good.
Ooh.
Happy with that one.
Okay, Yakinda, the only one who seems to be making any noise in the Hall of Heroes right now. You can hear that one echoing throughout. And immediately they're going to take the timeout. I said they could win at IHC. They had the right rotation. They had the bodies there. They just couldn't find any of the fights. It felt like they were hoping that they would come their way instead of being ready to take them. And now Liquid are back in this game. Should close to a 2-round gap here.
Third timeout, Mara on the mic.
And now a smile on Daps's face. Haven't seen that in a while, maybe even all game.
There's a lot to be happy about here. It does feel like the potency of IHC is definitely waned. This second shot as well, Techno just wise to take the fight, but not ready for Yakinda.
It looked like they did have the right idea when they wanted to flash and fight, but once they heard the half-wall flash and the footsteps, I think they were scared for a B execute. So like, well, we should just wait instead of running out into this. But that indecision ended up costing the Mongolian side.
Score's Deagle's been boosted, or was. Kinder a bit too close now and can run him down. He's going to farm. Looking for his 13th. Got it. And 14th, perhaps even on the agenda as well.
Yeah, you can see just if you're going to make any of those little pedestrian-style mistakes, Kinder will punish in the corner. Score gets pipped at the post. Kinder starting to come alive now on this T side. Very, very active in some of these banana fights. And Naf is already worried about the flank. So as Blitz thinks he's getting the jump on them, Naf's getting the jump to another kill. 21 in total. Just Annihilation and Bartak to find here.
Comical exchange, long range, just the MAC-10 and the USP. Nitro's been given the license to hunt.
So we have the exact same map pools on both streams. The exact same order.
And how's the scoreline? How synced up are we? Oh, it's pretty close.
Pretty close, yeah.
Pretty close.
If you want to check that out, you guys can head over to the ESL YouTube or twitch.tv/ESLCS if you want to check out the A stream. Plenty of ways to watch, plenty of ways to ingest your daily dose of Counter-Strike here. I believe it is Saturday, the 4th of February, 2023. I say with conviction.
But it is currently 2022, the time.
Oh, wow. What a coinky-dink.
Just figured we'd be more specific as we possibly could. There we have.
Do you know, there's no CT incendiary, not a single one.
Do you know, that is rather peculiar.
Very rare.
Yeah. Sign of the times for IHC. 4 here, and still Kinder gets away with his frag.
And it's Blitz as well, traditionally an A-holder.
Already Kinder might be suggesting.
Ooh.
Techno, that's info.
Hello.
And a freebie. Nice. Takes down Kinder, finishes what Blitz had started.
Good restraint from Techno there to wait for that to plume. Now they can try and get a move on, but Bartak will be under a lot of scrutiny here.
Nice. Found himself an AK-47 thanks to his nades handiwork.
He's actually hung around way too long already here, but look at this call. IHC have kept so many bodies towards B. This is interesting. What a read.
Coming for the re-clear, and they're going to get a whole lot more than they bargained for. Back and forth. Still, it's Score who leaves with the advantage. Charging now with what remains up the guts of middle. Bartak on Moto will have a chance on this short cross if he wants to.
Smoked off now.
Ahead of it. We'll have vision on the clear. Nitro not ready. Bomb is down and Naf to clutch. Threatening as always. Looking to plant at the bare minimum. Nade from Annihilation. Not on the mark, but enough. As Score comes in from short, we will see an IHC CT round. And not just going to see a Liquid run. Admittedly, 3 in consecutive fashion. It was starting to look like cause for concern, but it does seem the CT side going to have threat. And just recovering what weapons they can on that defuse.
It is still so curious. I wonder if this is from their prep. Do they know, like, if Liquid lose banana control, that they're always going to return to try and grab it back here? Because the fact that Techno stayed in front of half wall as the smoke was already starting to fade, I got a little bit quizzical. But then you look at the radar, and he has company, and that was really well handled. So out of the box, indeed, a nice one there from IHC. But Liquid, even though the scoreline for IHC is getting close to that magic number of 16, a lot of cash for them to splash for another purchase, and even an OC AWP. Annihilation can't afford one of those right here, right now.
Like this. Aggressive posturing from OC. Acknowledging in an interview not too long ago that sometimes he has to be the one to make those plays. And yeah, they are going to bring the pain. Charging down Banana Techno. Score onto OC. That AWP does nothing. Completely nullified by the nade. And now Liquid, yeah, alarm bells continue to ring.
This is good Counter-Strike, right? The decision-making, the thought process, the util usage. IHC, they're playing some good CS.
Yeah, this is not gimmicky. Techno even confirming that was an AWP.
It's good ideas. It really is. It's hard to fault some of the decisions, and some of the plays that they're making are very well informed, whether it's a gamble, whether it's a read, whether it's preparation.
I mean, they beat Furia. They're competitive here against Liquid. I mean, we're still investigating what the ceiling of this team is.
Well, that's the thing. We knew that they were a team that tried to play European Counter-Strike with the defaults and the decision-making. Oh, gonna get hot here.
It's actually okay on that. They'll throw a second, which doesn't really spell too much success. Oh! Ouch! score-handed his ass by Nitro. Rotate fast, Blitz trying to get that flash to delay, but not going to stop the crawl, not going to stop the Nitro plant. 20 seconds as they look to extend that clock by virtue of the plant.
Bartek's still in pit right now. His rotation a country mile away here, and he has the kit. Oh, the fight forward. Blitz has just gone on his own.
Yeah, Nav was isolated. Great flash from Annihilation. Now, expecting one new box.
And there'll be Molly for it as well.
That's going to force the fight. Nitro has to go wide, and again, Nitro, what a round! Holy, rolling back the years.
Give us that one, please.
Yeah, let's rewind, let's replay.
Oh, what was that? Bang, bang, bang.
Quad kill out of Nitro. Bails out Liquid just as IHC was starting to manifest greatness.
He was playing an aim trainer right there.
Let's see this again. So this is how they started to work their way back into B, but with Blitz finding the frag, Nitro gets mollied out, 60 HP, bang, see ya, nuts. Woo!
He couldn't believe it. Yeah, that is a highlight right there.
Yeah, get Shrek'd.
Bit of a stunner from Nitro.
Yeah, the pain keeps coming now. You're in the right place, but you ain't got the right weapons. Nitro's coming. The Jaws theme tune starts to play.
He just doubled his kills in that one round.
Yeah, here comes some more. He says as Annihilation his day. Certainly not the round. Clothesline by Yakinda.
Good clear. No risk being taken there by Naf, of course. As we see this claw now to a one-round game in the favor of IHC still, but...
I saw Daps talking to the admin, and my first assumption was he's just going, did you see what you just did? No, seriously, man. No, yeah, it was 2. Yeah, C2. Yeah, they mollied him. Yeah. Damn. All right. Well, only a single round separating them, as we discussed. IHC closing out what was a nice and competitive first half, and with a pistol win, they're certainly still in the conversation. But Liquid have managed to close the gap. The discrepancy remedied. This could be good. Annihilation is flashed off. This works from almost every time.
Oh dear.
Yep. Don't do it again, you madmen! Oh, Yakinda's gonna punish. Any mistake as 180 out of Techno keeps them on their toes. Liege with the pre-fire, revolting.
Needs
Score
another.
needs another. Can he step up? Ugh, not enough. Just jiggled out. Misses his chance, and now while the site is lost, and I assume the round to follow.
Ruthless by Liquid, right? As soon as they understood what they were up against right there, they just pressed the issue, right? They're throwing bodies at that. It's very risky, but the fact that they could jiggle out those shots, apply that pressure, score, just feeling the heat. Bartek and Blitz really should not be considering going for this. I know Bartek's here investigating, but you can't risk giving up any of these rifles here down the home stretch. You need to stay as potent into the next round of play as you can. Loss bonus 2,900. Silent Stem 4's on that cheaper side of things, so a conversation to be had. Both of these individuals could drop rifles. They have residual utility left over. Techno could go MP9 again, but they'll be operating with some sacrifices. You can see here as well, Naf just making sure that that AWP doesn't get blown away in CT by the bomb in case somebody was close enough to scoop that up. Just make sure that it likely gets blown in towards that closet corner. It's little things that count here. But this was it. You bang on. I thought Annihilation saw something after the initial little whoopsie off of the boost there, but obviously not. And that's twice where boosts have cost them. One on what was just a round with a deagle, and on now a very key gun round. And that is going to force the fourth and final timeout. So both teams expending all 8 across the board here within 24 rounds of play. So the last opportunity for Mara and Daps, respectively, to tune on in. And now they'll be flying with the reins of the in-game leaders and teammates here for the rest of map number 1. Remember, we have Overpass up next and then Mirage as the third and decider if we do need it.
Again, I like the decision-making out of IHC. You can see Techno's actually opted to just buy a Kevlar vest so as to be a potential supplementary M4 holder.
Yeah, and I can understand this call too, because if they did buy in the fashion I was explaining, it would be weak. Right now, if they just take this, they still have a couple of rifles to work with, and everybody can full buy next round.
Yeah, you might want to try and set these riflers up. It's Bartak towards the A side of things, and you get to see a very aggressive blitz. I say very aggressive. He is just trying to try and jiggle in this off angle. Yakinda's been very successful. Oh! Off the flash, doesn't commit to the spray. He's blind as a bat, and now down, and now on the retrieve. Score is gone, and so is the rifle. Straight into the B site with a double. Techno will smoke him off, at least maintains control of the bomb site itself, but Top Banana is lost. And so is Bartak, both rifles.
That was a bit too easy, wasn't it?
Yeah, a little too easy.
I know we had the highlight of Blitz the other day with that only AK on the CT side where he just bopped everybody. He was like just dry swinging. I think he was attempting to replicate that, but you could see just the amount of utility dedicated to help get Yakinda up Banana there. And Yakinda now has really sprung to life. 22 kills. Trying to get himself up towards the top of the scoreboard.
Yeah, going to have to chase Naf. 26, closing in on the 30 in regulation.
Entertaining game of Counter-Strike nonetheless here. It's not the blowout that I think was in the weather report coming into today's opening game. Here's that full buy. All the bells and whistles available here for IHC. But is this going to be them rolling over? Only 3 rounds so far on their CT side.
My one request would be to see the fight on B not determine the round.
Okay. Well, you might not get that.
Yeah, I know. Because Yakinda's coming again. And
it's like late checkout. You can't always get it.
Yeah, it would be nice though, wouldn't it? And as I say that, Score and Techno do fall into a more passive setup.
It is an issue, however, that all 5 members of Team Liquid are at the base of Banana. So with full Banana control, no real resistance and slight pressure, you could probably force out a whole lot of util here.
Yeah, he's got the retake smoke for Top Banana control. If he times it right, maybe they'll have to respect it. Pretty firm maybe, though, as, yeah, they're already up.
Notice how they've taken this without too much util this time around, and last round there was just a bucket load of flashes. They're going to push.
Yeah, ahead of the util. This is awkward now. Good push. Oh my goodness, Techno could have had more. It's Score with 2 of his own. OC committing. Tagged up by the nade. Slow in the mud as Score needs to time this next fight. Good. Oh, he was good for it, but no vision. Quick scope out of OC. The round is on. Like Donkey Kong, Naf would need to do a lot here. If OC even finds another one, I mean, the second contribution was nonsense. Does he get a third? Yes, he does! Blitz walks in, and OC looking to close, looking for 14. Against the odds, against it all. Ooh. It's Bartak good for the first, but still Naf lives on. And an instant bloom, that is beautiful. As they will secure the round, we go 13 apiece. And good grief, I got scared for a moment there.
I'm still trying to work out how OC got that kill while flashed and scoped.
Yes.
Right? I was expecting if he was in transition like that for it maybe to be a no-scope while blind out of nowhere. The fact that it was a scoped kill, yeah, fair enough. But this time the defense, the pressure came. That molly right there was such a nuisance. 3 kills coming in behind that. Oh, he didn't seem that blind at all, did he?
No, flashed as hell. Just a quick scope. A reaction quick scope straight to that new box player. Brilliant out of OC. 13-13.
Have to do this the hard way, though, IHC. Liquid have money for days. At least another buy or 2. And this is a change. Aggression.
Ballsy. Ballsy. At such a great point of the game. And down goes OC. Yakinda for the trade. He needs this one and delivers it.
Oof, Annihilation has been spotted here and slightly tagged up. This one could get chaotic. Banana push coming through as well. More pressure across the map as Naf might have the only gap right now available. Nobody's watching apartments here for IHC. But will he take the risk? It's a big gap as an extremity player to try and push through, especially with so much time. And so much util. Yeah, take your time. Allow the chaos to subside here for a second. That's a missed smoke.
Yeah, and they've actually just sent Annihilation with all of his smokes, bells, and whistles back over to B for the solo hold. Interesting setup now. We haven't seen, or rather Liquid haven't seen, a setup like this into the A take, but it may not be that first letter after all. Yakinda for the reflash to get that space. Annihilation reveals the AWP. You can see already licking their lips. That may be a solo AWP.
He's setting up the half-wall util here, but it might be too late. Needs to drop it immediately. There's the smoke. Here's the molly.
Implies he's not alone. Or just did some parkour. Nitro forced to use his smoke just to survive. Didn't want to go wide.
This is all on Annihilation. There's no rotation.
It's all on Annihilation. A master of his craft on the big green, but Nitro's better. into the open B site and essentially call it 14. Do you
Has to be
really
the
want to
save.
go? Come on, Techno, back in your box.
Yeah, it has to be. Just has to be here.
And again, so an element of this, when the rounds we were praising earlier for IHC, we were like, oh yeah, these were good calls or good reads. This makes it look like good gambles, right? And you're going to get lucky sometimes. This time round, they hedged on the fact that it might be that A finish, and it's not the case. And if you are Liquid, you do have residual money, which we highlighted at the start of this round. You can see here that we're talking about 7K on most players, if not more. Why not get involved and look for a kill or two? You've got 14 confirmed. You take away these rifles, you know that you're going to put IHC in financial squalor. So they are having a look now. Yakinda, bomb's about to go off, so it might be a little bit too far away to do too much damage. Stay tucked now, boys. And they will all stay alive here. I can confirm that.
Oh, how the turntables.
Great recovery, though, the mental. Remember for how long the question would be around Liquid and them having mental collapses and really just losing out in matches where they shouldn't. And this is them staying stoic, right? Knowing the chips are down, and Yakinda even starting to fire the troops up. You can hear those yells echoing. So another attempt here from IHC with the saved weapons and some purchases, but they need to find a round, or this game is going to run away, and this will be the one that was oh so close.
I love that we're seeing constant different attempts out of these CTs, though. This is a different attempt. Again, an annihilation onto Nitro. He's ready for more. He doesn't get it. 2 in the boiler. Are you still willing to boost up? Now already one slips the net. Nav could come hunting. Oh dear. Need the trade. Bartak gets it. He's in trouble. That's trouble. And annihilation is 2. Misses his shot. And yeah, we're starting to see the pressure get to them, I think.
Setup looks good.
It did.
It just looked so flustered there as soon as Annihilation lost that line, and now I think Yakinda will make sure he takes everything away.
I didn't quite catch it, but it felt like Naf somehow slipped past the boost, which...
Because they turned. Because
Right.
as soon as they both turned, the bottom guy could have... Okay, staying alive. The bottom player could have turned and addressed the issue. The top player could have kept looking towards Boiler and Halls.
And as soon as he slipped, that was when the pandemonium really kicked in. It's
Yeah.
like, oh god, okay, balcony, what do we do? Nightmare.
Look, Annihilation was torn between helping his teammates or selling them down the river. Neither option fantastic, because at that point, not only are they susceptible to the push from mid, Long's also open. So you have to give up something.
Oh, yeah.
Too many decisions to make in too short of a time span, and these are the moments where Liquid have truly punished.
Yeah, and it feels like that would be the kind of subheading of this second half. Punishing those mistakes. Running you down when you miss that shot. And making the best of a bad situation. Liquid are now in prime position to take IHC's
Yeah,
map
here it is.
away.
Look, the boost no longer in play. They were both looking in the wrong direction. They have to know Naf's coming. He defaults in that position more often than not.
And just that WS bait, just barrel, annihilation down, round 1. Okay, they need 2 in a row. IHC have not yet posted 2 rounds in consecutive fashion since the pistol on this defense. And now they've got to do it to take us to overtime.
Oh.
Elige, he wants it done in regulation. Annihilation down. Elige running around and running in circles. As, oh my god, OC just killed their leader. And Vartak for good measure. The site now open.
Got to go for this one.
No harm, no foul, but yeah, it's just the 2 of them. Techno score. All of that hard work, a 9-1 start. And now they have to retake. And a man disadvantage tagged on the way in. Techno and score. Not going to get anything off of this boost, and losing potency with every passing second. Yakinda's coming to finish the job from Long, and that'll do. Liquid, resilient, stalwart, stoic. Lock it down. Inferno is theirs. IHC, curveballs, aggression, and a solid approach, but not enough against the top dog like Liquid.
All right, well, we've got a great round from IHC. Bleh and me love this. Even though IHC obviously didn't come up with the victory, Bleh, we really liked what we were seeing from them in terms of the style that they played, the mid-rounding, such and such.
It's looking good. It's absolutely looking good, but I think the most disappointing thing was how good they looked on the T side. This is something Yakinder mentioned as well, right? In interviews, like the C side looks really solid. The T side is where they seem to be struggling. But you know, we saw some really cool stuff coming from IHC. I think they had like a 9-1 lead at some point. So we can just jump on into this particular round here, round number 5, and you can see Yakinder already, right? He's pushing down Banana. It's a 3-man early aggression coming out from Team Liquid, but look at the reaction from IHC here.
Yes, we see that they're actually just leaving. They are actually going to head all the way to the other bomb site because they just recognize that there's utility coming their way, and so it's such a quick mid-round from IHC. This is what we love about the way that they play. They have a great read for the game, and then they're able to act very quickly based on that read. So
just look at the time as well, right? Minute 25 seconds, the smokes are already landing, and we have a player already pushing all the way up Arch instantly.
Yeah, and so the quick smoke over here, the one into library as well, and then they're going to be able to wrap into that A site, and it just puts so much pressure on Liquid and so quickly. You could see that they even beat this molly timing that this library player was throwing out, and look at just how they swarm this, and the patience too, Blah.
Yeah, they just knew they have to go for a little bit of a panic push coming in. Oh, you screwed it up, Maui, but yeah, we're going to bring this one back. But just the fact that they're able to... I'll try this. There we go.
Thank you.
So you can see they just push on in, and even though Yakinder tries to catch a timing, we have a player waiting for them, and we just play it out. I think we have one player for the side of Team Liquid inside of that bomb site. 2 of them actually, one side of Mini Pit, but just the kills, again, the individual skill coming into play. But what we want to highlight here from IET, especially on his T side, was it wasn't just the individuals popping off, like the score, like the annihilations or the blitz of this particular team. It's the fact that they had such a good idea as to how they wanted to approach this T side.
Yeah, and I think that really with IHC, this is why we've been getting really excited about this team, just rounds like this. And yeah, I think that's probably...
Yeah, what do you think about that, Freya?
Yeah, what do you think, Freya?
Well-drilled approach coming out of IHC to start this one off. Let's not forget the scoreline actually went up to 9-1 in that first half, and somehow, someway, Liquid actually managing to turn the tides. And arguably, Blair, it came down to the individuals for Liquid finally stepping up.
That is one thing I wanted to touch upon. Like Maui and I were watching this game in the green room, and we're like, IHC seemed to be playing the better brand of Counter-Strike overall. Even in rounds we were losing, the utility usage and protocols were so tight and impactful. But for the side of Liquid, the star showed up. In fact, Captain America showed up as well. He had a moment right there at 4K with the AK-47. Yakinder getting activated as well towards the B bomb side. The individuals actually carried Liquid to that W.
Yes, IHC played really good team CS. The flashes were excellent. The trading was great. Their spacing was actually on point too. We saw that mid round, of course, and then. For Liquid, it's kind of like, this is kind of what I feel when I watch Big Clan play teams. It's like all these different components are...
You have to bring in Big here.
Yeah, I do.
You're playing.
But it really is representative of the same kind of problems where it's just that you do so many things right in terms of tactics and strategy, and then your individuals just aren't up to snuff with these world-class teams like Liquid.
Was there a particular turning point for you then? Because obviously it didn't happen in the first half for Liquid. They did manage to post 6 on the board. Anything you saw them switching up, maybe reading IHC's game plan a little bit better?
In the second half especially, I feel like that they were doing a fantastic job setting up Yakinder, and you could see him pretty much single-handedly just wresting control of that banana position from the side of IHC. And IHC, I got to give credit where it's due. They were going for those battles, but Yakinder was coming on the top time and time again. And then IHC, I feel like in some crucial rounds, they went for a bit of a little bit of a stack, right, towards the A bomb side, for example. They left, I think it was Annihilation by Sloanson towards the B bomb side. And unfortunately, the gamble didn't quite pay out, and Liquid were able to capitalize on it.
Yeah, I think that this game is, it feels like IHC let one slip here. I think that now going into the rest of the series, it's going to be incredibly difficult for them to battle back. The Inferno, it felt like to me, needed to be a map going in their direction, because now you have 2 maps consecutively where we were prefacing the veto such that Liquid could probably win on Overpass, and they should almost definitely win on Mirage, or there was maps they were going to pick either way.
Yeah, certainly, particularly coming into that second half, as Alex aptly pointed out. After that second pistol win, IHC unable to kind of string any rounds back-to-back. Their momentum clearly in the favor of Liquid. Let's bring up our Air Force aim high head-to-head in this one. Obviously, Yakinder is a man we're going to be putting under the spotlight. Techno as well, having some great moments, but not enough to pull it over the line in terms of that individual form.
Yeah, Techno, I think, had some brilliant moments, especially in that first half, right? When we talk about the T side, the success we were finding was primarily based a lot around a lot of the banana control going their way, which was what Yakinder replicated in a better fashion later on, right? But Techno, I think, was highly impactful. A lot of multi-kills coming in. For the side of Team Liquid, though, I felt like they were periods in the entire game where every individual stepped up. The first half, for example, the 6 rounds were able to net in that first half. I think a lot of it came down to some huge moments from Naf, from Elige, for example, and of course Nitro with that insane 4K. And then the second half, you spin it around, it was Alicia Kinder show all just throughout the second half.
Yeah, I mean, we're getting a huge package of Yukindar highlights, but I really did want to give a big shout out to Techno because I think that he had some high BPM moments.
Yeah.
It was exciting stuff. It was getting our blood running. We thought that IHC had a chance in that one. It's just that nobody else from IHC could actually really come up in this game. We didn't really get all the highlights from Annihilation that we saw in that Furia game that sent them over the line. And I think that was going to always be something very difficult to replicate for IHC, is seeing more than maybe one player pop off, but even though we see that the game plan's there for them.
Yeah, the fact that IHC are such heavy underdogs, and it did come so tantalizingly close for them, incredibly impressive. But I feel like when we look at Overpass, this is a different story.
Look, I still, no matter how excited about the IHC team, I still feel, from the beginning itself, I'm like, Liquid's going to be the huge favorites here. They should be taking this series. But there was that one chance, right? We said Inferno pick, they're going for the safe pick, and they showed the amount of prep work they put in here. But again, Liquid are comfortable in this map as well, and they had that extra little X factor to close it out.
Well, we will be moving on to Liquid's map pick, and that will be coming down to Overpass. Potentially a chance for them to take it in 2, but if IHG battle back, we will be going onto the grounds of Mirage. Make sure you join us after the break for Overpass.
The bell tolls for Cologne. This cathedral, a cathedral that is stacked from the earth to the heavens with the greatest of all the fans, the most passionate.
Dallas, we're back. Counter-Strike is in our DNA. It always has been, and it always will be. And now we are once more returning to where it all began.
From Inferno to Overpass, IHC close, but no cigar. Smoked by Liquid in the second. And in fact, in the second half of that first half, it was just having a brief chat with Liquid, or rather listening in on their chat, and just heard Elige say, yeah, if you didn't call those 4 timeouts, we probably would have lost the match. Daps called 4 timeouts in one half, and they did stabilize.
So doing his job.
Yeah.
Yeah, getting it done, getting the boys to recalibrate here. And looking to pick this one up in a 2-0 fashion. Now it's Liquid's turf, and this would see IHC condemned to the lower bracket where they would meet Cloud9, who they took on in the opening best-of-1 jaunt in the play-ins, where Cloud9 stripped them limb from limb, 16-5. So IHC know where their fate is likely sealed. And if anything was going to spur them forward to try and get an upset victory, I think the idea of, well, Shiro and Axel, that would probably help.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't get really better either way you cut it.
No.
If you win, you play Na'Vi.
True.
If you lose, you play Cloud9. Yeah, pick your poison, essentially. I don't think there's going to be much choice in the matter.
Yeah, but if you lose, you lose one of your little hearts, though, you know?
Yeah,
you're down to just one line.
Mario balloons
and then
on
that
the back
gets
of your cart.
a little bit more troublesome indeed. But a CT side start to kick things off here. IHC, Team Liquid. The Mongolians looking for a third. Liquid looking to keep the day. A quick 2-0 spree. Well, let's see. This map here should definitely be favoring Team Liquid, right? I just think at this highest level of play, Overpass is a map that if you default as you should be getting yourself quite a bag of rounds here, especially against a team that is from, let's say, a smaller region.
Yeah, not in size, that's for sure. Well, actually, my geography, Asia versus America.
No, Mongolia, well, if we did all of Asia, it's bloody huge.
They win, right?
And if you want to have a conversation, we could probably include like India, Pakistan, and all of that debate. So, I think Asia wins.
Yeah, and Score might win if Annihilation gets one. Bait them in. It's not the frag, the smoke, though. They might disrespect that. Might bait Score into a successful fight. And yeah, not clearing. Not clearing. Can he build a round out of this? Nobody checks. Does he deny the plant? Takes a pot shot. Takes down one. And an important one at that. That was the bomb. Good restraint. Good frag out of Score. And Annihilation started them all up for success. Not only a frag, but setting them up with the bait. So long. Finds Score. A one-on-one. A hard one. Kinder can find him as well. Doesn't really want to give him the jewel down. Blitz quick to it, and Elige with one back. A 2 versus 4 goes 2 on 3, and it's getting a bit sketchy with Elige hitting every shot he takes. That is glorious. An ace in the pistol, giving it an Ellie giggle. That is cruel.
We've had 2 of those today. JKS picked up an ace on Anubis against Big on the pistol round. Now Elige doing it here to IHC, and that one is going to shatter them to the core. It looks so good. Score opening up, dropping the bomb. Kills coming their way. A couple of tiny ones out of Blitz here, but Elige just dismantles them frag after frag. That's one for the highlight reel.
Yeah, John Wick, sit down. The new John in town.
Bit of a force buy here from IHC. Annihilation onto the scout, pistol upgrades for the rest, and a tag for Annihilation. So that's not a bad way to open up the account here, and he knows there's a bit of blood in the water. Yakinda has to stay behind the rock.
He'll do that for a full minute, or actually get flashed in for a fight.
He's using the Danger Zone MP5.
A little bit of variation.
It's a classic. It's not usually used at range, however. Look at it.
Matches his guns, though. Sorry, his hand. Gloves. That's the G word I was looking for. Gloves. His gun matching his gun would have made less sense. And Score's done the same. Everyone's really... Oh. Sorry, Blitz. Yeah. Coordinated. Well, some coordination of these scout shots. 2 have been hit.
This is actually looking very good now for IHC.
You know, you discussed exactly that over on Inferno. We might actually see it manifest here.
Especially with these smokes in play as well. Things are going to start to get awkward for Liquid with about 45 seconds left on the clock.
He's active on long as well. And it's both of the tagged up players. They haven't relocated, so it's a favorable fight now for Annihilation.
They've got 3 bodies here. It's a good round here for IHC. Another re-smoke. Yep, you're in trouble, Liquid.
Yeah, they are. After that ace in the pistol, Nitro's the one this time to step up with a double. Straight into the toilet area. Now Annihilation between the wickets and all of that potency in the bin.
Okay, that's a big sweep up there from Liquid. Good stuff from Nitro. I think the impact round he had from Newbox where he got mollied out and had that massive quad kill, it was the triple from that position. I think that won them the map.
Yeah. And do you know what he said? He said, it felt like I had God mode on.
Of course he did. Is that how his accent? Yeah, that's pretty good American accent.
Well, it was a bit more kind of Californian than Nitro.
Isn't he from the South?
Yeah. Yeah, but I feel like I'd be more.
Oh, you were more California.
Yeah, I was more
okay.
California.
All right. Yeah, fair enough. We like Nitro.
We do.
It's Nick Canella.
And you know what's
Lovely
interesting?
lad.
Like a good testament to what he brings is just how short his adventure away from Counter-Strike was.
Oh, yeah.
Like, you know, he left, and immediately they were begging for him to come back.
He was just looking for some family time.
Yeah.
Didn't have to go too much travel during the Valorante expedition. But all five staying alive went from an Elige ace to a clean anti-economical that had a few little booby traps.
My favorite kind of trap.
That spam through the wall as well also helped out for Nitro to identify the second through the divider push.
So you got a single flashbang. What do you got for us, Blitz? How do you find something valuable out of a single $200 grenade? He's got 3 teammates with him.
You know, I think the pistol from Liquid was the same pistol that Fnatic ran the other day.
I mean, they would be a team to study if you wanted to refine your protocols.
Yeah, because it had that front sight like dice.
Ah, touche, and then it was up long on the dice box smoke.
Thank you for jumping in there. I had some popcorn stuck in my throat.
Oh. My pleasure.
I still have some popcorn stuck in my throat.
Yeah, but a frag. That is 2 from Techno. Not too shabby. Not going to be translating into anything more substantial, but it is certainly going to be keeping some of the members of Liquid honest. Heaven smoked. Elige to plant.
If this is like the match we did the other day, Fnatic versus MRBR.
Do you I mean, is that a possibility?
Very high likelihood.
Okay. In terms of scoreline and pace?
Yeah.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's prepare for that.
Everybody at home, get on the social media right now.
Please.
Send your tweets in, @Machine, @Sponge. Is it still Machine GG?
Machine GG.
Okay, sorry. @Machine GG, @Sponge, SPUNJ. Let us know what's going on. Let us know how you're watching the Counter-Strike. Let us know if you're watching both streams, one stream. What's your favorite result of the day?
I have got 10 interesting facts about Mongolia that will surprise you.
Okay, you know what's cool about this? The major for Paris, the RMR for the Asian region is actually going to be in the capital city of Mongolia.
Oh, which we all know what that is. So let's say it together. In 1,
Ulban,
2, 3. Bakar something? No.
Capital city, Mongolia.
Obviously, it's
Ulaanbaatar.
Ulaanbaatar. It's at the tip of my tongue. Damn it.
You were close.
Yeah, no. I think I actually just said Bartik's name.
All right, well, let's see with this first gun round, because this will be very telling here. And we know that MIBR lost a couple of rounds by the skin of their teeth. It was the finest of details, a few missed flashes here, there, and everywhere. But Elige, 7-0. How many more can he get? Annihilation's AWP trained in at the ready here, but I would be surprised not to see a divider molly with the... Oh, they're going for the snake play and Annihilation. That was quick. They were trying to circumvent, right? So you see this from Apex a lot on a map like Overpass. So what you're doing is you're pathing. You're kind of just weaving around like some of these more deeper sight lines and hoping to catch some timings here so you can explode quicker on towards A. They weren't doing the default spread of view till they've actually thrown that out after Elige's death. You can see it, they're dotted up on the radar. And they will get the space that they were looking for. And I like this. Inquisitive push coming through Connector. So taking a risk here is score. And he might even catch Naf off guard, who's backpedaling to join the rest of the pack.
Yeah, it looks good for score. If he does round this corner at this pace, he might catch a glimpse of Naf just on the fountain. Yep. In his sights. Motor mouth, letting him know. Don't overstep. Oh, he didn't. I told a lie. I thought he did. I thought he saw a little slither of Naf's back.
They can rotate back all the way now. There's still time to do this back through Connector. They do have 2 smokes available. Make it 3. Heaven essential here. Maybe bridge or mid sight. Well, there's the Heaven smoke. A barrel's molly. Actually going to cut off rotations here as OC. Techno trying to be defensive. 25 seconds.
Lots to do for Techno. Heart quickening in pace. 140 beats per minute, but a frag onto Naf and damage onto Yakinda. Attack could could put the bomb on the floor with 12 seconds left. It's going to lead to a little bit of a chaos. 9. Yakinda for a safe plant. Does enable Blitz to get across. Nitro flashed off, trying to provide support. Yakinda trapped on the site for now. And AWP with the Overwatch of Heaven, you do kind of get boxed in. And that's the duel you need to win, Blitz. Half a magazine left. Annihilation to provide the support. Yakinda still trapped on the site. Still 10 bullets. He needs a headshot and can't provide it. Nitro and Yakinda for the 4th. And yeah, clean as you like as they do find 3. Yakinda, a triple kill. And Liquid up to 4.
And these are the situations after the default where a team like Liquid should just have the class, right? And that was fantastic work off of each other there. Not overstepping, understanding the situation and putting IHC into a very difficult position. But that was the quick shot of Annihilation. It was tidy. But now, as soon as he finds Score, who you can see wasn't expecting him to turn around and catch him off guard like that, the round really does start to fall apart. Bit of a jump scare there for Elish. I don't think he was expecting it to be that quick. So we got an eco. Every eco will do a fun fact.
Does this count?
Yeah, this is an eco.
Okay. Well, my favorite one is that there are almost as many people as horses in Mongolia.
Okay, that's interesting. I was watching something on the Netflix. I don't think we talked about that many. Okay, hold up.
3.2 million people and horses.
Damn. It's a lot of legs.
There may be some legs to this deagle. Nope. Yep. It gets out.
Blitz has to do something here because the rotation for everyone else is too far away. Now that he's spotted, pinned and taken down. So good AWPing from OC. He gets 2 within the round. Had the sight for a moment's time.
Yeah, that's going to change the plan. They're all gathered, having a meeting, and decide Techno is not that intimidating.
I'd be scared. He was sharp on Inferno.
Yeah, he was. He's got a very quick time to react.
Pushing forward here as well, looking for the fight. Kevlar too. Not so useful against the AWP of OC, but maybe in a labored duel against Yakinda here. Has just scooped up the bomb.
Oh, he's got the bomb on the floor. Okay, Liquid really need that back, and OC finds him through the divider. Naf's already calling the A site clear. The rotate is on its way. Bartak.
OC has to plant in the site. Good smoke, defensive smoke.
Yeah. Won't be able to. Oh my god! Oh my god!
That's
Knock him off the bomb! He's won it! IHC take it! Techno starts it, but Score will finish. With Bartak on the bomb as well, just making sure the round is theirs, knocks him straight off.
Okay. Good round from IEHC. That was a very, very light investment, and they walk away with a round, a couple of AKs, and some confidence. Sure, they'll find themselves at a tech timeout as we can all screw our heads back on straight. But that was a very, very well put together piece there, and some tidy shooting, which seems to be the consistent force here for IEHC. And it's Techno. Yeah, he's sitting on a bit of a heater here today. Looks like everything is getting sorted out over there on the IHC side as I can see the buys coming through. Just waiting for the dot ready. You can see here no one's mouth moving during the technical timeouts. There is no conversation allowed, no typing.
No thinking.
Wow, you can think. You just can't communicate those thoughts until Elon Musk gets that chip in your head.
Yeah, they can't police those yet. It's the land where dinosaurs once roamed, apparently. I mean, aren't there
whole world.
A lot of places.
What a terrible fact.
Well, hold on. In the 1920s, fossilized dinosaur remains were found in the Gobi Desert, along with the first dinosaur eggs. Some of them still lie exposed today. Yeah, no, that's pretty meek, actually, yeah. But it's interesting nonetheless. A quarter of the population live as nomads. Wow. We don't have many nomads left in the world.
No, I wouldn't imagine so.
No.
I think they're big on hawks as well, or eagles. There's some type of bird that they're pretty big on in Mongolia.
That's for sure.
They do some hunting with it.
Yeah, eagle hunting. The Golden Eagle Festival is held over 2 days every year.
Oh, that's on your fun fact list.
It is.
Okay, interesting.
A parade of eagle hunters on horseback. Does sound nice.
I'm going to take a bit of a glance over at what's going on the A stream. I can't hear Harry and Hugo right now, so that means it can't be that interesting, because normally... Oh, here we go. That's right, I thought we were back underway, but no, the map pool is identical. So here you go, Mouse versus OG. Mouse picking Overpass and getting off to a pretty decent start. This is a curious game. I think on paper it's really hard to make a call on which way this one's going to slide because we haven't seen Mouse play this year.
Right, yeah. Did you have like OG as your favorite purely because you've seen them play?
No,
or?
I think I went with Mouse. I think it would be silly of me to continue to write them off after the performance they had at the Major and Cologne. And I think, you know, Torji, if he can find some really good form like he did at the early stages of last year, that's the catalyst for Mouse to be a bit more consistent. Right, Frozen, we know what we're getting. Exertion, he doesn't mess around. I think Dexter had some massive moments at the Major as an in-game leader, fragging.
3 body shots into that smoke to win the round. Well, yeah, we are back in business, as are IHC, as they posted their round on their compromised buy. Ooh, a failed extinguish there. Not ideal for a Liege.
Well, let's see if they can double up here. Getting it done with the pistols and being a little bit scary is something, and so is that fight. OC chipped on down, spammed through the wall is Bartek on his retreat. But a gun round would be great here. We'll get the game back on your screens ASAP. There you go. We just wanted you to look at Liquid.
Just in case you forgot what they looked like.
Passive towards A.
Yeah, combing through the map. I think the Bartak fight he took so early on has got them a little sketched out that, oh, IHC are comfortable to go for some aggression, a boost. Yakinda's been lingering in the underpass, and Blitz has managed to catch him.
I like that. So a bit more of a mid-round boost. You tend to see that more at the start of the rounds to catch players slinking in towards the water position within the early stages of the rounds here, but using it for some info and finding a frag. Feels like Liquid with about 40 seconds left. I mentioned, you know, it'd be the same type of timings as what we saw in that Fnatic MIBR game. It was the same situation. They were executing with about 20 seconds left. I think Liquid are in the same situation here.
Yeah, it's a bit of a sketchy one at 30 seconds, though. We will see that smoke thrown out. A response from Annihilation. Trying to channel and funnel. Still can use it as well to hide behind. It's very well placed and very well timed. Ooh, tagged him. They'll have heard that. Staring at him, or not, as he does strike into one. Elish needs to make a space. And ooh, with OC's connection, the plant maybe not impossible after all. Liquid with just enough time, just enough health, and just enough help from Naf. A double kill. I won't necessarily say it secured it, but a leap in that direction. Techno, no slouch. 2 to find and already softened up.
A smoke would be perfect here to try and draw them out into the open, but he's going to have to go and tap the bomb and hope they peek and give up their position here. This is a hard clutch for Techno.
Not going to be easy. Goes for the AWP. He's going to be given any duel for free. Yeah, he accepts this one's just not realistic. He'd rather bring the AWP through. Hooks up his brother Annihilation. He's only got $50 in his back pocket after
Ali's
that
just
round.
trying to cut him off here, Alex. Already at the sandbag position. Techno might get caught up. Guard on the reload. Ali just spotted him now. The no-scope not going to land. And... oh, Techno will hold on to the AWP. We'll take down Alige. We'll make sure to try and avoid that in the future for everybody playing at home. But we'll do our best to bring you all the up-to-date information. But the AWP was retained, so that will be given to the primary AWP. Techno hit the no-scope. Trust me, I wouldn't fib. Liquid are going to take a timeout here, and interesting enough, they do have a decent lead to kick this off. I'm sure Daps just wants to have a couple of words here.
I'll give you a couple of words.
Okay. Wow, you've set yourself up here.
5-1.
Great, okay. So IHC, right, how infrequently they play this map, they have literally...
Literally?
And I'm not using it like...
loosely.
Anyway, I'm using it quite literally. Played the last 3 Overpass outings against the same team. Lin Vision.
Lin Vision.
We know Lin Vision.
I think I worked with her at Homebase.
Oh, come on now.
Hey, Lin.
We know Lin
Oh, the
Vision.
kids.
Westmelon, Starry, X-Pro.
Westmelon?
It's a B-Rush.
It's a B-Rush. Techno. Oh, ships in the night. Nav just jumped past him as well. 3 people. And now he emerges into nothing. Nafa's ruined his fun.
Unlucko. That one's going to sting. There's an opportunity for another round there. IHC once more with the save. Felt like they were at least positioned, but the pace changed. That's why Team Liquid took the timeout.
Yeah, changing it up, charging in. And I think as soon as you've done that once as well, IHC probably not going to be as confident going for any particularly aggressive maneuvers and going to have to respect Team Liquid's capacity for a speedy one. Trying to hold on to what he's got here.
Naf, come on now. Those aren't too far off. Spam shots through the wall.
I think OC assumed they were miles off.
Yeah, well. He will go down. The ought to be retained once more. You're saving it for another day, sure, but you will need to start posting a couple. And I think the scoreline the other day was about 11-1 between MIBR and Fnatic. That was on the T side for Fnatic. It ended up at about 11-4 half. If Liquid are able to get themselves double digits on the T side, I can confidently say that the game is over. Right? Comebacks are possible, but I don't think with a scoreline like that on a map like Overpass it is.
Yeah, we actually already touched on some of the factors that play into that. Let me see if I can remember them. It's one of the biggest maps. It's one of the hardest to play.
Yes.
On the T side in particular.
I think Yanko said last night, like he was saying, like draw like a imaginary line from like short. He was saying like short all the way along here, and then the rest of this area of the map, like shrink it by, I think he said by about like 30% or something.
Yeah.
So I know not everybody can see our imaginary line, but yeah, I think like from like this.
Yeah.
He was saying, and then shrink all of this by about 30%.
Just in order to make the protocols required.
Yeah, because the biggest issue is if you take all the territory as a T across the map, the CTs, and I know right now it is a T-sided game, but this is because of the caliber of Liquid on the map. But
wow,
we'll come back to this.
Score.
Yeah, we'll return to this little thought.
Gore wants to play on the swings. And Liege caught out completely. No trade available. Yakinda's hungry for it. Staring at a smoke and his exit's locked in. Not anymore as OC meets Annihilation's AWP and perfect. That's some CT aggression rewarded. Annihilation a double. Score with the first onto a Liege, and that spells trouble.
Yeah, this is more like it. That's a great maneuver right there. You see Liquid not ready for it whatsoever. You needed the shots to back it up, so good stuff for Annihilation and Score in combination. Try and keep as many alive as possible now if you want to make something, a conversation about this CT half. You can't be losing too many bodies throughout all of this. Nitro will find the AWP. This could be a 50-second save. Yeah, this is a 50-second save.
Okay.
It's the right call.
Well, I'm going into the Twitter sphere.
Okay, see if anybody took us up on the offer.
Ooh. I haven't read it, but I think it looks safe, so I'm going to go for it.
Wait, so you're not going to proofread it?
Well, it's a fun fact about Mongolia.
Okay, here we go.
Mongolia is the easiest country to identify on GeoGuessr, as it has been...
Proofread it.
Oh, I'm proofreading it. Oh, okay. Because the car that was used to take the photos, the Google Map car, I imagine, has a blue tarp on it. So you can immediately just...
Look straight down
Mongolia.
and see. Okay. Well, that's cheating.
Yeah, well, that's kind of all of the GeoGuessr flexes that I see on the internet. They've got all the
They've got
hacks.
shortcuts.
Yeah, they go like, oh, yeah, this white line is dashed. It's only this country.
Oh, okay.
This sign is blue. That's only in this country.
That's kind of lame.
But I mean, it's part of the fun, you know?
I guess.
You know, you're learning how to jiggle peek and throw different, running jump throw smokes. He's learning about the blue tarp in Mongolia.
I guess, it's good to know a bit more about geography.
Yeah.
I needed Heku to get added to the talent team to know the difference between the Balkans and the Baltics, so...
God bless her.
Thanks, Heku.
She's doing a community service.
I think she's been paid by the government to head out and really take charge of that. But second timeout from Liquid here. A little bit strapped for cash on a couple of the Memberoonies. OC did get that AWP from the 50-second save. Elige onto a Tech 9. Nitro with a Galil and AKs for the other two. But this could be the beginning of something here for IHC. Win this one. An eco from Liquid. Scoreline quickly becomes 6-4 in Liquid's favor. Next gun round rolls around. They convert that one. Another partial buy from Liquid. We're 6-6. Aggression again, Annihilation long this time. Score at least showing his presence over towards Party. Annihilation will get a chance to find a pick against Elige.
This is an interesting head-to-head. Yakinda and Blitz. The best of the bunches. Blitz. Ooh, he's been baited out. This EU jiggle. Too good. Still gets to both as Nitro cannot trade perfection from Blitz in the underpass. Techno tagged up on the wall bang. OC trying to poke his nose into the site and a chance goes awry. OC down. Blitz. All of the frags. And maybe a fourth. Nope. Ask too much of that. Score goes down. It's Elige on the Tech 9 and so Annihilation's got his exit. He has to go all the way around the world to join NAF.
I think a little bit earlier in the piece, though, NAF had actually softened up Techno to 14 points of health here. So the B bomb site is actually pretty susceptible. You can see Techno now slinking back into a very passive setup. Bartak's going to keep his head down towards Barrel. And Bartak's really the key here.
Yeah, this is the fight. He can't let this one go. And then no slouch. America's finest. Gunning for you. Oh, and Flash doesn't help either. Bartak's let it go. Techno down. And this felt like a round with a double opening from Blitz. Now falls to Annihilation. Certainly no slouch in the clutch.
Has a smoke.
And everyone's looking at Heaven's side. He's covered some good ground here. Naf's going to be checking it on the ring around a Rosie. Spotted and deleted. Damn, sharp as ever. 7 already, and as you discussed, heading towards those double digits rapidly.
That was a 2v5. Blitz got 3 kills there from that connected position, dealt with the 2 individuals very early of Nitro and Yakinda. Then able to take down OC in the back as he was trying to find a pick over towards B. And they still dropped the round here. Here it is again in the highlight. So Blitz, fantastic. We know he can be sharp. Silence them for up close and personal. Then Elige in the back with the Tech 9 at range. The second is fantastic. And this one here, waiting for the flash, it cost Bartak, and that one's going to feel real good for Liquid.
It's going to feel real good for Elige. Bailing his squad out of insurmountable odds with just a Tech 9 to start. Now the slink is on.
Yeah, this is I think Nat here did a video talking about this. I think he called it like the snake, but you can see here with the pathing. So they're just trying to circumvent the standard positions that are held here, and then they'll just be able to explode.
Oh, score. Yeah, actually handles it well. Takes down Yakinda. Trapping Annihilation with Molotov.
Like
that is cheeky. Could do nothing with that. Oh, Blitz burnt to a crisp. OC combined with a flash of Nitro. Got full access to the site. Annihilation remains a hidden element, but could be deep cleared, and Elige just knows what he's up to. Great find.
He took his hand off the mouse and keyboard right there after that kill.
Yeah. He knows. The round is his. The damage is done. The work.
Oh, come on, lads.
Okay, mate.
You're getting a bit silly with it now. Oof, OC with the leap of faith.
Feeling himself, isn't he?
Wanted to try and make good on what Elige started just there with the wall bang.
But yeah.
It's going to feel helpless now for IHC.
Precisely. And I think this is, we've been there before, but...
Just the other day.
Yeah. When the first map, your pick was so close. A 9-1 start that did fall through your fingers, admittedly. Liquid, you know, playing a large part in that, but IHC at times unable to close. And yeah, now it feels like it's all too little too late as you find yourselves backed into a corner, quite literally in the case of Blitz. Poor guy couldn't escape the Molotov. And a beaming smile from Elige. Nice to see the man happy. Of course, it comes with a price. IHC, misery inbound. Annihilation goes for a clear. You got Yakinda working short. He's on his own little adventure, and yeah, on the jiggle on that pillar. Spots out Bartak. Nitro reporting nothing pushed up towards the under.
Hanging around, though, as Annihilation. Some would say overstaying his welcome here, but really only that of Elige to contend with. So has a bit of freedom to waltz around, and the AWP should ring true. Nice shot onto Nitro.
Yeah, that's a good start. Opening kill. We have to see a conversion of these, though. Elige versus Score. 1 by Score. Again, we see 2 favorable openings. IHC just need to close. Bartak will as well. at least Yakinda's eyes now closed.
Might just be another Liquid save here. I know, once again, it's not the most glamorous style of Counter-Strike we'll see, but it's a chance for them to...
Oh my god.
What's up?
Chad, close your eyes, look away.
Yep.
Quick quiz. How many opening duels do you think Liquid have got? 10 rounds.
I don't know, maybe 3? 4?
2.
Okay.
With IHC, with 2 CT rounds, have had 1, 2, 3, 6, 7, 8.
That makes sense.
Yeah, of course, maths.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm there now. I realized, but still counted them. Just
It's
checking.
good to check. We had HLTV with the scoreboard yesterday when we were doing the MIBR game, said that Breno had 6 multi-kills when he only had 6 kills. So it's quite truly impossible for that to be the case.
Thank you.
So it's good that you checked.
Just doing my due diligence. But that is an absurd comparison.
But this is the thing, right? This is the same thing that happened at MIBR against Fnatic. They had a couple of good exchanges. They were in like 4v3 situations, and then they would just lose sights. And we've seen that happen already a couple of times in this game here today. It's difficult to hold on, and once Liquid get themselves into the site, life becomes extremely difficult. Again, Daps using another timeout. I know you said that they were praising him before for his diligence on it, so trying to add as many rounds as possible on this T-hole to try and make the CT side even easier. Now, to note, IHC have won 1 round with the Deagles, where Techno had a couple of big kills, picked up an AK, found a second. Then you have the round where Skull went aggressive playground, found a frag, and Annihilation got 2 with the AWP. Then you have this one just here where Annihilation got the opening AWP pick down into connector. Skull got the upper bathroom pick. Bartak found the kill on towards B, and they find themselves the 3rd round. That was pretty impressive.
Honestly, I was really impressed.
I think that's why they pay me.
Yeah, because we were talking about openings and I couldn't visualize a single one. Here we go. Actually, the score playground push is...
now you've said it, doesn't it?
Yeah, now you've said it. It does ring a bell.
Nitro looking to ring a dinner bell or 2.
That's what the timeout was about. Daps is going KBBQ or KFC.
I don't think there is a KBBQ here in Katowice.
There's a gap in the market.
Well, that's it.
All right, Chad, once we hang this up...
we're going to go and open a Korean barbecue.
Yeah, we'll get, who's our Korean
Funding
friend?
by Carmack.
Yeah, we'll get Smix to come and help us out.
All right. Hey, Sue.
We need some advice.
We don't know what we're doing.
No.
But we like a good bulgogi.
I do. And a toki-boki or whatever the rice cake's called.
All right, well, there's a monster jiggle and a wiggle as Yakinda slips across, and this is looking like a B finish. Makes sense. B has seemed quite susceptible of Liquid trade efficiently here on towards the site. A bit more of a difficult retake for that of Annihilation and Score.
I like Techno tucking in tight and Bartak not cowering behind the barrels this time. The setup's been established, but it's about to be tested. And good for the first. A commitment of sorts. Oh, the Elysian Naf, though, were into action. And Blitz, the last man on the site, trying to fight tooth and nail. Eats his own flashbang.
They have to go B.
They have to go B with the time on left on the clock, so standing, looking to bang with 7 bullets left. Blitz with the reposition. He's doing so much for the team and buying time. Now Nitro gets the frag. Oh, still though, with a frag from both, it all falls to Naf. And he's gone to make it for IHC a convincing defense of the B side.
Yeah, that's probably one of their best rounds so far on this CT side. Blitz right there delaying. Yeah, look, it felt helpless, but he was just buying time for that rotation to come on in. The molly held the monster play, jiggling around the pillar. The rotation comes in and some big shots hit. That is good from IHC here. I know it's feeling a little bit late within the half with the scoreline already sitting at 8-4, but that has bottomed out Liquid's economy. They're going to have to take the economical here. An 8-7, a salvaged half for IHC. We can start having a conversation about this being a competitive affair, but it can't be 4, it can't be 5. I think double digits on the T side will be too much for Liquid.
And we had admiration as well for IHC's resilience. When losing, that Mirage game, for example, up against Furious, still managing to come in and remain strong. They have to find a strong start, or rather strong close, to this defensive half. Definitely not losing any silly deaths to these Glocks. Score, just happy to duel. No armor, no problem. Shreds through Team Liquid here.
You'd take these every day of the week, wouldn't you? Just have to worry about this connector player coming up of Yakinda. Score with the reposition. Should be feeling pretty safe, and he has rotations coming in there as well.
Perfect.
Final bullets onto Naf, and one more for the ace here.
Give it to him, Yakinda.
Yeah, let him take something home. And there it is. Fantastic shot from Score. That will be the 5th, and that will be one of the easiest rounds they will play for the remainder of this half here.
And that's what that fantastic round bought them. A little bit of a berth, 5 on the CT side. Still, that 8-round haul, as discussed, is already quite disgusting.
And there's been a few unfortunate rounds in the mix where IHC had those advantages that we discussed that they should have closed, right? So if they now go on a run to close out the half 8-7, sure, in Liquid's favor, you could say, well, what could have been? And then we get to see what they have to offer on the T side of play here. The thing is, the theory that they're putting together, their understanding of a lot of these situations seems pretty good. Like the macro seems, it's just some of the micro decisions when they get pressured, where they've kind of fumbled and tripped over their own shoelaces.
Yeah, it's tough to see teams with so much, raw potential flustered, but it's also a very natural product of the game.
Yeah, the thing is, it's not only they have good aim, it's also the setups and positions that they're putting themselves in. Like that previous round where they were trading out on B, they were running a bit more of like a Cloud9 classic setup, and hey, surprise you, Kinder. Can't jiggle around that corner.
That's a nice punishment, and another opening. Good grief. 3-0 Score, 3-1 Annihilation. Nitro, though, will claw us back. They're coming through Monster Tunnel. It's up to Techno to at least... Ooh, no. Bad timing on that one. Bartak sold down the river as Naf will take them both down. Into the site they go. What are you supposed to do about this one? Score will have a look. The smoke is up and Naf is running straight through. To his own demise. It could perhaps have ramifications. It's unlikely. Unless Score is feeling frisky. Kit on Annihilation. He'll move and Score. It's another! Oh! Okay, game on. Starting to cook now. IHC in pursuit of a 6th. Against the odds. Against the numbers game. It's just a Liege now to shatter their hopes and dreams. And Score will close. Outstanding. A 10-second defuse. He needs the kit. He needs the kit.
Get back on it, son. Look how much money he has.
No, I don't want to.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, the first thing he bought there was Kevlar and a kit.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's like quite truly the first.
Oh, what a brilliant 2v4.
It hurts, doesn't it? They've had some really,
and we're only feeling
really,
we're feeling a fraction of what they're feeling.
They've had some great moments.
Oh,
they've had some
bloody
great
hell.
moments.
Look what it did.
Oof. Looks like a B fast play here. Over towards short quite swiftly, so they want to take this territory. Yeah, Liquid have found something that's a bit more preferential than their A plays. Just continue to smash your head against this B bomb site, and it's the right call. There's only 2 players here.
Techno and Bartak can be having nightmares about this B site. Here they come again. You can hear those wooden footsteps trundling towards you, and Yakinda snaps onto the Bartak head. Nitro's got full short water, locked down, a power position he's adopted here. Bomb has been planted. You got kits now. You throw a 3v4 into the mix? Maybe. That power position has been rumbled. Flash up. Hoping to distract. Maybe Score can push that Heaven smoke with the distraction in play. OC, though, relieves the pressure. Takes down Blitz. Score spotted. Fragged up.
Oh!
Bagged up. 1v1. Annihilation the wallbang. Converted on the dig. Smoke on the bomb. Has the kit. Surely he's a dead man. He's a dead man. Now Fly sprays him down and 10 secured. Oh, what could have been. Oh, what could have been. And that's what IHC are going to have to be rattling around in their brains for this 2-minute break. Every round that didn't quite manifest. 10-5 half. We'll be right back.
nade pop for OG. And again, Contact, they've just been loving it. Wow.
Oh, lovely opener. Lovely way to get it. The B site rests on Exertion's shoulders. And only one kill from the man. Torshi might be here quickly, but with everyone else already gone, he's saving. The weirdness is there's actually only 2 players in B.
Yeah.
As he leaves, he's going to somewhere just as dangerous as the place that he's departing from. Neo Frag's ready to remove the AWP, but Torshi doesn't want to part ways with it. No scope lands, and so that AWP will be kept into the following round. Regardless, OG, they are impressing me with their ability to remain competitive in this.
Yeah.
Trading rounds back and forth. Although if that keeps up, that's still good for Mouse. They're still going to close this out. That's where you've really got to start capitalizing eventually, right? You want to start streaking something together if you're OG.
I'm just shocked at how basic these rounds have been, but how effective they've been, right? Like, they've just been going not only Contact, but that round is one flashbang. That's really all it is. They nail JDC on barrel as they walk all the way through Monster, and then they just explode. Double entry, Flames and Nexa take down the CT player, they trade onto Exertion. Like, there's not really much to it there for OG, but it's beautiful.
Yeah, so, you know, you even talked about it coming into that round there, and I really feel like this is Nexa realizing that Mouse aren't actually fighting anywhere early. That's all he started to learn here, right? Over towards A, they've gone for these creeps up through mid as 5. That round, it's just a Contact play out through Monster. And it's because Mouse are trying to kind of have their cake and eat it too, right? They haven't been hyper involved in the early rounds. It's been passive on both sides of the map. Finally, there's a bit of a change to that in this round here and now. And so this is where OG could get burned by this grouped 5-man gameplay, because Mouse have already taken short away, and so what that means is they know that no one was leaning B early. That frees up a third player to start to reinforce this A side of the map where OG are creeping in again.
Yeah, Torshi won't miss this twice, but he's just lost the timing. It's the paranoia of these Contact plays. They're coming back to bite him. His teammate Contact, they don't know, but they're running right by him in the toilet. Someone will surely check this. You'd like to think. Is it going to be Flames?
Team Liquid, a map up and already 10 rounds to the good in our second. Overpass continues now with the side swapped IHC to take to that all too infamously difficult T side. They have to bring the attack to Team Liquid, and should they concede, should Liquid find 16, they will be sent to that lower bracket to play Cloud9, who fell to Na'Vi in their opening affair. It's all best of threes around here, but a 2-0 sent Cloud9 there, and it could very well be the same in this affair.
Yeah, and it would be exciting to see a Team Liquid versus Na'Vi matchup. Want the best of what we had from Liquid today for sure.
That's a lot of bodies. OC has to just take what he can, and he can take 2. Tagging up another pair of bodies, Annihilation and Score.
Felt like he was going to get a couple more there, didn't it?
Quite a score from Score as well. Jesus Christ, 19. He's at the top of the server's scoreboard.
Yeah, he's been having some good showings. Nuke being a bit of a beast here on Overpass, doing the same. Elise trying to chip away at range. Oh, Nitro joining the fun here as well.
Well, Blitz is not laughing at Nitro. Just a quick bullet to his face. Yakinda's on a quick fountain flank, and they are accelerating at this point towards that toilet fight. Elise
they're ready.
Gonna be left. And, that's the end of Annihilation. Christ, might be the end of the round. Scores the one to claw it back. Oh, you just looked away. The bomb's going to have disappeared upon his next glance.
Heard it.
Oh, spots them. Knows where they both are, and their options now, surely a wide open B site.
They got 2 choices. Deal with Score together, or NAF head over towards B and stop this plan. It looks like they're going to try and take Score out of the equation first, and will. So now Blitz. Yeah, this is look. Ooh, okay, Blitz. Look at this, Yakinda. He faked the steps away.
Oh, perfect, flawless. The bait, the switch, the NAF headshot. He gets 2.
Hey, someone defuse.
Too polite, or after you? No, after you.
I guess.
What does he want?
Got 2 kills, so with the defuse, he's going to get more money, which means that it's going to be easier for him to buy the rifle, a couple more goodies around. Maybe they wanted to give him some extra cash. It's also going to depend on which M4. We've seen a lot of silenced M4s today. I haven't been hearing a lot of my favorite M4, A4.
That is true.
Right? Where has it been?
That is true.
There's a lot of silenced M4s in play. I might even check the stat lines right now. This game will not be updated as far as the stats are concerned. But M4, A4, just under 10%. And the A1, about 14%. So, yeah, okay.
Shifting.
Yeah. So, Naf had a lot of... Okay, so he dropped an M4. Did he drop an M4? Did Naf, did you buy a FAMAS? Surely you did buy a
4,000 of his
FAMAS.
bucks have disappeared.
He bought a FAMAS.
Yeah. Okay.
It's a Doom kitty. It's a nice FAMAS, but I guess maybe to help spread some util. I don't know. Either way.
OC's going to have a lot on his plate. One and done. Elige the same. Four provides, and Yakinda reveals the M4. Holds fast on lock. Big open duel and a scuffed spray. Score caught from behind, and it's just Liquid constantly poking and prodding at this IHC bear.
They've been very naughty with the pushes they've had here and the type of fights they're looking for now. And Bartak, this would be a great time for the sub to step up and pick up a clutch. There's been so many close but no cigar rounds here, and he's walking into the den. That's
Wow.
the first. He's very low, however.
Yeah, used 7 of the 8 bullets he had left into that duel. Well played.
If he gets the bomb down, IHC will be very happy with that regardless of the outcome. But if he doesn't plant and Naf just shoots him in the back, it'll be very troublesome. But the bomb planted. He's condemned, however. Naf is, all of this, and now they know.
Yeah, the kit's right next to the bomb as well, so not going to be difficult for Naf to scoop that up. He even found himself 2 flashbangs, so it's up to him how he wants to play this. And he'll find the frag with ease. An M4, a kit, and a round. The full package.
Yeah, nothing else Bartak could really do there, right? You could think, he could run all the way around, but he doesn't know if the bomb's being defused. Naf could have just called the bluff right there. Naf knows that he has to peek, and if he wasn't swinging that angle, it was likely he was going to come through bathroom. So just trying to eliminate some of the options there. OC almost with this double up, so some good impact for OC in the last 2 rounds. Pistol, and then the follow-up on the force spike. But another plant means another force from IHC, and this time a few more AKs in the mix, but still light in that util department. Annihilation is saving a bit of cash in case he gets an opportunity to bring out the AWP. Yeah, well, they don't really want to burn their smoke.
Their only smoke.
Right.
Yeah, touche.
Just looks like everybody has ants in their pants, doesn't it?
Does. Like fire ants. OC spots out Techno and is a little wounded for his troubles. Getting hunted now. Techno down. Good find from Mr. OC. Oh, knows there's a push coming in. Not ready for the second, but Blitz was. Keeps the trades favoring this T side. Yakinda active, forward, sprays, and oof, 1 and done. We're left into the 2-on-2. Now the established lurk of Score is just perfectly activating as Nitro evacuates.
And Nitro only has an MP9 here as well, so if Score gets rooted deep into this site, Nitro's going to have to hope he finds a rifle elsewhere. They do have a kit, they've got a molly, they've got a smoke, and they have Naf as part of the retake package. He's the man you want alive in these situations traditionally, but look how aggressive Score's playing this. A great amount of kills for him, 22 in total so far, and I think a few more might be coming his way. The bomb about to get punched on in as we've just dropped below the 30-second mark, so throw 40 more back on the clock. And I think Liquid have realized wrong place, wrong time, and Score's even hearing the footsteps of 2 players. So I thought he was hearing 2 players. He's definitely heard 1. He wouldn't have repositioned, I don't think, if he was only worried about 1 here.
Yeah, I think so. Pressure now. Perfect timing on the fight. Score will take the round by virtue of the frag onto Nitro. Leaves us with a 6th for IHC.
Okay, well handled there. It means Annihilation will be able to get out his AWP. And that lurk, you pointed out very astutely, just the space there meant an awful lot to get them into their 6th round of play. Good stuff.
Yeah, you need more of that. It does humble Liquid, which I guess is testament to the way in which this started. Let me just double check. Yeah, okay, right.
It's been very close in all of these rounds so far, right? Not too many players surviving on either side of the server. So with that in mind, yeah, it means that Liquid are going to shove because of the loss bonus, that's better for them to go for this buy than some weird double eco type territory.
Yeah, and Naf actually gets his right M4 this time.
Must be nice.
See what he can do with it. Nothing initially probing long this time. Already you've seen OC there on the pistol round, and this time, Yakinda towards this bathroom setup. You can see Techno and Blitz. Oh, they should run him down now. Yakinda, dead man walking.
We'll see two.
Oh, and no one can finish off Yakinda. Elige lucky to get away with that as well. Back was turned. Liquid sees an opening. With no rebuttal, Elige looking to tuck into this corner. Deadly weapon for the job as well. If he can find the head, not easy to do. Annihilation. Does avenge Techno, albeit a bit late.
Could be good for an A execute here with the nades they have. Bank smoke, drop down smoke, truck molly, maybe a dice molly as well. But you've got to get past OC, who is playing quite forward here. And Naf's even rotated in as well for good measure.
So a tough setup to break if you don't have the first that rounds the corner given it a glance. And OC brings the fight to them. Annihilation was caught out. Bar tackle trade. Do they expect another? No, they don't. As the score meets Naf's M4 and a double out of the Canadian sensation.
Okay, well, straight back into winning ways here. Short-lived resurgence for IHC. One of the keys in the previous rounds for them was getting the bomb down so they could keep the purchases flowing.
FaZe says it all, doesn't it?
Yeah, look, they obviously, they don't feel like the most emotional bunch of guys. They're getting fired up in certain scenarios as well, but I think that some of that mental residue from how Inferno went, and now you can see on Overpass as well, there were a lot of opportunities for them to win more rounds in that first half of play. It's going to stick with you. And look, you want to say, yeah, just forget about it. Let's focus on the next round, sure, but when you're so close as an underdog team and you're trying to break out into international Counter-Strike, it can be a huge difference here, but they should be very happy about the showing of Counter-Strike they've had thus far, and they're not eliminated just yet. They'll get another crack at... Okay, OC. I'm talking about IHC and OC just stripping away kill after kill. Is he going to get the 5? There's been a couple of aces today.
Yeah. Maybe Annihilation will give him a shot. That's the only one you'll get, OC. Surely the rest of Liquid are just going to...
Hey,
let him have
there it is.
OC with the ace. Mows them down with the mini AWP.
So today, Score had an ace, Elige had an ace, JKS had an ace, OC had an ace. Those are only the ones that I can remember. I'm sure there was more.
Impressive, and especially considering I think we've had tournaments where we've gone days upon days without one.
Some sharp... Oh, Roy had an ace.
Yep. Oh, good memory. Yep. Vertigo. What do you reckon the ace tally is?
So, Zershin had an ace, Simple had an ace today as well. We've had 3 aces in one map.
Jeez Louise. That must be a bit of a statistical anomaly. Map's not done.
Could be a few more.
Let's see. Strap in. Oof, Score does catch a rough blow. Raz has a rough go of it as a nade will finish the job. Yakinda, all of that without seeing his opponent. The combination, the 1-2 punch, the wombo combo. Wall bang into the nade. Score down, of course, the highest flyer for IHC. And now Blitz brings the bomb on a silver platter for Elige. What do you do, Annihilation? Do you just wait? You probably have to. See if anyone else can hunt him down. The Bartak loses out on the duel. Annihilation did opt to leap prior to Techno's arrival. Things petering out for IHC. Not the end. Not the end for them. There's 3 people around the corner.
That's wild. Yeah, I just had a look at the planes as well. So in the planes, Fico had an ace, Olymp from Permitter had an ace, Lonks, Roy, Dihart, and Siren. Quite a few so far. But this is, I think, the expected scenario here. But I think if you reflect on rounds in isolation and the impact they could have had on the game within the first half, right, even just the pistol round, right? There's so many scenarios here where you go, yeah, all right.
Could have been
IHC
different.
had chances, but Liquid were just better.
2v4 without the kit. Oh no, more kills for Liquid without having to seed their adversary. That's twice, in fact. Those 2 last deaths for Score. He hasn't played the game, and neither will... Oh! The whole team! What a finale! That's one hell of a way to finish. We got another one for the list, Chad.
Add Naf's name to that one. Laundry list of aces right here, right now, and Liquid. That's a stylish way to get things done. Map 1, Inferno. The choice of IHC, they were pushed, they were pressed, they were 9-1 down, but the series is going to feel good. Another 2-0 in day 1 of the groups.
24.
Maybe some smiles on the faces here. 24, beautiful stuff.
Yeah, 24 for 8, dude. That's a KD of like 3. Naf, front of the pack with the fist pumps, sends IHC to the lower bracket. And we've got some big matchups locked in now. Upper bracket, Na'Vi Liquid. Definitely don't want to miss that. And of course, Cloud9 versus IHC. One of those going home. My goodness, this bracket getting juicier and juicier with every passing game.
Yeah, but Liquid really showing a bit of pedigree here today. It's a team that they should be beating. IHC, on the other hand, showing again that they've definitely got some more to give. A bit more time, refine their playbook, more experience as well. And this team, they show that they can be a threat.
Beautiful stuff from Liquid to be closing this one 2-0. As the casters were just alluding to, not down and out for IHC just yet, but Liquid, man, that was a commanding performance from them to close this one out.
Yeah, you could clearly see they were feeling so much more comfortable, and this comes down to what we're alluding to in the pregame segment as well, right? When it comes to the map, the map pool depth, as well as the maps that Liquid should be feeling pretty comfortable on, it was going to be either Mirage or Overpass coming in, maybe Overpass even as a decider as well. But in the end, yeah, Liquid just doing a phenomenal job individually and as a team as well.
And we do have Elige joining us. GG, man. Congratulations, first of all.
Thank you.
I mean, obviously, we saw you in Copenhagen. I feel like you probably wanted to have a better start to the season, but tell me the differences, what you were working on coming into this, because I feel like we saw a whole new Team Liquid in this series.
Yeah, so primarily in the days that we had off, we were just focusing on our really strong maps and making sure that we're going to win our map pick because, you know, we focused so much on Nuke coming into Blast, and we wanted to make sure it was like ready for Katowice, but, you know, doing that made all of our other maps falter a lot more than we wanted to. So that was our main goal coming in for like the last couple of days leading into it, and I think it helped a lot.
Heading into Inferno, right, I think that Yakinder mentioned in an interview as well. He's like, you know, IHC, their CD side is where the strength lies. The T side was a little, not up to par yet, but they did put up quite a showing that first half. Were you a little caught by surprise there?
Yeah, I mean, their T side was definitely good. Like, we were just getting, like, owned at, like, we got caught off, like, on one of the rounds at A. They're kind of owning us at B. So, I mean, it was just overall just a lot of weakness from us, like, on that side, and they were abusing us well. And then as soon as we found, like, our footing, I think we had a lot of good tack pauses there. We made sure that we won out the rest of the half, and then we were able to bring it back.
I wanted to know about how you are gauging your team's current form, because obviously we brought it up already. The Blast result was not up to par with what we would expect from Liquid. But then, you know, going into Katowice, you say you change some things, you focus on the maps you're strong at. So would you say, I don't know, how would you rank out of 10 maybe the Liquid's form right now?
Well, I think that we're going to keep improving as it goes on. And I'd say right now, maybe like a 6 or a 7 compared to what we're used to. Just, I mean, considering like we did so well at the Blast World Finals, I think we were playing like incredible CS, and then we started off the year really slow. We didn't get as much like games that we wanted to. We didn't have like as much practice on our good maps. Just overall, just a really sloppy start to the year from us, and it's going to take some time. And like we're not going to be like unrealistic about it. And you know, we know what lies ahead for us to do.
Cool.
Elige, I kind of had a couple questions just about the 7-map pool idea that you guys were bringing into this. I respect, you know, the effort of you guys actually saying we want to be comfortable in all 7 maps, but coming off the tail end of last year, as you said, obviously you made that grand final at the World Finals. You had 2 grand final appearances across 22. Was that something that was kind of just the highest thing on your priority list for Liquid to be looking at coming into this year?
A big priority for us was to play Nuke, primarily because we sucked on Vertigo for a really long time, and then we just looked at, you know, Nuke is our permanent ban. We think that we have good players to be able to play that map well. We have a lot of experience on that map, but you know, there's just so much that needs to be done. You can't just go from like not playing the map in 2-3 years, especially for everyone on the team, and then just go into playing it straight off the year without enough of like the games that are necessary. So that's like the main problem. I think it's still really good long term, but you know, that was the focus.
And in terms of looking forward, obviously now you're in the upper bracket. You're going to be facing off against Na'Vi. How are you viewing them at the moment? Because I feel like in Copenhagen, they weren't the Na'Vi that we're used to. Obviously, they've got a lot of changes coming into things. Do you think you're able to take them down?
I think that we can. I think that we match up well against Na'Vi and C9, so we were happy with whoever was going to be winning. Na'Vi, I don't think they were looking that strong at Blast. Obviously, they won their first match here against C9, which I didn't get to watch it yet because we were prepping, but they obviously dominated C9, which was pretty impressive, especially because like Na'Vi's making Inferno their home map this year, which is kind of like out of nowhere for me because that wasn't what they were super strong on in the past. So they came into this year super focusing on Inferno. And that's going to be interesting. Of course, like we had a really close game against IHC here, so I'm assuming that they're probably going to pick Inferno, and we're going to have to do our best to clean up as much as we can before that game.
Well, at least. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
One more question I had for you is about your individual form, because I think we kind of saw it kind of taper off a little bit last year. Like we didn't get to see a top 20 player HL for you, which is kind of a shock. I mean, it feels like you're always punching up there. And so what did you do for yourself to try to get back in that form and I'm assuming you're trying to get back in that top 20.
Yeah, so like early last year, obviously things weren't going well with the team, and then I started talking to our sports psychologist, Jared Taylor, that we've had in the past, and that was like the first step, and just getting like my rhythm and flow back to like how I used to be, because at the start of 2021, I kind of like lost my identity of how I like to do things, and when Merrick's joined, I think that was like the beginning, because he is exactly like me in terms of like he really likes thinking of everything, flow charting, like the best options, like having everything ready, and that kind of got me starting into it. So I think that when we started with Cologne, I had like a really outstanding performance there, but it wasn't something like I feel that was kind of like an overperformance for like what I was ready for, and I was still had to like build up. So the next couple tournaments, it was like kind of like it was lower because like obviously I peaked really high at that, and then it went down, and then I felt like I was consistently getting better. And at World Finals, I played really well, and I was super happy with like how like my performance was going. I even ended the year really confident in my ability. And then when we started this year off, it was kind of just we started really not that strong with like how much practice that we got. We didn't get enough practice. We practiced our maps that we weren't really strong on.
Right. You were playing new maps.
So everything just fell off. It kind of just like it was kind of just set up for failure, honestly, for like our first event. And I'm not letting it like deter me or anything. I feel like really confident. I know that what I'm doing is good, and I'm just knowing that that there's time, that there needs to be time for everything to keep moving forward.
Okay, great to hear.
Yeah, thank you so much for joining us, Elige. Congratulations on your first win here in Katowice. So we'll let you go off to watch that Cloud9 versus Na'Vi game that you said about, because obviously we'll be needing that heading into tomorrow's game versus Na'Vi. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you.
Gentlemen, I do want to get your thoughts, because we did just see a round playing out. I hope production can bring that up one more time, because this was one of the, your pivotal rounds that you were saying to just display the pure firepower, the individuals coming out of Liquid.
Right. This is a round where they were able to take down IHC in a 2 versus 5, and I think that this was just a brilliant display of skill between Naf and Elige. The opening picks we're going to see from IHC side are nice, but then this is why even in Tier 1 CS, some players are just straight up better than others.
Yeah, look, no denying there is that raw skill inside of IHC. Then what Team Liquid have are players who don't just have the raw skill, but they have been tempered in the flames of much higher opposition over the course of multiple years. So players like Elige, we saw Naf as well, and even though you can't take anything away from the likes of Score and Techno 4K, when it comes to just pure raw mechanical ability, you can clearly see Elige and Naf and everyone else in that team, especially Kinder, for example, was just better because of the experience they have as well, and the fact that they played against much better opposition for a very long time. So if I'm IHC, you don't feel super disappointed with that. I think it was a great outing for them. I thought it was going to be a way more of a stompy affair, especially in Inferno, the way they had that massive lead. They let it kind of slip away, if you ask me. But still, I think they should be pretty confident with the way they played here today. But Liquid, I'm glad to see that they made this in just a 2. They just made it a 2 map.
It was convincing.
It was pretty convincing.
Yeah, definitely. I feel like for IHC, being able to see them, have a really well-drilled approach to that Inferno, we were saying even in the early stages of Overpass, it was very clear they were a lot more uncomfortable on this map. And I feel like, for IHC, this is a learning process. They're getting to play against some of the top-tier opponents, which actually you were telling us a little bit of insight about the squad.
Yeah, the really cool thing for IHC is like for people who don't know about this team that much, right? This is a team who've been kind of together for a while. Maybe not this particular 5-man core, but like the majority of them. And I know they used to play in EU, so it was 150, 160 ping, just so they can play against better opposition. And I play matchmaking with Harry and Hugo at 150 ping all the way from back home. It is very, very hard. And these guys are still grinding it out just because they don't have enough practice partners back towards Asia. And even if they do, the likes of Tyloo, for example, I don't think they're good practice scrim partners, right? Because of the way they play CS. So for them, like they had some really good moments last year. You know, they had that major victory over Double O Nation. They're picking up that experience, which you're seeing here in Katowice. They're going to be playing Pro League as well later on. So the first half of this year, it's not just about, you know, trying to make a big upset, which have all they managed to do against Furia, but about learning and getting better and looking at the foundation that this team seems to have along with the individuals. I'm feeling optimistic. That scares me. But I am feeling a little optimistic about these guys.
Yeah, we don't want the Blair Jinx coming through with IHC, but of course, a lot more experience to be gained going forward. And for them, not the end of the line here at Katowice, but let's get a few words from Score after that series.
IHC will fall to Liquid in this battle, and it was a close fight, at least on Inferno. And I want to start on Inferno. You guys are up 9-1. You look like you have Liquid in a rough spot. Did you feel really confident at that point that you'd get the win on Inferno?
Yeah, I thought I already win on Inferno, but we made so many mistakes on CT side and T side last half, and that's why we lost.
And how hard is it in comparison to the teams you faced in the play-in to go against a team like Liquid, where obviously they came alive and they started to hit a lot harder, they started to have a lot of confidence against you?
Yeah, maybe we don't have problem with the skill. We was confident and all things is the mistake, and that's it.
And then going into Overpass, it's a really good map for them anyway. Was your motivation knocked a bit? Did you feel a little bit like your mood was down because of what happened on the previous map? Or did you come in with good energy for the second map?
Yeah, I did.
You did? You good energy?
Yeah.
But it's still not enough. Now you will face Cloud9, a tough opponent, but how will you approach that game?
We're gonna fix our mistakes and come back stronger tomorrow.
That's what it's all about. That's what we want to see. Score, thank you very much, man.
Yeah, props to Score for giving us a few words after that series. And as James Banks just mentioned, a tough opponent on the horizon in Cloud9. Going to be needing to bring that energy.
It's a rematch. It's a rematch from that best-of-1 drubbing they suffered on Mirage. That being said, considering how... Listen, when he said we're going to come back stronger, they did come back stronger against Spain. They did come back stronger against Furia, and they did put up a showing against Liquid. So hopefully, listen, I still feel Cloud9 would still be the big favorites here. But they're able to impress us like the way they did in that first map here in Inferno. I think that's a win for IHC.
Yeah, and I think you already nailed it. Just the fact that this is for IHC, just them kind of having a coming out. They're just showing the world stage that they are competitive, that you have to take them seriously, that there's upset potential for the future. And I have no doubt that Cloud9 will probably be taking that one. Sorry, guys, spoiler alert. But I just think that's the very likely future here. But just like, you just want to see that they keep playing good Counter-Strike because they played such a great Inferno against Liquid. I want to just see them play that same Inferno against Cloud9 tomorrow.
The one thing, just as a parting thought for IEC, which I really enjoy, which I never used to see from the likes of, you know, the VG Gaming or Rare Adam, as they're known right now at Tyloo, was they have good ideas, right? And when things are going great, they'll be pulling off some great strats, some good plays, whatnot. When the going got tough is when they started to panic and just go for the YOLO plays. Even when Liquid mounted a comeback, and there was, you know, on Inferno, we never saw this team kind of panic. They still had a game plan. Even in 2v3s where they're saving their guns, they would flash their way through certain angles, ensuring they don't lose their weapons. There was no individual plays coming on, no panic setting in. I think that's a great sign for a team like this.
Yeah, composure, definitely something that I actually can be proud of going forward. But let's check in with the brackets to see exactly what has been going down on the stream today to summarize all of the results going forward. Of course, we can see a lot of TBDs coming in here, but the first round of matchups have been going down over here. And of course, if you flip on over to the A stream as well, there still is a matchup going down. OG versus Mouse. It's actually gone 1-1. That's pretty good.
Interesting. Wow. I thought Mouse was going to be taking map number 2 there, but OG mounting a hell of a comeback on the T side of Overpass as well. Damn.
That's pretty crazy. That's pretty nuts. Well, yeah, plenty of Counter-Strike in store. I mean, can I get some hashtag night shift predictions from you guys?
Okay, all right.
Freya, you brought it back. You opened this can of worms.
It wasn't us.
Oh, wasn't me. Who'd have thought?
Who'd have thought? Freya, one of us.
I'm going to pull off my mask. It's Parla, actually, in Freya cosplay.
I think Mouse will take this.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, I think Mouse are going to take this one, and I'm going to say map number 3, it got Mirage. Frozen is dropping 27 kills.
Beautiful stuff. Well, you have to tune into the A stream to see if both of our predictions are right coming into this one. Of course, OG taking on Mousebots over on the A stream. Make sure you tune into that action or join us tomorrow for more IEM Katowice.
the champion of the Intel Extreme Masters World Finals.
Storm still not quite done. MC is going to take this fight, though. 3 seconds left.
Last 2 rounds of matches got us started well for ESC.
And this is a massive move for Zest, but he's not content with just the Nexus kill. He wants to win out.
And it's all done. And Trollocs win it. Unbelievable Rogue with a 4-0 victory over Classic.
And they did it again in the grand final. It's Norby!
Give it up for your Intel Extreme Masters World Champion! You love it, you wear it.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Dallas, we're back. Counter-Strike is in our DNA. It always has been, and it always will be. And now we are once more returning to where it all began.